do what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. 내 눈에 비친 창문 눈을 감아 바람이 부는 곳에 날 데려가. Wanna be myself, wanna leave this hell. 꺼내줘 제발. Stuck in a place between the space of heart and mind. 시간을 쫓아 꿈을 찾아 흘러가. So mad. Drop, sit on the floor, thinking I'll stop, can't take no more. 준비될 때 그게 나 roar. Now it's a battle, but this is a war. I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears, but I face them. Oh, and I'll show you what I'm made of. A heart full of fire, looking at a fighter. I got a way, it depends on the day that I forget. I'm the best that's done it. Hard on myself, put my and I'm not, cause today I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion, got fears but no faith. Oh, and I'll show you a heart full of fire, looking in the fire. I'll show you what I'm made of, what I'm made of. Yeah. I'll show you what I'm This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you'll wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all down. Mine, oh mine, look at who ends up bigger this time. And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Bye, playing with fire, and we'll burn it all down. This is where the bruises come from. This is when the game gets ugly. These blood, sweat, tears keep running. Licking my plate 'cause I'm so hungry. Keep talking, keep laughing. One day we'll see what happens. Other people on fire, fire. It's about time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all down. Mine, oh mine, look at who ends up bigger this time. And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Bye, playing with fire, and we'll burn it all down. It starts right now. Baby, you're surrounded. Put your money where your mouth is. Bury your doubts under the ground. Then they're gonna watch you step over the ashes. Right now I'm taking my turn with the matches. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all down. Mine, oh mine, look at who ends up bigger this time. And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Playing with fire, and we'll burn it all down. There's something in the air tonight. Don't know why, but it feels so right. I'm waiting for the dead of night. Cross my heart, hope you die. An eye for an eye. So when you discover that there's no one to hold me back, but that time is going to be far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. time it's going to be far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws. It's all in your mind and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. What you gonna do So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. I feel the pull of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side. meet you in your darkest dreams. Don't cry for help, no one can hear your screams. He's on my side, the devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah, yeah, we're never gonna fade away. Let's take it to another ourselves down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, there was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night. On a throwback to summertime, drink red cups and see the lights. And with a burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter, no, no. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night. I'm alone, only know myself no more. Take it to the grave, I'll ghost. I know I can be so cold. In the dark, where I like to keep my heart. No more bite, no bark. Like to catch you way off guard. I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Alive, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Is it really a surprise if I'm playing with your mind and I treat you like a prize? Then I throw you to the side. And am I really that bad? If I love to make you mad and get happy when you're sad, only care about a bad. In control, that's how I like it, and I'm never letting go. No, never had a soul, so you ain't taking nothing from me when you go. No, I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die, type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Get no feeling, get no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Get no feeling, get no feeling. But I'm dead, you know what's up in your head. Watch it feel you full of dread till you go. Bang, bang, you can do anything. No fear, no pain. Listen to your brain go. Go stupid, go dumb, go stupid, and then we go insane. Whoa. Just do what I say, follow me all the way. Change your other days, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die, type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm straight up villain, straight up villain. Get no feeling, get no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Get no feeling, get no feeling. Life, but I'm dead, my voice up in your head. Watch it feel you full of dread till you go. Disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murder business, world my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 갈리 유도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Coming at you loud real real wild Here to light it up set the world on fire Gonna break rules and hearts and tools Cause that's what the baddies do I never going back, nah, nah, that Diamonds on drip cause I came to make a splash Gonna break rules and hearts and tools Cause that's what the baddies do It's crazy Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad Only took a minute for me to get what you had Sorry for the bad news, know it makes you sad There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags Way that I look should be breaking the law If I don't got it, I take what I want My circle small like a round of applause You know that I love the sound of applause You know I mean everything that I say When you see me come and get out of the way Back in this lane, back and I'm better and ready to stay I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane It's crazy Sorry not sorry for being the best 언제든지 내가 좀 해 Look at the gold all on my chest Look at the gold call it a flex
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push to heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment, take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push to heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead, beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, or do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, top again, I would happy lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming, my name, you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
RNG, they are a favorite to win the tournament.
Undefeated in their group, having taken down PSG, Hanwha Life, and Fnatic.
RNG가 제 생각엔 C조에서 제일 강하다고 생각되는 팀인데
A team that could possibly 6-0.
我们可以赢你们第一次，就可以赢你们第二次。我觉得就是我们组就是都挺激烈的吧，因为我们打的都挺有来有回的。
They pull Hanwha Life apart, they give them a Baron, and then take their Nexus.
꼭 이겨서 저희가 어느 정도인지 볼 수 있어야 할 것 같습니다.
就是下一次再遇见弗兰尼的话，我们还是有很大的信心能拿下他们。
They really have to stabilize if they want to have a shot at all.
To be honest, I'm pretty sure that we could actually beat every single team in our group at our top condition.
Group stages can be quite the torrent of emotions.
Sorry to all fans if we actually disappointing you, but we have a lot of chances against everyone, and we're actually doing our best.
And tomorrow's just another day.
PSG will go up to 2-1 in the group.
저번에 하나생명을 상대했을 때 정말 잘하는 팀이라고 느꼈고 전라인이 좀 체급이 강하다는 걸 느껴서
연습 잘 해가면은 승률이 많이 높게 나올 것으로 생각하고 있어요.
An incredible performance for Okanabe.
我觉得现在对上西组的3支队伍的话，其实我们都挺有自信的。
PSG themselves make it very clear we are here to stay.
因为我个人的目标是希望小组第一出线吧，所以在星期天再次交手的话，我们也会再赢一下你们的。
Time to pick it up where they left off, the MSI semifinals.
RNG, MSI 때 복수를 하겠습니다.
PSG도 RNG를 잡기 전에 거쳐가는 단계라고 생각하겠습니다.
我们已经在冰岛赢过一次了，我们会再赢一次。
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is waiting. Make it yours.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021, taking place in Reykjavik, Iceland. Now, yesterday we welcomed two Titans from Group B into the quarterfinals, and as PSG Talent and Hanwha Life arrive at the arena, our teams ready themselves for more historic upsets or broken hearts ahead of Group C's final gauntlet here today. I am Dash, joined by Dracos and Raz to kick off the day. To break it all down for you, as we have 6 more games, Dash, Dracos, and Raz, otherwise known as Dance Dance Revolution.
Oh! I feel like if we're
Nailed
keeping
it.
forward on that analogy, RNG are like the guy in the arcade that, like, you know stuff is going down when they put their arms
That's what
back.
I was about to say. As soon as the arms
and they
go back
hold
in
on
that
to it, and the
railing,
legs are just flying, and you're like, oh, I thought this was a casual game for me. This is not.
We might not be at that level in Dance Dance Revolution, but we're that level of an analyst desk. I promise you that. As we mentioned moments ago yesterday, Group B finished their fight at Worlds with T1 and EDG emerging victorious to advance to the quarterfinals. And what an exciting day it was with T1 ultimately topping the group.
Yeah, I didn't expect it. I think by the time when I was casting the second half of it, you're like, okay, we're going straight into what I would imagine to be a tiebreaker. Nope. Nope.
100 Thieves had something to say about that.
The blue shell, the red shell, whatever, I guess.
The blue shell. You did it, Raz.
Yeah, you got it right.
100 Thieves.
It was a banana in rehearsal. We've upgraded to blue shell. We're getting there. Mario Kart knowledge getting stronger. T1 remaining strong. Obviously a team that has topped groups so many times in the past. And while EDG, I think, were the clear favorites coming out of week 1. Week 2, T1 showed up. And then with a little support from 100 Thieves, they didn't have to show up a third time. And what could have been the best of 3 denied, but fantastic so far.
I mean, that's the thing for me, Raz, the fact that we teed up the day yesterday talking about how for EDG, anytime they've been in a group against T1, they had been unable to eclipse them, take that #1 seed, but that they were positioned to do just that yesterday. And in the end, history repeated itself. T1 takes the top spot.
And that's why I was positioned to say, you know, historically, X would have happened. You know, EDG upsetting, going up against one of the lower tier teams. And it was like they were just breaking a lot of that. But as you can see on the screen, LCK historically dominant when it comes to the group stage.
Historically dominant, but this is not the LCK of old that earned those records. This is a new T1 Faker, obviously still at the center, but you have so many of the young players on the T1 lineup stepping up. We knew their early game was good, but so far at Worlds it's been fantastic. Yes, it was shaky in week 1, but again, these week 2 turnarounds from so many teams are fantastic. I love the Poppies coming out.
Yes.
I love the Aphelioses with the Lulu Oriana. Like, to me, I just love watching this T1 play.
And that's why it comes down to the new faces, the rookies of the team in Gumayushi and Owner, who were just dominant. And I don't expect them to be changing. I know they were changing quite a bit throughout the year, but I expect them to be consistent with this roster, especially with how damn good they look. Kana was dominating.
So here we are, 2 LCK teams through in the top spot, but obviously we got to talk about 100 Thieves. The most classic North American exit to the tournament. It's a 3-3 record, but they can't escape the group stage. They did take down EDG, so leaving on a high note.
Absolutely. Fantastic, fantastic game. After the DFM game, which was shaky at best, it was messy, individual errors. Mechanically, you go, oh, this is not the swan song that you want to see for 100 Thieves. And man, did they turn it around coming into this game. Fantastic from start to finish. Dominant bot lane, comfort pick for closer. Everything that you and Azael promised me for this team came through and showed up against one of the tournament favorites.
Well
thankfully,
done.
thankfully. I will say though, like the fact that they were able to go through their style and especially prove themselves that they could do it, great. If you were to tell me going up against EDG, going up against Viper and Mako, this is the strategy, I would have said, come back with a serious decision, with a serious game plan. We'll maybe play through mid this time, but no, they went straight towards bot lane. They succeeded at that. A good look.
Hey, if it works, it works. And to that end, you know, you've got a 4-2 EDG that I think showed some weakness in the end, right? This is, again, was a team that was talked about being the possible, you know, rival to Damwon when it came to tournament favorites. And so for them to get exposed in a way, I definitely don't think anyone's saying, oh, no, this team's doomed. But it's definitely going to lay a bit of a blueprint for some teams, I think, as we move towards the quarterfinals.
Absolutely. And I think the big thing, I just continue to praise T1 drafting because I think the second time around, they really set themselves up for success. And you could see the holes in EDG's plans where, yes, they understood what was strong. They understood things like the Yuumi were very, very powerful. But then T1 had answers raring and ready to go. And I think as we go farther, we want to see kind of EDG's read on the meta update. But overall, while they are still a threat, definitely not infallible, definitely not unstoppable.
You mentioned meta. That's where we're going next. When it came to taking down EDG for 100 Thieves, a big factor in that. While, yes, some kills were coming early in the bot lane, it was that Kennen up in the top by Someday. And more, Raz, this tournament seems to be revolving around the top side of the map.
Yeah, if you're coming into this tournament with a top laner that is dominant, and I'm looking at this group and looking at Shahu, that is your way in. Graves, I think a lot of teams have been finding struggles to be dealing with that.
Exhausted Kennen.
He exhausted, and he was still able to just erase 3 members with the help of Closer on that one. So, like, that just goes to show the power of carry top laners in this meta.
I think so, and I think when you look at, like, how we got here, you see Renekton nerfed repeatedly, GP hit, so many of the safe blind pick champions, and Renekton just kind of felt like you must be this good in lane to pass the Renekton bar. He's not that test anymore. Now it just makes the little guy standing next to you, James, feel so oppressive.
Oh, my little friend here?
So powerful. And even, you know what, like, congrats. You're Jack's unstoppable on a side lane. But you know what just is always so good? at every stage of the game, Kennen ult. You get a good Kennen ult, I don't care how strong your Jax is.
I feel like I got to do more, right, when these things are around me, because they're in constant motion. I'm like, do I have to, what do I got to do? You see it there on your screens right now, kind of the pick rate and win rate of some of the most played top lane champions. But yeah, I mean, you see things like the Jace. The Graves is another one, another big one for me, Raz, that I'll call out next to the Kennen. Personally, I think Kennen's the strongest pick in the tournament right now, something that everyone has to consider more moving forward.
Yeah, coming into the tournament, I was expecting Jace because of his 3-item power spike, but then we've been seeing Kennen answer into it. Also, really easy gank setup with his ultimate. So there's a lot that's difficult to gank if you're diving a Kennen with ulti or set up for a play and make those team fights what we saw in replays. So definitely expecting more Kennen throughout this group.
Now, Raz kind of tipped his cap towards it already, but when you talk top lane and then you take a look at Group C, the first name that's going to come to mind is Xiaohu in the top lane for RNG. This guy showed us what he's made of back at MSI. He's already done that and more here at Worlds. And as the meta continues to move towards the top side of the map, I think this is one of the scariest players in the tournament.
And the most terrifying thing is not only is the meta good for him, he's also playing picks that are so clearly outside of the meta to such great success. You see the Lucians, you see the Syndra's. Top laners, they knew about the Lucian. They were ready for it after the nerfs. But that's a Syndra in the top lane. You've never, literally, you've never seen that champion levels 1 to 5. You're like, this champion sometimes roams to level 6, sometimes I roam and I kill her. What does she do in lane? I have no idea. And that flexibility that Xiaohu is bringing to the table is such a huge boon. On top of the fact that he is just far and away, I think, individually, the best top laner in this group.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. And we've got a stat screen up behind me on the big wall. And it's first, second, first when it comes to the group stage performances so far for this guy. So absolutely nutty stats coming out of him. 36 CSD at 15. That's 1K gold by himself. And then he's finding an extra K through turret plates and team advantages. I mean, this is what's wild to me about that is you going into today, if you're looking at these stats, I don't know where you find the answer.
It's disgusting. And I think a lot of it comes to needing to play away from this, because I think RNG was really lucky to come into this tournament, and the meta really, really heavily favored them, right? Because not only is Wei an incredibly strong jungler, but he also plays towards top lane. Same goes towards Cryin. A lot of his picks is catered or roaming towards what is an all-pro best top laner in China, Xiaohu. So I think they're really well positioned, and they've been showing it in this group.
Yeah, and the struggle is like even if you somehow manage to find a favorable matchup against Xiaohu, Cryan's getting like TF all the time. This is the team to beat, right? I think it feels so hard, such a massive mountain to climb for anyone to get out in this group above RNG. RNG are the big bad, and it feels like not only does the meta favor them, but also on paper, they did look like the strongest team coming to this group anyway. So really, everything that can go right is going right for RNG right now.
We've painted a picture of the mountain that every team needs to climb here, and that is the mountain of RNG, sitting at 3-0 atop the standings. PSG Talon right behind them at 2-1, 1-2 for Hanwha Life Esports, and Fnatic bringing up the rear at 0-3. They're big competitive games, though, in this group throughout the first round robin. I think that's something that we should call out, even though it is very much, you know, a disparate look of the standings. And so for me, PSG absolutely have a shot at taking down RNG. Hanwha, if they're having their best day, and that's the real question, are they going to have their best day today? They could challenge any of the teams in this group as well.
1000%. And that's why I'm looking at PSG. I saw them at MSI, and a lot of the times when they come into the meta, it's just trying to learn from the best, and at the same time, understand how the meta shapes them. So they get better throughout the tournament. And they got better throughout week 1. So I'm looking at them, really interested in what they can show. I also just think looking at that game 2 later on today of Fnatic and RNG, I want to see how good Fnatic look with how they've been ramping up as well.
The other thing for me, Dracos, is even if we consider RNG to be a strong favorite, and I think most people do, okay, they go 6-0. There really is a solid battle for second place, at least taking place here. I'll contrast that to yesterday, where the expectation was it's going to be EDG, it's going to be T1, almost no matter what, maybe an outside shot for 100 Thieves. And they did make some kind of interesting moves with that last game of the day, but it all was for naught. This time around, I really do think we have something interesting in terms of second place.
I mean, 100%, right? So often it deflates the group a little bit if it becomes just a battle for seeding and if 2 teams are out and they're really just playing to ruin someone else's day. But in this case, we can have a very intense, very full day schedule because Fnatic are absolutely there to play spoiler. We've seen EU Miracle runs. I don't want to oversell them yet, but there is room to find these upsets. And again, RNG, if they don't 6-0, if they drop a single game to any one of these teams, that team has a huge advantage as they move later through the day.
I like to call it on Fnatic because historically, this is an organization that has made a lot of incredible stuff happen in week two of groups. And while, yes, we can all recognize that they were not dealt the nicest of hands here at Worlds this year, dealing with far more than any team should be expected to deal with, they should not be a team that's counted out. And we know that these players all individually are quite talented. The question is, will they show up today, make those kinds of plays to make the difference in this group and perhaps play spoiler?
Yeah, and they understand the tough circumstances they're under, and even seeing a lot of the tweets coming out of them for today, they know that it's, for them, throw their best punch and try and at least, much like what we saw from 100 Thieves yesterday, or like the intent, the initial intent from C9 as they come into the day, at least make ourselves look proud. Take it game by game.
We expect haymakers all day for Fnatic as we pull up our schedule for the day. Fnatic will have their shot at the Week 2 run back as Group C completes their final round robin in 6 games today, with any potential tiebreakers playing out immediately afterwards. So could be a big day. We'll have to see. But I think a lot of eyes right now are going to gravitate, of course, to the matchup number 1. We'll talk about that one in a moment. But matchup number 3, PSG versus RNG, the rematch, Dracos.
I mean, this is so massive because, again, this is the one circumstance where if you find this, suddenly we are talking about contesting top of the table. It is not just the RNG show 100% of the way through. And I'll say that PSG have been super adaptable. They adapted really well to what Hanwha was throwing out. I wonder if they can do the same against RNG. Again, such a titanic team, RNG. But if anyone can do it, it feels like PSG is the one.
That comes in the 3rd game of the day. The battle for 2nd place, though, will come to a head when 2 uncrowned kings face off in the fight for a world's title that has always eluded them. Today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, is PSG Talon versus Hanwha Life. In a group where RNG seems one step above the rest, the frontrunners for 2nd place are now PSG Talon and Hanwha Life Esports. For the PCS champions, this year has been a huge success. No player more exemplifies the struggle and heart that this region has than Maple, who has been the face of the PCS since his entry to the international stage back in 2013.
Straight on top of PSG, Maple looks for the backline as well. There's the slicing maelstrom. The CC is beautiful under Maple. He threw it around like a ragdoll.
However, Chovy and Hanwha stand in their way, the mid lane superstar who carried the team to Worlds.
A quick shield, but they want to chase this one. The flash in. Not going to get it just yet, though, but a kick is there. A knockup is in. Under the tower they go. Chovy gets the double.
The question still remains. Will he step up when a quarterfinal spot is on the line? This may be the matchup that decides who will make it out of Group C, with 2 mid lane icons facing off. Chovy and Maple are 2 longtime fixtures on the international stage, and this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz could be a career-defining moment for these 2 mid laners as they face off for the 2nd time in 2021.
And this is absolutely massive because, especially for Hanwha, you look at Chovy as the core of this team. He is everything, absolutely everything that you want, and he's the player that they play around. They need to perform. On the opposite side, PSG is this big team effort, but Maple is the guy who will roam, who will leave lane, who will set up other players for success. So it is such a clash of styles between these 2 players.
Yeah, I remember him from Season 3 being on Gamania Bears, and he's always such a creative, lethal assassin, which is when I see him on LeBlanc, I'm excited to see him play. And then the other aspect of it is those team fights, being able to roam a little bit more frequently, help out Hanabi in the top side of the map, and work far more frequently with River.
Gamania Bears, that's a throwback if I've ever heard one. What a wonderful team. As we pull out of this package and you take a look at the back wall, you're going to see what I think is the perfect exemplification of the way that these 2 players play. That clash of styles where Chovy, so much more laning focus, plus 750 gold at 15. Pretty much the exact amount that Maple finds himself down. But typically, as you mentioned, Dracos, that's because he's making the time and the effort to get out to those side lanes and look to get somebody else ahead.
And it's so big, too, because the last time we played, we did see Chovy perform pretty well. The problem was PSG were packing triple teleport, and they just said, okay, well, you're over there. We're going to go, we're either going to group on you with more members and kill you, or we're going to go kill the weaker members of your team at any moment. So Chovy, yeah, he played a great Azir game. Problem is, when there are 3 TPs on the opposite side, you don't get the 1v1s. You don't get the 2v2s. You're just going to let the gold bag on the opposite side smack you around, and there's not a lot you can do.
And that's what Hanwha Life definitely have to be prepared for when going up against PSG, because they'll try and pile numbers on you. And with Hanwha Life dealing with less experienced players like Willer and Morgan, I think that was a valuable lesson the first week. So it's going to be nice to see how they respond to what PSG has to offer now.
Yeah, and I think that one of the big struggles in the previous game was obviously you just had these chain ganks bottom lane over and over. They wanted the Draven, they wanted the Pike to really get ahead. And when they weren't snowballing and taking off completely, the Yumis just had more guaranteed reliable value. So things just fell apart super quickly. That said, drafts have changed so much since I mean, week 1 has been like 3 days. But drafts have changed so much over the course of this tournament that I expect Hanwha to set themselves up a little bit more for success, and respect that PSG just clearly have their number.
And that's why I think for Hanwha Life, I'd want them to swim against the current, play to what is been so good for this team. If your mid laner is achieving such great feats in lane, then great. Willer, set up a camp.
Yeah, that might have to be the answer, because yeah, it was Maple down 700, 800 gold, right?
Yeah.
But you take a look at those stats right there, and it's Hanabi who finds himself up 1,000 gold on picks like the Gwen, and so that is exactly all you need to know to understand the way that both of these teams are going to approach it. And with that earlier discussion around importance of topside, it may not be the Gwen this time around, but if it's the Kennen, if it's that Graves, will Hanabi find the same kind of success?
And actually, even going back to his comfort in GP and making it work when he went up against Adam, right? He had a CS lead, just a one-on-one lead. If there's going to be a person that rises above today, could very well be Hanabi. So it's going to be interesting to see if he goes back to one of those niche picks that he's so good at, those comfort picks, or if he does play something like Graves and Kennen that's been so dominant today.
And bringing it back to the featured matchup, I absolutely believe that Chovy will come out on top individually over Maple. But ultimately, that might not matter because Hanabi should outperform Morgan. So it is, instead, interestingly enough, even though mid lane is the hype matchup, it is eyes on top lane to see if Hanabi can do it again.
Now, you didn't know this was coming, but I want, in a word, which team is taking it here in game number 1. Is it going to be PSG? Is it going to be HLE?
I have faith in HLE.
Alrighty, over here.
No.
No. There it is. Team Morgan in the top. That is the best possible way. Best possible way to start off the day. An all-important matchup for both of these teams that quite obviously want to shoot for that first place, but at the very least, make it out of the group stage. We're hopping right over to Medic, Kadriel, and Azael in the arena for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. A split desk, it seems. We are here. We are the caster trio. Similar to Europe's hopes at Worlds, it's MIA. Mark, Isaac, and Azael. Azael, Aaron.
Why are you going to do them like that, man?
I've been watching them, you know. We'll see how Fnatic can do today. Of course, week 2 Fnatic is a thing, but we have to wait one game before we see them.
They came back from 0-4. 0-3 is a comfort zone.
Yeah.
This is a walk in the park.
They're playing next game anyway, but yeah, eyes on Fnatic. Eyes on Fnatic, eyes on Europe. Can they get a team out of groups? But for now, it's Hanwha Life, PSG, and we're straight into draft.
Fnatic are going to have their eyes on this game, because if PSG wins here against Hanwha and Fnatic loses against RNG, the group is over. Yes, they're still playing for seeds between PSG and RNG, but Fnatic fans, you are Hanwha Life fans, you are Chovy fans, you're hoping that they can take this game off PSG and keep Fnatic within striking distance in this group.
Yeah, Chovy Life Esports fans already coming away. The last time we saw these two teams face up against each other, Yuumi was such a big pick, and Hanwha Life's going to take that away straight away.
Interesting to see that actually banned on blue side, that they're not willing to first pick that. So it does make me wonder if they're just going to go towards like Graves, which a lot of the teams have been doing more and more. First pick Graves top. It's 8-4 across the tournament, has been incredibly successful.
Definitely a very strong pick. Alongside that, things like the Lee Sin and the Twisted Fate have to be high up in terms of draft priority. PSG removing the Aurelia, no surprises there, and there's the Lee Sin taken away as well.
Yeah, we're looking at things like LeBlanc, I'd say, Ryze, TF, these kind of roaming mid laners are all up and available. The desk was talking about how Chovy's more of, I'll play for lane, Maple wants to play for team. Does HLE want to target some options around there? Maybe even blind pick tops from the side of PSG. Kennen could be a high priority, and Jace as well.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. I mean, throughout the tournament, I think Chovy, groups has actually been doing quite well in lane, but he has not really had a good time actually converting that lead into meaning anything for the team, where Maple has kind of been the inverse. We saw his laning stats on the desk have been somewhat poor, but his LeBlanc game, last time they played, he was dominant in the later stages. The Trinamir game against RNG, he started to really pick up steam there as well. He's just so adept at actually finding plays on the map, looking for aggressive moves, and he's less concerned about the individual farm. Talia has been very surprising, to be honest. Graves is up, TF is up. You have to think you don't want to give TF over to Maple, but
there it is.
An immediate lock in there from Hanwha Life. They agree with all of us here on the desk. Twisted Fate taken away.
I would love to see just like Graves in. It feels like such a strong 1-2 here.
Yeah, I think things like Sylas and Ryze for mid can be picked on 3, can also be picked early. MF is also a really strong champion right now for both teams, with Lucian, Yuumi being down. I think MF jungle could be a good rotation, MF top lane, and then picking Sylas or mid on 3. But you can always just pick mid with the AD carry and hide as much information as you want.
I don't know what you've been seeing, but I don't think MF jungle or MF top lane actually works, Cage.
Yeah, you know what you mean? I know what I mean. MF with jungle, yeah. Medic, why you gotta do me like this, man?
There is the MF locked in. They took their time about it and now looking towards that mid lane. The Silas, a good suggestion to match up into the Twisted Fate, of course, with that Destiny follow.
Now, I wonder if you're gonna pick TF with Jace top. I think TF Jace is one of the strongest combos we've seen here at Worlds, where you can just play hard for top side, have a winning top, and get one of the strongest junglers early. Aphelios Thresh would be another good rotation, because dropping bot lane when the enemy team has MF and Lucian Yuumi are down could be pretty tough. You'd have to dig deep into your pockets. We've seen Death Draven though, so definitely no stranger to deep champion pools, but Aphelios expecting a Thresh.
Yeah, it will be really interesting to see if they want to go, you know, towards the Jace Thresh. I think makes a lot more sense here. It's such a strong pairing there. And now we have to see if it's going to be parity in the drafts through the first phase, if they want to go for some sort of an Enchanter support or something a little bit more aggressive like the Leona. I mean, Leona, I do think sets you up really well for outside of lane, but not the best generally into Thresh. It's so easy to actually play the Zenith Blade. You know, I do kind of like the 2v2 here for Defta and Vista.
I think the other option is you look towards the jungler here and then ban out junglers in the second phase, of course, but with jungle pool being so large at the moment, so many different champions you can pick from, instead the Leona will be locked in. So as you said, mid and the bottom side of the map locked in for both these teams, and PSG will move forward with banning out that Camille.
Yeah, and the last time we saw these two teams face, River, I believe he was playing Talon with TP and things like this, but I think playing Talon into TF is actually unplayable, because the second you press ult, you get spotted, you get stun carded, you're dead, especially if you're not running flash. So I'm expecting if Talon does get picked, it goes over to HLE. It would be a wasted ban by HLE to do that, but the Camille ban is spelling something like Jace or Kennen for me, depending on the next ban. If they ban Jace now, I think they're leaning towards Kennen.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense. It is a real comfort pick there for Hanabi, and you want to deny some of these champions that are really easy to play towards for Chovy on the TF. Instead, it's going to be the Olaf ban, which makes me think they want to go towards their jungle fourth, go for Xin, something like that here. You know, a lot of people have been talking about their big three, you know, being kind of like J4, Lee Sin, as well as the Xin Zhao, but there's a lot of picks if they do get banned out. If that top tier gets banned out, we've seen Poppy Jungle coming out, you know, some of these other reserve type picks that I think can be really strong.
I feel like Kennen is just such a strong champ now. Jarvan top is down, which is good into it. Jace, Camille, Graves is the last 80 top available, which I think PSG denying it from Hanwha makes a lot of sense, because when you're playing TF, you want to play for a strong top side. And it, yes, can be a flex, but I'm expecting that to go to top, depending on what Hanwha Life blind pick. Exactly. They can move that to jungle if they want to.
Yeah, definitely expecting it to be top. It's almost always been played there, but if you end up seeing a bad matchup here up on the top side, it's very easy to move it down to jungle. I do not think you're feeling super threatened by the Renekton. Of course, Renekton and TF is a strong duo there if they move up to that top side, but the reduction in the empowered stun does make it pretty easy to deal with in the 1v1.
I feel like in AP jungler, I think something like Nidalee would actually work pretty well right now. If you're playing double 80 top jungle into Graves top, that's just disaster. Even then, you could just put Graves jungle and pick a Kennen. So I feel like something like a Nidalee, a Lilia would be great here for Hanwha Life. If they pick Xin Zhao, I think they might struggle, or Viego.
It's going to be the Viego locked in, so as you say, not much AP threat on the side of Hanwha Life. Of course, Twisted Fate is magic damage, but with the Rapid Fire Cannon Everfrost build, you're not putting out all the DPS that you could be. And so now PSG have an option. Do you look towards putting this Graves in the jungle, and maybe, I'm going to say it just because there's a lot of AD on the other side, a Malphite in the top lane.
Malphite! Man, yeah, Malphite would be pretty strong here. Xin seems like the obvious one because it's still up, but I do think there's some like legitimate options there as far as going more of a tanky champ. You know, you could have even gone Poppy Jungle or something along those lines, because they are very physical damage heavy. But it is going to be the dueling power that they're kind of looking for here. You want to be able to play with your Graves 2v2 top side to be able to answer any potential ganks. You know that TF is going to be looking to go towards top, try to get Morgan ahead.
Yeah, I think just going off topic a tiny bit for a second, Poppy Jungle is like undefeated right now at Worlds. Poppy top was the only champ that was kind of losing out.
And that was also DFM, which was also winless.
Yeah, but if you're just looking at both of these comps, Sylas into TF obviously gets pushed in early, wants to take away TF ult, but on the other side, Graves will push in top. I think HLE have favorable mid and bots if they want to play towards bot side, and they have a lot of disengage, but they lack a lot of engage. HLE needs to get this Renekton ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if you just leave them isolated, if you want to try to play towards death and you're ignoring the Renekton, it's not going to be a good time for the Renekton in the 1v1 against Graves, expecting that to be pushed in. We saw Someday play this matchup, went very poorly for him as the Renekton side, so you do need to get out there, utilize the gank existence that the Renekton provides, but in doing so, you're not playing towards your win condition traditionally, which has been death for HLE.
PSG, if they win this, they have the head-to-head over Hanwha Life. They'd be 2-0 up in the day, and we could have everything wrapped up by the second game of the day if RNG take down Fnatic. Hanwha Life fighting for their lives here in groups. A loss here does not eliminate them, but would put them in a very tricky spot to get back.
Yeah, it would put PSG at 3-1 if they win this game here. And the group would be, yeah, like you said, almost decided. If Fnatic lose to RNG, that's it. So yeah, Europe is standing behind HLE for them to take this game. And we're straight. I mean,
so's Korea.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah,
they're pretty actually favoured in
yeah, that's kind of obvious as well, Medic, isn't it?
The PCS wants PSG to win, just so that you know.
Oh, okay, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. That's cool. What about Messi? Who does he want to win?
Oh, it's probably PSG.
Probably PSG.
Hoping Mbappé in the middle lane.
Fan.
Oh, is he? He's a C9 fan, is he?
Yeah.
You importing him as well? Is that?
We're trying. We're trying.
Too soon, Medic.
Is it? It's off season, you know.
Yes, it is. Let's get on to the game.
Might be better than Barcelona.
True. I mean, it can't be much worse than 8-2, can you? Barcelona. PSG, though, setting up line of scrimmage here. No real forays into the enemy side for either team.
That's a mana flow in the bank if the MF is running it. And we take those.
Very likely. He's playing Comet, so I can't imagine that he's not running it. But going to be playing more heavily there for lane with the Comet. We've seen a lot of different kind of variations. Some people going, you know, when Sven's been playing MF a lot, it's been more like PTA, you know, crit style. But we still have been seeing a lot of Comet lethality, which does really give you a bit of an edge, poke wars in lane. And we'll see if they can kind of build some sort of an advantage for themselves. If HLE is going to be playing towards top side, you know, River has the option to answer that, but they also have the option to use bot prio and try to play, you know, around there for early dragons.
And I think that's exactly what they're doing as it looks like Wither is just going to path bot because he has guaranteed push in that lane with Thresh and can get a free crab. He knows if he goes up towards top side and matches the Zin's out kind of pathing, he won't have top push. So contesting that crab becomes a little bit more complicated. And Sylas, the way he functions as the champ is he can trade his HP for the wave. He can trade his HP to get the wave pushed in if he so dearly wants to. But for now, Chovy starting E on the TF just naturally gives him level 1 pressure.
It's the power of the Kingslayer for Maple in the mid lane. Heals himself up a bunch with that W. As you say, jungler's pathing top to bot for Hanwha Life, looking to get down towards that bottom lane. River's going up towards the top side, and already Hanabi is getting a little bit of damage down onto Morgan. Deft eats the Make It Rain. Any ARAM players know the power of APMF.
It's so obnoxious, isn't it? With Comet and Scorch, and you can't even move, and it's hitting you from such a long range.
The slow is the worst part, honestly. I just can't stand the slow. I can deal with the damage and the range and everything else, but man,
can't move. It's like a stun.
Yeah.
It's the same with Cannon Barrage, right? When you're caught in the middle of Cannon Barrage, like, oh, I have to run all the way to the outside of this.
It's the worst feeling ever.
Yeah.
You're in the bank smack in the middle. And yeah, River's full cleared his bot side. Willer's done the same top side, and both junglers, I believe, were spotted out on early wards.
Yeah.
On Raptors specifically, one from PSG, one from HLE. An interesting thing to me in this draft, Azale, is Chovy on TF. What can he get done on the map?
Yeah, I mean, he's a player that's known much more for playing 4 lane, for focusing on his own farm, but this is not really how the champion functions. Generally, the champion succeeds by getting things done for his teammates, for putting them ahead.
Yep.
Because especially with the more traditional builds, with Everfrost Rapid Fire, you know, that gold is useful, but you are not going to hard carry a game generally. You know, you are relying on getting your teammates into a really good spot and having them make good on that later on.
Well, Hanwha have had relatively good early games throughout the course of Worlds so far, but building up, you know, about 1,300, 1,400 gold lead on average. PSG on the other side actually really struggling in the early game. It's been their mid-game, their team fighting that has allowed them to win these games.
Yeah, especially against RNG. That game that, yes, they did lose, but they did find some kind of comeback with the quadra kill in bot. They got Nash as well. But in the early game, they were definitely really struggling.
Yeah, the gold stats are always a little bit weird for me when it's also over 3 games, right? Because if you get trashed in 1 game, that can really affect the stats. It's like, wow, they're down 2.4k every game? Well, no, they kind of just got trashed by RNG, and that skewed those stats quite a lot.
I will say, importantly for Hanwha, we took out the playing stage games. It was just the groups there, so in their 3 games, again, very easy to be skewed. They have been able to develop a little bit of a lead. Hanabi here trading in the top lane, Smokescreen. One of the most broken abilities in the game and often overlooked, stops Morgan from being able to get any more damage down.
And the worst part about Smokescreen is you look so stupid to your teammates.
Yeah.
You know, like,
so, I can't see.
They're just like, what is this monkey doing? You don't know if you're winning the fight, you're losing the fight. Like, you're just spinning in a circle.
It's like, you know, those toddlers that put their hands over their eyes and then cry because they can't see their mom's like, just take your hands off your eyes, mate.
It's so simple.
Terrible, man. It's just the worst.
But Morgan keeps on winning these trades up on top. Looks like he's pushing Hanabi back, has the Doran shield, so has a little bit more sustain. But if he can get that Fury stacked up, I think he has kill pressure in around 8 seconds if he full commits with Flash.
Kaiwin's looking to make something happen in the mid lane as Chovy constantly pushing this wave under tower. Is amassed about a 10 CS lead, but Kaiwin will be spotted on this ward. Control ward goes down, we'll clear it out. Maple looking for a trade, and Chovy immediately backs away knowing that the PSG support is hit.
Yeah, and with Maple low on mana, you know, at worst case, he just helps him push it out. But HLE are trying to prevent this from happening. They're moving Willer as well as Vista up towards mid.
Yeah, just a lot of contests around mid, but look at the lanes. There's such a big gold lead for HLE already, right? Top is even. Both top laners have TP'd back. Bot has a good CS lead. Mid has a good CS lead. Looks like Hanwha are winning out on these lanes. We saw mid and bot have CS leads, and top was winning out on the trade, so early game's going in their favor.
Kind of what you'd expect when you looked at these two teams coming into the tournament. PSG actually a lot less bloody here at Worlds than they were in the PCS. It was one of the most active regions in the world coming into Worlds, but since then they've been a little bit more muted, and I think perhaps it's the caliber of their laning opposition that's making them struggle.
Exactly. I mean, they're so dominant in the PCS. They're undefeated in the regular season, you know, just absolutely running over teams and going up against a much higher caliber of opponent. They have to play with more respect. They don't naturally create the same advantages that they did in their regional league.
Oh, I love the control HLE has here. 3 pink wards set up in the river, and they're...
Look where Unified is, though. He's going to get to this first. The strut on the MF can do a lot of work. Willer's going in. Visted looking for the play, though, as they get the damage down. River now trying to turn it around. The lantern comes out. Death flashes forward. River taken out for first blood, and now we'll see Hanwha Life continuing to push forward. Destiny in. Kaiwing shut down. Hanwha Life bang 2.
Yeah, great patience from Hanwha Life. Unified was there in time, but Deft makes up for it by just flashing forwards and securing the first blood. Chovy cutting them off with the ultimate because he can cheat the lane by doing so. And Hanwha Life off to a great early game start here. Will get the dragon for themselves as well.
Yeah, that is huge. Getting the early kill there. Deft grabbing one as well. And Hanabi in big trouble up here on the top side.
Morgan's really winning out on these trades. He has dive pressure if he fast pushes the wave. Hanabi's just going to have to base, so Hanwha Life taking over.
Yeah, the Graves really not getting kind of expected advantage in that 1v1. That almost...
Dude, I've done that before. I've done that before. Where you take the lantern or you like jump out of the pit and you're like, wait, the dragon's not dead. And you're just watching it reset. Luckily, they get it in the end. But HLE's setup before this fight started was just fantastic.
Yeah. You know, as you said, it's really kind of all about the warding. You look at the 3 wards across the screen, you know, being able to actually have full vision on this. They're calling up Deft. They know that Chovy has 6 for the ultimate. So even though MF does actually arrive here a little bit earlier than the Aphelios, it's going to go their way.
Yeah, and PSG kind of do the right thing. They group up with their jungle support, wait for Unified to arrive, and then they walk in. But River stayed around way too long. HLE were already winning the fight because you face check, we can engage first and get damage down first. And Chovy will always be able to match Maple despite him being closer because of the ultimate.
And I think a lot of it is about vision. I don't think that they expected Deft was there. You know, they got the initial flash out of Vista, and it looked like they wanted to continue chasing forward, not realizing that the Aphelios was about to arrive. And Deft punishes them so hard on that.
It's always so difficult as well to trade into a Viego in the early game because as soon as one person goes down, it's health, it's resets, he keeps pushing forward and becomes very difficult to ever catch him out. PSG, 2,000 gold in the hole. Their early games have struggled across the course of group stage so far, and we'll see if they can bounce back from this one, or if the group's going to be a little bit more exciting than we thought. Because, of course, if PSG won this and RNG won Game 2, the group would be over, apart from seeding for first and second.
Yep, so things looking good here for Hanwha, but we'll see if Maple can get anything done. He does have the TF ultimate stolen now, and they are going to be trying to look for some sort of a play. You know, I'm honestly pretty surprised that in isolation, Hanabi is falling behind. Morgan has just played this top lane very well. You know, that's one of the areas that you expected to have pressure, that you expect to have the push. And if Renekton gets locked under his tower, it starts to get really bad because it's so easy to have a free Q bounce off the tower, you know, get the double detonation there every time he tries to step forward for farm.
Yeah, it's just funny to me that Chovy has like 90, almost 100 CS in 9 minutes. I don't know how he always does this, especially on like a champ like TF. He has used his ult. He did get a kill, but he's still
Chovy. Just don't miss the
CS. Oh, here comes the TF ult from Maple. Deft. Lanterned out. That'll be that.
The power thresh, right? It's the reason you pick it with Aphelios. Aphelios has no dashes himself.
Maple just doesn't
out. Maple's on the spot.
He just does a magic trick. And now I will disappear. And then he ults back in the lane. Surprise! I'm back.
My work here is done.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole meme there fits pretty well as a pretty good one. And yeah, as you say, Morgan in a good position in this top lane. 14 CS up. Willer's on his way up there as well. Riftheld has just been picked up by the Hanwha Life jungler, and he's not going to put it down quite yet. Haven't actually seen any plates fall for either. Oh, well, bottom lane there's been a couple, but Hanwha haven't been able to push in and get any plates as of yet.
If I'm Hanabi though, I'm sweating, knowing that Chovy has his ultimate backup. You know, Maple just used the stolen ultimate, doesn't have TP, so there is a window here for Chovy to push in, but then potentially look towards top side. You know that Willer does have the Rift Herald as well, so if they want to make a play towards top, utilizing that TF ultimate, Hanabi's going to be in big trouble, and you can tell he's pretty scared to actually move forward. He doesn't really have much vision whatsoever up in that top side. They have that one ward that was in the center of the river, but besides that, it's all Hanwha.
Yeah, climbing in river just now pairing up together to give some kind of topside vision. They are going to miss out on that ping. And there still is a Scuttle, like you said, there's so much vision topside for Hanwha to work with. And the good thing for Hanwha's comp right now is because they have such strong winning lanes, Morgan's winning out and can get the push whenever he needs to. Chovy's winning out with the push, and Deft and Vistar too. They have 3 lanes of option for Herald. Mid lane will always be the best, so I think cracking open mid and moving your side lanes to mid will be the best play, but PSG for now are stopping that by making sure they put numbers here.
PSG investing a lot of time in this bottom side river just to try and spot Chovy out on any possible roams, but you can see where Hanabi is now in the top lane, all the way back at his Krugs, realizing that he can't trade into Morgan's going to wait for that wave to push in, and as Willer shows down towards the bottom lane, I expect Hanabi to then go and catch that wave at the tower. And
you can see, Chovy just stepped back in mid lane, and every time he's off vision, Hanabi basically can't play the game, right? And there's a lot of power in playing around vision as a TF. When the opponent knows you have your ultimate up, every time you push out a wave, you can just step into a side brush with a pink. You don't have to do anything more than that. Your opponents have to respect the potential move.
Yeah, and talking about respect, Willer shows bot, they get the bot push, Morgan. Going on to Hanabi, force him under the tower. I think he has dive potential here, 1v1. He doesn't have stun up though. Chovy's moving down towards bot, so Herald will be placed. I'm not sure if they can get the full tower. There's a ping on a ward behind the Drake pit. Hanabi has TP coming up now and he's trying to bait.
Morgan's going to stop it. Morgan stops the TP possibility. Hook's going to land there onto river. Deft has the lantern to get away. Rifthold does charge in. Still 2 plates remain on that bot tier 1.
Hanabi, Morgan, sorry, just proxying top. Hanabi was trying to base the TP behind on that Drake pit ward, just under the Dragon pit to maybe look for some kind of engage with Maple TPing too, but yeah, Morgan's just proxying him and stopping his base constantly. Dragon spawning soon. HLE should just be able to push bot and take this for themselves, but we talked about the mid and bot push they had in draft, and Willer's just using it to perfection.
And in some ways, I think he actually might have done Hanabi a favor. If you're TPing bot with a Vamp Scepter as Graves, I don't know that it's going to go that well for you. The Deft has basically a full shield bow at this point, so it is rough. You want to be able to have that ability to answer these plays as a Graves. Unless you're way ahead, you've got to be so careful about where you're actually entering these plays. You TP into a hook, you're just going to die.
Yeah, and we talked about PSG's early game. They're really far behind right now, not only in gold, but they've lost all 3 neutral objectives so far. All 3 lanes have just been constantly pushing in, and the only real thing that they've done this game is try to contest vision around mid, and even that hasn't really amounted to anything.
The question then for PSG becomes, can they pull themselves out of this hole with their team fighting, with their mid-game play? Because right now, they are well and truly down in the dirt. Hanwha Life, a 3,000 gold lead. Chovy at 150 farm at 13 minutes. Morgan as well going along at 10 a minute on this Renekton. So often highlighted as a weak point for Hanwha Life. So often highlighted as perhaps the worst top laner that Korea was sending. Well, definitely the worst top laner that Korea was sending to Worlds this year. And here, he's just been able to shut down Hanabi.
Yeah, and you would think this is a losing matchup on paper because Graves can get the early push, especially given that they're in isolation. But he's doing fantastic. 20 CS up, constantly having the push, and he's always giving options to his team. Every single time the camera pans up here, it's Morgan forcing Hanabi back.
And part of it to me is it feels like because Hanabi's in this losing situation, he started actually using his spells on the wave a lot. He's spending his Q on the minions, and then anytime the Q is on cooldown, Renekton can actually slice and dice in, take a winning trade. So you kind of just secure your losing position by actually spending your mana, spending your spells on that.
And I feel bad for River, man. Hanabi, you're doing him dirty. That's the second time he took away his Krugs. Means River can never farm his top camps. But anyway, HLE are just going to keep focusing bot side. Morgan can always pull the trigger and TP first. If they get a ward behind the lane and TP in, I think they can look for a 5-man dive. Of course, PSG can match, but when you find your window of opportunity, HLE might snatch it.
Maple working his way up towards the top side here. Morgan, they know he's behind him somewhere.
Chovy can match with ult. He's level 11. He should have the range.
Chovy pushing in the wave. Morgan, Maple going forward. Morgan dodges away with a slice and dice, and it's a pretty easy escape for the Croc.
Yeah, Maple's going to lose mid wave now, and all the pings come down to bot side. Enemy mid is top side. If he makes any kind of match play here, he has to TP. And HB will soon get this tower. Plates have fallen. Chovy's going to pop the Destiny.
Bullet time coming out as well. Will play out the wave. And the Solarfly bullet time combination is still one that you have to respect. The ability to lock you up. Destiny onto the other side of the wave here. Maple pinged out, but Hanwha Life don't want to take that fight.
Yeah, smart play from Unified. Just clear out the wave. When you deny that, there's no way they can actually push forward into you. So does shut down the play from Chovy, who's just going to continue focusing on farm. And it's getting incredibly rich at this point. There's not a lot of pressure on Hanwha to do anything because they're kind of just passively winning out in all the lanes. You know, normally you would want Chovy to be a little bit more proactive, moving from lanes, playing for topside, you know, where Morgan is actually having this winning position, but it hasn't mattered whatsoever because Morgan's doing just fine on his own. You know, Deft as well as Vista are doing just fine on his own, and Willer's taking every objective.
Yeah, and they can just sit back, and like you said, taking every objective, sit back and wait for the soul, right? The next dragon's up in 2 minutes, that's around 17. If they take that, they're looking at a soul around 22, 23 minutes into the game if PSG don't start contesting things. This Herald just spawned HLE. If they take that, that's a free mid-tier one that they can take. There's a lot of guaranteed objectives for them on the map right now, and PSG aren't really finding anything.
And it's so interesting because they clearly came into this game with the plan to actually farm these early dragons, which has been very atypical in the group stage at Worlds. We've been seeing much later first dragons, you know, up around 12+ minutes in a lot of these cases, but PSG is moving, feeling like they're missing too much. Unified doesn't have his ult though.
Yeah, look at this. Morgan's bots, so HLE are just trying to buy time. As long as they disengage here, they're getting a bot tier 1. Mid's pushing in. Can they get the Herald though? Does HLE want to contest this? Morgan looking
Morgan
for TP.
has the TP, goes in with it. Rift held down to 1,500. The eye is open, but on the wrong side, and Willer steals it away. Morgan now looking for an engage possibility. They decide against it. The eye opened on the side of Hanwha. And even they got the Rifter on their side. It sucks so much for them, man.
Oh, bot tower died as well. Everything's just
now
falling apart. Herald's gone. There's the mid-tier one we talked about.
It's
Dragon's up in a minute. Oh, PSG needs to find something. Oh, no, I didn't see that. No, no. You didn't see that?
No, I didn't
see that. No.
Cool.
He cleansed it so fast he didn't even see it near him.
What is that? It's not the Captain Jack, it's the...
I mean, we can name it after Unified. We named the Tryndamere R thing after Perks, so that's the Unified.
I think Perks named that over himself.
That's true. That's true, he did. But yes, great sequence of events for Hanwha Life. You can see PSG invested time into getting the Rift Herald. They weren't able to secure it. Willer got it with the Smite, and then mid-tier 1 goes down, bot tier 1 goes down, and because of it, Hanwha Life now 4,000 gold in the lead.
And PSG are quickly running out of options. You know, they moved 5 top. They wanted to try to play for that. They are falling further and further behind. Second item completions are starting to come through. You can see Chovy already has the rapid fire down. And now as PSG are kind of in this difficult position where you feel like you have to fight for a dragon, but you're doing it from such a losing spot.
Yeah, and this game is so important to both these teams. They're basically fighting for the second place, second seed in the group itself. As we pull up the standings, RNG are 3-0, PSG and HLE just fighting for second place. Fnatic, of course, if they can beat RNG in the next game, they will join the three-way fight for that second place position. But if PSG somehow find a way back in this game, then it's all but guaranteed. So HLE needs to make sure they close this out in a clean fashion. Third dragon, this could be Cloud Soul point for Hanwha Life.
Vision control definitely in favor of Hanwha Life as the Destiny has been used. Hanami not moving, does have the TP. Only third dragon would be soul point. There's the Destiny behind them. Kaiwing stunned up. Zenith Blade goes wide. Everfrost's going to get the root there as well. Now Hanabi's going to TP in. The hook connects. Kaiwing hasn't had an opportunity to move here at all. Morgan stunned up with the solar feather, but the time comes over. And Deft and Vista are forced away. Morgan able to escape. Kaiwing has fallen. Heartbreaker coming out. There's a stun card once again as they look to take down River. Flashes onto the blast cone, but the chase is on. Morgan flashing forward as they look for the damage. And Maple pops the stopwatch, but he's going to go pop shortly after. You have to feel Willer able to jump away, but now Hanwha Life just corralling PSG exactly where they want them. The lockdown with the Gravitum, the stun card, and Deft takes the kill.
And Hanami just joined so late with the TP. If you're going to fight for that, you need the Graves there early.
Oh, they're going to chase here. Maple.
Deft still able to get away from that one. Flash forward from Unified, but it's way too little, it's way too late, and it's Hanwha Life with the ace.
Oh, that hook from Vista stopped Maple's chains connecting onto Deft. Maybe he could have taken him down. He had no summoners, but he gets interrupted and pushed back, and Hanwha Life find 5 kills.
Yeah, this is an absolute stomp at this point. PSG clearly wanted to fight for this in the new Axe Effect replay. You can see it, but I mean, by the time the TP is actually coming through, they've lost so much health. I mean, look at Kaiwing. He's already pretty much out of it completely, and Morgan getting so much AoE damage down.
Yeah, and the only person who's really playing the fight too quick is Morgan. You can see how slow HLE want to play it. Stun card, hook, roots from Aphelios, play it slow. Viego finds 1 reset, he finds 2. Morgan flashing in there to get a Q. Yeah, he's playing the fight a bit too fast. But the rest of Hanwha Life very well coordinated, chasing PSG down, splitting them up. And they just took every single member of PSG down. Only Morgan falls.
Just too easy for Hanwha Life in fights like that. Position it pretty perfectly and able to collapse onto PSG. Now 6,000 gold ahead. Cloud Soul on the horizon, 3 minutes away. Baron not even spawned yet, but definitely an option for Hanwha Life. with the amount of damage they've got out. You can see Chovy, he understands there might not be that much magic damage on the team, so he's taken it upon himself to get himself a little book of tricks. Medja is at 8 stacks so far.
Yeah, looking really good this game, Chovy. And honestly, they could go for Baron, but there's not really any need to risk it. You know, you can want to set up more for a turn if you're going to. No need to actually flip or just go for the soul. They're in full control of this game. A Baron steal would be one of the only things that could pull PSG back in.
Solarflare, Zenith Blade, Destiny follow, and Vista is caught out. Fight might continue. Deft has a good flank position. It's a 4v4 right now as the Destiny comes in from Chovy, looking for the stun cards. Moonlight Vigil into the backline as well. Unify trying to do what he can, but he doesn't have the bullet time anymore. And Kaiwing will fall alongside River. Hanwha Life able to collapse on PSG's catch.
Yeah, PSG collapsed onto Vista, but Def just mows them down with the red and white guns, doing so much damage. That could be a Baron for them as well. Hanabi no TP. Maple's forced out with no TP. No jungler alive. That's going to be a 20-minute Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they take the fight, but Hanabi can't join, right? So even though they got the initial pick, it's still just a 4v4, and you've spent your spells to get that initial kill. So Hanwha Life going to be able to take this easy Baron. Yes, Graves gets something on that bottom side, does take 2 towers for himself, but that is so much more taken on the top side.
And now we'll just see Hanwha able to use this pressure from the Baron just to push in whatever lanes they want. Do they still have TPs? I didn't see it before we got into the replay.
They do have TP on Morgan, I believe, and they will have TF ultimate soon. So yeah, Vista gets hit by the Solar Flare, has flash, does flash in the end. Doesn't have the aftershock though, so he does die pretty quickly, but the collapse from Chovy was great. Pops the Destiny and gets himself in.
Exactly, and the big thing is, you know, you have a 4v4, right? But you've already spent the Leona ult, the MF ult, you've spent Sylas ult, you've spent so many tools to actually get that initial kill on the enemy Thresh. So when Hanwha Life carries arrive, there's not really any recourse for you. You can't fight back whatsoever. So it was just the only option to try to bail out. But as soon as River is down, it's a guaranteed Baron for Hanwha Life, and it feels like this game is pretty much all wrapped up.
And we'll see if PSG can fight back in anyway, because as you say, Hanwha Life with the Baron for 2 minutes. Morgan with the TP can just split off towards this bottom side. Looks like Chovy working his way around from the blue buff, and it's going to be a 2-3 split. Chovy, Deft, and Vista in the mid lane. Willa acting as a, you know, bouncing between the 2 lanes, and Morgan down towards this bottom side. So Willa able to react if anyone does collapse on that Renekton.
Yeah, 2 tier 2s are up, and they should be pretty free once they just keep chipping them down with the waves. 40 seconds on Dragon as well, so Hanwha Life, even after these tier 2s, can just B-roll towards the Dragon. Take that, get the soul. Can PSG really contest? They have no vision whatsoever around it apart from the Scum Trap. So yeah, PSG backs against the wall.
It's the sort of moment where you'd say, well, you just got to pull the trigger. You got to do something, PSG. You know, Solar Flare, Bullet Time is a great combination, but I don't even think that would be enough damage to get through Hanwha Life right now. The wallet size just a little bit too gargantuan for the LCK representatives.
And Vista has itemized to answer it, right? He went for the Mikhail's Bell here. He knows the only real chance of actually falling in this game is those picks. So if the Solar Flare catches someone, if Deft has Cleanse and he has the Mikhail's on top of that.
And the Shield Bow.
Yeah.
He's pretty much unkillable. Mid-tier 2's down. They've swapped it up from going 4-1 to 1-4 now because their tower hitters are in the 4-man river.
There's the engage, there's the bullet time. They're looking for Deft, who gets out with the Lantern. You can see what PSG wanted to do, but Hanwha are not having any of it. They chase PSG away back underneath the tower. All of Hanwha survive, and Hanabi pays for it with his life.
Yeah, nice try by River. Nice try, gets the Q3, gets the knockup. Deft had flash in around 5 to 10 seconds, so there was a tiny window. But the Lantern takes him out, the Shield Bow keeps him up. That's a bot tier 2, and that'll be a Dragon Soul.
Yeah, it's a low percentage play, but you have to go for those when you are this far down. You can't allow them to just chip away at everything. But the lead extending even further. Cloud Soul move speed just makes it even more difficult to actually find those picks and to deal with these teams that are playing sides. And honestly, the Cloud Soul proc for Renekton is one of the best in the game, being able to look for those flanking positions and take it. Here it is one more time, Deft stepping forward, but this is already in the perfect position. The Lantern is there waiting for him. Cleanse, Lantern, double ward on the Lantern to try to stop it, but Deft gets the book anyway.
Yeah, you can see at the bottom of his screen, his flash is coming up in a couple seconds. The Q3 knockup was good from River. They only lose 1 in the end, but they lost so much more in objectives. And this win for HLE, which you expect to come through, is going to shake up this group dramatically.
It really is. Opens up the possibility of, you know, obviously tiebreakers later on, but if PSG had won this, it would have been all done but the singing for Hanwha. Now they'd have that equal head-to-head with PSG.
Yep.
And it means that the rest of the games today become even spicier.
Absolutely, because now there's so many different opportunities for potential tiebreakers, for different teams to get out. You'd have 2 teams sitting at 2 wins. Fnatic could potentially catch up. You could even have 3-way ties. Madness is possible.
Tywin locked down here. The solar flare did go wide. Def coming in. Hanabi trying to put the damage down as well as Morgan's down to half HP. Another gold card locked in by Chovy. Hanwha Life were looking for a pick onto the support. Couldn't find it, but they do get the solar flare out for it. Unified's still here. Oh, it's now running towards the mid lane to clear out the wave. And it looks like PSG will give up their last remaining tier 2, although they're going to fight for it for a second. End of the line comes out, clears out the wave. The tower still stands for the time being.
Should be free pick'ems this objective. I think the problem is HLE got Baron at 20 minutes. Well, not a problem, but the only real problem of getting Baron at 20 minutes is you
problem
can't...
is I'm just so rich.
Yeah,
and my pockets are really heavy.
Oh.
And the pants, you know, it's
my
just
wallet keeps breaking us there.
I know, I hate it. I have too many cars. They don't fit in my garage.
So annoying.
Oh, it's the worst game
yeah, you guys are too good. Yeah, you guys are too good. No, but you can't siege tier 3s with a 20-minute Baron. It's impossible. Even with the biggest wallet in the world, it's really hard to siege tier 3s. That's why you throw games.
And yes, they haven't been able to crack the tier 3s, as you say, Kedru. It was a valid analytical point, but we used it to mock and berate you. So I hope that's okay with you.
I'm used to it, don't worry. I'm used to it. I'm like a punching bag. I can take it. Malzahar, playoff.
You have the Malzahar thing as your own sub-sound. I don't think you can like accuse anyone of mocking you.
See, here's the thing: you laugh or you cry. You know, it's one or the other.
As an NA fan, I'm sure you're used to that.
Mostly crying, but lots of crying.
I think as an EU fan, we might be used to that soon.
I need some tips.
You might need to get used to this.
I need some tips, mate. Anyway. Back to two regions that we haven't mentioned for a little while, LCK and
look at that
PCS.
gold leads, clean 10k. Oh no, ruined, man. 200 gold, 300 gold for PSG. Never mind, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, because we have a little bit of a joke. It's Hanwha Life are in such a commanding position of this game. PSG, they've tried to make the play a couple of times. It just doesn't work when you're playing into Mikaels, when you're playing into flashes, when you're playing into cleanses. It's so difficult to lock anyone down.
And I mean, you can see that HLE are just checking all the boxes. How could you possibly lose the game? Okay, well, maybe a pick. So you've got the Mikaels. Now you have 3 stopwatches sitting there. You've got Shield Bow. They're just making sure that there's no possible way PSG could come back through their itemization, through their positioning, through the denial of vision, setting up around these objectives. They're playing a very clean game.
They definitely are. This Baron is up. They should be able to melt straight through it with the items that the Aphelios has. And as a jungle main myself, if you're playing Xin Zhao into a Renekton with plated steel caps, Bramble Vest, and your top lane's AD damage as well, that guy is absolutely unkillable. Chovy has the stopwatch and flash up and has rapid fire to play from range, and Deft, like we said, has Mikael's cleanse. So there's really no one PSG can dive onto.
Hanwha Life going to set up vision control in this red side jungle. There is a ward on their blue from PSG. River, though, going to get stunned up, and Hanwha Life just going to chunk out the jungler. Maybe now we'll want to turn back towards that Baron. You saw a couple of pings coming down onto it. Maple does have a TP ward control on the blue buff, and perhaps a possibility of a flank.
And I think at the very least, you just start it up and try to force Maple to TP. And then if Maple TPs, you can evaluate from there. Do you turn? Do you finish? But they want to get that out for sure. The River didn't get a chance to base because they went right to it. He's still so low.
Yeah, and he's on vision as well. So as long as Chovy keeps marking him and pushing him back, they should be able to finish the Nash. But River looks like he is in range.
Solar Flare already used. River's so low. Just so much damage coming out from Crescendo because Guard being used as well. They're looking for Morgan. At least they can find a single pick with the Baron taken already by Hanwha Life. And now they turn back towards Maple. They know he's somewhere in the vicinity. Oracle's popped. Willa on the chase, and Maple should just be able to get over that wall.
Yeah, I think HLE can just back off now and look for the siege. But one thing that I am noticing from HLE is they're very reserved when it comes to getting these objectives. Around the Herald, when Willer stole it away, there was 5 people just stacked up from PSG, and they could have slow chased him down and maybe got some sums. But no, we got the objective, let's back off. Same kind of thing just happened with this Baron. Maple pretty much just hunt him down and find him. You can turn on the 4-man around the red buff entrance, but instead they got the objective, let's back off, let's all base, and let's get the setup.
Yeah, they're playing very risk averse for sure, right? It feels like they're trying to make sure that there's no possible way you could ever lose. Get the Baron, reset, push out the waves, prepare for Elder, and I think they are looking for the double super buffs here to try to end the game.
And I think that makes the most sense in this situation. You lose this, you're out of contention for that, well, possibly out of contention, assuming RNG beat Fnatic for a spot in the quarterfinals. So making sure you have crossed your T's and dotted your I's makes the most sense. With the Elder Drake up in 45 seconds, they're going to push through mid and push through this bottom lane. Still, the inhibitor towers remain. We are still under 30 minutes through this game, and so
for a pick.
PSG, as you say, looking for the pick. River backs away. The Zenith blade short. Everfrost misses as well. The Solar Flare will connect, and they're going to try and kill off Morgan before the stopwatch comes in. But the stopwatch has been used, and TP's now coming in from PSG. And immediately Unified is dead, and Morgan, he's just too damn tanky, man. Gore drink the Sterak stopwatch. Give him all the ability to survive. Morgan almost back to full HP as well, because why not? Why shouldn't he be able to do that? The ace comes in for Hanwha Life, and now with Baron up for the minute and a half, and with 30-second death timers, they should be able to close this one out.
It's a clean game there for Hanwha Life. 15-2, absolutely stomped PSG to start this day off and even up the head-to-head.
A demolition, a shellacking, a barnstormer. Hanwha Life just totally destroy PSG and are looking to lock their spot in the quarterfinals today.
Woo, PSG need a mental reset after that one. When you're playing those kind of games and your options just get slimmer and slimmer and slimmer, it becomes so sad to play the game. And in the end, yeah, you have to look for a pick over side, maybe kill off Morgan and then try to contest the Elder 5v4. But yeah, he's just too tanky. He's too tanky.
Yeah, I mean, he went a pretty defensive build there. He had the stopwatch to buy time. Everyone comes through. And if you don't insta-kill the Renekton, there's no shot that was going to work. But PSG were out of options, out of time. Hanwha take a very one-sided game.
And last time we saw PSG, it was a week early game into strong team fighting. Here, they just never had the option to have a strong team fight because Hanwha Life was so far ahead for the entirety of the game. Even when PSG found an engage, they couldn't get the damage down. Hanwha Life with a very strong showing in game one here, and you have to think they are looking like the favorites to come out as second seed in this group now.
Yeah, definitely. Their early games look a lot stronger than PSG's, I have to say. And once these teams get a lead, they're so risk-averse that it's hard for them to kind of throw it back into. You know, you see a lot of other teams when they get leads, they take fights they shouldn't do, but HLE just did it very clean this time around.
And they did. We'll look closer at our opening game in a few minutes as Hanwha Life just secured a massive win in the race for quarterfinals.
I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Would you ride with me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big mean vibe on the way, look.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it was pure domination out of HLE here in game number 1. And I, for one, am happy about that because it makes this group all that much more interesting for the rest of the day.
Drakus. Yeah, what can we say? Morgan never doubted him, not for a second. I have to eat my words. He played very well.
He did.
We'll talk about it more as we go on, but I have to eat my words.
Yeah, two teams now sitting at 2-2 makes for an interesting rest of the day. But Raz, let's talk about how they got there. I mean, for me, interestingly enough, it was the first pick TF. This is a champion that is quickly rising in priority across all teams and all groups here, and it was Chovy who decided to go for it.
Yeah, Chovy just said, to hell with it. he saw Crime thriving on this pick throughout the first week, and he picked it up himself and made good work of it. And I really enjoy it because not only during the show we talked about how it helps side lanes, but I think in this case it really helped Willer and working with your jungler so the 2v2 is much easier.
Yeah, I think overall, like I completely agree, and I think I was sweating initially because while the TF, I think overall is probably the most powerful mid lane pick next to the LeBlanc.
Yeah.
I was nervous because, again, when you look at a very surface level with this team, it's Chovy or bust, and TF cannot carry a damage burden for a team. So someone else on HLE had to step up.
Yes.
And then, wildly enough, everybody on this team stepped up. It was a crazy one-sided game, and I was even more concerned because when we came into the draft phase, you've got Graves top who gets armor for free, you know, super strong top side 2v2 if he gets ahead and he's expected to win it. But as we can see, top lane, it's even right now. We're not getting this big Hanabi lead. And so when it comes down to these skirmishes, that strong point isn't there. And finally, when PSG feel like they're ready to go for something, HLE do such a fantastic job of turning. Again, huge shout out to Deft. This man's Aphelios gets me going. That combo,
love it.
That combo, when you switch to those two guns, does so much burst damage, and it catches so many players off guard. Love to see it.
Great target focus the moment they saw that they were able to get a chip on towards River there. So I think it was just a great focus overall, sitting in the bush, recognizing that they're going to pass at some point.
Now, it's one thing when Chovy is dumpstering the Mercedes-Benz feature matchup in the way that he does, as you can see there, plus 1.7K gold at 15. But the entire map, to your point, Dracos, was going the way of HLE. The Renekton versus the Graves winning the top side. Willer in the jungle building a CS lead. Chovy on the TF, while still finding a way to get involved in that first fight and picking up a kill and assist, still builds 23 at 10. I mean, just astronomical leads.
Absolutely. And again, I want to focus in on the top side.
Yeah.
Because I was critical, but what we saw here, you expect the Graves to win in priority, and he did in the first few levels. Once Renekton hit level 6, Morgan started taking over that lane. And you cannot allow that to happen, because yes, Renekton is nerfed. He's a shadow of his former self by all means. But once he gets ahead like that, big threat to the backline. So hard to play team fights. And even if we had gotten to a more even game state, all he has to do late game, and Renekton, you know, scaling whatever is crap, as long as he sits on top of Deft, what is Maple going to do? I mean, he's just going to leap into a Renekton face first? What's the Zynga? Leap into a, what's Hanabi? Like,
gameplay for Renekton late game exists.
Exist in front of your AD carry.
On
That's
top
all
of.
it takes. On top of, preferably. Make it hard to click them.
Yes. And so this is actually the perfect fight for it because Morgan came in and just bought for time. That was a good call for PSG to just double down on him, but the moment he popped ulti there, it just bought a lot of time for HLE, especially Deft and Vista. Okay, you know, ultimate came through from Unified. Now we can join the fight. They already had a pretty large lead up until this point, but he solidified it.
Absolutely. And I think the big struggle here is that once you split like this at the end of the fight, you're dooming yourself to lose even more because maybe you can turn there and try to force the 3v3. The Thresh is still coming around. There's a Lantern. But the second you split, that's a Twisted Fate. He's coming in with the TP. You're chasing these kills down. You've already got a Thresh in position to set up the Lantern to bring Deft back in. And it's desperation here. But this is the other problem, is that Maple was the guy that we expected to have agency. He can take away the TF ult. He can get something done. But the second you fall behind, to get to Deft, you have to go through his cleanse. You have to go through the Flay. You have to go through so much just to hit the one member you need to hit in a team fight.
And this is something that me and Dash were pretty used to this when it comes to the compositions around Twisted Fate and the jungler there in Viego. Because the playstyle around that is just play for a pick. If you can get a pick, you can get a reset off Viego. Viego can go really wild. So it's in those team fights. And so even with the heavy nerfs that he received coming into this event, he is still an insanely strong team fighter. And as long as you can find that, that's why I think the combination with him and Twisted Fate is super important, because if you just target allocate in one member, and a lot of times in this case it was River, then yeah, your team fight's as good as one.
And I was concerned when there wasn't as many champions that brought immediate upfront burst damage to pair with the Viego. Because that reset is really, I think, what you're always fishing for.
Yeah.
But Hanwha got that lead, and that made an already strong pick in the Viego from what we've seen in this tournament so much stronger, so incredibly oppressive. And really, credit to Hanwha. It was risky if they had fallen behind early. If Hanabi had dominated top, it all could have fallen apart.
Yes.
But they made it work.
The most exciting possible start to kick off the day. After the break, we'll hear from Fnatic's coach, Yamato Cannon, as the EU second seed are looking for a comeback in Group C. We'll see you here soon.
I feel the pull of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side. The devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, oh. An evil that was deep within. He will meet you in your darkest dreams. Don't cry for help, no one can hear your screams. He's on my side. The devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, oh. An evil that was deep within, deep within.
Welcome back to Iceland Worlds 2021. The second round robin starts today for Fnatic, and Yamato, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your games for this interview. I think we all saw the video from Fnatic yesterday, but we could only feel a glimpse of what you guys have been going through for the past weeks. So tell me how it affected the team's morale, but especially how you managed to help the team going through this.
I think the most difficult part was just the fact that everything changed within 12 hours. And within those 12 hours, we had to also get 8 hours of sleep. So it's just so tricky to know what kind of adjustments we needed to make, because we didn't play with Bean. We didn't know exactly, how this would interact with the dynamic. And with time, we've had a chance to process it. We've had a chance to, focus on what we need to focus on. So coming into this day, we feel so much better.
I can imagine, and that's nice to hear also. But you were talking about the dynamic, and it's important, I feel, because we know that Upset played a huge role in Fnatic's play style throughout the year. And all credit to Bean. Honestly, he's been fantastic, especially given the circumstances. But tell me about the playstyle and the drafts and the adaptation that you had to do, especially on such short notice.
No, Bean is of course a different player to Upset, but he also, you know, as a player and in general, when it comes to Fnatic Rising, Bean was telling me that they took a lot of inspiration from our team, and a lot of the things that we were doing were things that they tried to replicate because they were just watching our scrims and they were trying to, you know, look up to someone and to learn from someone. So Bean has been an absolute machine. You know, I'm very happy and blessed that we had Bean on call because he was ready to go and he's been dealing with the situation super well.
He's a fantastic player and he's also surrounded by a fantastic team and a great coach, Yamato. And I mean, we also, again, in the video, the speeches you give to the team and how you manage to help them. So tell me about your role in this. And how does it compare to maybe the previous experiences you had as a coach in difficult circumstances like this?
It's tricky because the way I like to coach is always, you know, the commitment, the idea of family and how, you know, everything that we do throughout the entire year is to learn to rely on one another and to build deeper bonds. So to remove a player from that aspect has been very difficult to deal with, but in every challenge comes great possibility. In every challenge comes great experience. And I feel like already in this month's time that I've learned so much. I will use it now and I'll use it for the rest of my life. And I know the same thing for my players. So all in all, you know, everything happens for a reason in the end.
Yeah, and we'll see how things come out today. But you said it on Twitter, it's a beautiful day. Yes. So more on the hopes and expectations for Fnatic for today's games.
I feel good. I feel good. I told the boys, you know, one game at a time. You know, this is an event where a lot of crazy things have happened. And, you know, this idea of odds is so silly because the odds that we two are standing here in this location in Iceland, everything that went down with everything changing and so forth, you know, there's so many different parallel universes that can just play out. So I'm not a man who cares too much about odds. I just go into the day and do our absolute best. And that's the only thing I can ask for. I feel good about it. I feel good about the preparation. I feel good about the vibe. People had this beautiful idea yesterday that we're just gonna, after scrims, we were just playing ARAMs and we were just enjoying ARAMs and it was a good vibe, you know, so we're feeling fantastic coming into today, so I'm very excited.
Well, we're also excited for Fnatic. Yamato, thank you so much for this interview. Best of luck on today's games. And casters, back to you.
Thank you very much, Law. Always feels good to hear from Yamato before a week 2. Remember the days when he was back on Vitality when they challenged, gave that impassioned speech about play your game. All of Europe was
Battle Cruiser operational.
Okay. I mean, that's less inspirational.
That was his speech. In the voice, it's so good. I love Yamato. But I just think he has so much belief in the team. Even like the behind-the-scenes videos, like miracles can happen, and dude, I'm feeling it. Are you feeling it?
No. Are you feeling it as well?
I'm feeling it a little bit. I mean, honestly, after the C9 run, after EDG losing to 100 Thieves, I think it's possible. I think, especially with the start of the day, the opportunities are there for either crazy 3-way tie at 2 wins, for them to run the table and actually get out with 3 wins. I think they can make it happen. We'll have to see. Obviously, the chances are tough when you're coming into week 2, 0-3, when you've had to make subs. There's difficult circumstances, but Fnatic can play aggressive if they can play confident, as we saw them play. In the LEC. They got a shot.
My man Azale's had his hopium dose today, man. I have. You haven't. I'll hook you up after the game.
I'm not allowed to get high on my own supply. So
I see.
Out here writing prescriptions. Obviously, on the other side, though, today we have RNG, Royal Never Give Up, currently 3-0, looking to go 6-0 in this group. A team that came out of MSI as seen as the best team in the world, obviously beating Damwon Kiri in the finals there, and then didn't have the strongest of summer splits, but even though they fell out to LNG in the playoffs, I think a lot of people still look at them as a top team, if not the top team from the LPL.
Yeah, because their series against LNG, they were winning the games and they threw them, right? And then they got knocked out and that was it. That was it. Playoffs done. Bye-bye RNG. And then we saw them in the regionals, just came in 3-0 WE and they got straight through, right? So I think there is still a lot more to be not desired from RNG, but when you look at it on paper, they don't look as strong as other teams. But I still believe that RNG are the team that will contest to win Worlds alongside Damwon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's interesting because coming in, everyone is looking at all 3, the top LPL teams as world contenders, as title contenders. FPX out in last in their group. EDG, not looking, I think, as dominant. Definitely, it's fair to say they got beat down by SKT. They lost to 100 Thieves yesterday as well. So now RNG is kind of like the hope of the LPL. So I think
think as much as, you know, Fnatic fans and LEC fans are really looking at Fnatic to have a great day, the LPL fans are craving a real contender here, are craving someone to dominate a group.
And if RNG look weak, then is it just Damwon all along? We don't know. We have to wait and see. But the important thing about this game is if Fnatic do lose, they're not out.
No.
Because Hammerlife beat PSG last game, if RNG win their games against Hammerlife and PSG respectively, then Fnatic has to win their 2 games, and then it's a 3-way tie.
In essence, we can get a Group A situation all over again. Everyone at 2-4, one team at 6-0. And obviously RNG would have to do Fnatic a favor in that situation to beat the other 2 teams out. But we'll see if they can do it. We do have a short delay on the stage as we're just waiting to get on into the game. That's what it's called. Historically, though, if you look back at the times these teams have played before, it doesn't really sit in Fnatic's favor. It's 10-2 in favor of RNG. If you include...
So you're telling me there's a chance?
I mean, there's... Yeah. It's like 16% at 10-2.
NA 2-8 in tiebreakers. Won that one.
True, and also TL beat Mad with a 15% vote.
Yeah,
and we have 16%. That's 1% more, and the 1% could be a big difference.
But Yamato told us, don't look at the odds, don't look at the numbers. In any parallel universe, Fnatic could already have won
this. That was like a very ethereal answer. You know?
I mean, I'll be honest, it was a little odd because I'm like, yeah, but in a parallel universe, we could be playing Dota. This could be the new World Championships. It could be Hades speedrunning. They're completing for $1 million.
True. Then Yamato would be commentating you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bro, off the scales. Off the scales.
But as we do go through this this short delay before we get on into the game, let's have a look back at the last time these 2 teams met, because it was a very bloody affair between the 2 of them. Early on, we saw level 1 action that RNG were able to match, and then this fight happened in the topside river.
The thing was, Whippo was level 1 and he didn't have any jungle to go to.
This one as well.
Yeah,
crying,
like,
roaming at level 2.
This is just so Fnatic-esque in a way, where it's like Whippo just runs straight, chases the enemy jungler down, and just level 1 fights him despite being down level and not having any buffs. Bot lane, this play, I believe, was it this one? I think it was. It went in favor of Fnatic. Bean actually playing this fight fantastically well. One of the best fights he had in the tournament so far. And there was signs of hope for Fnatic, because once they won this fight, I think the game was in an even state because Bean was able to get out, levels up, and stunned Gala. But Fnatic just kept throwing themselves at RNG non-stop in this game.
Yeah, they were just fighting constantly. I've got to say, I've been really impressed with how Bean has been playing at the World Championship. For a player who has never even stepped foot on the LEC stage, never played a single LEC game, to be thrust into this group at Worlds last minute, I expected him to get blasted every single game. And he has been very competitive. Yes, he has not been upset. Those are big shoes to fill. But I think he has played well.
I think that's the thing, right? You can never really expect him to be the world-class AD carry that Upset has been this year for Fnatic. But he's doing a good job, and maybe Fnatic, with a little bit more time, have found a way that they can work him into their strategies a little more. Because, as Yamato said, they had 12 hours, 8 of which they spent sleeping, to work out how to incorporate Bean into this team.
Yeah, the dynamic just changes. Just speaking from my experience, when a player gets subbed in and out like this, you don't really know, because Fnatic was the team where Bwipo and Hilly, you'd have bot push, they'd pair up in the enemy's bot side jungle, they'd push you out, and Upset would get a lead, and he would dictate the game, not only in the game itself, but vocally. He would say what he wants and what he needs. When you slot him out, a lot of the leadership kind of falls apart in who's ahead, because the player who's ahead dictates the game. And now you might have to question, do we play topside now? And then you've never played topside the whole year as much, and things start to get complicated.
And I always felt like Upset was kind of the no guy, where you have all these crazy people on the team who want to go in and fight, who want to dive, who want to be bloody, and he was the more controlled player. And I think, you know, that is so tough for a rookie player to actually step into and try to be that voice and try to lead the team in the same way. It just doesn't really happen.
And we're straight into draft right now, and RNG's 2 of their bans are quite interesting. Graves and Olaf, double flexes for Fnatic for top jungle, taken off the board. Yumi banned away. Now that leaves questions of Lee Sin being up and available for teams, MF as well.
Irelia as well. Got all the way through the ban so far, and Xiaoru's having a stormer of a tournament so far. Wouldn't have been surprised if that was picked, but instead, RNG decide to prioritize Lee Sin for Wei.
I wonder what jungler Bwipo is going to match into this. We could go see the Xin Zhao with Graves and Olaf being down. We could also see things like the Trundle, which he had a lot of success in the playoffs itself. But for now, we'll see. MF is still open. Maybe they want to opt into that, Fnatic.
I think MF makes a lot of sense here. You know, get something that Bean has looked relatively comfortable on. It's a very powerful bot lane champ.
And there we go. We'll be locked in for Bean. As you say, he looked pretty comfortable on it the first time he played it.
Yeah, now the option is, do you match jungle here and pick Xin Zhao or Trundle or something like this? Do you opt into things like the Rise LeBlanc to take away LeBlanc Lee Sin from RNG? Or do you go for Leona and just get the strongest bot lane you can get? Yes, you're going to get pinched and go into things like the Braum, but I think the scary thing about taking LeBlanc is Cryan will go for Lissandra.
Exactly, and I just feel like when you're playing red side, it's better to get more information for your solos. You can sometimes get the double counter pick here where you can have third pick, as one solo lane, then your fifth pick as the other, if they are going to actually reveal that. With Aphelios coming out, there is the possibility of Thresh, but Cryan could actually go for LeBlanc as well. It's one of his champions that he's very comfortable on. And it'll be interesting to see if Nisqy wants to do the other side of that and throw down potentially that Lissandra that you were talking about.
Does he want to go for Lissandra is my biggest question, or does he want to go for Ryze instead, which he just goes ahead and locks in? So matching LeBlanc into Ryze. The problem is we saw this kind of similar thing in the C9 Rogue game where you're playing Ryze into LeBlanc Lee Sin. The amount of agency they have versus how much you have is very, detrimental to the comp itself, because the whole team has to make sure Ryze is safe. So a lot of the time the jungle support spend is to make sure that the Ryze can actually push out and is not vulnerable to gank. So RNG have more options right now in the early game. We'll see what jungler, what top laner Fnatic go for it, see if they want to play a strong top side.
I do think by going LeBlanc though, you kind of have limited the power a little bit of Gala on this Aphelios. The easy ban there on Thresh. Tom Kench isn't really that defensive support anymore, and those were the kind of the two that really enabled Aphelios best. So with Fnatic's playstyle, they love to play aggressive, they love to dive, and I do think that Gala is going to be susceptible to that.
There's the Aurelia ban. And I feel like Fnatic needs some kind of point-and-click lockdown CC, similar to the C9 Rogue game I'll bring it up the last time here. Exactly, because when LeBlanc, Lee Sin, dash in, if you have nothing that can actually just stop them in their tracks, then it becomes complicated to actually find ways to push them out of vision control, right? So things like Nautilus, the second LeBlanc dashes in, point-and-click CC, job done. But the thing is, Braum is up, right? You don't want to fall into that trap of having a losing bot lane.
I do wonder if RNG will want to go towards the Braum pick just to protect Gala a little bit on this Aphelios. Set banned away as well. We've seen Aurelia and the set removed in the second rotation.
Works really well against MF as well, so I do think that Braum could make a lot of sense, but you are very low on engage if you go that route. On the RNG side, can be kind of difficult to actually, pick your battles. You end up being more, playing with tempo, trying to be first to the objectives, allowing Fnatic to fight into you.
What will Xiaohu pick into this Jace here? Are we going to see...
Oh, Gragas with Comet, maybe.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a Gragas top, which is more of a safer pick. Obviously, we've seen Wukong coming out.
I will say, though, in the LPL, AP Gragas had been relatively popular, and it was kind of shockingly bad most of the time.
Yeah, tell me about it. I saw Nuggery's Gragas top against Damwon.
Well, especially if you're playing weak side and you're going AP, you're just going to get slammed. So there is a possibility to really punish that. AP Gragas with Comet can be very strong, if you're playing towards it, but if it is getting attacked, it's so squishy. Rel makes a lot of sense. Now they have very powerful engage here. Rel plus Gragas as the engage. Lee Sin more acting as the follow-up there. And I think it's going to be a lot about playing through mid here, securing Gala his farm and moving around the map.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a Braum for the lane phase. The problem is, where's your lockdown CC really? RNG have so many options and so many dashes to go in and out and find engagement if they want, whereas it feels like, there it is! There's the Nautilus we were talking about. This is what they need to stop this LeBlanc from being able to dash in non-stop.
I think this is much smarter. I think if you go Braum here, you really are just depending on winning early and playing sides, because you have no ability to find picks. With Hylissang on this, sets up well also for MF Ultimates, to be able to lock down some of these champions, make it risky if they are diving in. They can also play heavily through sides. The ability to roam. Whippo and Hylissang so well known for playing together as this duo, moving around the map, and that's something that I think they can be quite effective at with the Nautilus MVA.
Yeah, so RNG, if you're looking at their comp, early game is all in the mid jungle, and that's where they're going to focus. Nisqy is going to be their target. You'd expect Ming getting out of lane and 3-manning mid constantly to push Nisqy back to unlock the LeBlanc to go to side lanes. Fnatic want to stop that. Their jungle support will have to match, push them out themselves, and make sure this Ryze has an easy way into the mid game, while also making sure Jace has the top push.
And something that Adam has been really good at is actually his moves towards mid lane when he does have the push. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get an advantage there, if he can be that X factor for Fnatic, if you have those 3v3s going on mid. If Jace shows up, it can shake things up.
It's a little bit of a change from what we saw from Fnatic in the LEC, which was Adam would TP to bot lane at level 4. Now he's decided, well, I'm not going to go to bot lane to set up upset. Instead, I'll go towards mid lane. Yeah, just all over the map whenever he could be. We do have a pause getting into the game. Xiaohu just needs to change out his mouse, so we'll be into the game as soon as all of that is rectified.
Just speaking about the playstyle from Adam, a classic Adam play would be like, push the first 2 top waves, run mid, gank the enemy mid. We saw it in the Hanwha Life game as well on set. Gank mid, get a kill or get a flash, run back top, catch the wave, base TP bot. That was basically what Adam did a lot of the time.
I will say it's harder to do that playstyle as Jace because you kind of have to secure your farm, and playing from a disadvantage, it's harder to play out the game if you're not ahead individually.
And something I've noticed watching LPL versus EU teams with Jace specifically is EU teams will try to play for Jace top early. If it doesn't work out and like Odoamne dies on the Jace or whoever it is as the EU top dies on the Jace, they'll just resort to playing bot side a lot of the time instead of bailing the Jace out. Whereas RNG, if their Jace falls behind or gets killed in the lane or loses his flash and the wave is crashing under his tower, when that wave bounces, they're 5-man diving top and that Jace is getting ahead. And that's something we need to look out for Fnatic.
I mean, RNG go top. That is what they do. They play through Xiaohu. He has a very interesting champion pool, can play all kinds of stuff. It is going to be the AP Gragas, at very least the splash of AP with the Comet. You're assuming it's going to be, Everfrost. Sometimes people go Everfrost tank. Sometimes it is just pure glass cannon. And this is something that can be difficult to deal with, if you fall behind whatsoever as the Jace, because the gank assist there for Gragas, pairing up with that Lee Sin, very powerful.
Yeah, and just to mention it again, if Fnatic win this game, their hopes of getting out of this group are so high, because then it's almost like in their hands, if they go 3-0, they're out, expecting RNG to beat PSG and Hanwha Life themselves. If they lose the game, though, they are not out of the group. It's still in their hands, and obviously RNG has to win their 2 remaining games as well. But seeing as PSG and Hanwha Life are tied at 2 wins, Fnatic winning this would put them 1 step closer to being in that 3-way tie.
I mean, also, Fnatic winning this means that we could get all the way to a 4-way tie. Everyone at 3-3, the dream. Well, does in Europe this year.
A 4-way tie would be pretty nuts.
Yeah, 3-3, 3-3, 3-3 across the board.
7-7.
I mean, LPL teams have been collapsing a little bit here in week 2 so far. Maybe RNG wanted to join the party.
Thought you weren't getting high on your own supply there, Medic.
Is it hope
like Fnatic can get out first? I see the angle. It's all coming together.
He got you.
It's like, in how many possibilities did you look at? 14 million. In which possibility did you get through? 1.
Exposed in 4K right there, Medic. Making your own supply. And we saw actually Adam there walked into the top side, put a ward on the blue buff so he knows where Wei is starting. They also have a ward on Raptors. Look how many wards Fnatic have put down. Level 1 entrance on both sides of the Raptors and the enemy blue buff, so they should have information on Wei as to where he's pathing, but Bwipo was obviously spotted out on his red.
Yeah. And for the moment, no real trading happening apart from in the top lane as Adam eats a chunk of health from Xiaohu. And last time these 2 teams met, it was very much top focus. Xiaohu generally is the focus for RNG.
Yeah, he's been getting hit by pretty much every one of those Qs. And it does look like Xiaohu's also playing Scorch, so playing very heavily for this lane. And Adam has to be somewhat careful.
Oh, really? Gets the hook. Full swing back, but the only thing that I'm kind of worried about for Fnatic specifically right now is Bwipo did a full clear top side and he's moving bot side. When you have a Jace top, yes, he will be guaranteed a crab, but this Jace actually has no vision whatsoever, and Wei is already running top. Adam won't expect this early gank, and I don't think he's crashed top wave.
Exactly, Xiaohu is contesting the wave. That's what I was going to say. He's trying to fight aggressively into this wave to keep Adam there. Adam's trying to reset. Yeah, you are dead to rights.
No way for Adam to get out of this one, and first blood goes over to RNG once again. RNG play through Xiaohu.
And that is one of those situations where if you overpush as the Jace, you are then fully committed to bouncing the wave. And because he was losing out on these trades, he couldn't actually afford to go into Xiaohu, reset that wave, just kind of overplayed his hand with Bwipo clearing top to bot. They knew that Wei was clearing bot to top, so he either had to do a slower push or allow it to come to him. Or wait for some assistance, but a misplay there from Adam, and he's going to be punished heavily.
And I feel like Bwipo, I mean, the whole team of Fnatic should have known Bwipo's pathing bot there. Wei just does 3 quick camps into a gank. Bwipo could have matched after Raptors by running top and covering Adam on the push out, but he wastes a lot of time and would have to base in the end. So he does get his full clear off, and he is ahead in clear of Wei. But that Jace dying earlier on, now we talked about it before the game started. Are they going to play top side eventually, or are they just going to leave Adam out to dry on this Jace?
I mean, all you have to do is look at the numbers for RNG to know that they're going to play on the top side. Jungle proximity of 24.3% for Xiaohu. 10 percentage points lower is Adam. That means Wei spends a full minute and 14 seconds more around Xiaohu in the first 15 minutes of the game than Bwipo spends around Adam.
Yeah, I mean, top lane stats obviously very different. Gold at 15, 17th, so he's below the sub as well. Dead last as far as out of the laning phase. It's gone there for Adam, and they're wrapping around here.
That ward from Wei. This is very common from junglers. When you mismatch plays and you mismatch clears, when you full clear to opposite sides, you ward their second respawn. Bwipo didn't ward Wei's Krugs, but Wei did ward his Krugs, so they just get a little bit of information.
At the very least, Bwipo is up on the top side, so could help him crash this wave so he doesn't get stuck in that kind of stalled out state, because that is really where you are in the most danger as Adam.
Definitely is. PDX Jax here saying, honestly, Fnatic looks super chill and relaxed. Does EU run it back starting here? Here's hoping. Hashtag Fnatic win.
My man Jack has had a dose as well.
Here's the thing, either they run it back or they run it down. And I'm here for both of them.
Either way, they're running. So.
Yep.
Depends which direction.
Yeah.
For the moment, though, just that first blood really separating the two teams, about 500, 600 gold between them. Cryan is farming up pretty well in the mid lane, has developed himself a 200 gold lead.
Is he going to TP back? Adam still, he only really has, I mean, he does have a little bit of vision, and Wei should get spotted on that pink, but he could save his TP here and just play for team, realizing that, well, my jungler is only top just to clear out vision. Adam is just going to run back to the lane, and he's going to save TP on Jace, so we'll see if Fnatic can actually use that for their bot lane, which has been having the push for now, but looks like it's evened up.
And I mean, the wave is going to come towards him anyway, so I just don't think, you know, TPing there really makes any sense. If you don't think you can pressure, there's no sense in going for it. If the chains lands, he might be dead.
He flashes away, Ming flashing in. There's the TP coming in from Adam as they look to try and take this fight. But once again, RNG with a great play. Ming will fall to Adam. Cryan and Wei able to walk away.
Yeah, expectations just coming out in this game, right? Jungle support and mid just playing all to shut down Niski. Adam saves his TP to trade off the 1-for-1. He can't catch top wave though. This is the biggest problem Fnatic have right now. He can't run top and catch his huge wave under tower because Wei is going to zone him away and Xiao is going to stop him.
Exactly. They're just playing around this area here, trying to deny him from getting back up towards top. He is going up there with Hilly, trying to fight his way back to the tower. A nice TP from Adam, and I'm glad he didn't TP back towards top. There really wasn't any reason to do so, and at the very least, he gets a return kill mid.
Yeah, the good thing for Fnatic is Hilly escorts Adam to the wave, and Whippo gets Drake in the meanwhile, right? So it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end. Adam gets his wave and Whippo gets Drake. The bad thing is now is Niski has no flash, of course, so when RNG revisit this is going to be even harder to cover the rise. There's really not much Niski can do here once one CC connects.
And I think it was just really well played by Cryan. He moved right to the very edge of the turret range, so even though Niski flashed, the chain still connects, and as soon as the chain connects, you're just dead. It's guaranteed to get hit by the dismount there from Rel. You're guaranteed to have the follow-up as well from Wei. It's a nice move from RNG. Whippo, though, looking to get aggressive here.
Wei still has the flash on the Lee Sin. Smite's going to come down. Ignite is taking Whippo flashing forward for the chase, and Whippo will take the kill. Fnatic find a skirmish at the red buff.
Jungle support teaming up there. Whippo's going to get the red buff too, so level advantage. Look at the vision they have on the bot side of the map. They went through mid into bot side, and now they can threaten something on the bot lane of RNG if they overextend. Great deep side vision here for Fnatic to play with.
Yeah, absolutely, because Whippo actually hit 6 off that as well, so... Oh, no, he did expend his ultimate, excuse me, but either way, a little bit of pressure here on that bottom side. You can see Wei is just running straight back towards bot, you know, knowing that there could be this potential play, and Bean is just trying to play up towards that top side, towards Hylissang, and stay safe, and Niski now on the move.
Yeah. Adam moved down from top to give Niski the push in mid, so Cryan can't contest, and now mid Niski can move down towards the bot side. Wei actually has no camps on the bot side of the map right now, so if Whippo gets out,
we're going to get locked up here. Wei coming in. The attract repel stun is there. Spectral Maw, they're trying to turn it back around. And there's the bullet time. And Gala will fall to Bean. And now Whippo's on the chase. RNG looks to try and catch out the jungler. But Fnatic are the ones doing the catching.
Oh, 2 kills to Fnatic. They take the fight. Gala ends up dying. Whippo dodges away from Wei's Lee Sin Q by just running in a straight line. Wei might actually die again here.
Good ward. Rune Prison coming out. Wei should be able to walk out of this one. Still only level 5. Cryan on the flank here. Whippo. Still no Heartbreaker for him, and Whippo's so low already. And Cryan with the burst damage. Wei now 6. Has the Dragon's Rage. Niski's going to try and walk away, but the Sonic Wave connects, and it's a double for Wei.
Oh, it's just a little too far for Fnatic. They got so much. They stole the red, they stole the Krugs, they get the kills, but they want the Raptors as well, and not respecting the move there from Cryan. That is a big punish onto Fnatic.
Yeah, a little bit too greedy. The classic Fnatic. You get 2 kills, you overextend, you give the 2 kills back. Little game of ping pong going on here. The initial play was good, right? Just watch it. Whippo's movement. He gets cancelled on the recall, but just watch how he just runs in a straight line and Wei misses Lee Sin Q. Good movement there, I would say. And then they just turn on to Gala and he dies instantly in the CC chain.
Yeah, the MF ultimate was so big, the experience difference. Because Hylissang had been out of lane for a long time, Bean had the earlier level 6 than the Aphelios.
Why did Gala expend his flash, I wonder? But anyway, this is where they overextend. Going for the Raptors. Wei smartly puts the ping down. Cryan collapses in and Whippo dies instantly. Bean.
The rechase down by Gala. Did use the Moonlight Vigil there. Bean still, of course, had the heal from not burning it earlier on. Fnatic now. Hylissang and Whippo teaming up. Said we wanted to see them do. Xiaohu in a good position, but he's going to jump across the wall. Adam has a lot of health to lose. RNG now with a health advantage at this fight. Gala on his way
6.
up. Hook's going to come out. They're looking for Way. They're trying to burst him before he can do anything, and there's the shutdown. Hilly low, Crying diving forward, but that's 2 over to Fnatic. The chase is on as Whippo tries to catch out this LeBlanc, who can try and turn it back around. Gala doing the damage in from the side, but it's a double for Niski. Crying, that's the clone medic. Don't get distracted as Fnatic turn their eyes back towards the Herald.
Yeah, but that's 3 for 1 for Fnatic. Hylissang just instantly pulls the trigger. The longer Fnatic wait, the worse it gets because Xiaohu's poking them out. They have really good engage with Gragas E-Flash, so Hilly pulls the trigger first, and there we see the power of the Nautilus knock-up to single out one target.
And experience differences have made such an enormous change in this game. They are TPing back in to try to contest. Xiaohu and Cryan are coming in.
I mean, they can walk out of this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, the TP isn't too bad there from Xiaohu.
No,
you could look for the fight. He's next to the top lane, as you say, can catch that wave anyway.
So, I mean, it's just been so interesting because you look at that fight at the RNG red buff, Whippo hit 6 first, then you look at the fight in bot lane, Bean hit 6 first for the ultimate, again in the top side, Hylissang with the XP advantage, he hit 6 first. It's made such a huge difference. The lockdown here onto Way, they're able to focus him very quickly. Q, auto root, the ult comes out, just absolutely bursts down. You really only need that first kill when you're playing with Viego.
Yeah, we see it in the new Axe effect replay. Once the Viego gets the reset, Whippo turns into the Lee Sin, which is perfect for the gap closing onto champions like LeBlanc to force Crying out. And now, it feels like Fnatic's in the driving seat, right? Whippo really strong on this Viego, has his Sunderer completed, he has Herald as well. And bot lane's ahead, mid lane is slightly behind, but the kills are making up for it.
And I think the big thing for Fnatic in this sort of situation is tempered aggression. Last week, they would throw themselves headfirst into their opposition in positions like this. I mean, they had leads in some of their games. They just kept going for fights, kept going for bad numbers fights. But here,
unfavorable.
Unfavorable, that's the one. Thank you so much, my man. But here, they're 500 gold ahead, basically even with RNG. But if they can continue to find fights like this, they can set themselves up so well for the mid game.
Absolutely. And looking like they may want to set up for this Dragon. RNG, no interest in contesting. Very interesting to see Xiaohu actually going Ludens here, it looks like, potentially. You know, Everfrost almost always.
Yeah, I think he will build towards Everfrost, you expect, but
I'm so surprised to not see Kindle Gem as an early laning item, though.
Knockback from Xiaohu onto Adam. Wade just waiting around the corner, but Xiaohu's so low already, almost dies. Wade going in, Adam flashes away. Wade doesn't tank up the tower as of yet. Adam trying to turn this around, but Wade with the Sonic Wave combination. Adam with his clips, not enough to shield him up. Wade survives, Xiaohu survives, and RNG able to get a kill in the top lane.
What can Fnatic do on the cross map though? Yes, their top laner's dead, but Whippo has Herald and Bean's able to hit this bot tier 1. RNG are zoned off, so the gold that Fnatic lost in that kill, they're able to kind of find it back by just denying the waves from RNG, zoning Gala away. Hylissang was just hex flashing over the wall, forcing them back. He's going to do it again to make sure that this Aphelios can't get any experience.
And as long as RNG stay top, there's no reason you couldn't get actually 2 charges here. Fnatic could potentially just move this forward, escort this in. They do get first tower. Oh my god, he's TPing that has no health.
Okay. Adam TPs to the tower, keeps it alive. There's a chance that maybe they look for a redive here. Crying's moving up. Adam does clear the wave in the end, and I guess he will be safe. Way, obviously really low on HP.
Crying was working his way up towards the top lane there as well. As the bulwark falls off that tower in a couple of moments, you expect Xiaohu just be able to knock it over, blow it over. It's basically got nothing on it at all. So Fnatic, although they are currently 1,600 gold ahead, that's going to even out just a little bit, as RNG should be able to take their first tower of the game.
Way's still here. Xiaohu's forcing Adam back. Adam stays for longer. Whippo's on the way, yes, but he could be in danger again. He has no flash. One ultimate and dead.
Adam's dead. That was greed more than anything else from Adam.
I mean, trying to defend the tower, it has 1 auto of health. Yeah. You have to basically play that like the tower doesn't even exist, right? And Adam, I think, feeling a little bit overconfident with the tower behind him. It's an easy play for Xiaohu and Wei.
Ming is on his way up here. Whippo in the hammered path will be spotted out as he comes through the river on that ward. And as you say, like, just overconfidence there from Adam, thinking that he had too much that he could do. Crying chunked out a little bit by Bean. Hook dodged away from.
Yeah, the rest of the map is going good for Fnatic, of course. The gold is even, yes, but this Jace is down 25 CS, 26 CS, and he's 1 and 3, down a level onto Gragas. Yeah. Jace is the one that you want to have pressure over side lanes. If you're playing a Jace who has to catch waves, the comp just feels really off. The only real thing Adam can do now is catch waves over side, push out when Xiaohu's showing on the map, and then group with your team and poke down with whatever damage you've got.
Fnatic, at the very least, are winning on the bottom side. Gale Force is completed here.
Might die again.
Bean, Niski has his Everfrost, and yeah, they're looking top again. Fnatic are just going to be stacking dragons, though, and this time it feels like Bean Adam has a bit of a read on the play.
The thing with this is, as well, is as Fnatic, you have to decide if you invest any vision in that top side quadrant to keep Adam safe. You can see they're saying, no, Adam, you have to play total weak side without vision. We're going to put wards down towards this bottom side of the map. And because of that, Adam can step too far forward. Ming can catch him out. The Magnet Storm comes out. Adam, no flash, no way out. And Ming will take the kill.
Yeah, playing weak side Jace really does feel like the map is in a terrible state, because now Fnatic has to dive bot no matter what. Cryin can match with TP, so it's probably a 2v3 because Whippo's not here. Looks like they're going to force it anyway.
Xiaohu tries to clear the wave. Hylissang with the hook bends it around the tower. Hylissang tanking this one up, but we'll have the heal and we'll have the shield. Xiaohu has to burn his flash to escape.
Yeah, I think Hylissang's hook hit a creep there or something, or one of the small Krugs. They're going to force the tower anyway, but Cryin has TP. Fnatic needs to be careful here.
Tower will fall. Hylissang still going forward. Bullet time available as Ming is locked up in. It will flash away. Hylissang taking with the Ignite. Realm Warp coming out as well as Niski's going to join this fight. Actually used to take them away. And Bean and Niski will escape, and Hylissang goes down.
Not the worst for Fnatic. They at least do get the tier 2. Does cost them the Hylissang's life, but they lose the tier 2 top, and Adam is just having such a rough time up here. You know, not having, I think, enough patience when playing weak side. He's got to play it more defensive. Sometimes it feels bad. You've got to give up those waves, though.
Niski just trying to trade that onto Xiaohu. Of course, Gragas passive from the W, you get tankier. From all of your abilities, you get more healing. It's very difficult to chip away at him.
Coming.
Cryin on the way, Adam here as well, but more of a minion than a champion right now. Only Eclipse complete on that. Jace can do a little bit of work.
I will say Whippo is 2 levels up, and he's up so much CS in the jungle right now, so all this time Wei is spending killing Adam is really hurting Fnatic, but Whippo's farming up a Storm. 140 CS at 16 minutes as a jungler, has his Sunder, probably has a lot of gold in his inventory too, and now this Herald is spawned. It looks like Fnatic want to set up for it. Xiaohu has TP to join. Adam looks like he's going to push out top and join the rest of Fnatic to get this Herald. See if RNG can test.
And Diego from ahead is so terrifying. It's so difficult to actually burst him down. And if he does get that reset in a team fight, incredibly difficult to deal with. Xiaohu, though, looking for a potential flank.
Whippo going forward, gets the stun onto Cryin. Explosive cask available, will knock Bean back straight into the waiting arms a bit.
Oh, the Gale Force!
So the Gale Force will get them out, and now Bean's going to try and turn it around. Ming, locked up, taken out. The Gale Force from Bean away from the Magnet Storm was
clean.
Yeah, and Fnatic were setting up for the Herald, but Drake was spawning in 10 seconds, so they ran through mid, and they're contesting non-stop.
Whippo looking for Cryin once again. Cryine's going to distort away. Fnatic, bullet time about to come off cooldown. Niski can put out a lot of damage in these fights as well. Mountain Drake available for them, would be their 3rd of the game, would put them on Soul Point. Works well into the burst that comes out of RNG, and now RNG stepping into the darkness. Walking into the faces of Fnatic, who have found their form in week 2 here. In the first game that everyone expected them to lose, Fnatic fighting it. Hylissang locked down once again. Chains connect, Dragon taken by Fnatic, but RNG probably won't be done with this. They'll want the fight. Wade dives in, dives back, safeguards away. Cryin chunked out, but that's the clone who goes low. Bullet time available here for Bean. Moonlight Vigil goes wide. Bullet time used to disengage.
Yeah, I think RNG might be able to get a mid-tier one of this. Fnatic's tempo is in the pavement, but they got the Dragon. They're on Dragon Soul Point. Hylissang was looking for a turn, but the hook missed, so he couldn't proc Aftershock. But no, RNG are going to move towards the Herald instead.
Yeah, they're going for both. They want to try to pressure this mid-tier 1, take the Herald, be able to clean up potentially the bottom tier 1 as well, and extend their gold lead. It will be in a slight one after this tower goes down, but still not too bad for Fnatic, putting themselves to a potential early. Mountain Soul is incredibly valuable. When you look over at the champions that RNG is playing, AP Gragas, LeBlanc, these champions are very burst reliant, and the Mountain Soul shield makes that much more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, Bean's Gale Force saves the day for Fnatic. Just Gale Forces out of the Magnet Storm, doesn't even use the flash, doesn't have the bullet time to turn the entire fight, but one pick for Fnatic was all they really needed to start contesting the next mid-wave, move into the Dragon, and Hylissang was looking for a turn here. The problem is his hook is missing, and he can't actually use the ult in the buffer, and he dies before he can activate it. Doesn't have the Aftershock proc, ends up dying 1 for 1, and Fnatic used their ultimate to get out.
Fnatic didn't have the wards either to set up around that Drake. They cleared them out as they went through, but didn't have any to replace and spot RNG on the advance. Gold basically even between these two teams. Fnatic a lot stronger, it seems, than they were last week, but RNG still looking to go undefeated in this group. Still definitely the favorites overall.
I think Cryine's building towards a Banshees. Maybe he wants to avoid that Hylissang ultimate coming out so he can play a little bit more aggressive, but you can see where the gold leads really is for RNG. It's in the top lane, and for Fnatic it's more so in the bot lane. Whippo actually even up against Wei in gold, surprisingly.
Still has the 2-level lead though, which is a lot of stats. You know, it's hundreds of gold per level, so he is still definitely more powerful. But Wei having a good game. Really, Wei and Cryin have been kind of the backbone to RNG this game, and they're just trying to buy time for Gala to get his items to become more relevant.
And something you mentioned in pick and ban, Azael, was Bean has had pretty good performances overall. And you can see it here again. He's keeping up in CS with Gala. Hylissang has often not been in that lane. He's positioning well. That Gale Force was very good as well. And for someone on his first ever international game, Bean is having a very, well, first ever international tournament, because obviously he played last week. He's having a very good game.
He's also going the more scaling build, right? He's going crit, he's playing PTA, so this is going to be high damage in the later stages of the game, absolutely.
RNG just keep grouping mid, forcing Fnatic out. Look at Fnatic's bot side vision. Full deep side vision for Fnatic, and they keep Nisqy down towards the bot side of the map. All Fnatic are doing are waiting for Dragon, holding control. RNG have a couple of options. Push out mid as 5 and start to contest the vision that Fnatic has in their deep side jungle. Or do they look to go towards a Baron soon? 1 minute, 2 minutes until that.
From Fnatic. So many down in RNG's jungle, just trying to maintain control, trying to preempt any sort of a move from RNG, you know, to get vision over that wall for the potential soul.
Yeah, it's a stare down for mid-wave, really, isn't it? RNG, Ming has no wards, so he needs to base and collect some more wards before this dragon spawns. Fnatic have the option of going for Baron, over RNG, because they can drop the dragon to RNG and get a Baron for it, whereas RNG, the trade-off has to be worth it in getting almost every single tier 2 in the game to leverage the map control versus the soul.
This is really interesting. Hylissang going for the Abyssal Rush, so you know, does add extra damage when you do hit that CC, so the potential to actually burst out some of these squishy champions when they go in is quite high. And it's also double AP solo laners, so I think it's a reasonable choice. You know, the more aggressive option, a lot of people would just go lock it, try to defend Bean, try to defend Nisqy, but this is going to add a lot of value as long as he can land the CC on those carries.
Anyone that's surprised with Hylissang going the more aggressive option hasn't watched Hylissang play before. Always likes to make some plays from the support position. You can see RNG looking to make plays onto Hylissang. Chain's going to connect here, being in a good position for the bullet time if RNG do overextend. Wei still sitting on that Rift Herald with 50 seconds on. And Hylissang going forward, bullet time coming in, but Bean has been caught out. Xiaohu was laying in wait. Crying able to escape. Moonlight Vigil coming in as well as Bwipo tries to put the damage down. Nisqy there as well. Adam joins the fight from the bottom side, and Wei is already dead as Bwipo gets one reset. It's looking for 2, but he can't quite get them. Ming able to get out alive. Gala just ripping through Fnatic right now. The Shuriken's doing so much work.
Yeah, he has the red and white guns, and Fnatic are just over-committing into him. Bean tried to get the bullet time across, but Xiaohu was the man to seal the deal in that fight.
Absolutely. I mean, Fnatic has so much vision across the river. They had all these wards in the enemy jungle, but they didn't have any vision on Xiaohu in their side of the jungle. And it's really all about the positioning here from Xiaohu, coming up, wrapping around into this angle. And then as soon as Bean starts channeling the ultimate, easy pick there. And RNG going to be able to deny Soul. So the fight so big for RNG. Not only do they get that gold, they stop that Mountain Soul from going with Fnatic's way.
You can see how much was invested by both teams into it. Basically, everyone's burnt their flash as well. Only Bean and Adam have flashes remaining out of all 10 players in the game. RNG now slow the Soul. Still only have about a 500, 600 gold lead, but we've seen if you can catch out Bean when he tries to position like that. Adam now perhaps being caught out himself. Bwipo is on the way up here, but Wei will have the Dragon's Rage, has the kick. Adam pushes forward. Wei jumps in with the safeguard. Cryin jumps back. Hylissang and Bwipo trying to get their TP coming in. Fnatic once again investing in to try and keep Adam alive. The fight's going to begin as Nisqy joins the fray. Wei caught out as well. Bwipo looking for the damage there with a Heartbreaker, but can't quite get the resets. Xiaohu going in. Wei dodges to the side of the overload. Being now chasing forward. RNG, Ming caught out. 4v4 now in the top lane as Fnatic continue to advance. Wei low, lands the smite. Bwipo jumps across the wall. Fnatic might just turn back towards the Baron here.
Yeah, Fnatic was there in time to respond to Adam's push. He did buy enough time for them to arrive to force it into a 1-3-1. They have some control now, but Xiaohu's going in.
Bean has the bullet time. Xiaohu looking for the engage. Bean now still on a ward. Xiaohu though locked up, stopwatch. Is he going to stop time long enough? He can't. Shut down for Bean, and Fnatic get another kill.
Xiaohu going way too aggressive there. You know, missing all his skills that seemed like in that previous fight, then trying to get a pick onto Hylissang. Yeah, they just start Baron. You can still look for the turn potentially onto Wei. Wei doesn't have smite. They don't know this, but RNG have really nothing they can do about it besides try to fight their way out.
Oh, the hook! The bullet time, though, not quite enough. The Baron has not reset yet. Cryin low. Baron down to 6,000. Adam coming in for the fight. Cryi's going to back. He doesn't have TP to rejoin this way now. Still no smite on the Lee Sin. Do Fnatic Do you stick a twist? Do you flip the coin? Do you flip the burger? Do you go for the fight? Baron down to 1,000. Whipper will secure it. Fnatic now looking for the fight. Adam's trying to distract all of RNG. Fnatic trying to get away. The one will get 2 of them out. Hylissang sacrifices himself as well. So it will be only Whippo and Nisqy surviving with the Baron.
Yeah, triple kill over to Gala though. 2 Barons. I think it's almost like an even trade depending on how much RNG can get out of this because they're very low. Can they get the mid-tier 2? Then it would probably be a favorable trade for RNG. We'll have to see how Fnatic use this Baron because there's a lot of standing gold on the map. Mid-tier 1, Dragons in 2 minutes 50. They should be able to push out and have minion wave advantages to start to contest these neutrals. But Hylissang, this hook onto Cryin was crazy.
He just snaps around the wall there. It's the lollipop.
And then
right around the corner.
Goes back into the MF ultimate and almost dies to it. But Gala is the man of the fight for RNG.
Yeah, absolutely. Gala played this really well, but I've got to say, I feel like Adam kind of gave him a free one. You know, after you're finishing the Baron here, he doesn't need to commit it. You can just back it out, but Adam decides to go in aggressively for this play, and as a result, they're going to lose that additional Baron buff. Having Baron on your Jace to be able to play 1-3-1, you know, with the Rise, with the Jace in the side lanes, Baron buffing up those minion waves is a big deal, and it's another death there for Adam, but Fnatic so close this game. I mean, even at its worst, though, it's only plus 1k for RNG at best, minus 1.7 for them at worst, so this has been back and forth, extremely close, and Fnatic still on soul point.
Magnetstorm coming in, they're looking to try and catch out Adam, and once again, it's Adam who is low. Way's going to be able to kill him off. Adam will fall. Gala now dominating, and RNG with a man advantage.
RNG just pulled the trigger 4v4. Adam has no flash. Nisqy was pushing top. Xiaohu was pushing bot. Bean again has to use heal and Gale forces out of the Magnet Storm. But Adam's the one who falls. Fnatic losing a bot tier 1 right now. They don't have a mid wave to play on either, so full control to RNG. 1 minute 30 seconds on the Dragon. Soul point for Fnatic.
And we've seen Fnatic have some incredible week 2 runs before. Hark back to the 0-4 into 4-4, making it out of the group. However, this year, it looked like they wouldn't be able to do it. It looked like with Bean, they just didn't have the coordination, didn't have the manpower that they would have had if Upset had been able to join the squad. Here, though, against RNG, they show some of their true metal, at least, show that they can challenge RNG.
Look at the ward behind Fnatic, though. Xiaohu has TP coming up soon, and he's basing. If he TP's behind them right now, Adam's going to have to match. They're collapsed. They're just going 5-man mid here. Moving into top side, though. 50 seconds on the Dragon means looks like they won't be in time to contest it, and I wonder if Fnatic are just giving it up.
Feels like they are. I mean, the only one even resetting is Hylissang and Bean. Nisqy heading up towards top side. He does not have TP. He could push out and move down towards bot with the Realm Orb, but feels like they may not be going for it. And Fnatic has no vision in that Dragon area. So it's feeling like it's going to be another Mountain Dragon going the way of RNG. And you have to wonder, you know, is this the right call? It's such a powerful buff there for Fnatic, but they're kind of saying they just don't have the setup for it.
Raul's going to come in. TP's being invested. Xiaohu flashes away, and Fnatic TPing away from the Dragon. They just want this tower instead. They will get it. Their second tier 2 of the game.
Yeah, RNG are trading though, so yes, you got the top tier 2, but at best you're investing that TP to make sure you go even in the trade. Nisqy actually ults Adam to the Dragon.
Nisqy has TP.
And Nisqy can base in TP, so Fnatic are actually now in a position to contest this. Looks like they're going to force RNG out. Really deep TP here. It's going to be a 5v5.
Yeah, Gala and Wei are caught out right now by themselves. TP's going to come in. They're looking for Wei, who has to try and flash away. Ming, no way to get into this fight. Wei pops the stopwatch. Xiaohu here. Gala and Cryin going to join Ming off towards the top side. Nisqy trying to survive down towards the bottom. Hylissang low. Gala goes godlike, being locked up, and he's down as well. And now it's all on Adam, Whippo, and Nisqy to try and turn this one around. But Gala has the hula hoop of death. It falls off as Gala goes in. Whippo misses the Heartbreaker, and it's double Xiaohu. And the collapse is just too darn strong from RNG. Fnatic are thwarted.
Gala's just running over them. Adam falls again, and Nisqy slated to fall here as well. The shutdown onto Gala, 9-1-2 at this point. They're gonna grab the Dragon off the back of this, and Gala is just running away with this game.
He is mowing them down. Red and white guns again. Fnatic overcommit into him, and he has perfect weapons to stop them. The biggest part of this fight was Wei's stopwatch, because Fnatic think they found a pick. They get a lot of damage onto him initially, but then the Nautilus ultimate is invested into the Lee Sin, so now Gala and Cryin can play aggressive, and it's stopwatched on top of everything. And now look at Bean's positioning. He feels so awkward. He's in between Ming, he's in between Xiao, who flashes away, but he still gets connected on. Meanwhile, Gala is just shredding everyone.
Exactly. They overcommit in onto Wei. They got baited by it. The Nautilus ultimate comes through. Bean is funneling through this choke. You can see that pink ward in the brush gave Cryin the vision to actually chunk down Bean very, very low. Then he saw Ming coming from the left. He flashes down to try to find some sort of a position where he can use the MF ult from, but RNG was collapsing from all sides. Bean had no way out, and it was just the overcommitment, perhaps not tracking the stopwatch or thinking that RNG was further away than they were, but Fnatic went all in for that kill, and they got lit up.
Yeah, Fnatic are down 3k gold now. RNG only have 2 dragons, so Fnatic still on soul point, and they didn't lose a Baron for it. 40 seconds on that, but the biggest problem now is 2 things. 1, Gala is 3 items with a stopwatch and sums available. And 2, Cryin has 20 stacks on his Magi's. He is incredibly fed, so Nisqy was dishing out a lot of damage in that last fight, so it goes to show that if he's in range of doing things and actually was able to hit targets, then he can dish out a lot. The problem is RNG have so much mobility, and now Wei has a Guardian Angel on top of that.
Exactly, and RNG are just playing to create space for Gala. It's very difficult for Nisqy to actually approach the Aphelios whatsoever with all the CC that RNG has between Xiaohu, Ming, and Wei. We're there to create space. You know, you've got to try to find some angle, it feels like, to get onto Gala. If you're not using that Nautilus ultimate to get onto him, to set up for some sort of an ultimate from Bean or some sort of a play, it feels like it's not a fight you're going to win. But he has his stopwatch now, and he didn't even have to use sums in the last fight, which makes it that much more difficult.
Gala continues to show why he was a fitting replacement for Uzi on this lineup. An AD carry that has stormed onto the scene over the last couple of years and helped, of course, carry RNG to that MSI title back in summer. And now you can see Fnatic trying to deny vision, but RNG just able to step forward, have so much more power, have the disengage and the engage tools at their disposal.
Yeah, they have so much threat, RNG. Bean has no flash, Nisqy has no flash, 2 immobile carries against the Gragas, Lee Sin, LeBlanc, so they have to pay so much respect. Even the Aphelios ult with the purple gun means that they can find and engage.
And Gragas' flash just came up now, so he has the potential to look for those sorts of plays. He has the zonies completed, and he almost has a death cap. I mean, Xiaohu has the potential here to 100-0 someone like Bean who has no defensive itemization.
Really? Looking for the hook, but the jump comes back. There's the chains, and Hylissang already down to half HP. Fnatic still looking for the spike, but Gala pops the stopwatch. Spectral Maw was dodged. Wei dives to the back, and now Gala can open up the big guns. Infernum. Target, the possibility. Moonlight Vigil still available. No flashes really burnt on either side. Beam burns the heel, but there's the shutdown as Cryin dives in and the chase is on. The chain connects onto Ming, not onto Gala, who flashes away. Ming's going to jump away as well, and Fnatic continue their advance, continue to push forward. The bullet time coming in. Gala was hit with the hook, but Quibbo just cannot chase him down. Gala's still alive. Quibbo puts the stopwatch in the turn. Adam redeems himself from 1-8 to perhaps winning the game for Fnatic. They find the kill onto Gala that they needed to turn this one around. They're going for more. They're looking for more as the round warp comes in. Xiaohu able to dodge to the side. The Everfrost being used. No Rune Prison available for Nisqy.
Yeah, Fnatic, I don't think they can end just yet. Xiaohu still has ultimate. He can pop the ult on the wave. They have to go Nash. That's a miracle fight for Fnatic. Cryin making a huge mistake by dashing forwards, giving Bwipo the LeBlanc. And there was so many stopwatches used in this fight to buy time for their team. It's just Xiaohu versus Fnatic. Cryin has TP in 4 seconds, and Fnatic, they have Smite, they're burning this down. Bean has sums.
They don't have the vision on him yet, that's the TP coming in. Fnatic, as you say, Bean has the flash, explosive cast will knock him back. Xiaohu going in, looking for Bwipo, Smite available. Here comes Cryin, and Bwipo able to secure the Baron. They also take down Xiaohu.
Yeah, Xiaohu's dead for 50 seconds. Fnatic can base now and run towards the Mountain Dragon. That's their soul. Nisqy can afford to just push out top because he has TP anyway. Huge item spikes coming in for Fnatic as well. And it all starts by Cryin going too deep.
And the early force here on Gala. They get the stopwatch out before the fight really truly broke out. That was so critical, allowing Adam to come in much later in the fight. Now Xiaohu playing pretty aggressively here, but it's Cryin stunned up by Bwipo into the root. Just so fast there by Bwipo. He was already charging the stun. Takes over LeBlanc's body, roots up Ming, and then the chase is on.
Yeah, it turns into Stopwatch City as well. Just watch this. Hylissang pops the stopwatch. Xiaohu, Ming pops the stopwatch. Bwipo pops the stopwatch. 4 stopwatches used, and Xiaohu's E here doesn't connect onto Bwipo. He mistimed it just slightly, so Bwipo's able to get out. So 3 members live, and they can get the Baron.
Crazy play there by Adam. Has been having a rough game, but does find the opportunity to go in. Xiaohu now respond.
TP's in.
They're going to fight for it.
Hylissang's going to hex flash across. This is only soul for Fnatic. RNG would not get soul if it happens. Fnatic going to try and pull it out of the pit. Don't really have vision on RNG at all. Way goes in. Adam secures it once again. There's a solo. Now they caught that way. And they're going to burst him before he can get across with the safeguard. Beam with the stopwatch for himself. Everfrost short. The root comes out. Beam will fall with the rail warp now. Fnatic won this fight, but they're in a 3v4. Adam on the flank against the flank once again. Adam, you French genius, takes the kill. Fnatic find the fight.
They're going to do it.
Adam gets the triple.
The hope is alive for Fnatic. They're going to push down mid. They have Baron 24 seconds on way. I wonder if they can end. I don't think they actually have the waves. Mid wave died. Bot wave's pushing in. Top wave's too far away. So we need to take a breather after that. But Fnatic get the soul. They get 5 kills. And they can win this game, Azael.
It's week 2 Fnatic, baby. Adam gets the dragon there. Whippo not even getting his smite off. They get the initial
Adam's
kill.
TP behind.
And then the Realm Warp here in combination with Adam on the TP flank. They get in onto Gala. The Shock Blast connects. The ulti from Hillsong knocking him up. The bonus damage from the Abyssal. And Adam just smacks him down there. Fnatic piling into the backline. They've recognized you cannot give Gala space or he will run you over. And they're finding ways to get into the backline. Multiple members every time.
Yeah, and it's Adam, the man doing it. On a champion like Jace, he was 1-7 earlier on.
He was 1-8.
1-8. He got a huge shutdown onto Gala. And then he clutches the fight at the backside with the TP. The gold graph's now in favor of Fnatic. They have the Soul, and now they have the Baron. They can get the setup.
And the Soul is so big.
Against a lot of damage.
Against champions like LeBlanc and Lee Sin, the Mountain Soul just prevents so much poke and damage coming out. Bean has a Guardian Angel now. A lot of defensive items. Fnatic, Adam with a Guardian Angel. So many defensive items now to stop this Lee Sin and LeBlanc.
And honestly, on both sides, it's all about Gala now. For RNG, you can no longer rely on these burst champions to actually knock through this very durable Fnatic lineup. They have to be able to protect Gala. And Fnatic must get to him to take him down because he's the only one that could do it.
Fnatic pushing into the base of RNG, looking to claim their first win of Worlds 2021, looking to continue the legacy that is Fnatic in week 2. Baron buff has expired. They will take down the middle inhibitor. 6,000 gold, the difference between the teams. A Mountain Drake, a Mountain Soul, in fact, in Fnatic's pockets as well.
Yeah, Fnatic get the mid inhibitor, and they're going to go towards bot now. Push that in. There's no tier 2s up. Millie's looking for a pick onto Ming.
There's a hook onto Ming, but he can jump in, and there's the Magnet Storm, and there's the chase, and Niski pops the stopwatch.
Bean
Ming
has
low,
the angle.
low, there's the stun. Bean has the angle for the bullet time. Hillsang, kick back, knock back. The bullet time does not connect. Adam is not here with the team. I think Ryan tried to jump the wall and jump back there. One, get across.
1 for 1.
Support for support.
Yeah, ultimates traded off as well. So no one really has any team fight available ultimates left apart from Gala and Whippo. The siege still coming in, but RNG have wave clear. No Baron buff for Fnatic anymore.
Oh, Whippo! Stunned! Crying! Dead! Whippo! What can this man not do? He was top lane last Worlds. He's jungle here. And once again, perhaps he's carrying Fnatic through this game.
Whippo is on fire today, catching Cryin multiple times with the stun. They are pushing forward. It's going to be a second attack.
Adam going in. They're looking for Gala, who flashes away. Adam knocked back, being low as well, but the GAs are there. Adam pops into the GA. Whippo trying to trade with Gala. Gala low. Whippo on a rampage. He steps up when they need him most. Fnatic's main man is Whippo. The inhibitor down in the bottom lane of Fnatic and now knocking on the Nexus towers. 1 tower and a Nexus between them. And a miraculous win. RNG can only watch as Fnatic tear through their base.
Oh, Fnatic, the dream is alive. We've seen miracles happen at Worlds 2021, and we're on the precipice of maybe seeing another one.
Man, Whippo had an incredible game. Multiple times catching the LeBlanc. You drafted the Nautilus to catch the LeBlanc. You didn't draft the Viego for that. But the timing on these stuns, multiple times as Cryin is dashing in, he catches him with the stun, gives himself the reset there. Beautiful stuff.
And that's something we haven't seen in a long time, and that's smiles on Fnatic's faces. They all look so happy. They all look as a team again and united. Whippo's laughing. Fnatic,
they don't even know where to bow because they haven't done it before.
What do you do when you win? Does anyone know?
They forgot. The positive vibes are back.
That they are. You can see the smiles on their faces as you say, and perhaps Yamada was right. Perhaps there is a possibility. Perhaps
Magic
there is a
in the
universe
air here, Medic.
where Fnatic make it through. We still have that 4-way tie at 3-3 as an option as well. I'm just laying it out there.
Man, I've got to say, credit to Adam as well. He had a shocking early game.
Yeah.
Really was struggling playing weak side.
Yeah.
But in those fights, came up huge. You know, he didn't play scared whatsoever in those team fights. In mid lane, after the early stopwatch was forced out, he found his window, hits the shock blast, flashes in, kills Gala on that initial play when Gala hadn't died in a long time. Then again, bot side, the TP flank after the initial dragon fight. You know, he's TPing from the dragon to behind them again to find the flank on Nagala multiple times. He was a critical component of getting into that backline because at a certain point, Viego can't do it by himself. You cannot take down the Aphelios in the 1v1. You need multiple members to get in there, and Adam was such a core component of that.
Yeah, taking down RNG with Bean next to him, right? You've got Whippo, Hylissang as the veterans of Worlds, Niski as well. Bean had a great performance on the MF, I have to say. A lot of the times, rookies can crumble on stages like this, especially if they haven't even been at a taste of LEC.
Yeah.
But a lot of these fights, he's Gale forcing out of the Magnet Storms, he's reacting properly, and he seems to be in the right positions a lot of the time.
He definitely does. What a game 2 for today. Arcane, though, Riot's first animated series is coming to Netflix on November 6th. Set in the utopian region of Piltover and the oppressed underground of Zorn, the story follows the origins of 2 iconic League champions and the power that will tear them apart. Let's check out the first trailer as we head into this commercial break.
Week 2 EU?
They did it!
Get in! West?
Get in!
When I was a kid, me and my sister, we played a game where we pretended to chase monsters away. I'd say, no monster's gonna get you when I'm here. Then a real monster showed up. I have to find her.
The world's growing smaller every day. Up there on the surface, the topsiders are leaving the Undercity further behind.
I believe I've discovered something incredible. A way to harness magic through science.
You don't understand what's at stake.
Power doesn't come to those who are born strongest. It comes to those who will do anything to achieve it. Imagining yourself a hero? Then what are you waiting for?
More lives may be lost. The Undercity cannot be controlled.
Then we have to go in by force.
What have you done with my sister?
I'll give her your regards.
This cycle of violence will never stop. She's too far gone. I have to try.
You've got a good heart. Don't ever lose it. Protect the family.
Are we still sisters? Nothing is ever going to change that.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Iceland for Worlds 2021 group stage. Fnatic pick up their first win here against RNG and Nisqy. It was a necessary one, a long-awaited one also. Tell me about this game. It was intense watching from a viewer's perspective, but I don't even know how it was for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it was just really intense because I felt like both teams were just looking for like inters, kind of. I feel like we just played as a 5 and we took good fights together, and that's how we kind of won the game. So yeah, I'm happy.
We saw it was a bloody game all over the map, and it was to be expected, especially knowing you guys and knowing how RNG plays. Trading, top pressure for bot pressure, kills for kills. This game was so back and forth. How did you keep tracks on what was happening to get the win in the end and stay focused also?
I mean, we kind of knew what our team wanted to do this game, and I felt like even though they focused Adam a lot this game, like he died so many times, I think. He got dove, he lost a lot of waves. We knew that if me, Viego, and Baldin were like doing really good into the game, then we would really carry fights because our champs are just better, in my opinion. And yeah, I think for me personally, I knew that I could kind of out-farm LeBlanc in a way where I would get stronger than him just by farming, and that's what I tried to do the whole game. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
And we clearly see that things are slowly going better for Fnatic week after game. And sorry for mentioning this, Nisqy, but we saw how heartbroken you were after the last game of the first round robin. So tell me about the improvements for Fnatic, but also keeping your hopes up to come back stronger today.
I mean, for hopes, I think it's just no one wants to go back with like regrets. So everyone gives their all, kind of. And if we don't make it out, then it's fine. We tried our best. And with all the circumstances and this, I guess this Worlds is just weird for me, at least. I feel like 2 years ago when I came with C9, it was everything was normal, and this Worlds, it's like roster change at the end and all that kind of stuff kind of got into my head. That's why I was like really emotional on the third day against PSG, because I knew that game should have been a win, but I just felt really, really bad that we lost. And yeah, for coming back stronger, I think we just actually know that we can beat them all, and we just have some confidence back. Also, if you can see, we just play as a team rather than individuals and try to make some outplays, and I think that's been going well for us. So.
Would you say that you finally found your footing with this team, with the circumstances that you had, and how do you look forward to the rest of the day?
I think we have a good game plan, and we know actually how to play the game a bit better than what we did in the past as this 5. I think Bean has been doing a better job at like following us and kind of integrating himself to the team. So yeah, I think we've got kind of the recipe, and hopefully we win 2 more and we see what happens after.
We'll see how the days go, but that's nice to see you smiling at least. Nisqy, thank you so much for this interview. Congrats on winning against RNG. And Dash, back to you at the desk.
Thank you very much, Laura, and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. It's Nisqy who says they can take down any team in the group. They know they can, and I'd say they've proved it by taking down the #1 team in the group in RNG. It was a wild game. Absolutely wild game.
I'm so glad he was composed. If he had cried, I would have cried. Falling apart. Like, this is so...
Oh, now I wish he had cried.
It's so emotional because it was such a fantastic game. And there were moments at the start where you're like, oh, this is going good. But there's also, as highlighted by Nisqy, Adam died a lot. And you look at this draft, you're like, well, late game Jace when he's behind is not what you want. But the reality is the rest of the team was so good in these skirmishes.
Yes.
They bought opportunities in this game for Adam to be relevant again. And when he had that chance, he took it. He found backline access. He found empowered shock blast. And that's what matters. Rest of the team coming together to bring this guy up so he could still impact the game, so he could still be a huge force on the side of Fnatic to make this all work.
He definitely had good flanks, especially in that bot fight around Krugs. And I thought that, you know, taking a step back, Bwipo and Nisqy had a great game. Their 2v2 was really how they got into a lot of successful positions. And Viego hit him with the Nerf hammer, and he's still damn good. I think this is going to be a larger pick going on in the tournament.
I mean, absolutely. I think that if there's anything we've learned here is that if you want a carry in the jungle, Viego is still the premier go-to option. And again, so many of these early skirmishes coming down to such small things. You heard about it on the cast, the level 6 timing being so clutch.
Yes.
Bean as well. Obviously, you're never going to 100% shine as an AD carry on MF because the best thing you can do is stand still and ult, but did what he needed to do. But the trio of Nisqy, Hylissang, and Bwipo were so consistently good. Cryin I don't know why after the first or second time he thought he could keep W's straight into their face, but he did, and he got punished every single time. Fnatic, I'm too excited. I have too much to say. That's all right. We got time. We got time. Depths of despair. Right back up to the top of the mountain in 30 minutes.
The two most important things for Fnatic to happen today have already happened.
Yes.
It's HLE taking a win off of PSG to kick off the day to make both of those teams sit at 2-2, and it's Fnatic taking down the #1 team in the group in RNG. Anything is possible at this point. And while I do want to jump back and kind of continue to work through this game, feel good win for being here on stage. It was those skirmishes and a central 3 people, you know, to be able to bring it home for Fnatic. But for me, Raz, really what it came down to is the fact that they were able to keep it messy against RNG, to force those skirmishes so that you don't give them the time to set up.
Yes, and you can speak to this, how what I loved about Fnatic play when they were in the LEC was how scrappy they were, how much faith they had in each other when fights started around Bwipo and Hylissang. There's a lot of trust there. And I felt like I was missing that. A lot of times you hear from the players themselves, the integration of Beans working with the team. And of course, just, you know, when you're not only having to deal with that, you're having to deal with a huge meta. And of course, like the initial loss of games, that'll get to you mentally. And I feel like they've recovered.
Absolutely. And I think trust is such a huge word there, because Fnatic are not a team that are afraid to take mechanical risks. Like, there are so many teams that go, that 50-50 is a 60-40 because we are better and we will out-execute. Yes. Fnatic is one of those teams, but that does come down to trust. And that does fall apart when you lose a key member and when you're down 0-3. But the fact that they came together when it mattered. You saw every single player was in every time. Yeah. Someone was dying, didn't matter. They believed in that fight and everybody went in. And that is the kind of Fnatic that can take on anybody.
And I'm going to believe Nisqy when he says that this was a team effort, and that's why the difference between round robin 1 and round robin 2 was the fact that they finally were able to come together as a team. But I'm still going to call out an individual, and that's our Oppo player of the game in Bwipo on that Viego again, finding time and time again a way to make things interesting, get those resets, and hey, if you hand him a top lane champion, then you're screwed. Picking up the Gragas at times, making it work.
It was a split-second decision off of what you just saw there with Cryan jumping in, and he instantly hit him with a Viego W. And that's just been something with Bwipo throughout the tournament. Even though they've been hitting losses, he's been the standout player. And in these team fights, I think his team fight understanding, understanding who he needs to be able to hit, like target focus. I don't know what's going on behind comms, but I think he's been the one that's been most focused in these fights, and he's been thriving off it.
Yeah, and you look at it, Gala was no slouch that game. He was massive. If you miscalculate a single time in a fight and Aphelios stands, he's killing your entire team. So the fact that they were able to make it work so consistently across so many fights was huge. And I don't want to take away from the individual play. I actually want to highlight the draft as well, because Hylissang on this Nautilus also was such a massive factor in limiting what the Lee Sin, what the LeBlanc could do. And I think that was so big that RNG, you know, normally if they do fall behind, you can see these huge opportunities for team fights, these huge opportunities to outplay. You can't outplay a Nautilus R, and that was a massive factor.
Every fight was important, but this goes to your earlier point, Dracos, about how the team bought enough time for Adam to finally return to relevancy with the TP behind the fight and then execution damage coming out of that, Jace.
You know what's hilarious is that it kind of reminds me of the quote that Yamato would say. I've heard a little bit from Upset. It's like, I'm on a mountain. You know, he's maybe 1-8 at this point of the game, but he's still playing with the team with full confidence. So there it is. He was a part of the team, got a big win on the board.
All right, so here's the thing.
Yes.
RNG just took a punch to the face they definitely didn't expect to take, with Fnatic taking them down. But they have to step right back onto the stage and face PSG, another team that's already suffered a loss today. So both on the day 0-1. I have questions about how they will recover, but we also asked you at home. So let's check in with our MasterCard fan predictions to see where you are throwing your weight. And you can make sure to tweet at MasterCard Nexus on Twitter to vote for future matchups. But for now, here's what everyone had to say. It's 81% in favor of RNG. I mean, I think that's going to come as no surprise for you two. Are you in the same boat?
Yeah, I mean, because while Adam did get away back into the game, Xiao was still a monster, still absolutely bodied that matchup. That top side was still terrifying, and I think Fnatic played phenomenally, but we did not see that level from PSG yet. So RNG still the favorite.
Well, we still got faith in the LPL squad. We'll see if your predictions come true, rather, after the break when RNG and PSG hit the Rift in Group C.
everyone, welcome back to Worlds 2021. We're fast-paced, we have to jump right back into the action. Here we go, into the draft. Lucian, Irelia, Lee Sin, Graves, Xin Zhao, and Zoe Banda, alongside a Yuumi first pick, and there's the Jarvan coming out from RNG. Guys, take it away.
Bruh. Dude, you're a rap god, man. What the hell happened?
That was a rap god. That was like auctioneer.
Yeah, that was much more of a...
Yuumi going once, Yuumi going twice, Yuumi going 3 times, Yuumi sold.
Whose cat is that? Anyway, we are here with game 3.
Is it your cat this time?
Nope, definitely
Still not your cat.
I want the cat, but it's not my cat.
Okay.
Unfortunately. Saj.
Anyway, PSG versus RNG is our third game of the day. RNG coming off their first loss of the tournament. PSG losing to Hanwha Life earlier today. Big game for both these teams. And there is Crying's TF locked in.
Crying's TF. That's a red flag.
Yeah.
RNG,
it's a red card.
Yeah, that's a red card. Crying is just TF only at this point. But they traded a Yuumi for it. Jarvan wasn't locked in the end, so we'll see what AD carry they opt into, because MF has been taken away. Will they match mid? Will we see Sylas or Ryze? Something along those lines for Maple.
I'm honestly really surprised that they actually let the TF go over. They didn't actually ban that out, banning Lee Sin instead. TF has just been so dominant, it feels like, at this event. LeBlanc is an answer that a lot of people are going to, but it doesn't feel like LeBlancs are really getting any sort of an edge. TF is just rushing Merc Treads and pretty much chilling in lane, able to impact side lanes really, really effectively. So we'll see if they can get anything done and lock Cryan down a bit more in lane. But, super high prio on the AD, plus they have the highest priority mid laner.
Yeah, it looks like Jin's coming out here. I wonder if RNG is going to opt into Leona for the MF-Leona combo, or if they're just going to pick something like a jungler to round out their comp, and that's going to be a Jarvan. Locked in. Jin, immobile champion, of course, will struggle in the mid-jungle 2v2 and can be flexed top if Jace or Kennen are blind picked from PSG, but expecting that to go into Wei's hands and play towards the bot side.
Now, of course, the Yuumi LeBlanc combination is very strong, but alongside that, we have seen teams towards an assassin jungler. Kiana, Talon as well, Rivers played. Usually you want something that can utilize that Yuumi to full extent. Extent, that's the one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got you, again.
I mean, Olaf getting banned out, I do think that's another really strong pairing. Yeah. Olaf plus Yuumi, the speed up, the roots as well, so you can't kite him. And I'm expecting RNG probably just ban out another one of those junglers.
I wonder if Aatrox is something that RNG fancy banning away as well. Aatrox Yuumi is good into Jarvan, can dodge away. Could be a safe blind pick if things like Jace are down. We'll see if they opt into that kind of ban away. But it looks like they're just going to target junglers for now, you'd expect. RNG obviously last picking their top laner. Leona, probably the best choice for them. Could go for Nautilus as well into LeBlanc.
Nautilus pretty nice into the Yuumi as well, of course. There's the Kiana taken away from River. PSG will want to look towards this last man.
Talon is still available, though. If River actually wants to go for one of those assassins, we've seen that specific combo do pretty well a number of times. T1, notably, brought that out in a pretty dominant game against DFM.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of AD junglers this tournament as well, because AD jungler is the highest prio. And if you just look at this game itself with Lee Sin, Graves, Kiana, and Olaf down, Jarvan picked, you've still got things like Trundle and Poppy, Kindred, these kind of champions that can be picked. But 2 ranged top laners banned away from RNG. Want to make sure that they deny any kind of split push threat with the Jace and any teamfight pressure with Jarvan Kennen into this Jin.
And it just feels like really a lot of effort into trying to shut down Xiaohu here. It is going to be Nautilus. Very likely just save Xiaohu's pick for last. They almost always want to play through him. There are a lot of aggressive options still available on the top side. Things like Camille, if they want to play towards it, can be quite effective.
Of course, part of the power of Nautilus is the ability to lock down the Yuumi, but also the shield in the lane can actually reduce some of Yuumi's poke damage that can come down. Although we have seen bot lane has been left alone a lot over the course of Worlds, with supports roaming up and trying to influence the rest of the map. There's the talent, it looks like, for River.
The pick is good, of course, with LeBlanc double assassin into things like TF and MF, but the problem is TF Ultimate just counters Talon so hard, so even in teamfights you can use TF Ultimate to shut him down. Talon Yuumi, of course, will be really strong. We saw T1 run it on the first day of groups, demolishing, I believe it was DFM with that combo. Owner getting his quadra kill stolen away, we'll say, but it looks like
it was Carrier getting his
Carrier triple kill stolen away, yeah. And it's going to be Gwen to round out PSG's comp.
Okay, Gwen actually, Hanabi had a really nice game on Gwen already in group stage. I do think it's a pretty interesting pick. Now, I'm just wondering if Xiaohu's willing to go for some of these aggressive answers. Things like Jax can actually scale very effectively against the Gwen if you want to play sides.
Lucian, I think from Xiaohu too.
Lucian's banned out, but Ornn I think could actually work pretty well here too, because it's a very squishy comp. You don't necessarily need the damage. Camille plus TF, obviously a very common pairing, so they are just going to go for that. I do think Gwen has a better time in this matchup than you do against things like the Jackson, the Fiora, in some of the later stages of the game. But you're not going to be in the 1v1. You're in the 1v2.
Yeah, and Camille is just really good for RNG's comp as a whole, because the Nautilus will shut down LeBlanc, Camille will shut down LeBlanc, and when you have Jarvan diving in, you have a lot of follow-up with Camille to single out one target, and it gives you the side lane pressure to play for with TF, right? Just as you talked about. So both these comps, a lot of side lane pressure. I feel like we're saying this a lot at Worlds 2021. Side lanes are where it's at, whether you've got a mid that wants to roam or a mid that needs kill pressure in LeBlanc. Solo lanes are points of focus for both these teams. Of course, Nautilus into Yuumi to get a good stacking wave. You can look for some kind of dive. We'll have to see how Wei opts the path.
And it'll be really interesting to see how they play around the Talon, because you've got to be very cognizant of the different angles Talon can come from. It is easier playing as a red side top laner and avoiding some of those Talon ganks, unless Talon is actually going to go, through the Baron pit to try to wrap around behind you. I do find that it's kind of more difficult playing on blue side against Talon, but we'll see if they can find any good gank paths.
Yeah, and taking the last 2 games into account, how does the group sit right now? RNG, of course, lost to Fnatic, who now has 1 win. PSG and Hanwha are tied at 2 wins. So if PSG beat RNG here, that's a huge hit to Hanwha and Fnatic.
4-way ties still alive.
But if RNG beat PSG, then of course Fnatic's chances of getting it to the 3-way tie is a lot easier.
That's the thing. You have to look at it from the 2 ways. Like, PSG losing here means that Fnatic only need 1 win to match them. Hanwha Life would need the same. Interestingly, RNG, if they win this, are out. They make it into the quarterfinals. They either get first or second seed, because only Hanwha Life could match them at 4 wins.
And the LPL teams have been absolutely struggling in the second week. So, this is something that, yes, there's some of their teams are still making it out, but not having the similar levels of performances. And whether they're kind of getting figured out or just not playing up to par in this week 2, it's an important game for RNG.
Yeah, we saw, I think it was a stat I saw, the second round robin, the LPL is 1-7 in win-loss ratio right now in the second round robin.
And 0-5 against the West.
Yep.
Oh.
The gap is closed.
Best of 7 is 1.
Yeah, well, actually, the gap is getting larger, just in the other way.
It's the opposite direction. So it's a worrying trend for the LPL.
It is a worrying trend for the LPL.
All right, we got all of the legacy memes out.
Who's in Diamond 2?
Worrying trend.
Anyway, let's have a look at where the teams are starting off for this game. Line of scrimmage kind of established a control single ward in the tri-bush for PSG down towards this bottom side. They've also got a ward over this red pit, so they'll spot RNG as they go in here. No oracles yet on RNG, just the one sitting on Ming that's already been used.
They're going to late invade here and split the map bot side. River's playing with TP and Smite, of course. We saw him do the same kind of thing against Hanwha, but now splitting the map bot side means your bot lane can get the push, and RNG might stack waves for some kind of bot side.
You can see the ward coming out as well by Xiaohu on towards that red buff, so they try and get a bit of a blast down. River will be very happy to take this top side of the jungle, but it really sets his bot lane a little bit on an island through this game.
Yeah, it does make it really dicey. There's always the potential when you're playing these types of lanes, that is a rough trade for Unified. Because Yuumi lanes can get dove very easily. If you get split map into these situations, try and move spot with Wei, set up a 4v2 type dive, that can be very, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the good thing is PSG have triple TP, so they can cover that dive pretty handily. They can put 5 members down towards bot if RNG do commit 5 as well. So they can always match numbers because River has TP, but it looks like Wei is just going to back off after taking red and a couple of the small raptors, I believe, took there.
One of the positive things, though, when you are splitting top here on the PSG side is that there's no flash on the top laners. It's both Ignite TP, and that can mean you are much more vulnerable to these jungle ganks. And Xiaohu has got to play this relatively far back. He knows that, but we'll see if they can find any sort of an angle with River here.
PSG playing a comp very similar to the one that they managed to beat Hanwha Life with on the first round of group stage. When they did that, we saw River TPing down towards the bottom lane to try and counter gank an early gank out of Hanwha Life.
They're going to TP bot. They're going to do the 4-man bot, I think. This is exactly what I was talking about. They're still level 1. They've denied enough experience here. We'll see if they can get level 2 prior, but...
There's the level 2 and there's the TP coming out.
That's talent
River comes
TP.
across, yep.
Yeah, that's a very early TP from River. The good thing is his Krugs are up. If he spots them out, he should know that he has some camps to clear down here. He can also reset the Raptors, so he's +1 on camps with that TP, but it does mean that has been invested.
Probably going to get double scuttled from it, though.
Very interesting. It's looking like he still thinks that there's a play coming, not actually starting up on that. Oh, it's because Cryan was missing, so I think he was worried that J4 might be in tri-brush with Cryan coming down, so he did decide to pull back, but does mean, yeah, Wei can go topside, double scuttle, potentially even move towards the blue, seeing that Talon did not have that. It's kind of interesting. I honestly feel like I would have preferred if he waited on his TP a little bit longer. Yeah. Make Cryan commit his TP first because they kind of got that out for free. But of course, if you do wait, there is always the chance that you're a little bit late on it. So prioritizing trying to just defend the bot
But
lane.
they do have 3 combat summoners, right? Yuumi,
yes, who cares?
Exhaust, Cleanse. They could have baited it out for longer, but anyway, he doesn't. They don't. And now Wei is actually onto River's blue buff. He should know that Wei is up towards the top side because he ran through mid after taking bot crab. And it looks like it will be a camp advantage to Wei from the TP from River to defend bot, and he should be able to back off pretty handily.
You can see there are a couple of pings from PSG on towards where the Wolves would have been. River will now spot that this is gone. No flash, as you say, on the Talon, of course, running the TP smite. It's perhaps a little bit surprising to people who haven't seen it before. Now River, a little bit surprised as well. Gold card coming in. There's the lockup and first blood to Wei.
Oh, that was like the anti-timing, man. He walked out and thought he had sussed it out somehow, but checks back up.
I wonder what he's even thinking about there. He should have realized that once his blue's gone, top crab's gone. What is he staying around?
I think he's staying around because the wave is stacked for Hanabi. He was realizing that there might be a potential dive because Ming was missing. We could see Cryan was missing as well. So he was trying to actually stay up there, I think, potentially to defend his top laner, but didn't realize they were already in position to take him out.
The bait and switch. Stacking top waves, but killing the enemy jungler in his jungle while he's trying to cover. Perfect. We love to see it. And RNG off to a great start here, pushing in top, pushing in mid, getting like 4-man bases. Gala has a plate in bot already, a huge CS lead. Zhao who's going to be able to save TP as well. So the map is in a fantastic state right now for RNG.
Yeah, they're already 1,000 gold ahead across the board, and you can see CS leads in pretty much every lane apart from mid.
And we saw this exact same thing in the Hanwha Life game where Hanwha were the ones making plays first, winning out in 3 lanes, and PSG just sat back and didn't really do anything at all. Yeah. They lost all neutrals, lost plates, lost towers, and they weren't able to cross-map or force their own plays. This time around, they don't actually have that much force either, only really through mid that they could maybe look for something, but for now they haven't done anything.
Cryan has just hit level 6 as well. He's working his way down towards this bottom side. Good dodge to the side there by Unified, but Cryan will use these pockets of vision. You can see pushes in the wave mid lane, works down, puts a control ward in, and Unified and Kaiwing have to be so scared of the fact that the Destiny could come out and Wei could be there, and then it's a 4v2.
Exactly, and in this split map situation, they've been playing it so defensively. You know, they're already down 2+ full waves. You know, even after he picks up the farm, he was down 13 CS prior to that. And they know they still have no vision in this area of the map whatsoever. They have 1 ward in Tri-Brush, but you know, any time they don't know where Wei is, Cryan moves, they've got to respect that.
Yeah, and PSG also gave TF over to Hanwha Life, and they struggled to make plays mainly because they probably think that if we make a play, TF's going to ult and deny the play from happening, right? Cryan has Ignite. If we try to collapse on Wei and we have vision on him, for example, as a 2v1, TF's going to arrive, similar to what happened in the Hanwha Life game. So PSG need to find something. Drake's already gone across to RNG. 1 minute on that Herald. I think that's when PSG might try to get their bot lane out of lane and try to find some kind of team fight.
You can see Maple very vocal there, perhaps coordinating the troops. Only the most experienced player on this team was in Worlds in 2013 with Gamania Bears. Wei looking for this steal, has the smite, gonna go in, steals it away, and River has to parkour his way out of there.
He can't really enter his bot side jungle now, so who's going to be the loser of this play? It's going to be PSG's bot lane. Cryan's pushed in mid, Wei is level 6. The wave is going to be pushed in by Gala. I wonder how much time they have to do this, because Hanabi has TP and so does Maple. Maybe they can force it and look to back off, or just take a little bit of vision here. River, again, having to stay and cover his lanes.
They're going for it.
Yeah, we'll see if they actually want to commit. At the very least, they're trying to threaten it. And they are going to pop it. They are going to go for River.
That's so smart. River, no flash, no way out. And they knew he was waiting in the wings. Maple will TP in, but RNG, just a 5-head play from the mid laner there.
Yeah, they're reading River like a book. They stack waves over side lanes, and they're not actually targeting the side laner most of the time, well, all the time. They're just targeting River. No flash, of course, on the Talon. No walls to jump over in that lane. Ends up falling level 5 at 8 minutes on the Talon.
And I mean, you talked about how difficult it is actually playing Talon in teamfights with the TF ultimate revealing you during your ultimate. And now he's this far down. I mean, he's down a good 20 CS to Wei. Is going to be really tough, and this is just smart play, because if you dive Unified here at the tower, River is in position to actually reinforce, but the TF ultimate gets popped, they spot River on the side, and it's an easy kill there, plus they get the TP off Maple.
Yeah, that's the salt in the wound, isn't it? Maple has to invest TP. Cryan's ult will be up much sooner than that. So RNG will have so many options when the TF ultimate is up again. Zhao, who's been saving TP to match Hanabi the whole game. And here's the Herald we were talking about. Wei is going to spot it out already. And PSG's bot lane are still in lane. I wonder if they're going to run all the way up. Hanabi's investing the TP as well. They need to get an objective like this Herald to find some way into this early game. Maple has mid push. Wei might look for him.
Maple's going to walk across that control ward. The movement speed from Kaiwin will help Unified get here a little bit quicker in that Rift Tower, down to 3,500 health already. Ming on his way. Wei dodges away, and because of that, RNG will disengage.
Yeah, but let's look bot lane if we can, because Gala's just hitting the tower. PSG invested their bot lane to go top to get this Herald. Great, we've secured this objective. We can use it on a lane, but Gala's just been farming the tower. And yeah, unless PSG can find a good Herald angle, I think RNG are kind of winning out.
I mean, they're winning out by a lot. You get 2 solo gold plates onto him. You also deny 4, 5, 6 CS. You lose that experience, you lose that gold. Gala is going to be up in a lot of ways.
But this is the problem of being behind, right? If PSG were to drop that Herald and give it over to RNG with 3 pushing lanes, that's a tower, right? So the gold that you negate from the enemy team is what you kind of gain back, right? PSG, if you can Herald the tower, get 320 gold from 2 plates and call it quits, yes, they'll be down in XP and in individual golden levels, but at least the gold is not as bad as RNG getting Herald and dropping it on that bot tower.
Absolutely, and you kind of have to overload one side of the map, because if you fight an even number fight and you're this far down, you're almost always going to lose. So they're forced into bringing their bot lane up to secure that Herald, but RNG has the easy answer and continues to cruise, nearly 3,000 ahead now.
You can see the difference, 1,000 gold in the mid lane for Cryin in his advantage. Of course, that kill will help him out alongside the assist, but plates and TF passive always come in so strong when you're able to get a sizable amount of early CS. PSG now looking down towards this bottom lane. Wei and Ming in a good position to try and fight this one, but River has to be careful because Cryin was working his way down towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, the worst thing is Hanabi has no TP and neither does Maple. River can cover, but Cryin can ult down and Xiao can TP, so it's a 5v3 at best, so Maple needs to make sure he's one step ahead of Cryin in case this play does happen, but RNG just control the whole bot side of the map right now.
And I'm just so concerned about the game state for Unified. You know, he's rushing towards Tabbies, he's down over 1,000 gold. It's already a mythic completed for Gala, and this is the buy here for Unified. It's going to be so long before you're relevant as far as the damage that you can put out.
And the problem is as well, you're playing into a player like Gala, who only in the last game we saw absolutely pop off on the Aphelios across the course of Worlds. Highest in damage a minute, highest in damage a minute difference, second in gold a minute as an AD carry. He is absolutely popping off, and he's so consistent when it comes towards the later portions of the game.
Yeah, and his whole team is there to facilitate him to get ahead, right? He can keep this bot push for the whole game. Xiao, who's saving TP, Cryin has a global, and Ming is always hovering around the lane, so as long as they keep Gala in the lane pushing non-stop and being able to threaten those tower plates, RNG are in a great spot, and this is bread and butter RNG, having a global mid to rely on in the mid to early to mid game to get advantages.
One positive thing at least,
Bullet time. Unified steps down towards the side of it. The plated steel cap's helping her out quite a lot to survive that, but Wei is making a beeline for the bottom lane as Gala will force Unified off.
This is so brutal. Like, you just have to give up the wave, and it may just be the tower even going down because it's already down to 2 plates. River's trying to make a play topside, but nothing doing. Xiaohu's just going to back it off.
Weak side genius, just backs off like saying Gala's going to get this first tower. Herald will be invested by PSG on the top tower, but this is looking exactly like the Hanwha Life game. TF mid given over to Hanwha Life. Chovy just keeps roaming towards
Look at the bot diff in gold.
Yeah.
After he gets this tower, it's going to be disgusting.
It's a horror.
Yep, and even with the Rift Tower charge, PSG aren't able to take that top lane tower. Currently sitting at 5,000 to 3.3. That's going to jump up to 5.5. That's 2,200 gold lead for Gala.
I mean, that would be a good team lead at this point in the game, 12 minutes in, and that's one lane. They have just constantly punished Unified. Really well played, start to finish here. You know, from RNG, they early game invade bot side, split the map. Every time they're stacking the wave, and then Wei is down there to threaten the dive. Even if they don't make the dive happen, Unified has to show respect to it. He's backing off constantly. And they've showed a great game plan to actually just nullify most of the Yumi's advantage, because Yumi is playing under the tower and with no real recourse, start to finish.
Yeah, RNG have just controlled the whole bot side of the map, and I feel like PSG didn't really adapt from their loss against Hanwha, especially in draft and going up against Fnatic. You have to question if this strat's actually going to work at all, because they've not done anything in the early game against Hanwha, not done anything in the early game against RNG, and yes, this game isn't over, but you're giving the teams their most comfortable champions.
And Gala hasn't even completed his calling. He's up 2.3K or whatever. It's going to be like 2700.
I was going to mention that, but it felt like overkill, you know? He's like, he's just got so much gold in his pocket.
He's already dead.
And now he can go top and take top plates as well. They've just swapped the lanes. Xiaohu still has TP. RNG are going to now play top side. Cryin has ult to cover them. Just textbook stuff coming out from RNG, and PSG, no response.
RNG and funneling gold into the AD carry, name a better duo. We've seen it for the last 5 years or so. First with Uzi, now with Gala as he gets his 6th plate of the game.
And the interesting thing is, you know, in the LPL, it's been all about going topside, really, for Xiaohu.
Yep.
You almost kind of felt bad for Gala. It's like, I get to join this team, all the gold for me. I'm going to be the new Uzi. And they're like, we're going to play top this year. But, you know, in this game, they're showing their flexibility, showing that they can play, you know, multiple styles, and now looking for Maple here, potentially setting it up.
Maple jumps away as soon as he sees Wei coming around the corner. He will jump back in, looking for the chains onto Wei. He's going to land them, but Wei didn't tank up the tower, so he's fine just to walk out of it.
Yeah, just chunking down the mid lane tower. Hook.
Man, I want to see bot gold now. Cold is cashed.
Yeah, and Herald's spawning soon as well, so they can Herald
right,
mids.
Let's do predictions
with
quickly.
Gala.
How much is the bot gold difference?
It's like 2.7,
2.7 K-Draw?
3K.
All right, I'm going to go 3.3 right now as we look for a fight in the mid lane. There's the curtain call coming out. Another tower goes down. Final chapter used, but Maple dodged out of it. Tower will fall. Ming almost falls as well, but Unified, unsurprisingly, a pair of plated boots doesn't really put your damage numbers up. 2,700 gold, the difference between the AD carry. So Azael was the closest.
We have a winner.
Yep.
We have a winner.
Then we take those. That's a dub. But, and now he's going to spend out. So Bad's kind of going to worse here. You know, PSG, you're at the point in the game where you want to contest the 3rd dragon. And it's been really interesting because today it's been all about actually early stacking dragons. We've seen so much more of that. And that may be a bit of this kind of second round robin evolution that teams are going back towards dragon, trying to put that pressure on their opponents, not allowing them to buy time and play these slower scaling champs.
Yeah, and the only real tower that was scratched from RNG was the top one with Herald, and they're going to get the second one now, RNG, so they can start the pressure tier 2. Xiaohu has to be careful here a bit. He's going to dash away. River was on the way down. And the only real playmaking PSG have on the map is Talon Yumi just joining hands, holding hands and finding picks on the map. But because RNG are just playing so textbook and so well around the winning lane, they set up vision for Gala. He pushes in. Well, River's not showing top side. Xiaohu, he's probably about to be careful. So he goes off and farms his own Gromp, his own jungle, and RNG win out on the map.
Yeah, it really feels like PSG have never really been able to find a pick, find a possibility to get this talent anywhere near rolling. The Yumi very much muted through this game, and because of the early dragon stacking, now RNG pull them into a team fight and say, hey, we got 2 items, you got half of one, let's see who wins this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult, and this is one of the main weaknesses of playing comps that are very low on engage. If your opponents are superior laners, you don't really have a lot of ways to get into the game, because generally these types of compositions gain advantages by superior laning, by playing through sides, by being the first to an objective. Your opponents have to fight into you, and that kind of circumvents your weakness of not having any of that engage. But when you're this far down, there's just nothing going on here for PSG, and they just feel like they're bleeding out here for the 2nd time today.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the Dragon as well. RNG now swap the bot side. They have Herald if they want to use it on bot or mid tier 2. PSG going to try to cross map here. Cryin doesn't have TP. TP coming in from River, I believe, just getting some tempo top side to make sure they can force down this tower while RNG traded off for a Drake. Cryin has stopwatch to buy time on the tower, but the tower is quite low.
And one thing PSG did well with this composition when they played against Hanwha Life was they constantly caught Chovy in a side lane. Chovy would push too far forward, they'd double TP behind him, and they managed to catch him out. But RNG are paying the respect you have to the ability of this composition to collapse. And Cryin just backs off and he's like, oh, I'm on the weak side, I don't have teammates around me, and instead we're going to look for a play down towards the bottom lane. Hanabi trying to survive here with the exhaust going down. Gala will have the bullet time available as well. Hanabi tries to turn it around. Gala dies to the needlework! Oh, Hanabi!
Oh, my name is Gwen!
I am immune to death!
Oh my god, man, they really did not respect the Gwen damage there. You're both stacked up, getting hit by every snip, every tick of the ulti. Gwen is in the shroud, and Gala's just walking forward into it.
We have a new challenger approaching, maybe.
Where he's like, nah, mate, I'm good, fam. I'm not.
I'd love to see the replay, because I think Ming just exhausted, or Gala, sorry, just exhausted way too early, because Ming hits hook, gets the root, and then gets the ult knock-up while he's exhausted. So the exhaust runs out, and there's no ignite either, so the healing, snip.
Lined up for every single hit of the needlework and the snip. The insult to injury is the flash away when you're already dead there. Yeah. That's the kind of play that you need to get some foothold in this game, because now there's that potential, there's that inkling of, hey, maybe we can play sides. Yes, they're on soul point though, and that's the real concern is, okay, you got that kill there, you got the Zhonya's, but can you 5v5? Can you show up to this dragon and make something happen?
Yeah, Twice and Gwen also a level up. Now, this is PSG's bread and butter, playing over side lanes. River's going to find Xiaohu here.
River jumps forward. Final chapter will be available. They'll look for the chase onto Xiaohu, remember? No ability to flash away. Xiaohu can just use the hookshot wall dive.
So, PSG have found a win condition. It's Gwen over side. Maple has TP to match
Two people walking into him and dying.
Yep. Yeah, they need to wait for RNG's mistakes, I guess, because as good as it is for PSG to get those 2 kills, RNG's now on Infernal Soul point, so 3 minutes, 40 seconds, you're guaranteed to have to 5v5. So if they can find some picks in the next couple minutes and get, you know, a little bit more gold onto this Talon or onto the Jhin to cap close the items a bit, then maybe they can contest 5v5. RNG's comp does have a lot of side lane, but that was a lot of maybes that I just used.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just a few.
The problem is sides, you can see them maybe winning because...
Oh, you use one too.
Exactly. It's the word of the day. Maple is actually relatively strong. Hanabi now is relatively strong. But both those champions aren't going to really be able to contest it as effectively in the 5v5. And you've got 3 minutes. It's not enough time, it feels like, to really buy yourself some space in this game unless they can get a pick prior to the dragon. It feels like that's really their only hope is you find another kill, you fight a 5v4 or something like that.
Yeah, and the Herald's running out, so Wei just pops in the lane. Everyone's like, guys, we have a Herald in bot. Let's all go bot. So now RNG is just 5-man sieging bot without pushing in mid. This is a big problem that RNG had in their playoffs games against LNG. They never pushed mid when they sieged bot tier 2s. What happened in the Tournament of Worlds? They sieged a bot tier 2. Maple got a quadra kill on Tryndamere. With no mid push, you're answering 5v5 on a siege. Can they get this bot tier 2? Gala should be able to walk up. And this time around, RNG will get away with it, going for it.
Joe going forward, there's your Shadow Assault on towards the backline. Hanabi there, the final chapter coming out as well, and will the Needle Wipe be able to do enough work? Can't quite kill off Xiaohu. Hanabi goes forward, but he is shut down. The double for Gala, curtains open. But perhaps they're going to close just as quickly. Riptail charging in, Wei stepping forward, takes a couple of tower shots that he didn't quite need to. But this will be the inhibitor tower down in the bottom lane.
Oh, RNG loved their bot tier 2 dives. I was just talking about it. It was a big reason why they struggled against LNG, struggled against PSG last time around. Did get the win in the end. This time playing with fire a bit. If Hanabi got another kill there or two, I think he would have killed everyone with the Yuumi on top of him.
Yeah, that was actually really close, and we can see in the new Axe Effect replay here one more time. They're moving aggressively forward. Maple just kind of ushering Wei off on the side, and they just go straight in here with Xiaohu. But the Yuumi ult was so effective. MF getting so much damage here too.
Gwen ult's just going through 3 members of RNG. And Hanabi does end up falling. Kaiwing falls shortly afterwards. Triple kill to Gala. And that was that.
That's really just kind of the gold difference in action there. Not able to get that final charge of the needlework off. So you get that through Gala. Gala maybe goes down, and as you say, you're fully stacked on Conqueror, the Riftmaker in action. We've all seen that self-healing. Those fights can look pretty ugly if he could have survived a little bit longer.
Yeah, now Unified has no flash on the Jhin against a Jarvan Camille. 1 minute on the Infernal Soul point, so PSG are going to have to find a way into this Dragon Pit if they want to contest. Giving this up would probably mean game.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest, Kedra, I don't think Unified is the person they'll be targeting. Like, he's got a Gale Force and a couple of long swords with a Crit Cloak. I think Hanabi is probably the one they're going to be jumping on in this fight as Maple looks to go forward. Ming will be chained up, but be able to retreat. 45 TP seconds on the Infernal. TP available, as you say, but Xiaohu will not take it. Control ward cleared out by PSG. They know they've got to fight soon, and they know in 30 seconds RNG will be barreling towards that Infernal Soul.
Trying to find a way in. RNG have full vision on the river. Xiaohu's going to push the next mid wave, you'd expect. He needs to make sure he doesn't get caught out here on this ward.
Got no flash. Kind of hookshot wall dive across the wall. That tier 1 in the mid lane standing still for RNG means that this wave will push back pretty quickly towards the PSG side. RNG waiting in the bush. Final chapter coming out. There's the stopwatch, but Gala is down, shut down by Hanabi, and now Ming next on the menu. PSG pushing forward. RNG, they baited the trap, they set it up, but they were the ones caught out. They were prey, not predator, as PSG pushed forward. Xiaohu down, Wei dives into the back line, but this could just be it. Wei in the middle of 5. PSG somehow turn it around against RNG.
Oh, RNG looks so split up. 3 members trying to make a pick. 1 dives away, and all of a sudden PSG is this death ball. Will shut down RNG and gets 4 kills. They found a way back in this game. They found the Infernal Dragon to stop the soul. They won't get Baron. but that's a sign of life if I've ever seen one.
I mean, Gala and Ming showing no respect to PSG here. Look how split up they are. You've got members over to the side, you've got members clearing mid, and you're playing with no respect to the potential engage here. They go forward, Gala dies for free.
Yeah, Wei was the one to EQ away the second they even opted into the pick. Hanabi just showing so much strength with the Gwen. Yuumi on top of him. 3 members didn't opt to the fight. Like you said, everyone was just so split up. And RNG paid the price for it.
Really felt like RNG wanted that fight. From their positioning, they were like, okay, we all stand in the pixel, we can go for something, but putting your squishy AD carry in the middle of an entire enemy team doesn't seem like the best of ideas. Still though, a 3,500 gold lead for RNG. They are still on Soul Point. River can't quite make it over the wall. Very difficult to do that one. We've all messed up that blast cone, but PSG's showing a few signs of life in this game, and a lot of it off the back of Hanabi at 5-1-2.
They absolutely are, but you've also got to be a little bit critical of RNG. They're looking shaky in some of their decision-making in these fights. You talk about the risky play on the Tier 2 tower. You look at how they set that up as well. You know, Gala is incredibly strong now.
Wait, caught out. Hanabi can just chase this one in. The bullet time coming in as well, and there's River down. But Gwen is immune. Gwen is immune, as you say, the final chapter coming out for the Roots. Currently a 1-for-1. Jungler for jungler on either side.
It's pretty big, though, for PSG, because Xiaohu invested TP for this, and Hanabi still has it, so now he can start to pressure bot tier 1s and TP to Nash if RNG try to force it. Yes, RNG have TP on TF. We'll see how they choose to put lane assignments in, but it's a 1-for-1 and a TP trade.
And honestly, when's the last time we've seen RNG trying to set up any sort of a pick with TF? They're just playing like Deathball now. It feels like they've lost confidence in their ability to side lane. You're playing Camille TF, and you're walking around as a 5-man squad, not prepping your waves, not pushing in, and not really playing a very coordinated game in this last 5-10 minutes. RNG are still in a commanding position. They are still at Soul Point. But this game seemed like a done deal, and it is inching closer and closer here for PSG as you see items coming through.
Yeah, GA just picked up by River and Wei. Does EQ away, but then the Jin W comes in to stop him in his tracks from downtown. Unified connects that one, but then River just gets shredded straight through. Gala's just melting him. Of course, Gwen is immune, so Hanabi's able to trade the 1-for-1. But now River has GA, so if he can buy more time in these fights, stopwatch on Hanabi and Maple too.
And Hanabi just got his Cosmic Drive, so he's already on 3 items. He is looking really strong, and to me, this 3rd item is when Gwen starts to really get out of control. You have so much CDR, the additional move speed allows you to stay up on those champions, get multiple rotations of spells out. Can be really tough in a side lane, and can actually teamfight pretty well here.
You start to move from a position where RNG had vision dominance to a position where PSG can contest them for these wards. Cryan currently pushing in the top lane, does have TP. Xiaohu down towards the bottom side, does not. And actually PSG not going to match them for now. It looks like Hanabi is going to go and catch that top wave. No one going down towards the bottom lane as of yet.
Similar kind of signs to the last time these two teams faced, right? Instead of Hanabi getting the kills, Maple was the one to get the kills. PSG got a Nash. The game was all of a sudden close despite RNG being stronger in the early game and being more favored. RNG still, of course, up around 4,000 gold, and they do have side lanes constantly pushed out, but the problem is PSG can face check. How? Well, it's a Gwen with a Yuumi on top of her. Anyone's there in the bush, pops the immune, and they can walk straight past them, or they can walk away. They can actually contest vision, and RNG's only real way to stop it is hitting a hook or grouping as 5, but they want to play the side lanes right now for the map control.
Yep, they're back into the side lanes, into the 1-3-1, and Gala now getting some of these luxury items. Has the Hex Drinker here to help deal with the double AP solo lanes. The Talon really isn't a threat. Because he is so far behind, it's so much more about the LeBlanc and the Gwen.
And I actually think PSG have a lot of options if they start to spot them. You know, River can run bot with Hanabi and gank whoever's on side lane, and they can double TP to Nash. They can do the exact same thing with Maple if they want to go 3-man for these kind of plays. Look at what Cryan is doing. Yes, he's down here for the blue buff right now, but he can cover Xiaohu pretty easily, or he can take over bot if he wants to. You can shadow your side laner with your globals, with your TPs. Does PSG want to do the same thing with this triple TP they have? I feel like they should start to utilize it a bit more.
And one of the funny things when you're playing this sort of style, Yuumi can come along for the ride, right? It's almost like you have an extra one as well.
It's very difficult for RNG to gain total control of this game. They were very much in command of it for a long time, but now PSG fighting back, striking back. 2 items complete. Lord Dominic's on Unified. 3 items, as you say, on Hanabi. RNG going to set up around this Infernal Drake. 20 seconds on it. PSG are looking for the fight, fighting for their lives. Getting to 3 wins is so big for them in this group. Of course, Fnatic have to win out to get to 3. Hanwha needs to pick up a couple of wins as well to get there.
This fight will decide a lot. If PSG can get this dragon, they stall the game even longer. Hanabi's going to have to be the one to walk up first and face check. Maybe Maple can look for something over the side, but RNG have warded it off. They're relying on Cryan's rapid-fire cannon stuns right now to slow the fight down. Because if PSG can get onto the backline and get onto Gala...
cooldown now, though, for Hanabi. He can't really
Drake's
fight.
immediately stunned, and the Drake is down, and there's the Inferno, and there's the knockup. Hanabi pops the stopwatch. River trying to disengage this fight, way low. Curtains open. Hanabi going to try and step forward. Maple stunned, locked up in the bullet time. The healing coming out just enough from Kaiwing to keep him alive, but there's the Inferno Soul over to RNG.
Yeah, and RNG have two sideways pushing into them. Look at top, look at bot. Xiaohu's going to catch that wave in bot. They need to start catching waves. They got the Infernal Dragon. There's not really much else for them to do here. PSG,
TPs.
They're going to force it, it looks like, because of these side waves. Xiaohu has TP to match, though.
TP's invested, ward cleared out. Hanabi's going to start it up, needle work available. Unified doesn't have the curtain call. There's no final chapter on the Yuumi either, but this Baron down to 6,000 HP already. RNG looking for it. Wei has a blast cone. They're going to flip it, as you say. Wei, level 13, can jump into this pit any moment as the fight really begins down towards the bottom side. Hanabi healing up, dodges away from Xiaohu. Wei diving into the pit as well. Unified trying to get the roots off. Maple diving in from the side is Cryan. Locks in a gold card once again. Baron resets. Hanabi keeps it aggroed. PSG will have to disengage this, you have to feel. And they didn't really get too much out of RNG.
No, I mean, they get the TP off of Xiaohu, but it just felt like a bit of desperation now that they lost the soul. They felt they needed to get something back, something major. And they just kind of slow played the Dragon fight a little bit too much. And once the Shroud is actually forced off Hanabi on the side from Cryan, he throws out the gold card. Shroud is used reactively.
Yep.
That is your team fight. You cannot walk forward as a Gwen without it.
And by the time that happened, the Dragon was already dead. River was kind of standing in the pit wanting to contest, but Hanabi was just trying to find an angle to actually get into the fight in the first place. So a little bit of disconnect there from PSG. The force on the Nash, respectable, right? Tried to get the Baron, but they don't flip it. They don't find the engage, and now they've just lost both TPs on their solo laners. Maple has no flash, and RNG can look to start this Baron whenever they want. They have the Infernal Soul. Dragon's not really on the cards anymore for 4 minutes, and they can just control the top side of the map. Yes, Xiaohu invested TP as well, so they have to be careful on 4v5s.
Also have to be really careful around Gala, generally PSG. 4 items on this MF, most gold in the game, 5,000 gold ahead of Unified. As River tries to chase down Wave, and Wave can just EQ across this wall. The Infernal Soul alongside a bullet time will absolutely tear you to shreds if it gets a couple of waves off.
Yeah, the game's going to work in turns now. Xiaohu pushes in bot and can move mid, and now he can make it a 5v4, while Hanabi goes bot to catch the wave before he can push out, and then he'll be able to join, and Xiaohu will have to catch. So RNG will get a lot of control of the map right now, and PSG will lose all their vision towards Baron.
And it just feels like the only way in for PSG is you have to kill someone inside. You have to find some sort of a pick. Hanabi is your strongest member. He is actually significantly stronger than Xiaohu right now. Working towards a potential death cap, so he will have an incredible amount of burst. He has rank 3 of the ultimate. He is very powerful, but RNG are trying to play this out more slowly, trying to keep the sides pushed, and trying to choke PSG out.
PSG are just ignoring the bot waves. It was on their inhib for the last minute, and RNG looks like it's going to be a stare down.
Ming lands the hook, River going in, trying to get the damage down, and Hanabi's so low already, he puts down the Halapath, but he's shut down by Xiaohu. And you have to feel that's it, the Destiny coming onto the backline, and already Xiaohu gets a second of the fight. Maple with the chains, but Cryan with the chase. Gold card locked in, Maple pops a stopwatch of his own, but all he will be seeing is the fountain once again. RNG with 3 kills, and they're pushing down mid.
Yeah, they have a mid wave. River will base with Kaiwing. Wei's looking for them to try and stop it, but they don't have any wave clear with the Talon Yuumi. They have to walk up to be able to do so. I wonder if RNG can push in and end here. They have a lot of tower damage with Gala and Xiaohu. Still 35 seconds on Maple. That might be it, Adele.
Yeah, I think it will be. It's going to be pretty difficult here for River to get anything done. Doesn't even have the ulti, and they're going to get another kill.
The bullet time into flash, gold card. I mean, it gets River into the GA, but immediately he goes pop afterwards. RNG, with a little stumble in the mid-game, still come out on top and will lock their spot in the quarterfinals.
A lot of ups and downs there in the game from RNG, I have to admit. A lot of mistakes you have to say, especially that bot play when Hanabi gets the 2 kills to start rolling, but they were in control all game long. Just a few moments where you questioned, if that Dragon got taken away by River, how much time if PSG had another 5 minutes to play with.
And honestly, PSG on the other side, you've got to look at how they seem to be struggling today. They're really finding a difficult time actually finding fights, starting fights. They're not drafting for very much engaged. They're being very defensive in the early games, and they seem to be kind of just bleeding out, both against Hanwha as well as here. They started this week 2-1. They've only really got that 1 game left to try to turn it around.
I mean, on current form, you're looking at a 3-way tie at 2-4, very possibly. Hanwha Life don't look better than RNG. Fnatic Hanwha is a bit closer, obviously, but
Fnatic,
the Fnatic... I mean, even if Fnatic, oh yeah,
if Fnatic 3-0, they're straight through, right? I think the Hanwha Life Fnatic game
depends on the other games.
Yeah, depends on Hanwha RNG. If I have that correct in my head, because that could then end up being a tie there. But I mean, either way, PSG came in with a favorable position. They needed to grab a win, but they have really not looked as strong today as they were in the previous games. If Fnatic came out obviously with a roaring game one, RNG is through there safe. Puts a lot of pressure on PSG, on Fnatic, and on Hanwha.
Yeah, and the Hanwha Life Fnatic game is going to be so important, because if Hanwha Life goes up to 3 wins and Fnatic only have 1 game left on 1 win, then they're out.
I actually don't think we can get a 3-way tie at 2 and 4. Because either Hanwha, they both need... Fnatic, if they win outright, they get more. But if otherwise Hanwha can, so it's someone's going to go through. Very unlikely that we'll get that 3-way tie. We will do more maths after this, I am sure. Fnatic come to life here in the second round robin, and while they get ready for their next matchup, check out their pick, Man Don't Care by JMW and Gigs, as the song that represents their playstyle, and the rest of the world's competing at Worlds on the official LoL playlist on Spotify.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Iceland for Worlds 2021. RNG locked the quarterfinals with this win. And Gala, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Quick words about the game. It feels like Gwen was getting stronger. What is your take on the champion and how did you manage to deal with it?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。说到刚才的对决，感觉对面那个上单格温其实发育的蛮好的，所以说你们是有什么样的一个想法，同时怎么样去处理格温这个点的呢？
因为前面我出了一些失误嘛，然后就是胳膊很肥嘛，然后这次我们想就是打团多拉扯一下吧，然后就是慢慢打嘛。
So to be honest, in the early game, we made some mistakes. So that's the reason for us to just let the opponents go in to scale up so well. Yeah. But then we try to, like, for the team's communication, we try to, like, maybe kite more in all the team fights and try to slow down the pace a bit for the upcoming team fights.
Yeah, beautiful ways to handle the team fights. Now more over with the game. I have a question about the LPL overall, because there's this general discussion saying that the LPL is performing worse in week 2 than they were in week 1. What is your take on that? Because you know the region and the team so well.
那其实这个想问一下整个关于 LPL 赛区，然后其实很多人都会觉得说，在小组赛的第2周，整个 LPL 的一个发挥就没有第1周的那么好嘛。那所以说，对于你来讲，你有什么样的一个看法？因为嘎啦选手和 LPL 的其他队伍们都很熟悉嘛。
好像就是确实第2轮就是我们发挥的，也就是多了很多失误嘛，然后就打得不是很好吧。
I think the main reason is that we just made more mistakes in the actual game in the game 2.
All right, well, you say the honor for the LPL right now, but as you come and save the quarterfinals for you and RNG, Gala, and coming back as the MSI winners, given that you end the group stage at 4-1, how do you reflect on your run so far, looking at quarterfinals?
那其实你们现在也是成功晋级到8强嘛，而且也是作为 MSI 的一个卫冕冠军重新回到冰岛，所以说你们怎么样去评价你整个一路走来到目前的一个旅程呢？
旅程是什么意思？
就是你们整个世界赛到目前为止，你有什么样的一个看法？
就打世界赛就是跟很多就是强的队伍，然后还有选手交手嘛，就挺开心的。
So I think, like, in our tournament, I really got a chance to play with all the top teams, the very strong teams and players from different regions. So to be honest, I'm very happy about this part.
Yeah, and I have everything to be happy about, and it's going to get even better from now on. But for now, Sheshe for this interview. Gala, Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. We're going to take a quick break now, and we'll be back in a couple minutes for Hanwha Live Esports versus Fnatic. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we're gearing up for a huge fight in the race for the quarterfinals. Hanwha Life Esports versus a surging Fnatic, who have already taken down their toughest opponent of the day in RNG. RNG already through. That's important to note for everybody. So there's just one more spot that these other three teams are fighting for. Hanwha Life, though, as much as we say Fnatic are surging, I think are still riding a high from their first win of the day. And so it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams match up. But let's start with Fnatic.
Yes.
Yes.
Melt this one game as long as humanly possible, because it was a great game. It was euphoric. It was everything you wanted. Bwipo on the Viego was a pleasure to watch. It was controlled. We highlighted it in the previous segment, but if you missed it, Fnatic are a team that when they trust each other, when they play well together and everyone commits for some engages that sometimes might look a little bit crazy, this is the peak level of the team. The fact that they're able to do this with Bean is big, and it's a big day for Fnatic, but that was one of 3 must-win games. They have to keep that momentum going as they move forward into the day.
Yeah, like they said, one game at a time. I think they're zeroed in, especially the last team fights that we were seeing here going up against RNG. They were playing at their best. It's exciting. If you're a Fnatic fan, you're looking at Nisqy carrying that C9 Nisqy load, of course, inspired what happened in Group A. It's happening. It's happening, Draco.
Look at Raz over there trying to steal a little credit.
Raz,
just trying to steal Nisqy. I didn't come out here and go, Schalke, no fear, Amadaga.
I was hearing G2 perks. Okay, I'm just putting it out there. We got to even the playing field a little bit.
That's fair. That's
fair.
No,
I think it was an incredibly important call out on Bwipo in the jungle, but I think it is no surprise that in this specific matchup, we would actually give him very much the edge, and that's why I like to focus on Nisqy in the matchup here against Chovy, right? We've already seen what Chovy can do in the first game of the day on the TF, getting involved early in the skirmishes to great effect while still building a CS advantage for himself.
And that's the impressive part, is that the fact that he's playing a supportive role in the previous game on the Twisted Fate, being able to win the matchup, it's expected really early on versus the Silas. But also, I think for me, what's surprising is that he was able to come out ahead. Huge team fights around Willer and Vista's skirmishes that was happening around him. They're playing towards him and they're succeeding.
Absolutely are. And I think that he is still a force to be reckoned with. I think Twisted Fate is a pick that we have to keep our eye on, because you heard previously in the LeBlanc versus Rise matchup, Nisqy was very confident. If I just keep farming, I will eventually be stronger. Cryan, I also think, made some kind of uncharacteristic mistakes, leaping directly into the CC. You can't immediately go back. You need a bit of a delay before you can hop back. So Chovy is, I think, on or has been at least on another level, and this is a lot of pressure on Nisqy to again perform and for the team to draft him a matchup where he can be comfortable.
As well, too, just again, comparing the two games that both teams have played today, early game for each of them, right? For Fnatic, well, it was a way more back and forth, right? Every time they picked up a couple kills, they kind of gave a few back, but they did definitely have a lot, or rather put in a lot of work early in the game. But same thing can be said for Hanwha Life. So, Raz, only one team can come out ahead in the early game this time around.
Yeah, and it's about the quality of the skirmishes and the wins. And when Fnatic was going back and forth, they were going up against RNG, and they were doing it against a strong team fighting team and exploiting what was a weakness in in Cryan. And so it's pretty damn good. Of course, we're seeing the stats of Hanwha Life overall because
versus
they are
PSG earlier today.
Yeah, and so like Hanwha Life were able to perform. They've had insane team fights. Early game was fantastic.
Absolutely, and I think what's important to note here is that this was, again, the full court press for Hanwha Life Esports. True. Every single lane was winning, even top lane that we highlighted as a potential weakness. And I think top lane is something that we do need to briefly hit on, because while we highlighted earlier, Adam did a good job once he got the opportunity to perform after a very difficult early game. You might not get another shot like that if your bot side does not pop off as much as they did in that game versus RNG.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a good recovery by him after a poor early game. 4 times honors for mental fortitude, for staying cool up there in the top lane. But definitely, once you take a look at what Morgan did earlier today, while we did have questions about it, winning out in the Renekton versus Graves matchup almost entirely alone, you got to wonder, again, if you give those advantages to Hanwha early, will they be able to press them?
Yeah, and I know what Morgan can do, because when he was in China, he actually performed quite well on his specific matchups. Of course, he had a pretty poor year with Hanwha Life. But looking at today's work that he's been putting in on the Renekton, have faith in how he's going up against Adam here. So Adam just needs to perform better. If he can be a stable rock in the, for his team, then he's going to be able to match up versus Morgan.
Yeah, and obviously Renekton's a pick that most people I think don't find very strong, and I tend to agree. But if you can weather the storm, if you can get to level 6 without losing too much, he's still a threat. He's still a force to be reckoned with. And like any champion in League of Legends, if he gets ahead, if he's ahead of where he's supposed to be, he is still something that has to be respected. That said, it's interesting if we see something again like the Renekton. Adam is known for a small but very potent champion pool. The meme before he really grew or came into his own in the LEC was that it was like Renekton, Darius, Olaf.
Yeah.
He is ready for these kind of matchups. He has so much experience in these kind of matchups. I don't think if he needs to counterpick, he's going to have a lot of creative options, and that is going to make things a lot more difficult for Morgan.
Yeah, and I think something that we've been seeing throughout the first week into this one is, of course, just the value of Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate being the first pick from Hanwha Life, and overall, I think yeah, Adam's been getting bullied. Even when he gets on his Olaf pick, RNG just went topside in week 1 with 3 members, and he was susceptible to gank.
He went topside in game 2 of the day.
True.
Level 2, Gragas Lee Sin.
Right, so I mean, if we talk about maybe a slight expectation that Hanwha will come out ahead rather in the laning phase. Again, we have those CSDs at 10 across all 3 lanes plus the jungle in game number 1. I think the man you got to look at again is Bwipo, right? He is so much the catalyst for what happens early for Fnatic, and one of my favorite plays still within this entire tournament was the early red side. It was first round robin, but the Graves jungle taking over red side, flashing across mid lane to take the blue side jungle as well. That's the kind of stuff that I think he's going to have to show to wrestle a little control away from Hanwha and maybe turn things in Fnatic's favor.
And I think it's important to note, while Hanwha did win out across the lanes, also they drafted for success. They had the Aphelios Thresh on the bottom side to get a lead. They had the TF into Stylus. You expect him to win in the early game. So it's not just like Hanwha went into 50-50 matchups and outclassed everywhere. There is still some room, but I think the Bwipo highlight is so important because he was, to me, the biggest carry force in the game. And there are not a lot of junglers right now that can do that. While Viego has had some hits to his numbers, that passive, as long as you keep fighting and getting value out of that passive, that champion is ludicrously OP. But if you don't have the Viego, what is the next option for Fnatic? Because it's hard to find that same set, that same kit, those same tools in any other champion.
Yeah, and even in the losses that they had in week 1, I was pretty happy about just Bwipo's overall performance and how efficient he was pathing. So that's just something that I could see inspiration from. And if he doesn't have the Viego, Lee Sin, I know it's been banned, but seeing how both these players, I think Willer is a little bit better of a Lee Sin overall throughout this tournament. But if, it seems like Fnatic is going to be getting on blue side.
That's what I was about to say. We're already talking about it. Let's keep going on the Champions League discussion. Fnatic does get blue side this time around. So is that the kind of priority that you would want to see placed on a pick like Viego if he's left up, that it's actually first picked?
I mean, it's hard because ultimately there are a lot of champions that are more powerful in the meta right now than Viego.
Yeah,
but to me,
if TS up, do you really take that for Niski over the Viego?
If you show me any draft where Viego's first pick, I'd say that that team in the context of the meta was probably foolish. But in the context of the first game that we saw today for Fnatic, I would respect it. Now, I'd still rather say, the question to me ultimately is there any first pick worth trading to give Viego over to the side of Hanwha Life Esports? Because Willer also playing well on it, has a good win record on it. And yeah, there are a few, but I don't want a Yumi.
I think TF.
TF. I'll take TF.
I think TF.
TF would be really valuable. I think Hanwha Life, as on red side, have a little bit of an advantage because they can think about giving Yumi away, and I wouldn't want Hylissang on Yumi. I think he's just too good of a playmaker.
All right, well, there you have it. Fnatic are looking to continue their comeback in Group C as they face off against HLE in the race for quarterfinals. Freak, Lyric, welcome to the cast, and take it away.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, and welcome to the Cast Desk. We are here to bring you all the rest of the games today. There's a chance we get some Fnatic runs at tiebreakers to make it out. Lyric, this is going to be a fun day.
Yeah, I mean, the day's already been a little bit all over the place. At the start, it looked like maybe we'd get every team ending at 3-3. Obviously, broken by RNG's last win, but still a lot of potential scenarios available with all teams kind of all over the place today.
Yeah, it's anyone's games. Obviously, we know RNG has made it through. But across the other 3 teams, Hanwha Life, Fnatic, and PSG Talon, any one of those teams can be the second team through in the group. And what's wild is there's some history to tell here, okay? We got our props from Cloud9 back in week 1. Thank you to the LEC Castle for telling that story over again. I believe Medic gave us, the due props. But Fnatic, this is their 11th international showing at MSI or Worlds. They have failed in groups across all the showings exactly once. And that was 7 years ago. There are years and years and years and years of unbroken, of Fnatic making it through no matter what group, no matter what opponents, no matter what's been going on. They have made it happen. Problem is, this game is do or die. Then the next game they play is do or die.
Yeah, and it's, you were also telling me earlier, right? LEC never going 0-6. Luckily, Fnatic did correct that earlier. So keeping that trend going, I definitely think Fnatic, especially we were watching the Niski interview earlier, having a ton of confidence coming into the day. They realized, hey, he made it sound simple. We just got to play like a team. We can't play as individuals, especially when you're going up against Hanwha Life Esports. That has been where they thrived. The desk was talking a little bit about their last matchup. Fnatic had an amazing early game. They invaded the red level 1, cut through both turrets into the opposite side jungle. It really just felt like Hanwha stayed the course. They got leads in every lane, and that's how they were able to pull through.
Question is, how well does Hanwha Life play through Chovy? That Yasuo comp was exciting. It was a lot of fun. I wonder if they bring anything like that back here, or if we get the Fnatic that we saw early in the day, the Fnatic that took down Royal Never Give Up. I went and looked back, because I didn't watch every LEC game. I wasn't 100% up to date on everything Fnatic had done. Did you know every single Fnatic player was top 3 All-Pro in the LEC this split? You know, and I've seen both sides from fans online. They're like, oh, it's doomed, you know, upset's not here, last minute sub, that's going to be tough. I've seen the other side where it's like, this is not the Fnatic I know. Bwipo's aggressive, Adam's aggressive. Adam was the second All-Pro top laner in his rookie split. Like, these guys should be popping off. We didn't see it week 1. We are seeing it today.
Yeah, and you're even seeing adaptation coming out from them today from their last time around. Of course, Chovy did play that Yasuo up against him last time into the Rise matchup. With the bans, I really like the Twisted Fate first pick coming out for Fnatic. We know Niski loved all of these roaming champions and these playmakers in the LEC. Twisted Fate was his second most played champion, but now this is going to open up, I think, for a very aggressive mid-jungle 2v2 to come out from this side of Hanwha. Already going with the LeBlanc. And I mean, the Viego priority for this group is just rising out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's a good takeaway. Obviously, Bwipo, it was a core pick for him. We'd seen the self-made or the inspired runs as well. Like, that was awesome during the LEC playoffs. But yeah, this one gets taken over, and immediately I'm looking at mid lane a lot, right? Because Niski doesn't want to lane. Niski's strengths are getting the hell out of mid lane and helping his teammates out, and that's great. Like, I think back on Cloud9 as well, watching him as he dominated the LCS with that team, Twisted Fate was a core pick there as well, not only just in Europe, but back in North America, getting out of the lane, helping everyone else. That is his biggest strength to me as a player, and Chovy is the kind of guy who's going to really try to lock you in the lane and just never let you leave.
Yeah, and I feel like this is going to be super important going into this game now that we have this bot lane matchup. Last time around, Hanwha banned out Hilly's Rakan in the first 3 picks. It's been his standout pick over in the LEC, gives you a ton of playmaking. Kadra was hitting on it earlier in the day about how it is an easy champion to lock down if you do get a hard CC support on the opposite side. Yeah. But I'm seeing a lot of power coming out from the Fnatic bottom lane and a nice Twisted Fate pick to enable it.
Yeah, and the question is, where does Twisted Fate go? And through that lens, I actually kind of like the Renekton pick here on Red 3. The idea being that as I watch Hanwha Life play, they're good at playing mid-bot and like having that be happening and just letting Morgan sit isolated weak side. It is hard to get Renekton into a spot where you can kill him in a 1v1. Like, he's lane dominant. They don't care if Morgan's going to be great late game. They don't care about how his gank setup got nerfed, because he's not going to be a gank setup kind of player. He is there to make sure top lane is fine, and Chovy and Deft and Willer win the game.
And it makes me wonder if on the side of HLE, okay, well, there we go. They ban out the Graves. You still have a lot of things that I think can play up into that Renekton, though. The Cannon's still on the table. We know when we're watching Adam, you always have to be conscious of something like the Olaf coming out. I've seen he has played that matchup before as well. So I definitely think Fnatic do have answers to this Renekton. And, you know, funny throwback for anyone who didn't watch Morgan when he was in the LPL, was pretty much a Renekton one-trick on Team W. He was the best champion by far, played it almost every game. So at least very proficient, very much a comfort champion for him. And now for the side of Hanwha, looks like we are going to go with a bit of comfort for Deft, bringing out the Ezreal. I really like what HLA have put together so far. You have the strong mid-jungle. You can look to enable that Renekton, though Adam does have counter pick. And Deft will be fine just chilling in the bot lane if they decide to lock this one in.
Ezreal locked in. Interestingly, a champion you often pick up when you want to ignore your bottom lane and just let Vista go somewhere else and just let, you know, Deft land some farm. I know if your skill shot accuracy is good, you are a bit of a late game carry. And obviously you can get away from bullet times, but not going for a highly prized pick as there have been so many bans. He's not getting anything from the top 5. So, okay, we move on. And Xin Zhao going to be the lock-in here for Bwipo. Has not been winning a lot of Worlds, 35%, not exactly high, but with Viego gone and you know, Lee Sin and arguably Greg's at the table, the pool is somewhat pinched.
Yeah, and I love the Orianna hover coming out right now. This is something that RNG would possibly do. I don't expect it from Fnatic. We did hit on the Olaf, and we are getting that one from Adam. We'll do fine in this lane up against Cernectin, and now I really think Fnatic do have options, right? You have a very aggressive bot lane that can look for these engages. You also have this Olaf that you can play around in top side, and once again for Fnatic, the name of the game is like early game skirmishing.
So this is going to be interesting because, yeah, early game skirmishing can be powerful. The only difficulty I have here is how are you going to get through the Renekton with the double dash? I don't feel you can, like, force that kill. And he's not locking anyone down from the top side. I know he's good at the champion. It's in his pool. I like Olaf as a pick overall. I think he is underutilized in pro play. I'm just not sure what it's going to do in this comp as everyone on the Hanwha Life side can get away from him, right? If you've got a misfortune, yeah, Olaf's chunking you down and it's flash or die. Ezreal's like, I'll start getting off the wall, bro.
Yeah, that's why I do feel like later in the game, it's going to be exactly what you're saying. It will be quite hard for the Olaf to find an impact. I think in the early game, though, I look at Fnatic's draft. You should have Prio in the bot lane so Hilly can start roaming up towards top side. Of course, you're going to have the Destiny coming out through mid, so maybe a lot of four-man plays coming out from Fnatic on the top half of the map. For HLE early, I really think it's just a lot about covering, maybe looking to find impact with the mid-jungle 2v2 with both Viego and LeBlanc, and then using that to try to cover that top side. Then we get into mid-game where we do have all that mobility that you just hit on for Hanwha Life.
All right, well, this is a do-or-die battle for Fnatic. If you lose, you can no longer keep up with RNG and Hanwha Life, and your chances at Worlds are over. The best you can do is end on a win against PSG and say, well, we got 2 wins for Europe. We'll see you next year. Do or die for Fnatic. That is the important part here. For Hanwha Life, it looks real good at the win. You take control second for a while. You see if PSG Talon can keep up with you later on in the day. Obviously, a win can feel good, but not elimination with a loss for Hanwha Life. Now, worth noting, as we talk about this, again, Fnatic, in their 11 international appearances, have failed in groups exactly once, and they do have control of their own destiny. I do believe on that one. That said, neither Deft nor Chovy have ever failed in groups either. They have been incredible, long-term international superstars. Back in the days of Samsung Alpaca, he was the best bot laner in the world, to me, Deft in 2014. Still here swinging for the fences.
I mean, he won the first MSI over there with Edward Gaming. So Deft, especially, definitely very storied career. I think has also looked pretty good at Worlds. For HLE, a lot of people are coming in hyping up Chovy. You know, it was due. His laning phases have been amazing, but I think Deft has been the one to step up and have consistent good performances. I mean, you were talking about this earlier on in the day. I think both Willer and Vista as well have looked quite good. Vista's been having a lot of impact on the map, and Willer, who I know the LCK casters were saying could be a bit disconnected at times, has been playing around all of his lanes pretty well.
He has. I've actually been really impressed with Willer. It's his rookie split too. Like he, like Adam, joined this split into pro play. You know, out of you know functionally Challenger series and in both kind of regards. And Adam again, second all pro top laner in the LEC. That's impressive. And Willer, I think, has grown quickly. I know a lot of people's read on him was, oh, he's going to be kind of a weak link. It's like Chovy and half-the-time Deft, and that's kind of it for Hanwha Life. But Willer really has been very good, and a lot of why Hanwha Life, I mean, they could easily go 4-2 to end this group and look really solid heading into quarters.
Interestingly enough, we see Fnatic going for an invade. They are going to start enemy blue. Doesn't look like Hanwha will have an idea of this happening. They don't have any aggressive wards of their own, only a ward covering their own Raptors, so maybe Deft will spot it out right now, but curious to see what Fnatic are going to do, and we talked about some of the options they have about playing around towards that top side.
Yep.
But for now, it is just going to be a bit of a split map.
Yeah, so Bwipo, of course, gets a light leash. Bean and Hillsong managed to not be spotted on their way back in the lane. They did not miss XP. Just barely, I think Hillsong's able to W into range to get one of those melee minions, so they didn't betray their pathing. And in fact, now we're seeing Willer ping, I'm on the way to bot side. So he's doing the pretty standard Raptors red, actually doing Wolf, so he won't be level 3, and he's just going to lose the Gromp in the blue, and Bwipo's just out.
Yeah, and Bwipo going to find such a massive EXP lead coming from this. And ooh, Freak, we're already getting a level 2 gank.
He's on a ward. They got to turn away right now. Level 2 just got hit. That is huge because Deft, okay, good flash by Vista. That minion gave Deft level 2 and could have made him an easy target.
I think that's so big coming out from the side of Fnatic, right? Now Vista having no flash. HLE's bot lane not going to be able to play as aggressive. And the famous early game ganks coming out from Adam.
Okay, I mean, they've got to call it. Okay, the ping is in. Morgan knows what's going on. Willer needs like 2 Raptors to get level 3 to help fight for the rest of this jungle. Obviously, they care about the bottom jungle right now, as Xin Zhao is going to be level 3 as well. Twippo takes down the camp. Willer, there we go, gets it as well. And now the fight for the red buff. Chovy has control over mid, and Adam's back to top. Hanwha Life should be allowed to get these camps back and make it an equal trade.
Yeah, and I mean, nice ward also in bot side Tribresh to spot out and know to be able to peel back. You can see Chovy now hovering down from mid lane.
Chovy's got to move. Hylissang's on the way.
Twippo is smite.
Fight! Yeah, Twippo has it, so it means he's gonna grab it, but now he's in the fight right now. Chovy is in first, Niski's far behind. Willer, then a 300 HP, but Vista locked in the front line. A good flash wave for Twippo. First blood in for Fnatic. They will not go down, and now Hanwha Life forced to run away.
And like you said, really nice flash coming out from Twippo to pull him in. Dev taking a bit of a trade. Should be fine. Willer waiting in the wings just in case.
It's a pretty clutch ward, though. That Trinket ward helps really make sure that they can walk all the way into the rest of the lane. They're not going to get surprised by a stun. Really good damage. Dev playing well on the edge, though. Bean is almost at a point where he's going to be forced to recall. He's out of potions, and a Doran's Blade for Sustained is not exactly a ton.
No, but this is also what we saw the last time these teams faced off, is that Def really was a difference maker. Of course, Bean being brought into a tough situation has been highlighted many, many times, but Def really utilizing his experience and taking advantage of this matchup. At least for the side of HLE, they weren't able to steal away that red buff, but it does look like they are going to get the double scuttle. You can see Morgan now moving into the top side jungle for that ward. As we do go into the replay, I feel like the big difference maker here is the fact that Twippo did have smite, Willer didn't. They just go in, the smite does come out, both sides are collapsing. Niski actually had enough time to wrap around. Vista goes in, nice flash from Twippo, and Vista just gets taken so low from the initial trade. But oh, freak, we have more.
Big stun, flashless, Xin Zhao, blue buff taken away, knock up to be found, and Willer gets his revenge. And just like that, Hanwha Life have tied up the gold.
And so far, Hanwha are just playing so nice around their pushing lanes. They did it in bot lane with Vista being able to move first. Now Morgan taking control of that top side. And for this top lane specifically, right, we've seen Adam just constantly moving from his lane. The last time these two teams met, he ganked mid at 3 minutes, then once again at 4. And typically when you go for plays like this, if you're not able to find something, you're just leaving this big window where now Morgan will have control of the lane. He'll be able to move first, get vision down. And this is what we were talking about with Hanwha Life, that it has looked more cohesive here than it did during the LCK regular split.
Yeah, it does seem like they're getting a lot better. I mean, obviously the fact that they had the... If you go by just game score, not matches, they were 9th place in the LCK this split. They had a really, really rough road through summer. But the fact that they were able to kind of cash in on their performance in spring and make the run through the regional qualifiers mean, you know, they did show up enough that they could make the push over. And then I would say it was helpful. They got some tune-up games during the play-in stage. They got that game versus LNG. Yeah, a loss, but still like good practice. And they're looking better and better. Obviously, now in a pretty decent spot against Fnatic. Clearly not over by any means. It's a 200 gold lead. Anyone can come back from that one. But, you know, Deft is on point. Chovy's obviously been great. And Willer, yeah, another player that we just will continue to sing praises of because he has been so good now.
Yeah, and I feel like the important thing to note for Hanwha Life at this point in time is the fact that Chovy does have flash, Niski doesn't. So you can see Niski having to play very far back and Chovy zoning him off the wave, walking forward, looking for those trades. And now we're going to see what Hanwha can do with this. I'd love to see Willer path towards mid, just kind of group up with Chovy, maybe make their way down towards bot as just a bit of trading coming out on both ends.
Yeah. Goodbye, Bean and Hylissang to actually catch all the way up in farm. There was a 16 CS deficit a little while earlier. Yeah, okay, there's a bit more to farm for Def, so we will still have the lead. But Bean should get a pretty safe recall. Oh, this could be dangerous. If you can't go for this ward, like, at this point. But the problem is, of course, the wave can't be pushed in, and Whipple's nowhere nearby, so this is going to be a 2v3. Hylissang can try to get away, but Willer is here, and that's going to be a stun. That's going to be a kill. The auto comes in, and now the stun lands, making a cleanse force out of Bean. And sadly, they did not get Whipple over to help push out the wave, and Willer was there to punish.
Just nice pathing coming out from Willer, makes his way down. The stacked wave coming back into HLE's bot side. Willer taking the long way around, knowing, hey, I'm going to cut him off, be able to find that kill. And so far, just been nice control coming out from them. Only about a 700 gold lead, not 700K. That would be
absurd.
That would be pretty cool, honestly, to see at 7 minutes. I don't think it is possible, but
no, it is not.
You know, Freak, you're the stats guy, you're the math guy. This is why they put me with you.
I can promise you, and I'm just here to help.
You know, maybe if you went in the practice tool, you can like try and load that up.
Oh, that's doable, yeah.
Earlier on, Freak, we were talking about Fnatic looking for these plays towards the top side.
Morgan, early ignite for the reveal because now TF's on the way. Stunned. I believe he has dice as well. Yes! And that means it's Fnatic pulling up Snake Eyes. But no, they've still got a 4v1. You mentioned it in Champ Select. They wanted a 4v1, and a 4v1 they have got. Morgan falls.
Really nice to see from Fnatic utilizing the fact that they did draft the Rakan for this purpose, make your way up towards the top side. You hit on now, hey, Morgan has a lot of dashes, he's pretty slippery. Looks like he's able to get away, but Fnatic do hard commit. Adam flashing in under the turret to make sure they do get that. And right in time for Herald to spawn. But HLE have already made their way up towards topside. Morgan even committing the TP.
Nice distortion forward. The flash fall over the stun. A flash out. And Hillsong finds Niski for safety. Surviving Rakan. I don't think that'll kill, but a nice try by Deft.
And this should also secure the fact that HLE can make their way up towards that Rift Herald. Right now, looks like they're walking into Fnatic's jungle, maybe looking to take away some camps, get some more wards down. But I'd like to see them just back off. You can start up that Rift Herald, but for now, HLE just backing away slowly. I mean, Morgan did just commit the TP up towards topside as well. He should be able to push this wave in, and no TP stance on the side of Fnatic.
One thing I've noticed, actually, is a lot of times, and this is going to happen here, but a lot of times pro supports actually don't take the cannon from their mid laners. Even though they're getting full gold, the XP share, we've seen actually a couple of times, they will just leave early. They will like take melees and be like, yeah, peace, bye. Which I just found kind of interesting that happens sometimes. But in this case, Vista going to maximize his gold income and go on his merry way towards top side, covering the Rift Herald take now as Hanwha Life. Going to grab the first neutral objective of the game, a small 300 gold lead, looking to double that with a Herald charge before too long.
Yeah, Hillsong looking for mid. We see some Fnatic pings coming down, but he has flash up. He still did have his W before this moment, so would be quite hard. I'd like to see Fnatic get some vision down towards the bottom half of the map, which looks like is what Hilly is doing right now. Scuttle will be coming up top side. Bwipo does have some camps on that quadrant, but it feels like Chovy just has so much control of mid right now. It's really hard for Fnatic to find options. Pretty much goes back to the old saying of like attack the global. Luckily, Chovy has been able to do that just 1v1 all game to where Niski can't find these really impactful ports with, you know, on top side.
He did get that one kill, but I mean, I think you're totally right? This is why I was like, I care about mid lane a lot in this matchup, because if you can lock up Niski, Fnatic I don't think have much of a win condition. And so far that's been a little bit true. Obviously it's still quite close. Clearly Fnatic of course can win this one, but a 40 CS lead, okay, you know, 37 or 27, whatever it is, like 33 as I actually do math appropriately. I'm on 2 hours sleep, by the way, so that's how it's gonna go for us today here. Yeah. Good lead for Chovy, and now we get to see what happens if he can ever leave lane and do a bit more. Stun attempted, and it's going to force Arcane Shift out of depth.
And now, I feel like as we're looking more big picture going forward, right, it goes back to what we talked about, a Fnatic wanting to accelerate the game. They don't really have a great front line. Of course, Adam did pick up the Bramble Vest because he's facing double AD top side. It is his typical build. He'll get things like the Gordrick or the Syrinx Gage and go full tank. Rakan especially, you typically see him as like a follow-up engaged champion or someone who's looking for picks or flanks or these creative angles to catch someone out, to where, at least on the side of HLE, you have good DPS later on with Ezreal. You even have Poke being able to be played alongside with Chovy. You can take front-to-back teamfights with the Leona and the Renekton.
Yeah.
And I think it goes back to what you were just saying about, for HLE, it just feels like they have more options with how they can play out the map and play out their draft.
Unless Niski gets out, or unless Bwipo makes a big play here topside, waiting for enough rage to get the big heal, but it's not going to matter. Bwipo was just there, waiting for him to ward and punish him.
Really nice coming out from Bwipo. The AD hit it. He has been kind of the shining light for Fnatic so far. Took his Krugs, went for the recall, only had the Wolves up on topside, chaining that into a very easy gank onto Morgan. Right now we see Willer waiting around just to catch the wave, but no TP shouldn't be able to do anything. And it's kind of funny that HLE still have been playing very...
Oh, he can get 2 levels down. There's no way you actually win this one, even though items were probably advantage for Willer. I don't think he beat Olaf down a level, so he just conqueror stacks and drain tanks you.
Yeah, has W, has the Bramble Vest.
Yeah.
Definitely would feel a little bit too hard for Adam.
Oh, that's a red card. Unfortunate. Wouldn't have killed anyway. Ultimately just means a wave clear, and Niski going to respect a bit the fact that Viego could be on the way. Runs down towards his teammate, and now first Dragon, Fnatic.
Yeah, I really like Fnatic going for this Willer show top to try and catch that wave or hold it up for Morgan. Gives Fnatic the window since Bwipo does get the reset first, gets back on the map, make their way down towards the bottom side, pick up this Drake. And you know, we were talking about this a little bit earlier in the day, that this group feels a lot more tempered today than it did in week 1. I feel like we were seeing a ton of action. I know Vetis was hitting on it, that Fnatic especially playing so over-aggressive in that first week. Even teams like Hanwha, though, we're willing to go toe-to-toe with every team in their way. Feels like only PSG, as Medic was saying earlier in the day, compared to their PCS split, it has been a bit slower from them.
Yeah, and some of it is, I think, they're, you know, less dominant compared to the competition, right? Like, Fnatic is better than the average PCS team, I would say by quite a lot, right? And same for Hanwha, same obviously for RNG. They're one of the very best teams in the world. So that can make it tough to just be as dominant when there is tougher competition. But yeah, even then, like as we saw with 100 Thieves yesterday, and Fnatic now today, it's like, but if your style is aggressive, you should play aggressive. Like, you should play the way you're going. So I kind of agree with your point that, like, I would like to see more of that aggression come through from the teams that are known for this kind of play. Right now, as we take stock of the game as it stands, just a 500 gold lead to Hanwha Life as the Herald charge had already landed in the mid. Mid lane turned a bit low. Clean's going to be in for Bean, able to sidestep, no problem. Basic Clean's a quarter second slow, but it's not really relevant. Able to get away from all the skill shots. Bot lane shoved in, Hillsong ready to control as Whippo is going to go ahead and take some as well. Deft going down to half HP. Doesn't want to burn an ulti as Arcane Shift will get him out. And instead just kind of trades back, but it should mean Deft is allowed one turret plate. And though I dislike his item build, he's doing okay in this game.
Yeah, double Divine Sunder coming out on the side of HLE. Deft getting quite low, or they could have potentially looked to force a dive. They do have to be careful because Adam does have TP advantage over Morgan for what looks like only, 10 or 20 more seconds. Niski also does have the Destiny available, but cross map coming out so far, Morgan is respecting, so Adam is getting quite a lot off of this to where Bean and Hilly aren't losing anything down in bot side with how chunked Deft did get in the last exchange. So for Willer, he is only going to get some camps. And I feel like we're looking now at the next Rift Herald, which...
Round 3.
Yeah, Fnatic having a lot of control on this top side, doesn't connect.
That should be an easy stun, slice and dice away, but they've got TF coming, so it doesn't matter if he's going to get away. Should give the solo kill. They're trying to wait, let someone else get a share of the cash, and Niski going to be 300 gold richer. And now on the bot side, Deft falling as well. Fnatic fighting for their lives, and they're winning it.
And Bean and Hilly coming out on top against Deft. Fnatic winning on both sides of the map feels so critical, especially when we were hitting about it for their draft of like, hey, you want to accelerate the pace of the game, you picked for this. Looked like Morgan was going to get out topside. Really nice Destiny coming out from Niski to make sure that didn't happen. We didn't really get to see what happened in the bot side 2v2, but Bean and Hilly doing much better than they did last time around. Great to see.
Yeah, and okay, Chovy will answer back with a turret, but that man has teleport, and he's playing for his own lane and nothing else. Here, we finally see the TP down to the bottom side. Bean and Co, they've got Adam, but there's going to be a 3-on-3 at least. It's going to be a flash for MF, but where are you going? No way you live onto that one. Olaf going to be unstoppable, immune to CC. Vista going to fall. Adam will trade his life back. They can let Deft get that one up, and now Hillsong, he can jump. He can try to get back to Niski, just maybe the chain's gonna land. And finally, yes indeed, we get the mid laner out of his lane and Hanwha Life clean up 3. Maybe a 4th as Niski gets the root, runs away. As long as the chain doesn't land, he will live, but Chovy wants in, not anymore.
Feels like Chovy's just playing in RPG, and that's just like the first main objective he has to complete, right?
Yeah.
Take first turret in my lane, can't leave until then. Finally does it, is able to TP down, they pick up a bunch of kills. Sadly, it was in the bottom half of the map. If it was up in topside, HLE can try and turn that into something like a Rift Herald, but we are gonna get in the new Axe Effect replay, seeing what happened here with the 2v2 kill. Ultimate and double, yeah, just really nice coming out from Hilly to set up. Even the Q coming out from Bean to follow up with big damage. And the reaction from Yamato and crew.
Bean, so I don't remember how many times he auto-attacked, but he did get a crit there in the last attack, which helped guarantee the kill. But I think he was like 3 autos in, so it's expected value. But now, hold on. Another fight in the top side. Vista running away from the river. Okay, that's going to be one charm, a knock-up, a second to come through. Willer, he's going to ult to safety for now, and the health bars are low, but the chain misses Hillsong. However, Vista can still not get away. Adam takes him down. Deft jumps the wall to live.
Yeah, ooh, Chovy. Okay, just taking a bit of poke, so Fnatic should be able to turn this into a Herald. Deft can throw some poke over walls since they are on red side, but it won't turn into anything. Nice target selection coming out from Fnatic, going on to Willer, realizing, hey, you know, Vista's already fully committed. He did end up going down in the end, but I like that they didn't throw any cooldowns into Chovy, since Chovy is so mobile, is able to easily get out. And this Olaf pick is working out for the side of Fnatic. I mean, how many teams really have experience playing up against a top side Olaf? And it feels like Fnatic will be able to turn into a bit of a 1-3-1 later in the game, look to enable this Olaf, look to keep finding picks on sides, to where for Hanwha, I feel like it's going to be all about making the map small, overloading one side, and trying to find those team fights when Deft is a bit stronger.
I can't think of a single team who's played this matchup before. I mean, I know G2's played against Olaf, but they played Yuumi into it in scrims, so it's going to be a first time for anyone here.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
yeah, no. No one is safe. No one is safe.
They're not even here, Freak!
That makes it better. That was the follow-up, by the way. I guess G2 are safe, because, you know, no one can beat them at Worlds. But Whippo gonna knock down the ward, gonna stay alive. Dragons now 1-1. Herald summon in mid means mid lane turret will be answered. A Fnatic gonna be 3-1 of the turret score. That 1,000 gold lead will grow by 50%. There's the crash, stay in range. Chili should back up a little bit. Okay, he shares the gold anyway. A little greedy, but whatever. They're gonna grab that one. They would love the second charge. It'll make a follow-up push in the mid very successful later on. They'll get the charge at the very least. Not sure they'll get much more. Stun gonna land. Whipple with the ulti down, but oh, the anti-synergy knocks him out of the bullet time. They both try to peel him, and now they go for a little bit more. Whipple's ulti is over, where they're back out of range, and it will be a ceasefire.
Yeah, Fnatic do get what they wanted. They got the turret. I think HLE are playing the fights correctly, though. I think when you are in a standoff over waves, we hit on that they do have a good range advantage coming out with both LeBlanc and Ezreal, so Chovy should be looking to poke his head in, trying to whittle people like Hilly down who are going to be playing a bit more far forward. See if you can get them where you can commit to the
yeah!
He gets it!
Hylissang! Man, this guy's been around for ages, and he's so good.
Yeah, absolutely insane coming out from him. I mean, just Fnatic overall, the fact that they've been able to come into the second week, completely turn it around. Sure, this game is not over by any means, but I think it's fair to say week one for Fnatic looked pretty rough, understandably so, but man, today they're contesting everything. They're getting vision, they're playing as a team. You're seeing them move around the map and work together, and even the individuals. I mean, again, we saw the Fnatic bottom lane, 2v2 kill, Deft and Vista.
Yep. It's impressive. They are really, really stepping up when it matters most. Again, Fnatic have failed to get out of groups once in the history of the organization. And they've played in 2011 Worlds. They've been around the block for a long time. This block has been circumnavigated several times. It's a marathon at this point, and they've dropped exactly once. 7 years ago in 2014, when no one in Europe made it out of the group stage. Now, yes, they're 0-1 so far. Obviously, Rogue didn't make it, but Fnatic would love to stop that there and be the first LEC team to make the quarterfinals here at Worlds 2021. Deft gonna be attacked. Niski does get stunned, but they switch the focus. It's gonna be Vista instead, the easier target. They knew his flash was down. He cannot dash out of the way, and Fnatic get kill number 8.
Yeah, Fnatic with the two-lane setup, playing through mid and bot, realize, hey, HLE's bot lane playing a little too far forward. The Destiny does come out, even forcing out the ultimate from Willer to pivot straight into a bot side push, and I don't think Hanwha can stop this.
Rip down, flash follow, Whipple wants in, Deft able to arcade shift in time, very clean, because honestly, it's so hard to get away from a flash Q3 out of a Xin Zhao. Well done to Deft, great reflexes, but it is still the 4th turret taken down, in mid is at 10%, so the next time they get a pick, that's another 700 gold to the team.
Yeah, now for Fnatic, we're going to see resets coming out. I think Hanwha should be looking to pivot towards topside, get some more aggressive vision coming out. Then we're going to start seeing teams probably pivot down towards Dragon at some point. Still 1 minute and 40 on that, but Fnatic still have full control over bot side with some decent wards behind the members of HLE in their jungle. Deft almost at 2 items, so almost at that point with that mirror mana where he's quite strong, but we're going to see a replay again, playing out through 2 lanes, hovering towards the bottom side. Nice Destiny coming out from Niski. They focus on Vista because he doesn't have flash, he doesn't have cleanse like Deft does, and Hylissang keeps going, which forces out the ult from Willer as well, which feels quite nice. And now, Freak, we're just going to pivot back into standard lane allocations on both sides. Chovy pushing out in top lane. They really can't overcommit. No one on Fnatic showing on the map yet. But we know next objective, definitely going to be the Infernal Drake.
Of course, it's up in 1 minute. We can see Chovy shoved in the top wave and then left. He's going back in the middle side. Hanwha Life are not playing for top side vision really at all. Chovy, I'm not sure. I think with the sweeper, he knew at least one was around. He knew he was getting jumped on a little bit. Adam maybe forced to ult. Is able to tank it. The root doesn't matter, and you lose the armor MR when you press that button, so gonna save that. I think Bean should have let Adam, by the way, solo that wave and get his lifesteal on. He may get to recall and walk back in time. Maybe he has a purchase anyway, so it's not really relevant, but could have been a concern.
Ooh, Fnatic going with the cheeky threat of the Baron.
They pinged it though. Like they're pinging like, hold on. Fnatic are spicy, and they're on the way over. Good read by Hanwha Life. I mean, a sick attempt by Fnatic, but it was red.
Yeah, Fnatic now gonna have to back off. The nice thing is though, you now have Adam going to mid, catching that wave. You can look to try to pivot to contesting Drake now that you pulled them out of the area. Even Niski starting to make his way down, does have the Destiny available, so can try and find an avenue in.
Bit of damage on the Bean. Hylissang wants in. They're going to get that first charm. Vista in a bad way. Niski waiting for his first stun. A flash to safety, but is it really? Adam is on the chase. 1 for nothing, but hold on, Whippo is gonna fall. It's a 4v4, Niski chasing against Chovy. Exhaust is in, he's gonna live for now, but the Viego resets may be online as Willer looks for a knockup. They're gonna get that kill on Adam, and Hanwha Life indeed will have it in this group. Fnatic starting to fall, 3 already dead, and Niski could be picked off. Chovy not gonna find it just yet, but that Dragon's gonna be theirs for sure, and Bean, oh, he's doing his best to cosplay.
Does he finally execute?
Maybe. Yep. Okay. Suning's AD carry. What's his name?
Hwanfeng.
Oh, yes. Doing his best Hwanfeng cosplay. Sadly, it worked way better for him. And that is Dragon over.
We're going to see. The thing that jumped out to me was just how split this fight gets, which definitely favors HLE in my opinion. They try to engage on the depth. They force some summoners out. They commit so much to following Vista over the wall. Sure, you still have things like the bullet time left up, but Bean got taken so low in that initial exchange. I feel like as Fnatic's composition, you need to be taking like a front-to-back team fight where you're setting up Rakan ultimate into a massive bullet time coming out from Bean. Niski completely separated off, so not even really finding high-value gold cards onto targets trying to peel for his AD carry. And when you're on the side of Hanwha, you have LeBlanc, you have Viego, 2 assassins, you have this bruiser top laner. These champions love chaotic fights. They love split fights where it's more separate 1v1s or 2v2s rather than a straight-up 5v5.
And now look at the game state we've got. I would say for a while, Fnatic had been the team with the pressure. I mean, the 4-2 turret kills explains that pretty cleanly. But Hanwha Life feels like they have turned the corner. They've obviously tied up the gold, and that's being down in kills and down in turrets and down TF passive. In fact, they have earned that much more money despite that. And that means they're standing gold. That means, you know, they're ready to start taking more down on this game. Hanwha Life may just well be in control. They're still on their side of the map. Fnatic are still playing the aggressor. I'm just not sure they're the lead anymore.
No, and I think we're going to start getting to a point soon where we see here contests over mid-wave at some point are going to start favoring Hanwha Life because you do have the Ezreal can look to poke out on the opposite side. Chovy just needs to pop his head in. Here, Fnatic did overload mid lane. They have 5 members compared to HLE who have 4. You can see Morgan still not here.
Oh, going for it. Chovy does not have a zone, he does not have a stopwatch. Will take some damage. This is going to go golden, but he may just become that as he flashes to safety, stays alive, stun. Going to land into Bean, he cleanses it, and Vista, will he drop? Yes! Fnatic picked the fight, and Fnatic win the fight.
And I gotta be honest, that looks so sketchy coming out from Niski at first. I thought he was just gonna instantly go down. Does buy time, had to flash out. But like you're saying, Fnatic were the ones to find the kill. HLE, though, having fast track on mid, they should be able to get this. Maybe even still able to posture to find some kind of pick, but Fnatic being quite respectful.
That turret's worth more gold than Vista, so that does actually kind of a long play. Ooh, careful, Chovy. Below 1K, but not in range of any more damage. The flash, oh, Whippo wanted that one desperately, couldn't find it. Looking to charge up his knockup, gonna be stunned. Nearly goes down, but no, they're gonna hold Morgan back for now. Be careful though, Whippo gets found out. Death finds the kill, but can they chase him? The slow is in, the gold card's gonna land, the knockup's gonna be there too. The cleanse will not matter. And Fnatic avenge their Belgian.
Yeah, Fnatic doing a nice job. We did see Adam, oh, they get another one! And Willer is just gone!
Does that mean, I don't think it can mean Baron. You do have a 15-second desync, roughly, of Whippo before Willer is alive. I don't think you can still turn that into Baron, though, so I think it's just gold earned and a reset.
Yeah, I don't think they should have enough DPS. Looks like they still might threaten it. I'm not sure if Niski has a spellbook cooldown up to where he is able to change to something like a smite, but they're at least bluffing, trying to see if they can cause a situation where they are able to find a pick.
Hillsong has Charm, but does not have Flash, so anyone worth their salt can react to either Distortion Out or Arcane Shift, and it's going to mean nothing happens. Of course, pretty able to ward over the wall. They're going to be safe. Here's that fight again.
I was a bit surprised to see Fnatic take it so aggressively. When you look where Adam is, he did have the TP up, but I assume they just wanted to posture and give Adam time to push that wave in bot side. Still, the Make It Rain comes through. You have the gold card. You find the CC to get another kill on their side. But this was the one that felt really nice, right? You see Willer walk up, trying to contest the wave. Not quite sure why. Does just give Niski a free angle to go for the gold card, and did lead to Fnatic trading up.
It means Fnatic are back to full 1,000 gold lead. 800 of that is the TF passive, but a lead is a lead. Fnatic still playing for their lives in this tournament, and so far, it's working at least enough that they've got a shot in this one. A tight game here between Hanwha Life Esports. The 4th seed out of the LCK scrapped their way into Worlds, fought through the play-ins, dropped only a single game, and obviously would like to secure their ticket to the quarterfinals as well. So rarely does a Korean team fall in the group stage. Chovy and Depth never happened to them before.
think really crucial to note here as well. The summoners definitely being in favor of the side of Hanwha Life. Everyone having pretty much all summoners up. No cleanse for Def, but he's on the Ezreal, so he should be fine. Whippo, though, looking to go on Chovy. Chovy extremely mobile, so it doesn't mean too much, but both Nisqy and Whippo not having their flashes can make Nisqy quite an easy target to focus down a team fight and then potentially have a numbers advantage. But you can see the dynamic has stayed what we've been talking about, right? Chovy poking his head in and out, trying to get some good damage down.
Just a speculative ult with his team nowhere nearby. Knocked back up into the air. Bullet time will not quite kill him as the locket is popped, but now that is a gold card stun. That is decent follow-up damage. That is Adam going for broke, and he's gonna find the kill. And looking for now a bit more in the 5v4. Deft stun, Deft charm, Deft in the air, Deft in the dirt as Morgan is left alone, but he is not a serial killer. He is serial killed. They do not get Dexter out of this, Morgan. Instead, it's going to be a dragon for free to Fnatic.
And the Fnatic Week 2 revival still going strong. That play started off with a bit of a head scratcher coming out from Vista, giving Fnatic a free angle to where they're able to walk in and take the fight. Also going to make their way up towards this second dragon, so no team really anywhere close or with a massive advantage in terms of threatening soul. I really feel like the next big break point in the game, assuming neither team just runs it down, probably will be Baron.
Oh, we got 5 minutes till it's Dragon again. And even then, that's one that you can give away. Here we go. This fight yet again. Vista, I do not understand this ult. Chovy's not even on the screen right now.
Chovy is so far away. Chovy has been the big damage dealer. Even Morgan in the wave right now, nowhere close to be able to follow up. He doesn't get taken all the way down, but still sets up for the situation where the gold card able to come out from Nisqy. Ragnarok is popped by Adam. Doesn't hit the first axe, but doesn't really matter. You're still dead. Fnatic just keep following through. Really nice by Hilly. Closes so much distance to where they are able to keep finding the kills. And it just turns into a situation where Fnatic win the fight and peel off into Dragon. And the Yamato reactions are on point today.
Absolutely. I'm always a fan of those shots. I think they're one of the highlights of Worlds is people who are allowed to like cheer and just like jump around and do cartwheels and stuff.
Especially Yamato, who is very clearly such a passionate guy.
He is. And looking to keep that streak going. Out of groups 10 times 11 showings for Fnatic. Never failed at MSI. Dropped that one time at Worlds 7 years ago. I'll say it maybe once or twice more during this cast, and then we'll move on. And then you'll get me again for the PSG Talon game. Right now, though, Hanwha Life, again on the back foot. Deft doing his best to land the poke. That is really the one thing going well for Hanwha Life. Certainly, Chovy is deathless, but for how much he dominated the lane in CS, he's been relatively quiet in-game. KP lower than Deft, lower than the support, lower than virtually everyone. Gets some damage, but that poke, will it really stick?
No, and Hanwha just trying to do their best to force Fnatic out of the area. From what I believe, Hanwha still do not have any Grievous wounds other than the Bramble Vest, which Morgan has picked up. We do have an Executioner calling on Bean, so they are respecting the Renekton and the Viego on the opposite side. But especially when you're going up against an Olaf, would be nice to see something come out from Hanwha. Maybe Deft will make his way towards an Executioners with the longsword that he's sitting on, but yeah, both teams right now just trying to take control over Baron Vision. For Fnatic, you do have the Twisted Fate. You could go for a play where you have Adam sitting in the side lane, have Nisqy hover with the Destiny, look to pick someone off, and then pivot up towards that top side. For Hanwha, I still feel like you're in a position where you're mostly answering side waves and just looking to use tempo to group up 5 as mid and try and force your way into river there. We are finally at the point where I feel like Deft's poke is significant enough to where those contests over mid wave are able to go in favor of Hanwha.
It is wild to me that a LeBlanc with a 40 CS lead and no deaths is not able to play aggressively for side. That it's Hanwha Life reactive. But you can see, look at the minimap. Top, pushed in for Fnatic. Bot, pushed in for Fnatic. Where's Chovy? Killing a ward in mid because he can't answer side lanes. Even in the TF lane, he's not really willing to go for it. Teleport is up for both solo laners. Hanwha Life are mostly A-ramming. They are sitting there grouped up, afraid of TF flanks. They get some poke, and it doesn't stick. And like, Fnatic has never cared about this poke in this entire game.
And you even look at their setup right now, right? Hanwha are in a position where they need to answer the side waves. Fnatic just pushed in both sides. They have such a massive window on the map to where they're allowed to do whatever they want. They're not going to overextend, put themselves in harm's way. And like you're saying, there's a ton of sustain on the side of Fnatic, so none of this poke really meaning all too much. And Fnatic are doing a nice job of playing around their windows.
Oh, Hilly on a ward, though. Able to get away, not locked up any further. Willow doesn't have reliable crowd control like that, and so it's safety. Whippo really aggressive, will be chained up. Gold card won't do too much to Chovy. He's able to walk back out, not take the wild cards either. But it's back to safety. It's Fnatic who are pushing up. They own the top river. They own the Baron pit. Hanwha Life thankfully have a Scryer's Bloom to make it really easy for him. and now get first dibs on the mid lane.
You know, and going back when I talked about the play that Fnatic could try to make of like, okay, have Twisted Fate Shadow the Olaf, look for a pick on sides. I guess HLE haven't really given them much of a chance. Like you're saying, yeah, Chovy has never really answered side waves. Morgan has only been answering waves that are very deeply pushed into Hanwha Life's side of the map. So Hanwha realizing our best chance of winning is looking for the straight up 5v5, is staying together grouped, a ton of AoE damage coming out from multiple members, and it feels like they're really putting
the play.
All of their
Morgan and Chovy on the flank. TF gets the vision. Whip on the front line buys a lot of time. He's wide, but will he survive? Gets a knock him in Vista. Chase down. Adam and B knock him down. However, they've traded back on Niski. 4v4 without the TF. That could be a lot of danger. Is there a re-engage? Flashes up for virtually everybody. Zoned back towards the Baron. The question is, does Hanwha Life get the confidence to make a play? 20 seconds till the Dragon spawns. Without a TF, you have to believe, without a mid laner, you have to believe Hanwha Life should be the ones able to push forward. The Fnatic are not giving the bottom river. Adam gonna take the chain. Adam has to be careful, has the ulti. Sterix popped. Sterix popped without blocking any damage. He's pretty much unable to fight now. This Dragon should be given over to Hanwha Life.
Yeah, Hanwha even pushing in mid-wave, so making Fnatic lose something on the map. Adam does have teleport, so does Chovy. And we see those TPs coming in now.
Here we go. Fnatic ready to fight for it, but they will have Niski in 12 seconds. Respawn plus the TP channel, and Hanwha Life are unwilling to fight despite the fact that Niski can't be here. They will let the Dragon get low. TP. It is smitten. It has been taken, but the fight is coming. Vista right behind him. Here goes Whipple again in the front line. A safety play for Willer, but he drops. Adams 1 for nothing. On to Bean they go, but Morgan can't find the kill. Fnatic may have lost the Dragon, but they're winning the fight 2-1 so far, but Chovy shows up huge to get a double kill. And now Bwippo, I'm sorry, your screen has gone gray. Dark Bwippo's in the grave.
And Hanwha just kiting out that fight. Niski going for the flash gold card on the Deft, instantly cleanses it, goes down pretty much right away. And I mean, Hanwha haven't been all too aggressive with been wanting to take these fights, but they are able to play it out like that. We're gonna see here, Fnatic are the ones who start off the initial engage. Niski comes up, channels the TP. Willer is able to get in and smite the Dragon, which does feel quite nice. MF Ultimate not really doing anything. Looks like it did take down Morgan a little bit. Adam goes in, finds Willer, but Chovy and Deft playing in the backline. They aren't really feeling any threat from other members of Fnatic, as Hilly was peeling off for his AD carry. There's the flash gold card we talked about, instantly cleansed, instantly goes down, and then Deft and Chovy are able to make their way back into the fight and just keep whittling them down.
And that's cooldown tracking. Fnatic were in an outright 4v3. You lost the Dragon, but you won the fight. You outnumber them. Wait, does Deft have cleanse? Oops, I guess a flash gold card is a mistake. That is a crucial mistake from Niski. I don't know if he said, I got this. I don't know if someone else called it, but that play let Chovy get into the distortion and just rip Fnatic off the map. And now, a gold deficit, an 1100 gold Baron power play, and that's probably going to grow as Hanwha Life can finally go for the top lane out of turret.
Yeah, and now we can see them having more confidence to play around these sides. They have bot wave pushed in, they can go for this. Chain lands.
Chain has to, oh, put the health bar, yeah. Sorry, your MR goes away when you pop that. Chovy landed the skill shot, and it guaranteed the Olaf kill.
Yeah, and with the fact that they were able to take the Baron, they took that fight, right? Hanwha are finally coming into a position on the map where they're the team that have first move, they're the team that have tempo. Bot wave was in a good state, they're able to commit 3-man towards top. They do keep Morgan in mid, and they can just keep pushing this one down, leaving Morgan to buff up the wave. If this did turn into any kind of race for turrets, Hanwha definitely going to be in a position to win. I think we need to start seeing resets coming out from Fnatic, but Niski just committing to a push on bot side.
Yep, this is a play I can respect. The call is we cannot defend anything outside of our base, so maximize resources before then. That said, the inhibitor itself, again, Adam is not alive. They are unwilling to 4v5. I can accept that as understanding that you cannot win this fight anyway. The problem is there's a death cap and a 25 stack Magi's on Chovy. He is about to end Fnatic's season.
Yeah, I think it is a lose-lose, right? Because there's no outer turret bot side. You really can't push up to inhibitor turret. This is opening the map so much for HLE, though. I assume they're going to play it patiently. No, they're going in.
Bwippo on the front, puts the ulti down, but that's not going to block distortion. Guardian Angel pop, Hylissang gets the knockup, bullet time buys a second, but only that. Deft alive. Deft gets the kill, a 1-for-1 though as Adam drops, and the jungler on either side is also dead. Niski cleanses away. Thank you, Spellbook. Morgan goes golden. Can they kill him now? Good knockup for Hylissang, and the Goredrigger's not going to be enough. Yes, the kill on the board. 1 dead for Fnatic. 2 kills towards Hanwha Life, and Deft is now stuck inside the base. Deft will fall. It forces a stopwatch out of Bean, but Fnatic, though they lose to inhibitors, have gotten 2 extra kills.
I feel like Hylissang was the big playmaker for me there, to where he goes in, he finds the knockup onto both Chovy and Deft, making it so some of Bean's bullet time did get some good damage down onto the key carries, forced out Deft's flash, so we are going to see here. I'm a bit surprised Hanwha were the ones who elected to go for this, but Whippo!
Bye. Woo! Yep. This is the Chovy people told us about, by the way, heading in. It's not that he's not been good at Worlds. Obviously, he has been stellar. I think the best performer on Hanwha Life by far.
Best laner in the tournament, probably, you know?
But this game was slow, right?
Yes.
This game was, he got a CS lead and nothing else. They gave him a Herald card. He gave them a kill onto Bean,
wow!
That is the one downside of a full offense LeBlanc, is you are killable. Well played by Bean.
That was still very surprising damage. Really good coming out from Bean. We're gonna see what happens here. Chovy playing, I mean, you look at the minimap, right? Whippo has no vision, doesn't expect Chovy to be here, just goes in one combo and he's dead. And man, I want to see this damage coming out from Bean once again. Did go the full crit route on Misfortune this time around. Auto into double, ooh.
Yeah, auto Q auto, I believe was it.
Yeah.
And now a stun, a lockup. True Shot Barrage sadly misses, but Willer will not as Hylissang goes down. Turns out he loves his wife more than you do, Viego.
And
Rubicon.
Now we're gonna be at a point where okay, Chovy coming up soon, Freak. Will be sold for Hanwha Life if they do.
Yeah.
I mean, they get it. We see the map right now. Fnatic can't even walk out of their base.
No. Even though Chovy's dead, he can be there in 6 seconds with a respawn on a TP channel. Morgan gonna let the second camp kind of come reinforce. Hanwha Life also gonna grab Infernal Soul, and Fnatic are about to need a miracle or their run at Worlds is over. The best they could do is fight for 3rd in the group. Morgan gonna find himself a stun. Not a lot more. Deft grabs some farm.
And now for Hanwha, they actually can just go back to what they were doing before. They can take this one slow. Their comp is pretty good at sieging with both Ezreal and LeBlanc. Just have Vista stand in front, take up any cooldowns coming out from the members of Fnatic. And for Fnatic, typically in these situations, what you have to do is sacrifice one side of the map to all in with numbers advantage somewhere else. But when you have 2 lanes with inhibitors down, that's not really an option. You could end up losing your whole base just to minions. So Nisqy being the one to catch waves, the correct choice, since he does have Destiny, can easily follow up. But it feels like for Hanwha, they can just bleed out Fnatic.
Here we go. Looking to siege the final inhibitor as mid and top are pushing in. However, mid, yes, it's still spawning supers. They've still got that for pressure. However, this wave is about to drop, and bot lane's nowhere to be seen. Of course, they're squishy waves. Bullet time will clean a wave, no problem, and wild cards can help that one as well. We'll see when Nisqy's able to make his way forwards. I think he should be, I guess he can't really try for it just yet. Looking for the wave clear soon though. Mid pushing in. Top lane, they're letting the wave push through the wave. That'll actually help it sync up with mid. As, yeah, bot lane drops really fast. They can't get a whole lot done there. But now, and yeah, here's the problem, right? It desyncs so much. Fnatic,
yeah.
Well, okay, bot wave's dead. Cool, we'll just clear mid top, no problem. Now, Baron's going for 30. That'll be a pressure point, but they're not getting the inhibitor.
At the very least, right, they're going to be able to force Fnatic out of the base, which once again will be quite hard with the fact that 2 inhibs are down. So it should be a free Baron for the side of HLE, to where then it makes sieging that bot lane turret much easier. And for Fnatic, I feel like your only hope at this point is just a massive combo coming out from Hilly, locking up numerous members, into damage coming out from Bean. Maybe Adam being able to get on the backline, try and force away Deft, but Deft also going to have flash up soon, has the E available. Cleanse just came up, so locking down Deft or being able to keep on top of him is going to be extremely hard.
Q's going to land. Nothing else that can go through the minions, and doesn't have the ability to mimic the R, because I believe he double dashed to get there in the first place. Hilly has an escape tool, should be in a reasonable spot, but Morgan, okay, be careful. Second dash, wants to get enough fury, has to go for the blank stun in the beginning, but still able to run backwards. Chovy, again, not able to get the other spells off. Hylissang will stay alive. True Shot Barrage will not tag him.
Still, this is going to be a Baron for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Now 4v5 for Fnatic. They can try to posture to buy time, but I really don't think it does too much. And you're not even in a place on the map where you can really cross-map or look for camps or anything of that. Fnatic, Whippo just going to steal.
Do you try for this one? They don't have a support, but he's going to walk in. They've delayed it enough, though, that they're going to knock him down first. And here comes just the fight. Bean cleanses, he walks away. They don't care about the Baron. They care about ending Fnatic's year. Hilly going to try for the double knockup. Bean, he's about to fall. Gets a shield, gets one back. Willer is dead, but Morgan is in to knock them down. Gets one one kill. Adam flashed to safety, but Hillsong is dead. Adam tries to lifesteal, but he cannot do so. He has fallen. And now Chovy flashing away from Niski, not going to be dropped here. Just the one man left alone. A red card on Navista, not going to matter. They're pushing down to the bottom lane right now. Chovy trying to find the kill. A heal buys a second, but it is over. It is over for Fnatic. The second LEC team will fall at Worlds. Hanwha Life Esports is up to their third win in the group. Fnatic could push them through by taking down PSG later today. At the end of the day, it is Hanwha Life Esports victorious. Hanwha Life Esports in control of their destiny with a chance to make quarterfinals.
Really nice showing coming out from Hanwha. Was pretty dicey in the early game, if I do say so myself, Freak. Things were looking pretty good for Fnatic, but it got to a point where, again, not a lot of action coming out from Hanwha. They were playing it a bit more slow and trying to like poke Fnatic off of objectives or poking them off mid-wave with both LeBlanc and Ezreal, and it just got to a point where it felt too much to deal with, especially once we saw the fight around bot side. The flash gold card coming out from Niski, clenched right away by Deft. They take that team fight, and from there, I can understand why you're trying to go for that Baron steal by Blippo. It feels like you really just have no options. So many inhibitors are down. They have Soul. You got to go for something, but in the end, Hanwha take the fight.
The slow and steady game worked out. The top pressure was good. Adam's Olaf got them 2 or 3 kills up against Morgan. I believe they even got
bot lane.
Yeah, also that Hillsong and Bean put in such a difficult position, stepping in, you know, on the second best team in Europe, and having to come in with no LEC practice, no Worlds practice, nothing. Honestly, Bean looked pretty good. And the rest of Fnatic, obviously they're stellar as well, but I know fans gonna be disappointed because it was not like, well, Bean's holding them down, they'd win if it wasn't for him. Fnatic as a team could not get it together in week 1. They lost as a team. They were not up to the task, and I'm sad to say, for the second time in history, they have fallen in the group stage. Fans will be disappointed, but they have to look to Mad Lions tomorrow as the only LEC team allowed to make quarterfinals. For Fnatic, they get one more match later today. They get to fight PSG Talon, if I recall correctly, and can end on a win. But it's a bittersweet 2-4 exit.
Yeah, for Fnatic, again, you're just be questioning had they been able to play a bit better in week 1 like they did today, what could have been possible. On the flip side, though, for all you LCK fans out there, LCK has been looking pretty terrifying, if I do say so myself, coming from the LPL. And for Hanwha Life, they, you know, going forward, trying to cement their way out of a group, very real possibility that 4 LCK teams can go through, which coming into the tournament, I don't think a lot of people expected for, you know, whatever reason, but now is looking quite possible.
I want to call out that Hanwha Life have a real chance, not only of just like controlling destiny, of winning the group because they get to play RNG. Right? Are RNG at 4-1 and Hanwha Life's at 3-2?
Yeah.
Hanwha Life goes 4-2. Head-to-head tiebreak. Battle for first is possible. Hanwha Life can top the group and be the 3rd LCK team in a row to top their group at Worlds 2021. And I believe this next game, it's going to be exciting. Now, before we head to the break, we're going behind the scenes in Iceland to see what it's like for teams moments before they take the stage, thanks to our friends at Oppo.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed. Would you ride for me? Hair shape, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'ma be me, vibe on the wave. Look.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where our hearts break for this Fnatic squad as they fall to Hanwha Life Esports, and with that defeat, so do their hopes here at the World Championship and making it towards the quarterfinals. On the flip side, for Hanwha, they continue their moves throughout the day to not only challenge for a quarterfinal spot, but possibly the top seed in the group. And we will get to all of that and how it might break down at the end of the day.
I'm sad.
I know you're sad.
Why I'm sad.
All right, talk to me. Why are you sad?
I got baited into a false sense of security in 2019
This is a safe space.
But this is not my therapy session about being an EU fan, so instead I'll focus on the draft here. I will say, we called it out earlier, the Olaf coming in against the Renekton, you love to see it. And again, redemption for Adam in the early game, got so much support from Whippo and Niski, setting him up for success, getting him ahead, and it was so great to see that, because if he had ended on that game where he got blasted and made a comeback, it would have been fine because it was RNG, but you always want to show more. And this is Adam on a comfort pick really showing up. The problem is, Olaf is a very simple champion, and if you ever play a complicated fight that isn't just Olaf running at a backline, it becomes very difficult. That said, early game fantastic.
Yeah, so credit where credit's due. When we were talking about the top lane matchup and we mentioned the fact that Morgan is jumping towards that Renekton quite often, you had called out the possibility of the Olaf. It does come through. But Raz, one of the other things that we had talked about was with Fnatic on Blue's side, priority in that first pick. The TF does end up getting traded for the Viego at the end of the day. And I'll give Niski a huge nod. Both mid laners were deathless for a large portion of this game, and Niski was working his butt off, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a very difficult composition for Fnatic to work with once they got into team fights, mostly based off of, like, if I'm looking at two champions, Olaf, who had a majority of the gold, and then, of course, Rakan. It's going to be very difficult to get to both LeBlanc and Ezreal, and they're going to make it hard for you whenever you're going into major objectives, getting just absolutely wrecked by Ezreal Q once he started to get his 3 items. And then LeBlanc, Chovy, had a huge game. And so, especially for me, when I look at one of the later team fights where Rakan was trying to react to LeBlanc coming in, Chovy plays it well, heads on back. So now Rakan wasted his ultimate. He needs to use it in a very short time. Goes for the Renekton instead, right? So while it was a great use of that timing, you could just see that Fnatic found it difficult to get these fights onto the backline.
And so many of these fights were a little bit scrappy and a little bit all over the place. Vista, earlier today we heard Niski talking about it, they were kind of just playing spot the inter. In this game it was Vista. Vista got caught out repeatedly, but ultimately became inconsequential as we got later and later into the game because HLE cleaned up their team fighting. They did come together. So while in these messier, scrappy exchanges, I feel like Hylissang was such a big factor over the course of the game as LeBlanc got stronger and stronger, as everyone in HLE got stronger and stronger. Rakan gets progressively less tanky, and everything you do becomes progressively higher risk. This is what you highlighted, Raz, where the ult is used early. Hylissang tries to make the most out of it, but Viego gets in, steals away the objective, and ultimately HLE, this is really where I feel like they completely took over the game.
Yeah, so the front half of this fight, Fnatic needed to get much more out of it. And so the fact that we used the Rakan ultimate, and then Olaf also just trying to see if he can get the kill on, finish the kill on towards the Renekton, that took so long. And so HLE was able to kind of weather the early blow and take the back half of the team fight.
And you can see the work being done by Niski in that fight, right? Looking for the gold card onto Def, but it's the cleanse target, and that gave Chovy the final amount of permission he needed to come back over the wall, knowing that he can't be stunned, knowing that he can now do the damage to finish off the fight.
Yeah, and I just think that the big struggle here is that Chovy is just such an absolute monster. He built up such a massive lead individually, amplified by the fact that Niski left the lane repeatedly to snowball at him, and the difference is LeBlanc is
that's fed ADC damage per minute numbers. That's fed ADC damage per minute numbers. 42.5%. Can we get the PGB actually back up on the screen? Because I need everyone to see. I need everyone to see the damage graphic. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, 36K is not a small amount of damage, but he is dwarfing everyone in this game.
It's the first game of the day was Hanwha Life Esports. This was Chovy Life Esports. This was the team you expect when you try to oversimplify this team and knock it down to a single factor. It is Chovy. It was the Chovy factor, and ultimately, like, this is him taking over a game single-handedly.
I felt bad for the observers. You know, whenever they got into the replay and you got back, it's like, oh, I guess Xin Zhao's dead. It's like Chovy was able to get the kill on that one.
10, 1, and 8 in this. I like calling out Chovy as an individual just because I'll recall all the way back to the start of play-ins when we were talking to everybody, we were prepping the audience on what to expect with these teams. It was a Chovy-centric team, and while there have been wins that as they've grown and come alive here in the group stage that have been full team efforts, this was once again returning to what we know them for. But Raz, I got to push us forward into this next matchup because Hanwha Life steps right back on the stage against RNG, and Freak already set the stakes for us in the close of this previous game. It is the fact that they can now challenge for the top seed in the group. They could be the third LCK team to get out as a #1 seed. LPL's got to be shaking in their boots.
Stop it. I'm gonna put on the LPL representative hat here and say that I don't want to see it happen. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think that like the 3 LCK representatives, another year of group stage domination. I think RNG is a really strong team. They have a really good early game. Their team fight's strong. I will say, though, they were put in their place earlier today by Fnatic. So that's going to leave a mark. And I wonder if they have to have been looking through that VOD and just making their team fights a lot more solid.
Absolutely. And I think so much, again, is going to come down to the draft in terms of what they can get. Cryan, again, Twisted Fate, such a strong pick for him, has been so accessible despite his popularity in the tournament. Does Chovy try to run this matchup back? I personally think RNG will probably ban LeBlanc to limit that option. And then again, we come back to Morgan. And I feel bad because I just feel like I keep putting a spotlight on this guy, but it's very feast or famine. We've seen great games. We've seen games where it's kind of fallen apart. And I think he really has to show up against up here against Xiaohu because he might be in a situation where he has to play on an island again. He needs to do what he did against Navi, weather the storm, because Gala has been a monster. Now, so was Def. Both these Aphelios games were out of this world, but letting Gala get ahead comfortably when there probably will be a TF, if they opt not to ban it, that feels like a death sentence.
I mean, there are so many stars on RNG. It's going to be tough if they're playing at their highest level for Hanwha to come out on top. But as we await that next game, I do think it's important for us, understanding that Fnatic still has one more game to play here in the group stage, to celebrate what they've already done here in the group stage. While they will not be able to advance to the knockout stages, this is a team that, again, was dealt the worst possible hand when it comes to their circumstance here in Iceland. And I think what has changed between round robin 1 and round robin 2 for this squad, the way they have come together, the way that they have shown resilience, passion for the game has been phenomenal and should be celebrated.
Absolutely. And I think as a kind of final note, as we'll get to talk more about Fnatic and podcasts, et cetera, kind of off broadcast and later, is that they had an incredibly hard year. This was a year of rebuilding. Spring sucked. Summer was a slog. They played more games in playoffs than they did in the regular season. They came in, they had a rough week 1 with not the roster that they wanted to play, but they made the most of it. So Fnatic fans, you can be disappointed. You have high expectations for your organization, but don't put that disappointment on this team because they played phenomenally.
Ditto on all of that. Very well said. After the break, RNG look to secure their top spot in Group C as they face off against Hanwha Life Esports. We'll be back in just a few.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021. Hanwha Life Esports and Royal Never Give Up are battling for first place in this group. RNG take a win. They're 5-1. It's their spot It's done and dusted. And PSG Talon fans, by the way, you are rooting for RNG. You need them to win if you want PSG out of this group into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, RNG already 1-1 so far in the day. Again, LPL's week 2 record hasn't been all too hot. We're 2-7 right now. Hanwha coming off a pretty nice win, right? Chovy stepping up after the community pointed out. We talked a bit of trash that we wanted to see more from him, and man, did he deliver, Freak.
Yep, and I got to point out, by the way, that Korea, as a region overall, the LCK has been popping off at Worlds. Top spot in Group A, top spot in Group B. Hanwha Life win here. They force a tiebreaker for top spot in this group as well. Korea has been running Worlds so far.
Breakin', I just gotta talk about what we're seeing on the screen. How many times is RNG going to be able to get Twisted Fate? As someone who watched this guy all split long, his best champion by far, by a mile. RNG are so comfortable when they get Twisted Fate, which, you know, it shows. They've won every game they've had him. Yep. They lost the one game that they didn't, but I would expect on the side of HLE they have an answer. Maybe just go towards the Silas, which has been the answer all Worlds long. Yeah. But at the same time, it just doesn't make sense.
I mean, they're putting their eggs in the Xiaohu basket, right? It's get rid of his Jace, get rid of his Lucian. Yes, by the way, that's Xiaohu's Lucian. And Yuumi, they're unwilling to trade back, right? They would rather take Wei's Lee Sin and give it to Willer and say, you know what, Cryan, you're trash anyway. I don't think he is, right? I think on TF, he's actually a very powerful mid laner, even on the world stage. Though otherwise, yes, the weak point of the RNG lineup.
Yeah, definitely one of the best Twisted Fates we have. Also curious to see where RNG do go in terms of their top lane pick. Like you highlighted, already taking away 2 of those carry champions. Graves is still open, but we haven't seen Xiaohu pull it out just yet. They can just leave counter pick for top on 5 because we need to remember, Xiaohu has already played Syndra this tournament, can always look for a counter pick, especially into Morgan, who Morgan definitely more of a blind pick top laner. He does like things like the Camille if RNG doesn't decide to take that one away. He's blind picked it quite a bit. He played it up in the LCK regionals, but I'm more interested where Ming will be going on this next turn. With Leona opened, you would expect that's where it is, but surprisingly, RNG are the ones who ban out Leona themselves. Ming has preferred other, I'd say, more obscure picks so far this tournament, like the Realm the Set, but a little bit surprised coming out from RNG.
It means they're probably rush picking for a top lane, if that's the call, because otherwise, yeah, you just take the highest priority support, and then you move on from there. But if you're saying, no, actually, it's guaranteed, there's something that we need for Xiaohu, Graves being up, for example, but no, blinding the Gwen, which I really don't think Morgan would have taken here.
It's so weird as well, because we talked about, okay, they could have gone for something like the Leona. We were talking about Camille for Morgan, but they're the team that decides to ban out the Camille when Xiaohu, not even really a big Camille player over in the LPL. So, yeah, we're going to see the Gwen coming out from the side of RNG. Not something that Xiaohu played too much later on in the split once some of the nerfs did come through. They didn't find a lot of success on it. Now we're going to see where Hanwha want to pivot as they do lock in the Rakan, so gonna have a bit of utility down in that bottom side, some kill pressure there. And I mean, Deft has been playing quite well, Chovy's been playing quite well, and I'm just curious to see where they go with blind pick top. Renekton, not on the table anymore, Camille's gone, so...
Yeah, it's going to be an answer on top. Obviously, the Gwen was blinded, and Aatrox will be the answer. Almost all of his damage should be able to bypass her W by being in range, so we'll see how well Morgan can fight it. This means that the eggs were in the Ming counter pick basket. First team All-Pro of the LPL, which is stacked, by the way. Credit to Ming. Xiaohu also first All-Pro, and Braum is the pickup here. We are defending the backline.
Yeah, and like you said, they leave counter pick for Ming. Rakan is sort of a very good answer into the Braum, typically counterpicked into the Braum himself because Braum doesn't have an easy time of locking down the Rakan. And yeah, RNG's comp, in my opinion, is a little bit all over the place. You could say it's a bit more of a traditional 1-3-1 where you would draft disengage into your bot lane and then have that as your 3 in mid and then play around your other 2 sides, but I don't think RNG's comp indexes too heavily in playing for sides or team fighting overall to where for HLE, I look at their draft and in 5v5s, they are looking beautiful.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, the Rakan engage obviously is quite incredible. Aphelios loves that as well. Gwen is someone I do identify as a strong side laner. What's interesting is she can kind of do both. Like, she's just a weak early game champion, an outstanding late game champion, and she can 1v2 at a side lane. She can team fight by immuning the opposing AD carry. Like, you know, if there's a game to cement you in first, it's like, hey, Xiaohu, you want a 1v5 on this Gwen? It's like, you know, I accept that. I buy that personally.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a big throwback to him earlier on in the split. I'm really curious to see how he does. To on the opposite side, we're going to get to see how Chovy pops off this time around. But for the side of RNG, something that was hit on by the desk a lot that we didn't really get to talk about is Gala stepping up so far today. And Gala just at international tournaments, right? MSI, he showed up massively. Has never really been the big performer for RNG during the split. So he's another player we need to keep our eyes on here.
Yes, we do. Bot lane can be a huge factor here. MF and Aphelios can both do a ton of damage. There's one thing I do want to bring up, back to the TF point from the very beginning of Champ Select. One thing that I can identify here, Hanwha Life clearly are all about Chovy. If you let your opponent pick a weak laner like TF, who's going to go leave your lane, it does give him the freedom to hard farm, get an XP advantage, get a plate advantage, and then let him win in the late game. Obviously, with Sylas, you can, of course, answer the ultis sometimes, but that can be the game plan maybe. Hanwha's like, yeah, we know you want TF, but that's okay. We want Chovy a good lane.
They also did play this matchup the last time these two teams faced each other, and I believe Chovy almost solo killed him at level 5, did force a flash out from Cryan, so saying, hey, it doesn't matter if this is bread and butter pick, if this is RNG's playstyle, he still has confidence that he is able to shut it down. Is maybe they can find their way on Xiaohu. I don't know if Chovy's gonna
can't die though. You always learn E. Okay, Chovy wants to land the stuns. Xiaohu, of course, flash lift. They're gonna find that one and take it back. He can die, and he will. Oh my word. 400 gold in the Chovy, 100 split across the other two. My cast curse is strong. He can't die. He does.
Really creative coming out from the side of Hanwha Life. Chovy flashing over, does have the abscond abduct, it does connect, and I also like that they decided to give him the kill, recognizing Chovy Life Esports is going strong.
Knock up by Rakan. I guess the trade went slightly better for the Hanwha Life side. Okay, so we are on to the Rift now. No one's going to lose any lane XP or gold. We are all back in the lane in time. And again, Aatrox was not part of that killer assist. So top lane is not different in any way. Obviously, though, Chovy has 400 gold.
And we're just going to get a replay here. You can tell with the way Chovy's posturing, they want to look for this. Is going to be able to flash over the wall after the Sonic Wave comes out. Does look like they were waiting a little bit for the E. Holds on to the abduct, does land it, and that just guarantees the kill for the side of Hanwha Life.
Really nice. You know, took the time to read where is Xiaohu going, when is he going to turn right? Okay, he's going left, right, left, right, left, right, and he's turning right, land the shot. Well done. Obviously nicely done. And yes, he's in the lane with extra ring, extra potion, feels good. And now, yes, okay, sure. Gets pushed in early by TF, whatever. Gets most of the first two waves. Bot lane, you know, actually pretty active. Cool to see as Gala and Ming are getting level 2 right here.
Yeah, I think for this bot lane matchup, right, you definitely have all the power coming out from the Misfortune. The only qualm I have with it is Deft doesn't have to feel too much pressure if Vista does decide to just leave the lane. Not too much all-in power coming in unless, you know, Deft walks too far forward, gives Ming place to W to a minion, but
he could steal these.
Looking for Willer.
Gets two small Raptors, takes the one-on-one fight at level 3. I want to say I favor Lee Sin, but Conqueror is stacked, and Willer has to leave. Cryan, I guess, theoretically could have gone for a flash. Goalkeeper went on too long, so Wei, with bot lane control, gets to go for a red buff steal. Lee Sin, at best, can try to take Krugs.
Yeah, both Cryan and Ming were hovering towards the bottom half, so it's going to be able to get this red buff. We'll probably pivot into a bot side scuttle. Willer going to get the one on top. They can try to look for some kind of gank if they wanted, but oh, I love this. RNG are going to go contest. I think they might be too slow. No, they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, he's got no smite, so there's no way you actually kill Scuttle fast on Lee Sin without that summoner spell. You can easily track it. You press tab, you see 3 charges on the knife. You know he doesn't have it. Okay, that means we can walk up and it's ours. So Willer really being pushed out here just on the 3 camps. Actually, I guess 4. He got, you know, most of Raptors, so it's just shy of 16, but he's kind of done jungling now.
That's the thing, right? Really great use of early prio coming out from RNG, going for the bottom side Vade with mid and bot pushing in. CLA 1 camp instantly go top side. I'm surprised they aren't threatening for more. Vista is waiting in the wings, and Deft has a window to push bot because RNG did force their last wave into the tower, so at least Willer will be able to get something back. But like you said, not really any other camps up for Willer other than his Krugs. To where Wei is everything.
Yep. All right, Wei gets to go ahead and circle back through his camps. Everything is up to go the other way around. Of course, that means he will miss a recall for shopping. Not terribly important. You want to wait till you can get the Iron Spike Whip anyway, but instead, looking at mid lane now, Chovy low on mana. We know he's flashless. Knock up slow, and how would you possibly live? Cryan has to flash the chains. I think he would have survived them, but they do get a kill back now for RNG.
Yeah, for Chovy, we just saw the members of Hanwha Life were hovering around mid lane, which gave him the push out. Way backs off from the Scuttle Crab, recognizes that he still doesn't have Flash from the earlier level 1. Really nice timing of Summoner since it is about to come up for Chovy, but they get something out of it. They did have to expend their own flashes, but it at least will put a bit of pressure on him. Is now Morgan gonna get a ward, gonna recall. And I'm kind of interested in seeing how this early game has panned out so far, especially with that top lane matchup. Not one I'm all too familiar with is you don't see too much Gwen anymore, even though we have seen her a little bit throughout the tournament. Same goes for Aatrox, where he's been picked up a few times. But with the Executioner's calling coming out, I'm kind of with you, right? Should be able to fight inside of her W. You even have your chain to be able to disengage if at any time you aren't winning. As long as you're hitting those sweet spots, I would assume Aatrox does quite well. As we see the all-in, Chovy forcing in his wave. I don't think necessarily wanted to look for too much of an extended trade as he didn't have any mana. Wave finds an easy time coming in. He blows the flash. And ooh, Crying even in the end having to flash to dodge out from that Q damage.
Yeah, and it was a tight one and gets away. What's interesting is Wave was on the way. Like, he was already pathing that that direction before that all-in even happened. True. He just had to read, okay, the Wave's coming to the turret, we're going to try, right? I'm just going to go for the flash EQ if he's anywhere remotely close, and he was there. Chovy now level 6, Crying almost there, so, you know, Sylas can cross map before the TF can. Crying intelligently waiting under his turret. There's the ulti steal. Willer wants top lane.
I like this.
Okay, the damage is coming in. Xiaohu pushed back, but Morgan, how old is the Ignite? He's not going to die, but Willer's around, and here comes Sylas. It's a 3 versus 1, just like at level 1, and Xiaohu dies again.
And it's just like you said, Freak, the amount of pressure that HLE were able to have from the fact that Chovy can take away that ultimate before Crying even has it himself. It doesn't matter what Willer and Morgan think about the 1v2. They know that Chovy will be able to lean up towards his top side. Vista was even waiting around mid just to make sure that Chovy can push that freely. RNG are going to answer with a Drake, but I feel like HLE are in a pretty good spot going forward. When we talked about coming into this draft, that a lot of your win condition does kind of look like Xiaohu popping off. Sure, there are some other elements, right? You have big potential with Twisted Fate. You can set up for a massive bullet time coming out if Wei sets up nicely with his Cataclysm. But with Xiaohu being down, I feel like such a big part of your damage later on will just be gone.
Well, the ward is gone right now. The gold, though, very tight between these teams. Just 200 separates them. And RNG up the Dragon just based on scoreboard, not looking at names. RNG, I believe, would be favored at this point in time. As we wait to see the rest of the farm come through for Gala. Decent down there in the bottom lane. The gold difference not going to be too hard to answer. And again, the fact that Morgan's only getting assists up there means Xiaohu is still ahead in farm. It's Chovy up 500 gold. That's obviously a really big deal. You'd rather have gold on a Sylas than a Jarvan. So that part looks pretty good for HLE. Battling for first in the group.
This game is what you'd expect so far, right? Chovy and Deft are the ones up in gold on their opposition. On the other side, it's the RNG top side of Xiaohu and Wei. By now, looking for those plays in the top half of the map. The thing they got to be scared of, look towards the bot lane. Vista was actually looking to channel his recall. Doesn't look like he will be able to get it off, but when you are laning against the Braum as an AD carrier, I feel like you just feel so little pressure. Has both Flash and Cleanse up as well. Ming will be 6 soon, so there will be some threat there, but Vista just has so much more agency to move and impact the top side of the map.
Another trade in the top side, pretty good damage. Morgan able to sidestep the ulti, one more charge. When's it going to go in and dodges it? So most of the damage actually dodged away there. Xiaohu again never has flash, and the W's on cooldown. This could be another kill. He's going to find the first knockup. Oh yeah, this man is absolutely going to die. Crying here for the assist, but Willer is there, and you got to sign one, Xiaohu. You're dying constantly.
But look at your minimap right now. Where Wei is in the enemy jungle, actually looks like he's going to be fine. I was a little bit scared because Deft did base, Gala on the other side didn't. And as I was just pointing out, Vista will always be able to move first in this bottom lane matchup. Wei, he's actually staying around. RNG want to contest this.
If they can. I mean, Xiaohu is TPing in, Crying's around.
But Deft's here.
Spellbooks to Ignite. Here comes Ming as well as the squad's coming in. Okay, Aatrox gonna burn the TP. A stun comes in. Ming just kills off Vista. Morgan teleports in. He's gonna try his best. Wave forced to flash, but Deft is here. Big damage and a kill is picked up. Willer locked into the Cataclysm. A flash away for Deft. Now Xiaohu in a 1 versus 2, trying his best, gets a bit of health back in, but you are completely alone. It's time for death number 4 for the best top laner in the LPL. He is killed yet again.
And I'm just really surprised that RNG would want to look for that. Death that even just showed on mid-wave, right as they look to contest and push in to pull HLE off Herald. Sure, Vista went down early on, but we saw how much the Aphelios was able to do. And this is going to open up a Rift Herald for the side of HLE, and they're going to start ballooning this gold lead. Heck, you even look topside, Xiao, who's losing a wave, bot wave in a good position for when Deft makes his way back down there. The map just in a perfect position for the side of Hanwha.
And they're going to get a lot of gold. Suddenly, Morgan's going to be ahead in this lane. He's got 4 assists to his name now. He's sharing in 4 at least plates. If they stay, they can get the entire thing. This entire turret, yeah, this turret is gone. It has taken 1 million damage here from the Aphelios, and Cash is on board. 1,100 gold now, Morgan's lead over Xiaohu, and Gwen's going to take a very long time to catch up now.
Yeah, RNG are answering on the bottom side. Oh, actually, I think HLE should just be able to get 2 turrets here. Crying doesn't have Destiny, so we can't be able to keep here in time.
He's pretty aggressive, though, putting the ult in for damage. They're not going to get a whole lot more, but yeah, Crying and Ming are on the way. If Hanwha Life bites, she's going to land. Morgan is maybe killable. Maybe they can land the attacks. Ulti comes in, great sidestep, but Deft did it! Deft, you need to use your mouse, buddy. Down he goes, and Xiaohu gets 300 gold, closing the gap.
And it's kind of being answered on the opposite side by RNG. Sure, Chovy getting a ton of golden plates in mid, which, as an LPL fan right now in this matchup, I'm completely scared of Chovy getting golden plates. Gala is answering in the bottom lane. I was wrong before. Actually, it was a big stacked wave going into Gala's. Chovy might be caught out, is being able to get away for now.
Ryan flash, but the gold card times out. This just keeps happening. Chovy, though, still alone against 3, dodging away. There's the dunk on in. Reverse dunk comes across, but stunned and a shutdown goes through to Wei.
Yeah, Chovy did not make that easy. The side of RNG having to blow flash coming out from Crying, gold card connected. In the end, too many of members of RNG were there, though. I feel like a big thing as we look forward with the state of the map is the fact that HLE did break down topside turret. So we're going to see Morgan start having push, can look to clear out that vision on topside, either hover into fog or just straight up walk towards mid. You can either look to gank Crying or give Chovy the freedom to where he can look to make plays towards bot side. So HLE have a lot of options as how they can use this lane pressure to collapse on the rest of the map.
All right, so down goes the bot wave under the turret. Going to be farmed. Hanwha Life going to be able to turn the Dragon score 1-1 as we move towards an Infernal Rift. Neither team anywhere close to a soul, but now Vista wants mid. Charm is in. Stopwatch in time, and Crying is safe, but not for very long. Willer Warthog kicks, finds a mid laner kill. Wei forced to walk backwards. Hanwha Life will not go quietly. However, yeah, a 2,000 gold lead. Mid lane turret gonna lose its 3rd plate, but Willer overstays. Goredrinker buys a second to shield for another, but Ignite still ticks, and he still falls. RNG trying to keep up.
I mean, RNG just being lucky there with the over-aggression coming out from the side of Hanwha. Really just overstaying on the map. Could have backed off, gotten tempo. We see that Willer does have some camps up that he can be picking off, but for the initial play, I think it just shows how, you know, how much one lane lead means for the other lanes in League of Legends. You break down top lane turret for Morgan. It goes exactly as we talked about. He can start hovering around mid. The fact that they know they have numbers advantage there gives them the confidence to look for that dive. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Hanwha look for more plays like this, whether it is in the mid lane like we're seeing here on our screen or towards bot lane. It is quite open when you know you have it set up. Nice kick coming out from Willer. The Sonic Wave doesn't land, doesn't matter. All the other members of HLE are there. And then we're going to see a little bit of an overstay. They do want to get some plate gold, it looks like, but...
it's a 4v2, but the wave was dead. I understand staying because you're 4v2. The problem is he wasn't tracking mid-wave. That last melee minion dies, and that's when RNG's like, we got this.
Instantly
they can't chase. Yeah. So, right idea, a small misread. Again, preventable mistake, but it's not as bad a mistake as it may have looked on closer examination. Either way, though, yes, it is Willer dying for his first time in the game. 3-1-1. Wei is honestly now, at this point, trying to carry his team.
It's kind of funny because Wei has looked like the one Jarvan at this tournament that makes Jarvan not look terrible.
Yeah.
Which, a bit of an anecdote throwback for older LPL fans, or by older I mean last year, so actually newer LPL fans. Back when Wei was on E-Star, he was pretty much a one-trick Jarvan. Was on a team with Crying at the time, another player, Xiaoxi, was just, hey, we pick Jarvan, we level 2 gank bot every single game, so So definitely a champion that Wei is comfortable on, even if the plan nowadays is the complete opposite. It's we level 3 gank topside every single game.
Meanwhile, Xiaohu mostly holding a freeze up here. Nothing to play for. Baron 5 minutes away. Dragon 2.5 away. What are you doing but trying to get your own farm? Realistically, Gwen is the primary win condition of this team. If there's ever time to freeze, it is this one. LS, I'm sure you're happy. And you're probably listening, so shout-outs to you.
A big thing as well, right, is the fact that there's really no objective up for Hanwha on the other side of the map. You can't really go and take away any camps. You can maybe try to stack bot wave and threaten with Morgan making his way down, but I don't actually feel like it's too much. Yeah, it is pushing back.
Okay, no, there's a new cannon. It's actually probably okay for now.
Still, Xiaohu is finding a bit of a lead for himself where, even on the opposite side, right, you're making Morgan share EXP, share gold with the other members of Hanwha Life. So RNG trying to find a way back in the game. They actually aren't that far behind, only about 400 or 500. Though, Freak, as you've pointed out to me a lot over the past few days, Twisted Fate on the map. So it's, not exactly fair for the deficit that RNG find themselves in. Should be a bit bigger.
True, 480, keeping it at, you know, not 1,000, but 600-ish. And okay, sure, wave's still going down, but new wave coming into the mid lane, try and get a knock most of that down, shouldn't lose much gold for this one. Yeah, and then with a stacked deck, you pretty much can't lose that cannon. Good job. Oh, he's gonna, it's the caster. That's just greedy, man. You could have easily red carded that, you know, or whatever. I can't believe you just sacrificed 18 gold.
Yeah, and
wow.
I wanna revisit the stakes of this game simply. Because the stakes are life or death. If RNG wins, they get out in first seed. LPL has not had a good week, Freak.
They have not.
But for HLE is bullet time.
Whoa, there we go.
Nothing lands.
Happy feet by Depth, a good good flash as well. The teleport helps to guarantee some safety. Chovy there to help is homing out, and they're going to be just fine. Nice attempt by RNG. Double ulti, traded with a flash. Those ultis are going to be on cooldown for the Dragon fight. And that might mean RNG giving it up, because that might just be too much team fight penalty lost.
That was so nice from Def, just dodging it on everything. Gala not really getting any use out of that bullet time. Ming's ultimate completely whiffing as well. Chovy now gonna have push in mid, so they can start brute forcing their way into bot side river. Morgan has push in top, can start walking down, and then it will save a TP advantage as well if Morgan isn't forced to stay in that 1v1. With the reset, you would expect Morgan to just try and walk down straight from base, but with 10 seconds until Dragon, might have to use that TP.
We need to know pretty quickly what the call is. Gore Drinker, Executioners, Mork Treads, and Morgan is on the way over. Xiaohu is not walking down. If anything, he will TP. He's saying, no, I'm going top wave, and there's the recalls out. Yep, Braum takes the recall. Gala sitting in lane. They have indeed signaled this is not the play. Dragon 2, we don't care about. We're going to go for a wave, and maybe Morgan's TP. No, they're not even going turret damage. I'm going to take his recall.
It's fine, because I didn't get to finish, the narrative point that all the fans love.
Please.
I sounded extremely biased, only hyping up LPL, but for LCK fans, if Hanwha can win this and, keep going throughout the day, get the tiebreaker, again, another team coming out first in their group. You're watching Genji tomorrow, and maybe we're just back to LCK very clearly being the overlords.
I mean, listen, back in 2014, I'm just thinking back to, the Samsung White, Samsung Blue semifinal. It was a Royal Club branded team making finals that year.
Oh, Vista?
Yeah, okay. Vista gonna not find the tournament away either. Nothing to be claimed. Botlane turret will fall, and I believe Gala was able to get his share of the local gold by tagging the turret. So RNG basically now tied in gold. Down a Drake. Again, the scoreboard slightly favors Hanwha Life. And Chovy obviously off to the races here as well. May just be enough. But a close game.
And I think it also just goes to show so far what we've seen, the fact of, again, a lot of criticisms of maybe taking certain turrets too early in the game or when you're going for it, because you highlighted earlier the earlier freeze coming out from Xiaohu. He went from, sure, he was even maybe slightly down to now having like a clear advantage. Is farming up. You highlighted the strength of Gwen later on, so I feel like for RNG, they've kind of stabilized to a point. Rift Herald is up on the map right now. Hanwha are coming off resets, so you would assume they're the team that should have prio for that. We will take that one off the Rift, but yeah, RNG looking strong.
I mean, the fact is, for the last 12 minutes, Xiaohu's been sitting top lane without a turret, and no one's bothered to look at him. Yeah, he's playing it very defensively, right? He is playing far back. He's making sure he's not an easy target, but they've stopped interrupting his gold income. He's just been farming for a very long time now.
And for the side of Hanwha, they haven't even been able to answer with plays anywhere else. They've hovered around mid, tried to set that one up again. I don't think they've even thought about bot lane for the fact that if they try to stack a wave and maybe have Chovy roam down and have Morgan cover mid, that Gala can just use the bullet time to clear the wave. So RNG utilizing their tools, maybe Hanwha giving a little bit too much respect in terms of having opened the map earlier. Heck, they could have even just hovered towards top side, even threatened more dives on Xiaohu.
Right. I mean, that's kind of the point here. The fact that Xiaohu is growing his farm lead. He's 25 up now. Morgan lost the entire top wave. Like, that wave got pushed in, and they're just like, yep, we're just down the 100 gold. He's just kind of bleeding out money. And RNG killed bot turret. Okay, yes, a Dragon was answered back. Something's going for Hanwha Life, but they're kind of just chilling and being like, well, Chovy's farming, it's fine.
Yeah, and you even look at items right now. So Chovy is the clear strong point, right? Having the Cosmic Drive in his inventory. But look on the opposite side to where Gala on 2 items over Deft, even having the Executioner's Calling coming out. Xiaohu just being exactly even in terms of items as Morgan. So I'm feeling a little bit better for RNG right now. Braum ultimate stolen by Chovy.
Nice try by Wei, does not find a knock up there. Brummel comes in for a stun, nothing else happening. Cryan, of course, no rapid fire cannon done yet, means no easy target. And Cosmic Drive, as you mentioned, in for Chovy means he is mobile, and that means he's going to probably run to bot side soon and catch a new wave. But first, a mid lane turret is here to be killed. This will always die to the Herald charge. There's no Bard to interrupt it. As long as someone's nearby, they're getting that gold. And they could force it on the Chovy, but they're going to share it across everybody. They will sadly still have Shelly lose some health, as they couldn't kill the turret first. And this charge is likely to succeed and get more damage onto the mid turret. Pretty decent damage comes in on the turret and the enemy champions. Vista, he's not going to be locked down by Xiaohu. That's not going to be realistic. And they will not take the Raptors away either.
Nope, so RNG still picking up all the gold on the map. Hanwha finally able to break down the mid turret though, so can potentially give them more options around playing through mid and top. With Dragon coming up in a minute 20, I definitely expect focus to shift down towards that bottom side. If HLE can get next Drake, they are on Soul Point, can threaten that as a win condition. And I mean, you look at their comp, you know it scales. They have a Silas, they have an Aphelios. Sure. Will do quite well throughout the game tour. We talked about it for RNG. Sure, Gala is going the crit route. We saw that last game with being pretty much trading and one-shotting Chovy as well on his LeBlanc, but I still feel like Xiaohu going to be a large portion of that. Wei and Cryan gonna have more supportive, more awkward roles later on.
Sure, but Xiaohu went from a 25 CS lead to a 40 CS lead. And look, Morgan's income is not the important part here, really. But the fact is, Xiaohu is just farming. He was targeted so heavily. They first flooded him before minion spawn. They went back and back and back to that top lane. And yet he's at 205 CS. The only man with more farm is his own bot laner. And Chovy, who, you know, yeah, he's going to have that kind of farm. But okay, good smite by Wei, able to claim his own blue buff, nicely done. So nothing else bled out, and now we are gonna play for the Dragon. We've got a stopwatch in, and we've got grievous wounds in for Xiaohu as well. The first time he's actually opting into team fighting this game. The 1 and 4 Gwen could be the difference maker.
Yeah, well, definitely gonna be looking at Xiaohu and looking at Chovy on the opposite side, who does have the Cataclysm. Gala doesn't have his flash up, he's immobile, he will be very easy to take down if HLE can find their way onto him.
Okay, dodges away. That rip from Chovy could have actually signaled a little bit of doom. A 4 stopwatch at the very least, maybe a stun, and could have been some really meaningful damage if Vista followed up. But right now, it's the fight for the mid wave and the bottom river. Vista puts a ward down, and that means they can take the control ward, maybe. Ming and Wei able to fight for this one and fight back for the control ward, and indeed, they will at least get rid of some of the vision, but Hanwha Life are the ones with control wards dotting these 2 brushes. And it's going to be a bit harder for Ming and Wei to walk forward. Morgan has to hold the front line. He's the tanking member of the team. He cannot give this one up if they want to fight for it, but Chovy is pushing in the bot, which means the fight can begin. Wei dives in, gets some damage to Morgan, forces the ulti, but the root means they can get the kill. Then a 4v5, they get the kill as Chovy's coming in for the flank. It's now up to Xiaohu putting damage on Morgan, but won't kill him just yet. Chovy coming back around, and now RNG going to try to dive in. The dunk, the dash out, and Chovy going to stay alive just barely. Stopwatch immunes the bullet time, and RNG forced to run away as Hanwha Life have the 5, and they're going to be able to win this fight, it looks like. Pushing in, Xiaohu burns the stopwatch. Charm and a knockup for Vista. Hanwha Life coming alive. 3 kills unanswered. Can I get a 4th? They're looking for it there as Cryan is doing just that as the hopes of first place seed are dwindling. Hanwha Life with the win will force a tiebreak, a rematch of this game for first seed.
Hanwha just stepping up. Really nice to see coming out from their side. I mean, like you said, Wei instantly gets pulled back by the chain. It's a 4v5. RNG, we're hoping that's where they can take it. I understand what Hanwha were going for that time, where it's like, hey, we're both just posturing. If Chovy goes and pushes in bot wave, they are not only losing gold, we have another avenue where we can enter into river from if we do get pushed out, as we do see here, but way EQ's in, sure he gets the knockup, but Willer doing a nice job of pressuring on the opposite side with the flank makes it so they feel very unsure about walking in. With Chovy now making his way around, they feel a lot of pressure on the Misfortune as we hit on. She doesn't have a flash. And look, they lock them in. They hit the Everfrost. And sure, no one dies immediately, but they do so much damage that the side of RNG just has to back off. Vista flashing in at the end pretty much just cements everything. And then the members of HLE are able to follow up.
Our X Effect replay was RNG taking what looked like a good fight. It was an objective 5v4, and they could not finalize the kills. They could not get in to do the rest of the damage. And Hanwha Life in a 4v5 without Chovy. It was the other 4 who stepped up and won that fight, converted it into 3 for nothing, converted it now into their 3rd Dragon. We are 340 away from an Infernal Soul. And Hanwha Life, the attempt to be the 3rd straight LCK team to get 1st seed out of their group, following the stead of T1, following the stead of Damwon Kia. Gen.G tomorrow can try to do the same. Again, with a win for Hanwha, it is a tiebreak for first. It does not guarantee it, but it means that we are going to have a Game 7 today, and it's going to be this match all over again with the chance at 1st seed. It also means we eliminate PSG Talon, and they will no longer have a shot at Worlds. They'll fight for 3rd place with Fnatic for a bit of pride and nothing else.
No, definitely going to be a massive match, especially for the fact, again, PSG being a team we didn't expect to have to talk about with the stakes of this game. Coming in, I mean, PSG could have been the first team coming out from PCS to be able to make it to a quarterfinal. It's been such a long time, even going back to LMS, since they were able to make it through. So, going to be pretty sad for PSG. They are very much cheering for RNG to find their way back into this game, but Hanwha not only a 2K gold lead sitting on Soul Point, and we've seen just, again, the amount of options they're able to have in these team fights, where for RNG, it does feel more front and back oriented. Bringing Cryin in on a flank or porting to the backline, I feel like feels pretty unimpactful when all of your damage is coming out from Gala and Xiaohu. I feel like you are playing more of, okay, I'm peeling with gold card, I'm making sure my carries are safe. So for RNG, you want fights in open spaces. Choke points will be quite rough when you are going up against Aphelios, Moonlight Vigil, or the quickness coming out from the Rakan. You do have pretty decent AoE and choke points as well, though, so kind of goes both ways, right?
Yeah.
you don't want to be fun looking to choke against either side.
Yeah, when you're like, man, they don't really want a choke point fight, I'm like, which one is he talking about? Because there's the MF on the one side.
It's both.
There's an MF on the other, by the way, because Chovy can take it, and obviously the Aphelios, right? As you directly mentioned. So yeah, it's to me, it's just, well, that's going to be positioning matters a whole lot, right? That's like who gets the jump, who gets to lock 2 down and lock them in place. Obviously, Ming can just like hard block the MF steal, and there's some stuff going on there. It's going to be fun, though. This game is going to be spicy. 2,400 gold lead for Hanwha Life. Chovy hard splitting in the side lane. Xiaohu doing the same. His CS lead now up to 44, though Morgan will answer this wave and keep up pretty reliably. 1 level lead, though, for the Gwen, and that's going to be Recall. Vista going to spot him, maybe. And it looks like just going to buff up Wheeler, stick around, make sure he feels safe, and just a red buff cleanly claimed.
Yeah, and I think Hanwha right now feel like they're in a position where they don't need to necessarily push aggressively for picks into the opposite side. They're waiting up that 1-minute timer. I'm really curious to see if RNG will elect into trying to fight this one out, or if they're going to try to go for some kind of pull, hey, maybe we'll go towards a Baron. I would obviously hate that. You'd be giving over an Infernal Soul. So HLE would commandingly be able to take any fights at that point in time. But I don't feel like RNG win contest over mid-wave. You can try to be the team that pushes out bot first and enter in through that direction. But I feel like a lot's going to be on Ming in this fight to buy space for Gala. And then, again, we've been hitting on Xiaohu all game long because he was the one who was able to freeze up in topside and see what kind of impact he can have with that needlework.
All right, dancing back and forth, playing for the bottom river. Hanwha Life won the team fight here last time. We'll see if RNG can fix their mistakes. A small gold deficit, some damage to Vista, forcing him to dodge back. Dragon spawns, Morgan now to join the crew as well. Hanwha not going for a flank play. Spotting the brushes, where can we see anyone? Now that they see Morgan, they know where everybody is. Vista, somewhat tracked on that ward because the sweeper is known. He's attacking it, they know where they are. Morgan back over the walls. The Dragon has aggroed. Jarvan ult taken here for Chovy. He can lock down someone in the back line. This is Dragon Soul for Hanwha Life. Vista waiting in the flanks. When does he go in? Ghost popped here for mobility around. When does a fight truly begin? There's the dunk forward, there's the push out, but it gives them the space to claim the Dragon Soul. Hanwha Life manicure the team fight, and now RNG, do they die here?
Oh, RNG, they're kind of posturing. I'm kind of surprised RNG are looking for this fight. You're going up against Hanwha Life with Soul, but Freak, you pointed it out. That was such a smart play coming out from HLE. Cataclysm coming out from Chovy. You throw out the Moonlight Vigil as well from Def, so they're backing off even further, and now they have the Soul. They're the team that does have pretty decent scaling damage coming out from both of their carries, and Deft and Chovy instantly pivot up towards topside because they have tempo, because RNG need to back. And that was just beautiful coming out from HLE.
LCK domination here at Worlds 2021. 2 first seeds already. And Hanwha Life looking to make it a 3rd in a row. If they close this game, they tie-break RNG for first. And PSG Talon, sadly, will be the 2nd and last PCS team eliminated from the very seed where they started, and not advancing whatsoever. Hanwha Life themselves, actually the ones that dropped down Beyond Gaming. With a win here, they would be the team that, in a way, also eliminate their brethren in PSG Talon. But there's a little bit more to play. It is tough to come back, though, from 3,000 Golden Dragons, so I'll say that. But
yeah, and I feel like when you look at RNG's options with the champions they have, they're quite limited, because what we saw in our last HLE game is the fact that HLE are a team that they don't necessarily feel like they need to go answer side waves when they know, hey, our comp is just stronger as a 5-man unit. We are just going to overload the side, maybe lose a bit of gold. So for RNG, I feel like you're hoping you can find a pick onto someone like Chovy on a side with both Xiaohu and Cry, and maybe have Wei lean over as well. It will open up for HLE to potentially be able to push mid and maybe threaten an inhibitor turret. But as RNG, I don't feel like you can go at them 5v5 right now.
There we go. Trying anyway. Trying to force the 5v5, because guess what? If you win it, you win it. Make him fight you. Bring him to Baron, but they're going to fall back for now. The control ward of the pit is not deep enough to spot the ward put down in the back, so ultimately they don't like playing with that vision disparity. The fact that there is any vision at all is not fun when you're trying to take a Baron. Cryan gonna go ahead and let Chovy grab the ulti. 2-level deficit, by the way. Cryan has not side laned really at all. A 53 CS lead for Chovy. A 2-level lead. That man is richer. That man is certainly more powerful. Top lane tier 2 nearly dead. Chovy puts the ulti down into the Baron pit. They are beginning it now. And they are burning this thing down. Willer and Vista gonna mark as best they can to keep Wei out of the pit.
Have a ward.
6k health, the kick buys some time. Willer back in. All right, is Wei gonna have the chance to get in? It's gonna be smitten. It'll be taken. Hanwha Life claim the Baron, and they're gonna run for their lives.
Yeah, for Hanwha, they don't even need to fight at this point in time. It was really close coming in, especially with the timing of Xiaohu's TP, but Willer able to secure that one. You have Soul, you have Baron. This is gonna be the time where we see Hanwha be the aggressors and push forward.
They may have done it. They've made that push to 4 and 2, guarantee that tie break, looking to, well, maybe take some recalls, though. Def hasn't gotten back to base yet. I believe Chovy has to be back, but Morgan hasn't spent. So there's a couple of champions that maybe want to cash in. We can see RNG shoving them pretty heavily, but all they do is clear the wave. They're not going for the dragon, or sorry, not going for the turret itself.
I also want to point out the last time these guys played was a bit of a fiesta. It was all over the place. It was about a 40-minute game where Hanwha were winning. I believe Hanwha had Soul in that game as well. And then they went to start a Baron, trying to either bait a fight or just burst it down. And RNG won the team fight right there and just won the game out of nowhere. So even though I think this looks extremely dire for RNG, Hanwha should pretty much win this, you know, 8, 9 out of 10 times. As RNG, you're banking on that one. You're banking on that one where someone walks too far forward, maybe you find a pick off onto Def, who right now doesn't have cleanse, so you hit a gold card. There's hope, but he has flash, he's a stopwatch available as well. It just feels like Hanwha has too many tools. For Hanwha, I feel like right now you just push. You just push, try and pull them into you, and look for the fight.
Well, mid's being attacked. Both soul laners are kind of sitting in the river. Morgan heading back down to the bottom side. 1-0-6. You know, all of the prep work of Morgan as a liability has a little bit been overwrought. He's been solid in this game. He's at least held up and then been there for the team fights. And, you know, with the teamwork, has managed to keep Xiaohu down. And maybe a questionable draft of blind picking their top laner, and then the self-counter pick at support. And RNG on the back foot here. Deft comes over, the dunk comes across from Wei. Ulti in for the Braum. Willer able to jump back to safety, though. And Gala continues his scoreline 0-0-0. I'm not sure if he can find an ultimate so far this game. The one I've seen was Deft sidestepping it. Would like to see more out of the Misfortune. 3 items, Infinity Edge done. He can do a lot. Right now isn't doing a whole bunch. Bot lane tier 2 will fall. A bit of a formality with Baron buff still on. Rebel Baron power play almost 20. Well, now it's 3K as the
only 35 seconds left on it though, so HLE haven't been able to pick up too much from this. They did finally get a 2-lane setup down where they're able to push it mid, hover over, and put a bit of pressure onto RNG. But that also did come at the cost of Def's flash. So HLE losing a little bit on that push. And I love it, Freak. We have this high-tension match, and it's going to be decided by a team fight at Elder Drake.
That's fun. Baron's going to time out in time for the Dragon to spawn. Obviously, the gold difference, a solid 6,000, that's going to be spent. The Infernal Soul almost mirrors that lead in terms of what it gives the team. That's going to be on top. All right, we've got a Sylas coming in, knocked up. Ming actually flashes, thought he'd be locked down by Chovy's combo. And so that is now a summoner spell missing. Xiaohu can jump the wall, should have no problems here as Deft walks in the mid lane, clears it away. And we'll see if Elder Dragon will indeed be the target or if Hanwha Life would like to find a siege.
Hanwha definitely going to peel off towards that Dragon pit. Deft having Calibrum, so having a lot of range to play with to try and poke them off, especially with the Infernal Soul damage coming on through.
Mid turret's dead.
Oh, look at Morgan, though. Morgan's going to go split push bot side.
Okay, mid for Inhibitor. At some point, RNG have to go back. I mean, what are they willing to take now? It's a 5v4. When are they willing to engage? When are RNG willing to team fight? It's a 5v4, and you're running away from them. Bot lane Inhibitor falls. It's Hanwha Life willing to kill. The killer instinct doesn't exist for anyone on this team, Kaisa or not. And here comes the TP. Here comes the death knell. Willer is willing to fight, and he's gonna kill a whole bunch of them. Hanwha Life looking to get every single one. RNG deserve to be aced here.
Yeah, Hanwha just showing up massively. Like you said, RNG were so indecisive. Hanwha realizing that, having the confidence to force the 4v5 themselves. And Freak, they're going to be able to push for the win. And we're going to get a tiebreaker.
The LPL is still maxed out at 1 win per team in the group stage. The turrets are gonna fall here. RNG and Hanwha Life are tied at 4-2. They're gonna fight for the first seed in Game 7.
And we are once again back to an era of LCK domination. All teams coming out strong. Hanwha should have a ton of confidence going later into the day about this matchup. And yeah, for RNG, Freak, I don't have words.
0-4, 1-2, 1-2 with another game to play.
Yeah,
that is the record for LPL teams at Worlds in Week 2.
We are 2-8. 2-8 in Week 2. Definitely not a good feeling. It's even weird, like, coming out of some of the early laning phase of, I remember there's a point Gala having an item advantage, things like this, where you pointed out at the end, like, hey, we haven't really seen much from this Misfortune. We haven't seen him set up horny big bullet times. RNG did an all right job of getting themselves back into the game with the freeze they set up topside, but it didn't matter. Hanwha just kept stacking up dragons, and RNG could never find a way in. And the one time they tried, Hanwha won.
You know, Chinese players are known for 3-digit numbers in MOBAs. There's 532. I remember there was like a 47 damage Vayne game a few years back. I am curious what Gala's numbers are. They were scrapping in late. It's probably over 1,000, but the one team you believed in more than anyone was RNG.
Yeah,
you were here in the draw show, and you're like, look, RNG, 3rd seed on LPL, this is the team that's winning Worlds. Reigning MSI champions, all right, a good run to get here again for the World Championship, but this has been a lackluster run. They can still fight for the 1st seed. It's just, it's a disheartening game to see, that's all.
Look, Freak, it's a disheartening game. They had a bit of a disheartening split early on. Sure. They still turned it around. They still went on a massive win streak. And, you know, I'll be honest, I don't know if it'll happen in the tiebreaker. It just needs to happen in the quarterfinals.
Meanwhile, Hanwha Life Esports are looking to fight for the #1 spot. Well done to them for the victory, of course, and stepping up here today. As step away, listen to Take Over by Max and Jeremy McKinnon on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. We'll see you right here after the break.
We the top again, I would help you lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. bed. I've got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your sport out of ahead. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming on, name you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.在以后，除了说傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘噼啪在时间滴答着，还不够，你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后，就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born, I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming, my name you ought to know by now that we're taking over.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where Hanwha Life Esports have bought themselves a tiebreaker for first seed against RNG. Booking a ticket straight into the quarterfinals, that's important to note. They've already made it there, but of course, knowing that we're going to get a 7th game of the day and it's going to be a big one is that's what you want to see.
I'm sweating. I'm sweating. I didn't see it coming into today. I thought, okay, RNG is looking hot after first week. Hanwha struggling a little bit. Fight for second place. Hanwha said, nah, we're going for the top spot.
Are we to blame? That's my question. We came into the start of the day, we're like,
I'm not
blame.
to blame. Yeah, you might be.
You helped make that top lane segment. You are equally culpable. We're like, Xiaohu, no one even comes close to Xiaohu. And then immediately, like, it's just been, the problem is trajectories, right? And obviously, like, you get into the intangibles of kind of like sports and esports analysis where you start talking about momentum and a lot of these things that are harder to quantify. But HLA's trajectory is very much up. RNG's trajectory very much down. So if you're looking to invest in RNG, now's the time. They're low.
That's true, right? Buy low, sell high right there. But we take a look at the draft, and I mean, the TF being handed over to RNG, I will admit, I was immediately calling that into question as we were watching the draft breakdown. We know that Cryan is a terrifying player on that pick, and yet it wasn't enough to save that top lane attention that Dracos was talking about.
Exactly, because you got to take that TF somewhere. And if you look into the top lane, and he's seeing 0 and 4, you don't want to do that.
No, not so much.
I thought it was a great level 1 strategy that came in. And then, of course, that level 1 strategy came with the risk. That was a flash that was being burnt by the Silas to make it work. But it was incredibly smart. Cut him off from the tri-bush and got the job done.
And I'd really love to see this because we've seen so many lackluster Silas TF games where the Silas just doesn't do anything. But this game was so good from Chovy, and obviously stuff just started to fall apart with Xiaohu. This was a really difficult game for him. But I think the big thing here is also the Lee Sin. Part of the reason we see this champion banned away so frequently is he just pretty much guarantees you dominance in any jungle mid matchup. And Jarvan TF is a lot of upfront damage, but if you do not kill someone with your combo, you don't do anything. Whereas this Lee Sin just keeps throwing out damage.
Look, one thing we did get right at top of day was top-focused meta. And they focused the hell out of the top side of the map. It was a rough go for Xiaohu here in the top lane. Week 1 versus week 2. Definitely not the kind of trend that you want to see, as mentioned. But we also, I think, need to put a pause here and recognize that this team is also already out of the group, 4-2, right? They did buy themselves a lot of real estate with their first round robin. They still, on their best day and in their best game, I think are a terrifying team for anyone. And it'll be up to Hanwha to have to do it one more time if they actually want to wrestle that first seed away.
Yeah, absolutely. And while the first seed certainly is significant, I think at the end of the day, the reason that you're going to come in and you're going to be very critical of RNG is because you are looking ahead to best of fives. Because you are looking at these mistakes now in the context of a team who has made it out. And if they want to make a deep run, you cannot be this valuable. You cannot make this many mistakes. You cannot have this inconsistent level of performance. And admittedly, you know, you'll get 3 tries in a best of 5, but here, if we continue to see this kind of downward trajectory, it is something to be concerned about as we look ahead towards quarterfinals.
Yeah, and they have a lot to review here, which is what I do like about, you know, if you have challenging games. Because you don't want a team to just coast through the group stage unless if they truly are like a dumb one, infallible type.
I don't want anyone to coast.
Coast.
I want teams to be challenged.
You do want a group that challenges you, because if you can get to the next stage of the of knockouts and then at least have good footage to look over and improve upon. Team fights, they had 2 games right now with Fnatic and versus Hanwha Life where they realized their team fighting has problems.
Yeah, certainly. And I think teams' meta reads are consistently being challenged every single day. Gwen was a popular pick. You saw the Hanabi pop-off game where he looked absolutely unkillable. And I think you're learning more and more about when this pick is good and when this pick is not so good. When she falls behind and multiple champions can get into melee range, she doesn't feel so good. When all of your damage is an MFTF and she pushes W and mitigates it all, she feels great. So again, how is she going to fit into the meta as we get closer to best of 5 is a great question, because we've seen in the right circumstances, another insanely powerful pick. Similar to Jarvan, those circumstances are limited, but when it's good, it's very good.
The other thing to realize and talk about in this game is that with all of that top lane focus, they didn't actually build an astronomical team gold lead, right? The game was fairly even for a portion of it, but it really came down to the dragon fights, and one in particular where Chovy really came up as the biggest playmaker. Every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, HLE survived with just a sliver of health in the key Drake fight that gave them a quarterfinal spot.
We're getting the cinematic angle.
I like it.
I mean, for me, it was a questionable engage there from the Jarvan, and it was a great punish to be able to take him down. But then Chovy goes wild. He breaks my ankles when I was watching this play because he was able to steal the J4 ulti. J4 didn't get to use his own ulti, but Silas makes it work. Everfrost buys time with his own stopwatch. Beautiful play from Chovy.
And while it's certainly beautiful, I think it's kind of difficult to see in the initial setup. Part of what makes that so good is the positioning off to the side, threatening the flank on what is a very vulnerable backline, threatening to disrupt, which is part of the reason why it's so hard for them to follow up on the initial Jarvan play. And then, of course, unstoppable as the Jarvan ult comes out, even if TF did want to throw the gold card, dash away, separate the team. That heads-up kind of play, if they had fought just front to back on the back of that play, it would have been so hard for him to get through the Braum and into the backline. But because he comes from the side, because he splits the fight single-handedly, easy fight win for
See, that's what I'm talking about. Right there, 20 minutes, dead even in gold. And I realized they had a TF on their squad, so you're getting some of that passive free gold. But this is one of the reasons why RNG still has to be respected as a team, because their top laner can go down 0-4, and they can still be dead even in gold.
Man was up like 40 CS too. Like he was still doing fine. Like when there weren't 3 people bowling him on the top side, he was still making a name for himself.
Final point.
So remember, I'm looking at is Wei. In this specific game, Wei had a pretty difficult time. I know we talk about J4 a lot, but you know, it's about the wielder of the champion in this team fight. He actually kind of butchered it. They got a good position on Dragon and they blew it. So I want to see Wei perform.
All right, we'll have to see them perform later in the day, because they will have one more game against Hanwha Life Esports to look for that first seed rather. But for more on how Hanwha secured their spot in the knockout stage, here's Lore with Deft.
Ooh. Thank you, Dash and Deft. Thank you so much for joining me after this game. Congrats on looking quarterfinals. It's been a long run so far for Hanwha Life Esports, from the playing stage to playing this game versus RNG. How do you reflect on the growth for the team and your performance?
네, 우선 8강 진출 정말 축하드립니다. 하나생명은 정말 플레이 스테이지부터 정말 긴 지금 여정을 하고 계신데 팀의 성장에 대해서 지금 돌이켜봤을 때 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 좀 경기력이 올라오는데 오래 걸린 건 맞는데, 사실 제가 봤을 때는 이제 어제 하루 동안에 되게 선수들이나 이제 뭔가 깨우친 게 많은 것 같아서 좀 기억만 잘 한다면은 저희 팀이 되게 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하는데 좀 이게 오래도록 좀 지속이 됐으면 좋겠어요.
I know it took a very long time for us to finally come in line, but yesterday we realized a lot of things, and as long as we can keep that in mind, I think we can keep this form.
And you look so strong right now. Similarly to every LCK team, I feel like Korea has had an absolute dominance so far at the World Championship, especially in the second round robin. What's your take on how strong the region is right now?
지금 특히나 LCK 팀들이 2라운드에서 엄청난 강세를 보여주고 있는데 지금 이 지역 전반적으로 어떤 모습을, 어떤 강세를 보여주고 있다고 생각하시나요?
일단 LCK가 제일 잘하는 건 맞는 것 같고 이제 그 뒤에는 사실 LCK가 제일 잘한다는 것도 차이가 그렇게 크지 않다고 느껴서 다들 어떻게 준비하느냐에 따라 좀 달린 것 같아요.
I'm pretty sure LCK is the strongest, but I'm not saying they're better than other teams by a huge margin. I think it all comes down to how they actually play and perform. Interesting.
And yeah, let's see how the LCK develops throughout the tournament. Last question for you, Deft. You will be looking to get a rematch against RNG at the end of the day for the decider for first place in this Group C. What is your take on RNG, and do you think you can take them down again?
네, 이제 RNG와 1위 결정전만을 남기고 계신데 RNG에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 그리고 예상은 어떻게 하시나요?
RNG 같은 경우는 되게 단단하게 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하는데 저희는 되게 단단하게 잘한다고 생각해서 좀 초반에 어느 팀이 유리하게 가는지가 좀 많이 중요할 것 같아요.
I think RNG is a very solid team, but we are also pretty solid. So I think it all comes down to who's going to lead the early game.
All right, the early game, that's what we will look at in that last game. But for now, we still have a 6th game to play. Deft, 감사합니다 for this interview. Jason, thank you very much for the translation. And we're going to take a break. And after this pause, we will be back for Fnatic versus PSG Talon. Stay tuned.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. All the people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. 'Cause if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Fly away, fire, and we'll burn it all down. What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws. It's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down gonna die today to make it out alive? Gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021. I am still Freak, that is Lyric, and we have 2 games left to play today. Our first one up is Fnatic versus PSG Talon, a battle for pride and a battle for 3rd place in the group. The game after that one is the tiebreaker for first between Royal Never Give Up and Hanwha Life Esports. So stick around for both of those. Lyric, though, we have to take care of business. Sadly, these are going to be the last games we see from these 2 teams. There are no tiebreakers played in a tie for 3rd. If Fnatic win, it's 2-4. You officially tie for 3rd for the group stage, and that is the end. If PSG Talon win, it is sadly yet another 3-3 exit for Maple at Worlds.
Yeah, I think it's quite disappointing for PSG, where they could have broken a long trend of, again, before the LMS, now the PCS, not making it to quarterfinals. It hasn't been since 2015 when both Flash Wolves and HQ made it out. And Freak, we all know you're dying to talk a little bit more about Fnatic, like you said earlier.
Look, the stories have to be said. So yeah, you mentioned it with Maple. This is his 6th World Championship. Only once did he make it out of the group stage. There was the auto seed in 2013. That's not making it out of groups, that's a seed. He has made it out of groups, sadly, only once. This is going to be his next failure, sadly, on the docket. MSI has gone better for him. For Fnatic, in their 11th international appearance, sadly, the 2nd time ever. First time in 7 years that they have fallen in a group stage. It is not what they wanted. I know upset being out of the picture obviously hurts them. But listen, as someone who watched 100 Thieves play yesterday, there is a little bit of solace you get for ending your week 2-1. For at least punching up, taking down RNG, taking down PSG and saying, you know, on a different day, this could have been just that little bit better, right? A little bit better on day 1 in week 1, and it could have been a different story. And know that you were close. It feels better than getting blown out. So
yeah,
I know the players will hold their heads up high. It will give some solace to the fans, and they're going to push for that win.
It definitely goes to show of like, hey, you know, had we maybe prepared differently or come into this day better, we could have done it, which is always nice to see. And we're seeing very serious drafts. You know, no team saying, hey, even though we're eliminated, we're going to take it a bit looser. With Jarvan MF on one side, the combo, the Cataclysm into the bullet time. Or on the other side, we just keep seeing it for Bwipo. They love this Viego pick. And I mean, it just pops off in skirmishes. You get these souls and you keep going. And for Fnatic overall, Hilly once again going towards his patented Rakan. So Fnatic keeping it on comfort.
This is fun. I mean, they love the pick. I love the pick. Bwipo's Viego is great. So that'll be fun to watch for. Obviously, on the other side, PSG Talon hoping to make that 3-3 run. Again, that also gives them that same solace of like, well, you know, we went equal in the group. Just really unlucky that, you know, the games went the way they did. And sadly, 3-3 is not enough to get out. Trust me, I felt that one a lot, going 3-3 and not getting out of the group. We'll see which one can pull up the win here in this game. Nautilus locked in onto the 2nd phase of bans.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where PSG are going to go towards the top lane. You do expect that Hanabi will be laning up against the Graves, and I've been talking to a lot of teams about their opinions on Graves, and a lot of them just think it's too strong. It doesn't really have any bad matchups. You can play it as a weak side champion that can absorb pressure because you can run fleet footwork, you have your E to escape, or you can just set up waves and look for dives. So I wonder if they will go for maybe more of a weak side top laner, like something like a tank themselves. Because the nice thing I like about tanks up against things that don't really have strong lane fighter counters is you can always just buy Bramble and plated steel caps, and your champion can pretty much play against anything.
That's fun. It's always good to play that safe side and then just win somewhere else as we get the Ezreal gone. The Kennen is off indeed. Graves always can go mid. I don't think we've seen it a single time at Worlds, but Graves mid is, I think, actually quite viable. You often hurt for match damage if that's the case. Obviously, Viego's already locked in. No one really plays Ziggs right now, although he's also viable. Kai's off the table, as we saw the Ezreal already gone earlier.
Yeah, the nice thing is, you know, they did hover the Ziggs earlier. They did show that something like that is possible.
Yeah.
So it is always there. And now I want to say, okay, so they do ban away the Gwen. So 2 champions that would give their composition nice magic damage. And overall, this is a conversation a lot of us casters have been having the past 2 days about Kennen in general, about how strong he has looked. And it seems like Gwen must be making a reappearance in scrims with how much we are seeing her. But PSG are just keeping it stock and standard and going towards the Jace for themselves.
A lot of it seems to be just wanting meta damage in the comp. Obviously, AD junglers are the most common. You know, Rip for Rogue, the Fiddlesticks has looked pretty good, but there aren't a ton of mage junglers right now that are getting commonly played. And a lot of the mid laners aren't high damage. Obviously, TF is banned. Certainly Ryze is out there as well, but we're just kind of not seeing, unless you're Chovy, a ton of damage in the mid. I like this. Xayah Rakan is in. Will note, by the way, because Xayah Rakan, obviously a well-known duo, the like win rate gain on being paired is actually not that high anymore. The synergy like buffs got nerfed so heavily that they're not even each other's best duo anymore.
That honestly just sounds so strange, but I mean, we're going to see if Bean and Hilly can make it work. It is cool seeing these come out for the first time as Nisqy takes away the Zoe for himself. They were hovering the Silas. Glad they didn't go that one because Zoe would have been a really nice answer. And for the side of PSG, you're playing a lot with range right now. If they do opt into going the Orianna, they do have a lot of ball delivery set up in their composition, but I like the idea of playing with more range. You have the bullet time, you have the make it rain, you have the accelerated shock blast. I think just lock in the Syndra. It is a bit of a skill matchup that I'd say in the past has always favored Syndra just a little bit. Very easy to try to look for those Scout of the Weeks when Zoe goes for the portal jump, but Syndra's also taken a lot of hits over, I just say over the years in general.
And it looks like she's 6-1 at Worlds. 86% win rate. That's probably a 7-game sample, 6-1. One of those is top lane from Xiaohu, but it still counts. Maple gonna pilot this champion here up against Nisqy's Zoe. A battle for pride and a battle for 3rd place. PSG Talent obviously hard claim it if they go 3-3. Fnatic will tie for 3rd if they can claim this one, and that's just going to be a tie for 3rd to end the group, which will salvage some pick'ems since either road will get full points. That has saved me in pick'ems before in other years of Worlds. This time around, though, I am not close to accurate in any of my groups.
Somehow in Group A, I got a ton of points because I messed up my pickups, Freak, so thank God for that one, but
that's good.
We're going to be looking at the drafts, and the thing I'm most interested in is seeing the mid-jungle 2v2s, right? When you have something like Syndra coming out onto the Rift, especially when paired with a Jarvan, you just have so much kill pressure coming through, whether it's finding a nice Scout of the Week to set up for the EQ combo to land, or vice versa. Even on the opposite side, I mean, one of Zoe's big strengths, right, is getting into those early river skirmishes where summoners are blown and then you just gain so much power through your W. So I definitely expect both teams to pay a lot of attention to mid lane. And I mean, historically, we know both teams have always loved to do so.
Yes. I mean, Maple, the team comes to him is how the data works out. Like his his support mid duo proximity is very, very high. His lane percent is also very, very high. Just Coming shows up and they're like, I'm in mid, bud. What do we got? Are we killing a Zoe? Great, let's do it. That's the play style here for PSG Talon. Nisqy, obviously, again, a focal point here as well, but he is a man who gets to his teammates. Adam's going to come down to level 3.
Exactly.
Nisqy's going down to bot lane at level 4. They're moving around the map.
Speaking of moving around the map, we have Bean up towards the top lane right now, trying to catch Hanabi off guard.
Hanabi, I believe, will not spot anyone. Adam turns the corner. Now they know, okay, I'm going to 1v2. Got it. Okay, information gathered. If you want to overload bot side, you can do it. You're in a guaranteed 4v3.
Ooh, so it looks like what they were trying to do was bait them into pushing PSG. Yeah, pushing them to bot side.
Because that's frequently what happens, right?
Yeah.
When you go for the top play and you're like, do we catch someone in the brush? Do we get a top laner? It's like, okay, well, we run down to grab Raptors.
I feel like the biggest tell to me there, though, would be the fact that it's only AD carry and top showing, right? No other real, like, CC or lockdown members.
Rakan's supposed to lead when that happens.
Exactly,
so it's like,
yeah, it's like, huh.
And it's good in intuition, right? Because obviously no one else was seen. Like, oh, there's always a chance they, like, maybe went bottom side through try, like, towards red. Like, it's a possibility.
Yeah.
But good read, no deep ward, okay, fine. A defensive ward comes down in the top side river brush for PSG Talon. River takes the recall, gets his sweeper, and he's going to be soloing red buff. So information will not be given. Fnatic do not get a single deep ward, and they will not know where the Jarvan started.
I'm interested to see what River will do. He's obviously pathing towards the bottom side right now. Curious if he would want to look for some type of early gank on either soul lane. I do believe Graves is quite well in this matchup. You obviously have the smoke screen, which works quite well when you are facing another champion who can rely on auto attacks in these short trades. Jay's definitely a lot more of kind of play it back. You can look for the poke, though. Adam, of course, running the fleet.
Wow.
Footwork is River.
Again, they don't know where he is. They don't know which side he went. Niski is intuitively guessing to play bottom side. Maple has a stun, though. Is it going to force the flash? Flag and drag. He is going to be forced to flash away. Niski now going to be down to summoner for this landing phase.
Like you said, it was almost pretty nice, right? Niski intuitively playing towards that bottom side. Still, Scout of the Week by Maple, able to land, secure that flash coming out. River not really having enough time, I think, to look for any type of reactive flash. Probably wouldn't be able to secure the kill regardless, but now Maple going to have a ton of pressure in this mid lane, as we do see here, and they'll be able to pretty much consistently have River hover towards the mid lane, unlock Maple, and start roaming down. But as you already pointed out, Maple doesn't leave lane all too much, so I think it's a lot more likely for River to just look for a repeat gank and try to find some type of kill in the mid lane.
One thing I want to point out, by the way, I want to be there first before people realize, it's like with Vedius with his Nocturne, and eventually he was right that lane Nocturne is just like busted, and that's why he's even Diamond 2, because he played an overpowered champion. Shout out Vedius. I also play Nocturne. I understand what it's like. It's a great champ. But the real tech for Xayah is actually Hail of Blades. That is actually the Xayah tech, and one day we'll see it. Because things with lethal tempo, you like throw Qs out and then you just like it's on cooldown for any fight ever possible. Because it's like it procs, you hit some minions, who cares? But if you got Halo Blades, in any fight, you are guaranteed a route with just W auto. It's so free and you win every short trade really reliably, and it makes her actually very, very good in lane.
You know, my biggest takeaway, other than following the fact that we're gonna see if this becomes Meta Freak, is the fact that you are just absolutely ruthless today, as Whippo's trying to be ruthless as well.
Yeah, Whippo finds, I mean, they're gonna get, oh, that stun is huge! That stun is so big, and River is here, out of it, into the mid lane instead. What the flash? Adam is there to save the man's life, though, and no kill on the board.
Yeah, just amazing Scout of the Week coming out from Maple to set all of that up. Sadly, Adam is another jungler on the side of Fnatic, so he does consistently look for these roams and plays down towards the mid lane.
Yeah.
Still, though, I mean, the fact that Maple's able to get away scot-free and potentially even set up that play, gonna get more damage here as well.
Okay, Illisan gonna go ahead and find the first little bit on Unified as Kami takes a bit of damage, but goes right back in. Careful, your health bar is low, but they know the E is on cooldown. Niski, thankfully, has a stolen flash to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, PSG just being ruthless with targeting this lane over and over again. A lot of pressure coming on Niski, so Maple has been able to build himself up a bit of a CS lead, as we do see, has opted into the tier as well, so should have a pretty easy lane with the amount of resources he's getting to stack that one up. The damage coming out from Zyrakan in bottom lane, a bit surprising. Haven't seen this duo all too much lately, but still PSG able to turn it around. They did have to get a bit of an awkward recall. I don't think they did get the wave into turret, but looks like PSG now want to pivot up towards top side.
At least they got the Noon Quiver, though. Like, that's really important to hit that breakpoint on the recall. That, you know, you're under 5 minutes in, and because you had a longsword start, you're able to get a really early Noon Quiver. That is such an important power spike. It matters so much for last hitting. But, oh, Adam, you have a flash, but it will not matter. First blood in for Hanabi.
I mean, he didn't even get a chance, right? Kaiwing was just so decisive with that one. Flash immediately into the hook, chained right into the EQ combo coming out from River. Now we're going to see Hanabi be able to push this wave in. No TP up for Adam, so he is going to lose out just in general on gold and EXP, and set Hanabi up in a good spot.
Here we go, watch it again. Kaiwing taught everything he knows by Lyric himself. Quote me on that one. Flash auto. Oh, actually flash Q. No way out.
Yeah, has the aftershock. I mean, I guess that doesn't even really matter, right? He's just instantly dead. We even see the Ignite going down just to make sure where they didn't really need it. But yeah, I mean, Unified and Kaiwing having been around for such a long time, as get a bit of Verizon 5G all chat, Freak.
Yes, and I agree. Thank you, One. I'm hoping for Banger as well. Bangers are fun to cast. Honestly, you know, the Brits have it right. You know, give me some of that, give me some MASH. Good games.
And I think the fact that both of these teams have shown they're willing to be scrappy, they're willing to be brawly, it's like a UFC fight, you lock them in the octagon, they're willing to go, is super cool. Have not seen that yet thus far, but they are willing to go for it. But yeah, Unified Kaiwing been around for such a long time. I remember working with these guys for a brief period back in the day when I was coaching in the LMS. Kaiwing, always a bit of a leader, always a bit of a shot caller. Unified on the opposite side. I was around him maybe for like 6 months. I think I heard him talk once. Not a very talkative guy at all. Very much just plays League of Legends.
Fair enough. At least pretty good at it.
Yeah, it works. I mean, you know, been on top of the region for quite a long time now, so.
Yeah.
And
3 titles.
You got Kaiwing to talk for you. That's all you need.
That's true. You know, AD carries, you can just shut up and last hit minions. That flag is well timed. River's going to spot the fact that Whippo's up a level and going for his red buff. Smite available for both. Vision can be claimed, though, and this could be a real fight. Maple's on the way. Level 6. Hylissang nearby. Stun. Not going to land. Here comes the anchor. Here comes the flash. Played by Bwipo. But Maple finds the kill on the Hylissang. Sleep coming in. Is that enough damage? River only partially body blocked. Oh, no, Bwipo! You are getting thinned out.
He thought he'd be able to find the damage to be able to get the soul and keep going in the fight, but not sure if that was the right call coming out from Bwipo. Overall, PSG just having numbers advantage.
I think he might have not had vision on the fact that River blocked it. But no, that doesn't make sense because Zoe would have art over, so...
Oh,
Adam!
I'm honestly not even quite sure.
Projectiles!
Yeah, I was going to say.
Auto-attack projectiles!
Oh, well... Yeah, Hanabi and Adam solo killing each other.
It's probably.
Hey, it goes back to the analogy I made about the UFC earlier. It pretty much works out perfectly. Of these guys being locked in a cage, being extremely scrappy. And, I mean, PSG so far coming out ahead, about a 1K gold lead. As we go back into the replay, look at the minimap so far, both Adam and Niski not here. Surprised Fnatic would opt to go for this. Very easy for Hanabi and Maple to both wrap around despite being pushed in. We see the Q hit. And
he blast planted in. The blast plant missed. He went into the pit. So he's like, I can ult out maybe, but he just ulted in to try to find a kill.
Yeah.
I don't know if he actually meant to go in. He's like, yeah, Zoe's going to hit. We're going to do it. Like, that could have been the play. Obviously, good by River to tank the paddle star. Big damage loss because he tanked it. I can see it going either way, right? Because it was reliable to be like, oh, yeah, Niski hits because he's sleeping. We go for the kill, and
you have
River
other members
well.
there. You can look for the turn. Yeah. I can see how you could potentially justify it, but in the end, PSG pick up the kills. Now we're going to see them start making the roam towards top side. Hilly's still in the bot lane, so I don't expect Fnatic to look for a contest, but I feel like if Fnatic aren't getting a contest right, you have to send Bwipo down towards bottom lane now, try and force Unified off of turret, start taking away some of these bot side jungle camps, and look for the cross-map gold trade.
I'm looking for it now. One plate about to be down. I believe there's just a shy of that little plate, and then bullet time, not the absolute best, and Unified indeed has to walk away. Bwipo's there for the 3v1. This will be plate 2 just barely taken. No, not even. The wave's too shy. River is able to take top lane Herald, or well, Herald's always top side. But, you know, as this wave is getting taken away, proxied.
They do need to be careful, though, because Maple's TP actually just came back up, so Fnatic over-aggress. Once again, PSG can find a fight with numbers advantage.
They went for the play on bot side, right? They went for a kill, they didn't find it. Hylissang wants in, they're gonna ult for the slow. That means the knockup could land, but hold on, Syndra's in. Hylissang dangerously low, but enough MR to survive. Second bit of damage comes across, though. Will they find the kill? No, River's there to tank it all, so no kill to be found. And Fnatic, in their attempt to cross-map, they get half a plate, they deny a wave, and they get nothing else.
Yeah, sadly not able to get anything. I mean, Unified respected there, like you said. Ultimate was able to get some of the minions down, starts backing off, and PSG with a really fast rotation down back towards that bottom side. Maple also crucially recalled at a very impactful timing to where, as Fnatic, you can't exactly know where he is. Fnatic now still going to be able to pick up this dragon on the bottom half of the map. PSG hovering up towards top, allowing for Hanabi to get all these plates. They also do have the Rift Herald in their inventory, and PSG know that Fnatic are going to be looking for the response. That's why Maple is stacking up these orbs and looking to fight, because Fnatic might not know he's here.
As River looks to the play on Hylissang, hoping the knockup instead will be that himself. Down to 300, nearly dies as Adam fires out, but doesn't find that kill either. Stunned. Maple not quite going to go for the ulti. It's on cooldown. The long-range anchor lands. A heal is not going to be enough. 1 for nothing so far. Kaiwing going to take a quick nap. Will it be a dirt nap? Niski wants to get around, but can't find his way across. Hylissang tries to find one as well. Nice shot on a Hanabi, but ultimately the top lane turret dies, all 5 plates taken, and first turret goes to PSG Talon, 3,000 gold lead.
PSG just doing a really nice job so far. It all started where we expected, right? Cementing their lead through their mid-jungle 2v2, and ever since then it's been about bringing River and Maple up towards that top side, and really just impacting this top lane matchup, which you're playing 2, I'd say, more volatile champions. Jace definitely, Graves as well, has been able to find his mythic. Actually, both now with the back coming out from Hanabi, so still topside skirmishing looks like the name of the game for both teams. I don't think that surprises anyone, right? We've been seeing 80 carries left alone on an island all tournament long and just looking to stack up their farm. As we go straight into the replay, PSG doing a nice job. They had tempo advantage from the play on bot side that Fnatic really overstayed for. Maple already here stacking up all these orbs, hits the scout of the week. didn't look like they expected to be able to have enough damage with Maple not having ultimate, but after the accelerated shot class, the Nautilus Q, they are able to guarantee that kill into Adam.
And now we're back on the map, and we're looking for Fnatic to find themselves the comeback, or PSG Talent to just close it out. As they've got control pretty much everywhere. The only one who's going to be down in gold realistically is Unified. You know, not a lot of gold, not a lot to say, and that's all right. The rest of the team is doing pretty nice. And that means they can win with the 4 as Unified just kind of holds the line on MF. Part of the reason you picked her, right? You can leave her alone. You sometimes ult away to make sure that you don't lose plates. Like, that's obviously a strength. We know we saw a lot of Ziggs at the end of this split because you wanted something that could be left alone and just, okay, they're going to overload the lane. We just ult the wave, it's no problem. But now Fnatic are going to find that kill. Hanabi going to flash back to his team. Be careful, though. You're still in a 1v3 to the skies and to the ground. Whippo claims his first kill of the game.
Really strange coming out from Hanabi because both teams were cross-mapping, right? And both teams had vision of the other team going for the cross-map, taking away each other's raptors. Hanabi just poking his head in, maybe seeing if he can try to steal away their red buff or just get a bit of damage down while he's hovering under inner turret. Does walk too far forward, even expends the flash to try to get away. Isn't able to in the end, and looks like it should just be a bit of a trade, some plates on both Unified and Adam.
Yep.
Ooh, TP coming out, though.
Can they land a stun in time? Yes, they will, but there's reinforcements. Will it be in time, though? Hanabi just barely staying alive, but not for long. Niski gets 1, and Niski's gonna get 2. Fnatic were there for the 4v2, and they get both kills.
Really nice read coming out from Fnatic is Unified. I think just trying to force Bean off. Bean shouldn't be able to get solo. Oh, Niski!
Wing not quite gonna take the dirt nap. And yeah, able to walk out. Unified, I don't believe can. Oh, okay. Now Bean's got to be careful. Bean is very nearly in lethal range.
He has ult, he has heal, he has flash.
That's true, but yeah, when the turret's this low, it's like he's going to walk up on you and attack the turret and then just take the fight, and you just can't really do anything about that one. Keep in mind, Mythic difference is in. Kraken Slayer versus the Boots 1. Yeah, that is going to be a diff, and it means Unified looking pretty good down there. Bean just playing very, very much on the weak side.
Yeah, a bit surprised doesn't go for the recall right now, but even going back further, I think the Hanabi TP was... Oh, okay, we're going to stop talking about the Hanabi TP. It looks like Bean might be in for a bad time. Still has all the same tools that we talked about. Heal, ult, and flash, but...
Oh, no, you can't recall here. You can't recall here. You have no vision. River, EQ, yeah. Okay, he has ult. And River's unwilling to go for the ulti. I mean, he would ult, and then Bean would just flash, and he wouldn't get any damage, so I understand it. But you can just walk back out. You have enough vision that he's not getting supported.
Yeah, you still could potentially follow up then with your own flash for the kill. Would be completely meaningless though, so glad he didn't. But this was a bit surprising coming out from Hanabi. Sure, you do have double TP coming in, but again, you were just cross-mapping. You still don't see them on the bottom side of the map where you have your vision completely littered. So you know that they still should be up around that side. Doesn't matter if you bring Maple in as well. You will be outnumbered and they just get taken down. So PSG giving some opportunities over to Fnatic to get back into the game.
True. And I mean, I think Maple's flash is pretty silly as well. You're flashing over the champions in a 1v4. Like, they're still in range of you, bud. So some mistakes. Unfortunate, but it is still PSG Talent up 18 gold. Fnatic closing the gap somewhat. Up a dragon. Next one spawning in about 7 seconds. Adam is top lane. He has teleport, and Hanabi not having one has to choose. Do I help top lane turret, or do I play for dragon? Maybe they get it anyway. River going to start this dragon on spawn.
River, looks like he's questioning it. I like that Fnatic making the react towards top side because, again, when we get into the question of like mid-contest and going into River, look at the side of PSG's Cop has more long-range tools available with things like the Make It Rain, the Jace, and especially the Scatter of the Week. I feel like Syndra is so good when you're looking to contest over mid-wave for who can walk into River first. Fnatic don't want to walk into their bottom side of the map with the fact they already have Adam top. And again, we're just getting this consistent cross-map and trade of objectives, which is keeping the gold lead relatively close. And even as we get further on into the game, I don't feel like scaling is heavily like outweighs one side or the other. Both definitely have tools. Is PSG trying to play?
Whippo is going to get spotted there. Wait, just auto him. Just stand in the brush and auto him. He's going to ult back to safety. Bullet time nearly kills. Comedy of errors a little bit in this game.
Yeah.
Kaiwing, yeah.
Just go for the auto, get the passive route, chain that into your hook. That's not what we saw.
I mean, he pressed Q before he saw him, so it was already too late by the time he was in vision. But, I mean, obviously, yes, it's a mistake. Okay, move on a little bit here. Looking now at a bit of bot side pressure. They know where Hillsong is, and he's going to land this anchor now. The root's there as well. Good damage, half HP. Misfortune nearly finds the kill, but has to go to sleep first. Now, we've got the rest of it. Adam nowhere to go but the Tri-Brush and Dian in the 1v4.
Yeah, tries to TP in to save Hilly. Would have been able to get away anyway. Sleep, though.
I think he lives, though. Flag and drag away. It's not a follow-through. Whippo not in range, no ulti. Doesn't really matter anymore. Niski gonna keep trying. Good damage on a Maple. I mean, Niski really trying his best to keep the team alive. Whippo gets a stab, but not much more.
I mean, especially in this position right here is where Zoe thrives, right? You have such like a big terrain to use to find those massive bubbles, chain them into the paddle star, but still they're not able to do it. They will be able to break open a turret, so Gold once again getting a little bit closer. We're nowhere close to another Dragon spawning, still a few minutes away from a Baron. I feel like the question on my side is if PSG are going to aggressively look for picks, because again, they're the ones coming off resets. They will have tempo coming off onto the map, look to push waves out. You'd probably expect them to start walking down in towards that bottom side jungle, because that's where the wave is. Try to use Scatter the Weak, catch someone off guard.
Dean just gonna go ahead and collect waves in the mid lane, keeping up in farm, keeping his gold up, but we can watch this Axe Effect replay again in the bot lane. Worked pretty well for PSG Talon.
Yeah, find the hook onto Hilly. He has to instantly run away. I mean, for Adam, he thought he was TPing in to cover his teammates. Potentially they could take the fight. Bean was making his way down, but sadly left in the middle of all the other members of PSG who do not only have great burst, but also a ton of lockdown. So the second he TP's in, he is just instantly gone.
Yeah, that was a good play by River to make sure his body was over the top of the teleport as he showed up. There was no chance for Adam to take counterplay. Stun was then layered by Maple really well. So, you know, execution was mint from PSG Talon, but obviously, again, a mistake of a teleport, and it means the gold lead remains over 2,000 in PSG Talon's favor. Afraid of getting ganked, Anabi gonna have to burn the teleport. That'll be down yet again for the next Dragon.
Yeah, for PSG, they're opting into the play that we were just hitting on of looking towards this bottom half of the map and playing around the Syndra to look for picks. They don't have all too of aggressive vision coming out yet, but with the fact that Baron is coming up before Dragon, maybe for PSG now, you hover both mid and jungle towards the mid lane and look to try and push your way in, brute force into that top side and get some of your own vision down.
Worth noting, though, that we are going for, I believe, a Wit's End out of Whippo here with the Null Magic Mantle and the Dagger. He is itemized specifically for Maple trying to one-shot him. If that doesn't happen, then he's going to be fine, able to go for the resets. Just find it kind of interesting that he's going for this build here and not the very standard Sterix gauge for so many of these melee bruisers. Mid lane turret going to fall, though. Goldie going to grow for PSG Talon. Top lane, though, pushed in, and Adam will deny a wave and maybe even two. As now Hanabi is now on the way over, can claim the dregs of that one and the rest of the other. So we'll keep up there. Muramana all the way transformed, and Collector just now completed for Unified.
Yeah, big item power spikes coming out on both sides. Same for Adam being on 2.5 items now. No one else really even close. Maybe Fnatic should be sitting on some standing gold as Niski. Oh, yeah. Gets a nice bit of damage down onto Maple. Gonna once again make their way up towards that top side. Dragon will be up in 40 seconds. Neither team really having vision control down there just yet, but PSG being the ones to come back off on the map. Only one control ward in inventory, so would have been nice to see a little bit more.
Sure. But not going to happen here. It's going to be walking out. A teleport in the mid lane for tempo. Maple's like, you know what? I'm not going to keep for anything else for a while, so let's just make sure I'm in the mid lane. Let's make sure we actually completely own this wave. Fight for the next one and then walk the Dragon right as it spawns is probably the play. Neither team, though, has ward control over the bot river right now. 3 wards in inventory for Kaiwing, but sitting in mid right now. Not, again, lighting up this bottom side. A similar set of situation here for Fnatic. Finally, the wards are coming down.
This is what we were hitting on earlier about how PSG's comp works in these situations, right? Accelerate, Shock Blast, Hillsong!
Wow, Hanabi just barely flashing all the way over it. The pick not going to be counted. With that gone, it seems very likely Fnatic will not find their way into this fight. They can maybe put a credible threat towards Baron, but that's not really going to happen there as wards come down. And one of the wards that was going to spot actually a walk towards Baron actually gets replaced as a result. Not get him out of though. Flag gets the vision. Okay, no one's going for the steal. Second Dragon goes to PSG Talon. They are 10 minutes away from the Cloud Soul, and they are not cross-mapped.
No, we see right there, right? Fnatic's really only real opening, if I can say my words.
You're fine.
Try and find some kind of bubble. If Hilly can get someone who's overstepping, you can look for the engage, but you don't have too many engage tools. You don't have anyone who could just blindly walk into areas where PSG control because you don't have a frontliner. And we saw there, Accelerated Shock Blast, the Scatter of the Weak, the threats of the bullet time. PSG just have so much poke that it feels like they have more engage in you, they have more of a front line, and are also putting out more poke. So for Fnatic, it's really about trying to control vision where PSG aren't and finding picks.
Well, they're going to try in the mid lane nearly. Actually, the hit on the Unified wouldn't have killed because it wasn't the bubble. That was just a paddle star. And Maple grabbing the blue buff, though. And Adam collecting a wave in the bottom lane. 2.2 thousand remains the gold difference. I believe Fnatic got the first Dragon of the game, which means PSG have gotten 2 straight. Actually, I'm very confident that's true because Dragon was traded for second Rift Herald, and that was the pacing of this one. So PSG, though the gold has flattened, they have been still getting neutrals to their side. Turret score still 3-2, not a huge difference there. And we are playing a fairly slow one, waiting to see then, as we crest towards the late game, who's going to make the big play.
Now Fnatic now just overloading bottom side of the map. They have 5 members down there first, so they're going to be able to control vision. Seems like both teams kind of comfortable playing the stack the dragon game. I still think PSG are the team who should be playing more proactively and trying to push into enemy jungle, get their own vision down, look for these picks. Oh, Hilly though. Oh, he's Rakan. He's completely fine.
Yeah, he's got a teammate. Okay, there's a root, but the dash is back, but now River is in, and Hylissang just gets W back. Ignite is on, but River flash Q in his namesake, and he knocks down Hylissang.
I mean, Fnatic thought, hey, this is Rakan. He's fine going in, looking for this vision alone. Looked like it was at first, but PSG...
Do they know? They know. They saw him go through a ward, and they find the second knockup. There's nowhere to go. Whippo, ult flash, might get you to safety. There's the flash, there's the ult. The Lance is gonna miss, and he will survive.
Yeah, PSG though, maybe get Niski.
Niski, oh! The prediction, the hook before the flash. Do they have the damage? You damn right they do. There's one, and there's two.
And
Bean was out of summoners.
Yeah, this is a Baron angle for PSG. Adam was on the opposite side of the map, split pushing that whole time. We were talking about PSG should be the ones to be the aggressors, but this whole sequence started off with Fnatic being the ones to walk into PSG's topside jungle. Now PSG is going to be able to pivot towards the Baron. I expect Fnatic to look for a contest, even though they realistically shouldn't, but there's really no trade angle on the map either.
No, Hylissang going to be zoned out. Even if he wanted to try, it's not going to happen. Baron has been claimed. Hold on, there's a fight to be had. This is not a fight Fnatic can win. It's 3v5. How would you ever get anything out of this one? Hylissang dives in, and now it's time to start dying. Oh, Adam, he came so close. He got so far. He tried so hard, but in the end, 1 in 5, and it just does not matter.
Look, Freak, you could see that wasn't going to be a winning fight for the side of Fnatic, but we have a word for that in the LPL. That's called mojo. Adam had a lot of mojo in that moment. Went in, thought he could do it, could make the hero play, can go for the Hail Mary. Didn't work out, but again, in the LPL, we have respect for plays like that.
Yeah, it was sadly a bit reckless, even without him on the roster. Now, Whippo, though, wants it unmade. I like that they are trying. Can Maple be stunned? No, he used the minion successfully, puts the ulti in, and Whippo, is he going to make it happen? They get one, and now he is the Syndra. But he is squishy. Ults and runs away. Tries to stay alive as minions shoot him, and another teammate dies. 2 for 1 so far, and River, EQ's back up soon, and he's got a dunk. But Cloud Rift means a lot of movement. It means Whippo is safe.
I'm still just too caught up in the reckless comment. All of that, really cool. Nice to see you throw that one in. PSG, they have Baron. They're going to be able to force their way in to bottom side jungle. They have a siege comp. They have so much range. They can just look to force Fnatic off and keep going. They even have tools to engage if a member of Fnatic oversteps, or if they had a bigger wave, could we potentially look for something like a dive? Not the situation here. Dragon's up in 36 seconds, so PSG going to be playing towards that one. Can't even look to like hide in a brush right now or look for one of those plays because they've complete wards in Fnatic's bottom side jungle.
It depends how aggressive Fnatic wants to play. I was going to say reckless, it's not worth it. Just move on to a different term. Ultimately, they are not playing too aggressively. PSG Talon are holding the brush, but they're like, oh, they're going mid, okay. Assuming they were going to kind of trade for bottom river control, but now this means that Unified and River are behind them. Bullet time, a knock-up, and oh, it's almost beautiful. Health bars are low, but only for a 1-for-1. Niski drops, though. Unified trades it. It's now a 3v3. Whippo wants to fight Hanabi, can't make it happen, but Adam gets one as well. Despite the deficit, Fnatic make the fight close, only down 1 in that battle.
Still, PSG almost found the big combo. They were just off sync a little bit with the way the bullet time was facing right. Had it been slightly to the right, all the members of Fnatic would have been gone. So I like the idea coming out from PSG. It was a bit of a shot in the dark. Oh no, the sad
I love Sad B. Sad B is maybe the single best emote. I know top laners use camp. Nah. That's not the meta. That's so overused. And I like that. Hanabi, his former team, teammates with Maple on Flash Rolls back when, has that for the ace.
And now should be able to head to Dragon, get that one scot-free. I mean, they have gotten almost 3K with this Baron, but still for PSG, I think it would have been nice to get a little bit more. Did get a little bit scrappy. As we go straight into the replay. Again, really cool idea coming out from them. They know they're pivoting down. Fnatic doing a nice job not to walk through the jungle. Ult hits, but all the members of Fnatic are able to get forward. Still, the ult does get a little bit more damage onto Bean and Whippo. Could have been really nice. As Freak, we got another one.
We got some fights. We're ending this one with a bang as River wants in, puts the dunk on in. Bean is ultiless. And flashes a safety though. Damage in for Kaiwing, trying to take the 1v1, and Nautilus is successful. 2 and 3 kills picked up. Now Niski and Adam are on the way out, and there's not a lot left to do here. PSG, they claim their third dragon, and they're looking for Fnatic's base.
That's the thing, right? PSG have the wave set up to even look for the pushes to be able to take inhibitors. Not sure if they can go for the end 20-second death timers. I think Fnatic should be in time to respond, but at least PSG have waves set up to be able to take some structures. Big wave on top side as we are seeing now, and it looks like Hanabi and River will be able to spot bottom lane turret. Still though, with how much action this game has had in the past few minutes, it's kind of surprising that of how steady it still feels. I don't know, like it still feels like both teams kind of playing out for the next dragon timers and things like this. Then randomly out of nowhere, Freak, big action.
Yeah, here comes the TP play. Fnatic are trying their hardest to find a comeback, playing absolutely all out, but Adam doesn't have crowd control. That man is Graves. And that man's about to land in one as Hanabi is godlike.
No, that was rough.
Okay, River is taken for a while. Sterix pop, he's got a Syndra nearby. Goes for the dunk, gets pushed back. Niski gets a single kill, but the support is dead now as well. Whippo trying his best Costa to get a kill, but won't have that one happen either. Turret's falling to the other side of the map as you just got Unified pushing it down.
They can just buy time.
Whippo and Niski on a Hanabi, 1,000 gold shut down. That is a very wide Whippo, but they are losing Nexus turrets. Trying to get his damage, he can dunk, he's out on Jace, and there's the kill. He's getting bigger and bigger, but again, the Nexus turrets are still dying and they gotta get back there.
That was something. I'm not quite sure what.
Entertaining.
I was gonna say,
entertaining.
You can understand the idea of what Fnatic and Adam was going for that situation. Again, it's when you are being forced in your base on multiple fronts, you have to give up one side of the map and overload somewhere else. So they go for this play on the bottom side. You were hitting on it. Graves, not the champion that's gonna lock anyone down. PSG are also decently far ahead, and Nabi bursts him out immediately. River keeps following up to go in. And for PSG, oh my God, there's more!
He's dead. So listen, if death is the best crowd control, kill's the second best because they stand still to kill you. So he tried really hard to be like, look, he's standing still, he's hitting all his buttons, I've pulled him in. It's like he's blitzcrank. It just ends with 400 gold being handed over.
I just can't, Freak.
That's the Graves crowd control.
That's true. I'll give you that.
Yeah. He's got a collector. I got nothing. I don't know. I was trying to go somewhere, but I'm on 2 hours sleep, so I've got no connection to that
I was
one.
going to say, the best thing this week, guys, is seeing how Freak is with no sleep, with still trying to make puns and jokes. And I'd say a solid 90% of them miss the mark, which makes them even better.
Which, by the way, is my normal hit rate. I don't know if you know that. But 90% of them not landing is just like, yeah, that's just how it goes.
I was going to say, at MSI, you were pretty impressive.
Woo! Well, Hanabi, yep. That hit rate's pretty high. He's landed a lot of these ones. 25 to 11 in kills. Dragon Soul in a minute and a half. Whippo around, out of the fog. Still okay. Ult follows. Knocked into the air. This will be a kill. Syndra puts it in, and Hanabi knocks it down. The man just gets kill after kill after kill. PSG Talon, they could go Baron, and they will.
Yeah, PSG, I guess, not wanting to force this one too hard. They do have supers going to the top lane. Look, for them right now, you can start pushing in this mid wave. You don't even really need to reset off of this. So just start funneling down through mid. Look to go for the end, but no, they do want to go for resets, and they actually do want to play for Soul. A bit surprised. Oh! Adam just... Well, we are seeing that so much this game.
He found the best crowd control. He upgraded. 40 seconds still. He's in the fountain. The Graves CC has arrived.
Yeah, this, you know, it's kind of sad that this game doesn't mean something, because if the game played out like this and this was, you know, maybe the side or something, that honestly would have actually been a banger.
It's like game 1 of a BO5. This is like the entire quarterfinal series.
Oh, and every time
downgraded back.
Yeah, we just
downgraded
instantly
back.
bursted out. Again, PSG playing for this. PSG can just push for the base. They can.
Yeah.
They don't need to play this out too methodically, go for soul. They have Baron, they have minions on top side.
Big damage on a river, but he is tanky enough because the man actually built some durability. Okay, hold on. Hanabi, 11-4, but in a 1 versus 3 means he will oh my gosh! Kills Hillsong, still goes down. Dragon will be claimed in time. Cloud Soul in for PSG Talon. Their gold lead is still 11,000.
You know, it looks like they're going for the end finally, but I don't care about damage or macro or anything like that. The longer this goes, the more it benefits Fnatic, just because of how much clown car nonsense keeps happening, and PSG going again.
Uh-oh, Weep, he's trying to run. Oh, the flash is in time to get away from Cataclysm. So they have no Nexus turrets, but they have a Nexus, and that means they have not lost the game yet.
But
yes, please.
I'm gonna say Fnatic can pick up another win against Sadly. I'm not gonna rehash what Freak has been saying all day about Fnatic.
Oh, that they haven't failed in groups before. Like, okay, we're gonna hold on with the fight. We have to do the real casting when there's a battle. Now there's not.
Well,
okay,
Freak, there's no battle.
All right. Did you know Fnatic have only failed in groups once before across Worlds and MSI across 11 showings? This is their second, sadly. This is the second time they have failed in groups. Unfortunate, a 0-3 run in the first week, and they were given hope when they won their very first game today, but sadly could not string the wins together.
So we're gonna get a replay of something. Oh, okay, we're gonna get a replay of this. Hanabi making his way around. Actually does make a decent distance away, all things considered, with Flash. Just so big at this point, not quite sure how many items he's at. You would expect probably 5?
Yep,
oh, no,
tapped.
Well, yes, full build.
A lot of he's got 12 kills. The man is big.
You know, we've just had so many shenanigans, it's been really hard to follow who has it. Again, especially when it feels like PSG could have been making more aggressive moves for...
oh, they're embracing it.
Yeah, quite a little bit. Looks like they are enjoying trying to find some kills onto Fnatic. Still, though, does give Fnatic the chance. Only 11k gold down.
Yeah, they're hoping that if you get enough kills, the win counts as 2, and they can enter the tiebreaker. You know, go up to 4 wins if somehow it's like, yeah, at 60 kills, you unlock the double win bonus.
Could be game time as well, right? Maybe if you go up to like a 120-minute game, it actually counts as 2.
If you win the first hour and the second hour, you know, like there's just a lot of ways to think about this one. Sadly, none of them are in the rules, so it won't matter.
Now we're going to see PSG. They do have 2 inhibitors down. They could be looking to push top if they do want to take it more methodically, get a 3rd inhibitor down, and then just look to use the fact that they have 3 inhibs down with super minions to just siege at the Nexus. Like you said, Freak, they don't have Nexus turrets. They do still have a Nexus, but...
Okay, they're going to try.
Let's go!
Is going to get himself a Nautilus. Coming bursts a stopwatch, and Whippo ults and just dies. Unified gets the final shot, and it's time to chase the 5v4. Niski's trying to get away. Unified puts him low. Dunk in for River. Heals up pretty aggressively as Jace knocks down Graves. Hanabi wants in, and Hanabi gets it. Double kill in for the Jace. Open Nexus, and the game shall end. PSG Talon will end Worlds 2021 with 3 wins. A 3rd place finish in the group. Fnatic sadly only good for 1, and they're playing it as slow as possible. The 6th man is in, the minion wave for the Nexus. PSG Talon, they want to take that hour-long win.
They want us to have time to remind everyone that there's an awesome tiebreaker for 1st place after this.
That's true.
Hanwha Life versus RNG. LCK domination, LPL failures, or do RNG find a way back?
That'll be fun. And at this point, I'm not covering this. Hanwha Life Esports versus Royal Never Give Up is the next game today, and the battle for the top spot out of the group. Congratulations on the 3-3 win. Sadly, it is still only 3rd place. Sadly for Fnatic, it is a 1-5 exit. I am glad to see them at least fight and try in the last game, but this year, sadly, they could not muster enough to get out of the group.
I think definitely today they looked better than they did in any game they did in the first week, right? Obviously, they picked up wins today, so for Fnatic, it's just gonna always be a question of what if. What if you had more time with Bean or been able to prepare differently, or had you had upset? But again, in the end, it's nice. Yamato walking over the smile. Looks like they understand, hey, with the circumstances, we weren't expected to get out. We did our best. We're gonna get some experiences.
You can see smiles and laughter on the faces of several members of Fnatic. I know some EU players are not a fan of teams that smile and laugh when they get knocked out of groups at Worlds. Sadly, that happened to him this World. So Odoamna, sometimes you can be happy just by getting on stage and playing some games with some friends of yours. At the end of the day, it is Fnatic making the 1-5 exit. The last hope of Europe is Mad Lions, the biggest hope of Europe anyway. They are the LEC champions, and we're going to see them tomorrow.
It also goes to the fact that I think most pre-tournament tier lists, your top 5 was Damwon, FPX, RNG, EDG, and Mad Lions. Like, you know, whatever way it's shaking out, most people write Damwon, FPX, EDG is your top, and then like RNG, Mad somewhere in there. And a lot of those teams have not panned out, to the misery of some.
Sure.
And, hopefully Mad Lions, I do think that they're the team that I look at most who would be able to turn it around tomorrow. So hopefully we get that
There
in
he
there.
is. Adam joins in. Take a bow. Rookie split for Adam. Honestly, okay, this game's KDA was a little awkward, but Whippo roll swapped in a jungle. Adam steps in, and it was an impressive team. Second place in the LEC. A last-minute substitution, I know, hampered their shot at Worlds. I think with upset, yes, this team could have looked a little bit better. Not every game is perfect. Yes, there are mistakes that, would have happened regardless of lineup, but they took a win at the very least, and we will see them next year. And I mean, I have seen a lot of praise for being online. Again, Adam is a good player as well. Whippo, a very good player, one of my very favorite players in the world. And we'll see more of them next year.
Yeah, and I mean, especially for the bot lane, highlighting Bean and Hilly being able to find 2v2 kills early in the day up against Hanwha Life. And this roster, I think, just has a ton of potential all around. All 5 players.
Yep. Well, we'll see where they go in the future as maybe Bean is, finds himself at Worlds on another team, maybe against Fnatic in quarterfinals. Who knows? Either way, a win for PSG Talon means 3rd place, a 3-3 record. And before we see that battle for the first seed out of this group, we're checking out one of the best moments from this week when 100 Thieves took down the Titans of Edward Gaming in Sounds the Game presented by Bose.
Again, no ulti. I'm watching.
Flash.
No flash in, no flash
Okay,
in.
not bad.
Graves no flash, Graves no flash.
Okay, going in.
Guys, look at Graves in the back, no flash.
Yeah, he should be alone.
No flash, no flash.
Graves, no flash.
Coming.
It's winning fight.
What the f? It's wrong.
Is here? I think just
I do the Drake as well, real quick.
He has ulti.
Okay.
We only have to watch out Syndra, okay?
What flash did they use? Yeah, he's gonna try to make clear here.
She has stopwatch. Syndra has everything. Syndra has everything. Okay, guys, chill. I cannot hear anything, okay?
And we get 2 inhibitor.
Okay.
Guys, oh, actually, there's another way. We end. I think we end, no? We end.
There's another mid wave here.
We end.
Yeah. Okay. This guy has stopwatch, okay? Yeah, he has stopwatch and flash and ulti, okay?
Give me the E, flash.
Let me flash on him.
Give me the E, give me the E.
Yeah.
He's stopwatched. Yeah, look here.
Good job. At least we went down like champions or something.
True, brother. We're
Nice.
the superior #1 seed, I guess.
GG.
Would you ride with me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big vibe on the wave. Look.
Hey, how you doing, baby? You look mighty fine. I figured I might come your way and roll up on you with that golden ticket. Shawty, can I get your digits? Maybe we can kick it. Just wait till all my
Smell irresistible. The new Axe Effect.
Red Bull gives you wings.
to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is waiting. Make it yours.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021 group stage here in Iceland. Wibo, thank you so much for joining me after this game. I know that's not the way you wanted things to end for Fnatic, but you managed to beat RNG in a really good fashion. And may I ask about the last game? You were laughing the whole game. During the game afterwards, you were having fun in the end, right?
Yeah, I mean, we already disqualified, so no point in being depressed and well, you know, no point in bringing in negative energy over something that wouldn't have changed anything anyway. Of course, it would have been nice to win the last game. We had every intention to, but unfortunately, we weren't able to, and PSG played a better game, so better to be happy about what we can be happy about than depressed over, losing after already losing.
That's the spirit I like, and in the end, you made I do want to believe that you made the best out of a difficult situation throughout the entirety of group stage. What are the takeaways for you personally, Wipo, after this run when it comes to the mental, everything you gained, and things that are going to help you in the future?
Well, I was taught that having the right mentality is most important. Trying to be a player that brings my team together rather than trying to figure out my own issues is something that I need to be in the future. I think that this is what I struggled with the most, is I let the situation get to me, and I confided in my personal relationship rather than confiding in my teammates and trying to help them. And actually, this is what I tried yesterday. You know, it felt so hopeless, and I didn't know what to do. And I was just told, you should just talk to your teammates and try and figure it out. And we tried really hard. You know, like I was suggested to try ARAMs with them. You know, and we played some ARAMs before. And we just told each other, let's just talk. Let's just play and communicate what happens on your screen, and let's do the same tomorrow. And I can say with confidence that it was a great idea, and I'm incredibly grateful to the person that gave it to me, because I actually could say I had fun today. And I can't say the same for week one. So having made the most out of it, I have some regrets. I think I could have played better, of course. But at least we made the most out of it, and we actually all tried our best.
That is very nice to hear, and especially since that you came together in the end, right? And that's what matters. And maybe some mistakes, people, but I mean, you role swapped at the middle of the year from top lane to jungle, playing your very first Worlds as a jungler. Yep. Successful role swap, would you say? You came clutch in those team fights, man.
I don't know. You know, for me, I wanted to reach higher than I did as a top laner for it to be successful. I wanted at least a quarterfinals, and I got my finals appearance, so at least I had like the equalizer. I was finals appearances in top lane mostly for the past 2 years. Of course, I've had higher highs, but this was the consistent, make it finals. And then I wanted a quarterfinals because it was also what I accomplished as a top laner year after year. So I'm a bit sad that I didn't get the quarters. Of course, you know, a bit disappointing for me especially, but given the circumstances, I role swapped because I trusted Hylissang and Upset to carry us, basically, right? After Spring Split, we had a lot of conversations, and we agreed that having a jungler that could play around them and try to make them work the best would be a very successful way of gaining results. And I'm very happy that I got to show that in the LEC, and it's incredibly unfortunate for everyone involved, including Upset, that he wasn't able to show what we would be able to have done. Huge props to Bean. I'm super proud of him. I got put in the same spot as him back in spring 2018. It's not easy, you know. 16 hours before the game, everything went everything went to shit. Like, it hit us all really hard, and we didn't know what to do. But he stuck through and played every single game the best he could, and nothing but respect to him.
Yeah, nothing but respect to him and the Fnatic team. One last question. There's one last wall standing. It will be Mad Lions tomorrow. Any hopes for this team, and any words to them, maybe?
Honestly, I just have fun, you know. Play your best, enjoy the situation you're in, enjoy the opportunity. Think about the teams that didn't make it here. Think about the fact that it's a privilege to play here, because I think this is what really helped me get through it. Helped me understand, like, look, in the end, I'd rather be in a shitty situation at Worlds than not at Worlds at all. And even if you'd rather not be at Worlds than in a situation at Worlds, do the teams that didn't make it proud and at least go out with a bang. That said, I'm sure you guys can make it out of groups. Like, come on, look at your group. You got this. Come on.
Very powerful and very nice message from you, Bibo. Thank you very much for this interview. Thanks for this amazing year. Looking forward to seeing you again in the LEC next year. And that's all for us here on this side of Aslan. We're going to take a break now, and we'll be back for the tiebreaker between Hanwha Life Esports and RNG right after the break. See you soon.
Bye.
And I'm not, 'cause today I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears but no face. I'll show you a heart full of fire. Looking at the fire. I'll show you what I'm made
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk for the most important matchup of the day.
Let's go!
It's Hanwha Life Esports, it's RNG, and they are battling for the first seed out of the group. I'll remind everyone that these two teams have already played today, and it was Hanwha that took down RNG to force this very tiebreaker, and they did it in interesting fashion, playing towards the top side, where Morgan has been a question mark for us throughout the tournament, putting Xiaohu down in 0-4 fashion. Chovy coming up big in the team fights to lock it all up. But I got to be honest, Dracos, when I look at a team like RNG and I look at a player like Xiaohu, I say, there's no way you can repeat that exact recipe for success, so you're going to have to find something else.
I mean, you absolutely have to expect RNG to adapt their strategy, come out swinging in this one. It has been a downward trajectory today, but you have to believe that this team can amp it up, can bring more to the table as we look ahead. And this is big because, again, looking towards best of fives, both these teams will be in quarterfinals. How do you adapt? Yes, there was a game break, so you got a lot more time to get best of five. If you can't adapt with basically an hour of whatever we just saw Fnatic and PSG do, you're not going to be able to adapt in a best of five.
That's why there's one lane that I'm looking at.
Okay, which lane is that?
Because we saw them attack top, we had a conversation about mid, but then I look down bot lane and I see consistent performers. Deft versus Gala. Gala has been a stud throughout the entire day. His Aphelios has been solid. And of course, the Ezreal from Deft. I mean, we're already in Champion Select, as you can see. Whoa. That's what I want to see.
All right. Well, we're in Champion Select, so you don't want to hear from us anymore. You know what? You want to hear from Lyric and Freak, because they bring you the call in this all-important matchup to decide who will come out of Group C as the first seed and who will go out in second. Boys, take it away.
Take it away.
Very much, Dash. I will say, though, the word anymore was not required in that sentence. We are in a Champion Select, though. Now, I want to point out, Hanwha Life Esports are 3-0 today. We spent the end of the last game between these two lambasting RNG for some mistakes, and there were many, but we gotta give credit to HLE for having a 1-2 start and being undefeated on the day.
And also just, again, stepping up in so many different areas. Chovy's had a good game, Def's had a great day, and even Willer and Vista. I think Willer specifically has been like playing with his laners and his team very well. And then Morgan and Vista, I don't think have looked as big of liabilities like some people who watch LCK made them sound like they'd be coming into Worlds. We've seen good games. Like the AD said, in their last matchup specifically, they did such a great job of setting Xiaohu behind, not giving him a chance to play, and then playing team fights out so beautifully. Yeah. I feel like HLE have just been not only out-laning teams consistently, but all day long out-team-fighting them and showing us good map play.
Improving over the course of Worlds is what it takes to end up as a top team. I'm just thinking about for example, the Samsung Galaxy run where, oh, I'm sorry, you drew Longzhu in quarterfinals. They 6-0'd the group, and they were the better team. Like, Kuve had really stepped up in that BO5, and despite the fact that people didn't expect that much of him, and that kind of form is what gets you far, right? Stepping up when it matters most, improving over the course of the season. Hanwha Life has done that. The summer split during the season was not very good, but the postseason and the run at Worlds has.
That's the thing, right? It doesn't matter how good you are if you peak at the wrong time. If you peak mid-split, yeah, sadly, it just doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. I think, again, looking at a team like FPX, it's been that, but getting back into draft, really interesting. This time around, a team does not give Cryin the Twisted Fate, even if they were able to beat it earlier. We see Hanwha Life take that away for themselves. RNG responding with the Kennen. So once again, wanting to give Xiaohu something where he can have prio, where he can have onus to make plays. And Deft and I'd say the LCK teams overall have been the big like propagators of the Aphelios pick, which we've seen working out decently well.
Jarvan gonna be grabbed. Willer gonna take this one. No way, had a good look on it earlier as Galio is gonna come through. I mean, realistically, Cryin, yeah, we want him on a global or a semi-global 100% of the time. Galio, I don't believe, has a ton of push pressure, certainly not kill pressure on a team without maybe running a flash and comboing, but yeah, can mirror a lot of those plays.
He'll get pushed in early, but you get to a point where you can pretty much ignore the damage, walk up, throw your Q, you know, use your passive to hit the wave, and then you're just consistently walking away. Was Cryine's third most played champion in the LPL, so it makes sense. We are going to see support fans come through. When you have the Aphelios on the side of Hanwha Life, you would expect the Thresh to be taken away. I think RNG, where they go support, is always just more interesting to me for the fact that they haven't opted into the supports you'd expect. Again, they have 2 games on route. They've played set. Earlier, they took the Braum into the Rakan, which is exactly the opposite of what teams do.
It was a soft int. I think they just, let's be charitable, they wanted more experience. They wanted just a few more games on stage. It was like, you know, we'll drop this one. If you're up to the challenge, that's great. We get one more game to try it out. RNG, of course, had side selection, faster win time, gave them choice. They wanted red. And with a different first pick, it means the draft looks different overall. Kennen Galio is going to be scary, though. That is one thing to watch a lot for.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? Because you have the Kennen Galio, you're playing up against a Jarvan, though, so there's a lot of immobility on your side. But if Jarvan jumps in and locks down the Misfortune or something, and there are numerous members who can follow, you might actually just be setting up a giant death trap to where Xiaohu and Cryin can funnel in on top of you. So I think it's really going to depend on how we see HLE specifically round out their draft. You'd expect a hard engage support coming out for Ming. I'd never be too surprised if I see things like the Rel be the one that comes out. Rel, I think, is much more of a like counter pick support in my mind because you do better against like short range compositions that need to walk into you. But we can see Ming hasn't cared because it's his 3rd game on the pick so far.
Yep, that's what he wants to go for, and I agree, though. Rel doesn't have the same exact range, but hey, look, Leona's gone, Rakan's gone. They banned Thresh, not us themselves. Say, yeah, you know, we're just going to go for this. It's a comfort pick. We're going to feel better about that one. Morgan, this Gragas right now is a flexible pick between support and top lane. They've known for a while Kennen top was the pick. They didn't withstand any bans on the way over, and now that Viego is locked in, Gragas support, Jarvan top is my guess here.
That's what I'd expect, right? I mean, you've had Jarvan support in the past, but usually that'd be something that comes out with Kalista. Vista has played a game of Gragas support this split, so you would expect it to be Jarvan top, Viego jungle, Aphelios Galio, but overall just really interesting comp. I like the Gragas coming out, right? Because the Gragas does bring a lot of disengage to being able to make sure both Rel and Kennen aren't able to stay on top of your backline. And then it's kind of re-engaging on the way out with things like the Jarvan, with the Viego, and being able to hold them at arm's length with the Aphelios. So HLA just giving us a very different draft in general. RNG's draft might be different, but you know what to expect. They're just going to go in and fight you.
And the thing is, Kennen has been so good at Worlds from the best top laners. And Xiaohu, there's an argument. He is the best top laner at this tournament on what is maybe the highest impact top lane champion at this tournament. They tried to have him carry on the Gwen. It did not work out. He was relentlessly assaulted. This champion is going to be a bit safer against that kind of pressure, but just against TF ult, they can still target, and we'll have to see if it looks good in the team fights.
Yeah, and that's going to be the name of the game for RNG. I am curious to see how some of these lanes work out in terms of lane prio, because things like having the Gragas into the Rel, even if you do have a Aphelios versus Fortune, I would feel like maybe Hanwha should be able to get the push, and then seeing who is able to impact the map first, because that's what Worlds has been all about, is seeing some of these fights over prio in mid lane, fights over like control, over like the pixel brush, and so on and so forth, to be able to transfer that pressure back to side lane. So I feel like a lot's going to be how this bottom lane matchup especially goes, and then transferring that pressure around the map.
All right, here we go. The last game of the day, a battle for first place in the group. To dodge T1, to dodge Damwon Kia, and to dodge whoever tops Group D tomorrow. First seed is almost assuredly an easier quarter-final match. Hanwha Life Esports, the 4th seed out of the LCK after a rough summer split, have clawed their way in through the play-ins and now are 1 game away from topping the group to be the 3rd consecutive LCK team to top their group here at Worlds 2021. Opposite them is Royal Never Give Up, the reigning MSI champions who took down Damwon Kia in that final. And now up against a battle 1st or 2nd in the group. I mean, they could just have that rematch right away if, you know, they're drawn that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be the most interesting thing, right? I mean, both of these teams, kind of pending on how this goes, I mean, having to face teams like Damwon just sounds so scary. T1 on the opposite end, you know, Freak, I feel like drawing C9.
It's easier.
Yeah, feels pretty good. EDG, I'm not quite sure about. Obviously, it's easier than T1, as shown by the results of yesterday, potentially, but yeah. So far, not a lot of good options, I guess, regardless of if you're 1st or 2nd in the group.
I mean, it's funny because, like, well, EDG beat RNG and T1 beat Hanwha Life, so it's like, crap. That group's just better than us.
Yeah. Best of 5s will always be different, but we are going to get onto the map. Is, you know, we have seen this before. I believe it was actually Morgan who pulled it out, but the Airy Jarvan is common, especially into the Kennen, just being able to poke with that E. You take the Doran's Ring, so you are able to sustain with mana. He still typically goes AD, so you should still see the Gore Drinker and look for him to play the same role he would play in jungle. He just is quite a proficient laner with the range that he has with that E.
Yep, Emax Doran's Ring gives you the ability to pressure. It's the same thing as like Comet Malphite, where you don't win most lanes, but sometimes you get a little bit lucky. You have enough poke that they have to kind of play back. Of course, Xiaohu with the Doran's Blade will have some sustain, crying back to level 2, and he's going to go for the play. Doesn't find the knock-up, and that means the trade's not too good.
Yeah, and we expected this, right? We know that Twisted Fate will be able to push in this matchup early. You're kind of waiting as Crying to get a few levels under your belt to where you can just use your passive in Q to be able to walk up, one-shot the wave, and then start walking away. Does have the Predator, so especially on things like resets, once he gets boots, he'll be able to start walking towards one half of the map and looking for ganks.
That ward is so shallow, it doesn't spot the movements, but Willer's able to walk up anyway and walk into this one. He doesn't know that Xin Zhao is right behind him, that ward. He doesn't realize the pacing that Xin Zhao's already beyond that one. It's not going to matter, though. It's Chips in the Night. Willer indeed will take the Raptor camp. In a way, is going to like walk down to be like, wait a second. Okay. Cooldown difference. Will he land anything? Doesn't want to take the fight, it looks like. I think, yeah, W is up from cooldown, E and Q as well, but But the fact that Cryan actually had the ability to move,
I think Cryan still would have been fine, and it looked like they wanted to take it with the fact that Xiaohu would definitely be able to come, and Morgan would probably be like 8 seconds or so slower.
Finding the knockup though, so the trade's just not going to matter. 4 CS lead for Chovy, and the top side it's temporarily 3 for Xiaohu. As top scuttle, of course, controlled with all the top pressure, and I believe they may have seen Willer at the bottom side. Ooh, yeah. Can they kill Ming? They're going to have an easy route. That means Willard can maybe land the stun. Here comes the minion wave. Ming, does he have the way to crash back down? Stun, and a flash state of Regala gets away from Vista. Vista still has flash though. TP coming in now, and Hanwha Life pull away. Deft pulls a single turret shot, a slow from the Gragas, and they force Cryan's TP.
Yeah, still surprised they weren't able to lock anyone down. They do get a flash out of it, but it looked like it was in a pretty good spot for HLE with the fact that RNG were definitely planning to go for a cross map at first. Once the dive looks salvageable for RNG is when you can see RNG back off on that top side and look for the save down in bottom lane. But still, a summoner's a summoner. It's still a win for the side of Hanwha.
And the wave is going to be pushed in. Now, thankfully, in the beginning of the game, turrets are very tanky if they aren't in bot lane, so Chovy did not actually get a turret play out of mid. He did, however, get a very large CS lead and should have a pretty clean recall here to catch back up in the lane. A few minions were denied away from Gala as well, and obviously he's flashless, so round 2 at a gank could work well. Hanwha Life up 600 gold in the early game. Again, a large portion of that is Willer being up Raptors and mid lane primarily being up quite a bit.
And HLE right now are actually going to spot Wei on his wraparound because they do have a ward up in that tri-brush next to tower. Looks like they're actually just going to back off and not even try and bait out any type of 3v3. Cryan does have push in the mid lane, so not wanting to go with that. No, they would be at a numbers disadvantage, so Willard just going to look to farm his Krugs. There's also camps up on the top half of the map if he wants to start just pathing up there and look to clear those out. Chovy's still not level 6, so feels like that's what you're really waiting for the side of Hanwha.
I'm curious if Hanwha Life are trying to set up a freeze before the recon. It looks like that's what's going on. They're trying to set up enough minions that they can match the Noon Quiver purchase, but then walk up to lane and deny a wave. And that's kind of the situation we're in. I think Deft is, at this point, if you know, MF can buy a Noon Quiver, so can he. He's looking, he's just playing the lane really, really slowly. The recalls, I think, initially interrupted. I think Vista managed to throw down a barrel and stop them. And indeed, Ming is still going to be down here in this lane, so he's not getting his buy off. I don't believe they know where he is, so they won't know for sure, I believe. But, okay, looks like he left the brush.
Looks like he just, he was just spotted out.
So they know everything about Ming. They can assume Gala recalled. Gala is indeed on the way down to the Noon Quiver, but it's going to be Deft up a lot of farm as a result. If they can get this shoved all the way in and keep Ming from freezing it, it's going to be a pretty rich recall, and he'll be up boots or something.
Yeah, and again, I really like their 2v2 coming out in. Once both bot lanes to level 6 is Vista, you can just throw out the explosive cask and completely cancel Gala's ultimate, displace, and maybe set up for a 2v2 kill. So RNG, of course, are looking to play more around the top side. You'd love to set up for some kind of gank mid when you have Gallia, with the fact you could easily look for that Ian and lock someone down. Haven't been able to find that yet, and HLE just doing a nice job with their vision so far to keep tracking Wei.
Bot lane. Bot lane's important. So Ming has to make a recall happen. Deft, yep. Oh, they don't get the play. But Ming had to recall, and Deft made like he had recalled out. Sits in the brush, and Gala's like, okay, I can shove this, right? If he played it too far up, this would have been catastrophe, 1v2, gank could have happened. It was a nice try by Hanwha Life. It's not going to matter. Lane's going to reset. Death's finally going to buy.
Man, I'm just really surprised with the tracking. Look at the minimap. Look at the pings right now of where Ming is. They're doing such a nice job of knowing exactly where he is with the timer of his recall and where he should be on the map. I feel like this first 6 minutes has been all about the vision that Hanwha have gotten, the tracking they've been able to do of both Wei and Ming, and make sure that these plays aren't able to happen. And like you said, and like we've seen every Hanwha game, their natural gold leads from certain players' laning phases, who I don't need to mention, will be able to bring them strong into the mid game.
Now half that lead, okay, not half the lead, third or quarter of the lead is TF passive, but yes, they are absolutely outlaning. Really, really well done. Credit to Morgan though, honestly. He's done a good job of holding up. There's enough poke with Emax, Aerie, Jarvan that you can make Kennen a little annoyed. His sustain just not that high. And, you know, can't fight for everything all the time as the adaptive forces switch over with the Amp Tome and the Pickaxe being picked up. Morgan, of course, going to be going for the Gore Drinker as expected. A similar situation here for the junglers as Deft rejoins the lane. Gala took a second recall for the Cloak of Agility. Deft had waited to grab a Pickaxe himself. Waited in base a couple seconds for the ambient gold to tick up, and now as the mid wave is shoved in, we get about a 20 CS lead for Chovy. Some of that being caused by the TP bot lane. Good job bot pressure, obviously. And now As Jarvan shoves in top, Xiaohu cleans it out.
Yeah, and even on the side of RNG, we saw Wei skipping Wolves. Morgan did stack a wave, so it looked like Wei thought that HLE were setting up a dive on top because he even initially walked past his red buff. So Wei doing a nice job of kind of pivoting his jungle path to try to counter out what HLE are doing. HLE a bot push if they want to try and rotate their support up first. I don't even think you need to fully commit Vista. You could just have him start leaning towards mid and look to start that one up. RNG haven't backed yet with Xiaohu, so Xiaohu probably wants to look for a back and TP in if you are going to contest this Rift Herald for the side of RNG.
Shoves in the lane. Morgan has to answer it for now, and yes, indeed, he could show up with a teleport and an ulti and a flash. Maybe a play towards mid. Chovy's about to be in a range, but happens to sidestep. Now a taunt towards Vista, but no one else can follow through, so Crying is just going to take some damage. Nothing else is going to matter. And Morgan comes to watch him kill off Rift Herald. TP in for Xiao. He's going to TP anyway. Sork, Shoes, Alternator both done. It will not matter, though. He'll kill a controller to walk back to top.
And just overall nice coming out from HLE. They had tempo on the play first. They go for it. Xiaohu needed that backdoor. Morgan had already backed for his items. And for RNG now, it's like, okay, we're going to go back to our waves. We're going to keep steadily farming. But overall, not a lot of action that's going to happen for HLE now. I guess we're looking at where they want to use this Rift Herald in the end. No plates taken so far. I can understand giving it down towards bot.
Damage. Morgan going to be able to flag and drag away. Takes some more damage. Will not die. Health bar low enough that he's going to have to take a very ugly walk back to the lane.
Yeah, RNG not able to find a play top. We do see Willer making his way down. Willer should be looking to use the Herald on bot side, in my opinion, for the fact that you do have the Aphelios, he's your big carry, especially with the fact that Morgan does have Airy and you are just trying to sustain through the lane. It is all about the Aphelios, so take away the Scuttle Crab. Willer probably going to just farm out his bottom camps and then look for a potential scenario where you can take this one away and pivot into Dragon. The question is, how will RNG respond? They do have globals. They don't have Kennen ultimate up right now, so RNG really don't want to be fighting for the next minute, minute and a half, so any play that HLE go for might even just go uncontested by RNG.
1300 gold. Honestly, RNG, yeah, on the back foot by quite a lot. Merc treads in for Chovy. Much harder to assassinate now as he can get away from the Cry and taunt that a little bit easier and survive Xiaohu's flanks as well. Okay, sure, gonna clear the mid lane, no problem at all. CS lead 33. It's growing and growing and growing. Chovy's gonna be a very rich Twisted Fate. Vista and Wei trading blows. Wei really wants this one. Sidesteps a bit of the explosive cask, and Predator is on, so Cryin, he's gonna step up, he's gonna land the taunt. Vista gonna flash, and that means the Gragas is safe.
Yeah, surprising he's able to get away from that one. Goes in, gets vision by himself, feeling safe because Gragas does have like things like the cask and the E, but all there was RNG here.
Decent damage, but be careful, has to flash away from Morgan. Only a red card though. Wei forced to flash away, and Ming jumps the wall to stay alive. Hanwha Life just burning summoners away from their opponents.
And HLE, kind of nice. They go for their window for a play, look for that vision into the enemy jungle, kind of bait RNG into the sense of security, looking for the all-in on Vista. But on both side lanes, HLE were the ones pushing in, so Morgan able to walk down first. Even Deft was hovering over, so forcing even more summoners out from the side of RNG. Pings are coming down towards spot right now. Willer's walking over, so it looks like this might be the time where HLE are looking for that Rift Herald play on bot lane.
Here we go. Wave going down in mid. Rip. Cannon not claimed. Oh well. 2,000 gold in the difference. RNG actually able to claim Dragon. And with how little pressure they've had, this is a bit of a saving grace.
Yeah, and even HLE completely shifting up towards top side. We saw Willer actually walking down through lane and bot. Instantly when Xiaohu showed mid, Pings pivoted towards the top half of the map. And looks like now just reacting to whatever RNG are doing on the map because Willer now walking through mid.
Into mid, both junglers. Or there's a Willer away. As mid lane is under fire, a stun, Xiaohu and Morgan in a battle. Flash forced. The Kennen unwilling to flash to follow, did not think he had the kill. So nothing to be seen here, but it is yet again Morgan having to run away from Xiaohu.
You know, and I gotta say, this is quite strange for RNG. I think coming into Worlds, a lot of people, they know about FPX being super aggressive, and maybe they know about other teams like Top Esports or IG, but in terms of kills at 15, RNG were always extremely high. RNG were always a very aggressive team. We've seen it throughout this tournament of just how many early ganks they love funneling into Xiaohu, and it's just a bit surprising we haven't really seen that thus far. Both top laners left on an island. Wei been extremely focused around the mid lane. Willer doing an amazing job of reacting anywhere he could. We've seen him around bot, we've seen him mid, we've seen him top, but for RNG, where you don't have this comp that scales amazingly, you do have a lot of teamfight damage coming from the cannon. We've seen what late game cannon does, especially Freak. Me and you talking yesterday about the Zanyas and items like that, which you don't love. Going for the full damage build, you just insta-get people.
Sork shoes and a rocket belt, and I want to see a Horizon focus or a Void Staff second, and I want to see a death cap by 4. That's the build. That's how you kill everybody. And it is a nice look. Who seems like the kind of guy who's going to build full damage, so I'm really hoping he doesn't let me down to that one. But it feels like RNG, okay, again, they got a dragon, but it really does feel like this has been a day out for them. 1 and 2 in the second round of the group stage. Meanwhile, Hanwha Life, red hot, 3-0 run. Gold lead here as well. It feels like it is their game to win.
Yeah, and for Hanwha now, I think you just path Willer up towards the top side once again. You already have vision in RNG's top side jungle, so you can look to start playing to abuse that. You have Destiny up for Chovy. Maybe try and zone Xiaohu off some waves, find some picks in the enemy topside jungle. But no, we see Willer pivoting back towards bottom side. Ming is going to use his reset timing to make his way towards top, so RNG instead thinking the opposite, but I feel like the vision control from HLE has just been so good so far.
It has, and it really means we've not got a single kill, despite double globals. Obviously, Chovy knows anything he does can be answered by Cryan, and he's like, okay, well, I'll just go win and farm instead.
I'll just win 50 CS.
50, indeed, the CS mark there. He says, okay, fine. If we're going to be locked in a lane, I'll just make sure I'm up an item when it's time to play for Baron. All right, fine. I'm at the source of the global. We'll just lock you in, whatever. But it does mean that Xiaohu is farming equally to a Jarvan, and I feel like a Kennon's going to outscale there. So I'm curious what it looks like later on in time. Ulti finally popped. Xiaohu going to be the target, puts the ulti in. The same in for Jarvan. When do the teammates arrive? Flashed away from one. Finally gets the Galio ult, and it's not going to be anything. It's a trade, though, as Wei locks him down. Looks like a Gragas ulti from max range. Vista kept Cryan from showing up.
Yeah, still a 1-for-1 in the end. HLE were the proactive ones with that play. Funny when we're just talking about Chovy looking to dominate in that 1v1 does make aggressive play. RNG now, though, will be able to move first because Chovy needs to reset, but Chovy does have TP. I like what he's doing. TP onto mid-wave, look to push that one in, make RNG react. Xiaohu might have TP as well when he's up, but he doesn't have an ultimate.
Willer with an ulti, with a smite, makes this Herald play very touchy. And indeed, back they go. Xiaohu's going to teleport in behind the pit. Teleport coming in for Morgan as well. So a 5-on-5 for the Rift Herald. I'm not sure what this teamfight's going to look like just yet. Herald about to respawn, but wait, Gore Drinker, ulti, staying alive. Galio here as well, but they're about to make it tough because Ming flashes the safety, but not away from the wild card. 1-for-0, reset in for Viego, and those are stuns that are gonna land. Hanwha Life, 2-0 in the team fight, 3-1 to the scoreboard, and Rift Herald belongs to them.
Hanwha Life are just dominating today. They make the play towards top side, pull RNG into the river, TPs come back out, kite out the initial engage, and now they're picking up the Rift Herald for themselves. And man, they're just not even just Hanwha Freak. I can't get over the rise of the LCK again.
3 teams so far from the LCK have finished the second round robin. It's about to be 3 teams that have gotten first seed out of the group. Whether you're the reigning champions in Dom1 Kia, the 3rd seed for T1, or the 4th seed for Hanwha Life, it's all happening.
Yeah, we see here RNG being the aggressors with Wei forcing the members of HLE off. Everyone is here. Wei gets chunked pretty low. I think the key thing for RNG is you need Ming to be able to find a critical engage on numerous members. RNG don't have a ward in that brush. Chovy was able to land a gold card onto him. You lock him down, you automatically have a numbers advantage. It's easy for them to peel in. So it goes back to that vision control we talked about where they were the ones with the control ward on Pixel and no vision back in any side of HLE's jungle.
And RNG are missing 2 teamfight ults. Xiaohu's is down, Cryan's down, and Gala doesn't have an R key on his keyboard. So, they're missing 3 ults in that fight.
Don't do him like that!
I want to know how many minutes it's been since his last MF ult, because it's been at least 2 hours. And we're taking up the minutes still. And now we're going to look at the Dragon being attacked. Would love if RNG found a second. They're running as fast as they can. Smite fight going to be in, going to be claimed. Gala somehow gets it. Okay. And there we go. Full time is in, but it's answered right away. Morgan pushed out, but the Galio finds a knockup. Xiaohu wants to find Willer. Not going to kill him just yet, but Morgan and Chovy, they could be targeted. That's going to be a taunt. That's going to be a kill. RNG finally back on the board.
Yeah, RNG finally being willing to fight. Like you said in the last game these guys played, We did not see life in their eyes showing up this time around. Bullet time does come through. I think Vista's ultimate might have been a little bit late. I like seeing what the Grog is able to do.
Q's gonna land, but Ming is getting lower and lower, gets a shield, back in his way, finds the stun, finds the kill on Death, and they're gonna knock down Vista as well. RNG finally showed up to play this game.
RNG able to turn around and hit, Cryin being the one to TP in, and they keep going. I mean, Wei 2-0-2 now on the Xin Zhao, and sick, we're gonna jump right into a replay. RNG being the ones to start up the Dragon. Wei instantly engaging, which pulls him in. So Cass comes out. Bullet time did end a little bit early, but the big thing is they just get separated, right? Morgan and Chovy on one side of the fight, to where Death and Willer, I feel like, are your big damage dealers, not able to walk forward because RNG have the choice. Since HLE are separated, we can either turn on the upper or bottom half of the fight, turn down, and then HLE trying to catch them out when they're walking back into their jungle, but Cryin TP back in. I mean, Gala's making his way up as well. This is just pure numbers advantage, pure counting freak.
I understand trying to get a pick, but you had at most 3 people, and I think it was Deft who was still in lane, he wasn't in range, or maybe it was Willer, but regardless, you can see 3 were walking in. That is not a fight you're allowed to take. A mistake there for Hanwha Life. That said, gold lead is still 3,500. Yeah. They're still feeling real good about this game.
HLE still being the ones in control of the map as well, being able to push in both mid and top wave. Looks like they're trying to force their way in for vision control right now. Ultimates are up on both sides. You're missing the Moonlight Vigil, which feels like it can be impactful, but you have the Destiny to spot anyone out if you want to go for this. I like that they're keeping Morgan in mid. Keep pushing mid wave, make the Misfortune go and answer, go and cover bot side. And HLE still playing this sequence out pretty methodically. They just make sure they have enough onus on the map to be able to take that top turret. Now you can start backing off.
And they're going to take the reset, spend the gold. 4,000 gold lead. Chovy is up an entire item. He was up 2K gold before when he checked in. It's got to be bigger now, since the ECS lead is 82.
Almost 100.
Flame Horizon, named after a famed Korean top laner. Chovy, certainly an incredible mid laner here. Probably the best laner in the world of any role.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I've seen people talk about it before of how you really can just put Chovy in any lane and he will dominate you, does it in solo queue, and has been doing it here. And even if you do love watching action, it is actually really fun watching Chovy, even if he doesn't maybe move on every timer. It's like, cool, I'm literally just gonna destroy you so hard, you cannot roam either, and we're gonna see how quickly I am able to take your tower.
Yep. I mean, if you take, an average CS is worth about 20 gold, because obviously Cass is less, Ken is more. Let's just say it's on average 20. It's like, well, 80 CS is 1,600 gold. That's like 5 kills. Yeah. So, okay, 3 if they're assisted. Great. Chovy has 3 kills worth of farm lead.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
He's not the worst mid laner at this tournament. As Dragon.
No, he's not.
Dragon up in 1 minute 20 seconds.
What an understatement lyric. I love that. Chovy is not the worst mid laner in the world. I agree.
Maybe still a little bit salty with how the week is going. I think it's pretty understandable. Maybe I shouldn't take out my frustration on like Hanwha Life, Chovy, or the LCK. Maybe I should take it out on LCS and C9 specifically.
Yeah, take it out on a team you can beat.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Like Cloud9.
Whoa, FPX, I'm just saying, we clearly couldn't, but Dragon up 50 seconds, Hanwha Life controlling the bottom side. And I like that they're trying to use Chovy and Morgan to set up this pick onto Cryin. RNG have a really good read though, and they're just looking to hover down. They aren't really playing a true like 1-3-1 or 1-4 composition. RNG's comp definitely wants to play through one lane and plays this 5-man death ball.
Here we go. Next Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. The death ball is going to be scary because the kinds of things Rel, Galio, Kennen, Misfortune can do is ugly. Hanwha Life absolutely require good positioning or their entire team dies in the span of 1.5 seconds. Dragon up in 10 seconds now. Xiaohu gonna go ahead and fight for ward control. Vista walking forward. Chovy slow. Chovy has to flash away from Ming. And now RNG can group back in. Now Chovy can get positioning with his ulti, no problem. There's the pop, there's the vision. Joins the team through mid lane, I believe. No, still staying on the bottom side. There we go. There's the push towards the mid side. 5v5, battle lines are drawn. Can they get this to land? When can Ming land? No ulti, but a flash W stun can still be enough. Cryin can follow the ulti. Xiaohu can flash Rocket Belt ult. and he's going towards the backside, but Morgan is marking intelligently, playing on that side to spot where Kennen's going to be. Wei can jump in. Will this be the fight? Xiaohu has been able to go in from Fog, getting it lower and lower and lower. When do you go in? Ulti's gonna land, double root. Is that gonna be enough? When does the fight start? Morgan gonna find the first knockup. Xiaohu gonna go down. Bullet time hits nothing, but somehow the thing is taken, and it's gonna be 2 kills already. 1 traded back, okay, but the jungler is down. RNG take too long to fight, and Hanwha Life break them over their knee.
And Hanwha were just so smart and so decisive with how they did it. Like you said, we saw Morgan marking and tracking Xiao, who goes into the pit. Instantly, once the Gravitum lockdown comes out from depth, everyone just jumps on Xiao, who instantly deletes him. Misfortune ultimate completely flops. HLE not only take that fight, they're also going to get a Baron.
And Royal are feeling it. I'm seeing the faces on Xiaohu, on Wei. They're like sitting back like, I think that's where we threw it. That's where we missed the opportunity. That's where it's too far. Baron gonna be taken. And I don't believe they ever knew Morgan was there.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Xiaohu,
but they never go in.
The Gravitum lockdown comes out right now.
Like, they're in range of an engage.
True.
Flash
they don't feel good for it. Still, Xiaohu immediately locked down. No one in range for the bullet time. And now you have nothing to set up with your Galio ultimate. You have no damage coming out from your Kennen. Like you're saying, for the side of RNG, feels like you just have to go for, the flash crash down into stun from Ming, or the flash ultimate coming out from Xiaohu. You needed something.
I will give credit to Morgan, though. That was really nice.
Yeah.
Once the Kennen blast went back in the pit, obviously the dragging gives you free vision, and it's like, all right, EQ knockup, and he couldn't even ult, couldn't get anything done.
Even their coordination around it, right? Because Willer as well, jumping right on top of him. They were just ready. They knew the exact plan.
Oh, TP to match. Wei's coming down with vision from the TF. There we go. Here comes the attempt to find that kill. The taunt's going to be good as well. Chovy burns the Zhonyas, but Chovy will go down. Big shutdown, but Cryan has the Zhonyas. Here comes the rest of the squad, though. Is it going to be enough? Wei goes golden as well. Gala is here. Is it going to be enough to find the trade? Wei is back in towards Willer, but Willer's going to win that fight. Gets a knockup, blows for the stun, gonna find it, Def gets the kill. 2 dead on RNG, only 1 traded back.
And HLA can just keep looking for the push through bot side. They even have a wave in mid, so RNG losing resources on the map. RNG do not have the health bars to defend this. Def is still full HP, and he still has his Moonlight Vigil.
RNG, just take the recall. You're 3v4 when you're at half health. They're, at best, you can wave clear, but I guess they're able to. So, credit where it's due. Pushing their limits, and they have defended this turret.
I'm a bit surprised HLE not wanting to take a more aggressive play. They do have the explosive cask up on Vista and can look for some type of play, but I mean, you're already ahead, right? You're at about 6,000 gold, so seems like they want to still keep it slow and steady, as we're going to go straight into what happened on the bottom side with Morgan looking to enter in on Xiaohu. Chovy following up as well. Xiaohu goes in, but doesn't really have the damage to take anyone too low. And all the members of HLE are just able to follow first. You look at the minimap, both Ming and Gala are here. We see Wei instantly trying to find the knockup, but isn't able to. And yeah, now you're at a point where Wei gets separated. Cryan, Ming, and Gala have to retreat, and HLE once again taking another fight.
And I give credit a lot to Morgan. I really think in the games where he steps up, Hanwha Life looked really, really good. He was free hitting that entire fight. Like Xiaohu, he forced the Zhonyas out of Chovy. Okay, great. He's just hitting there, just whacking a 0 health Kennen. And yeah, turns out 2-item Jarvan has some pretty good damage there and just knocked the man down. The rest of the team followed up, and he just like sat there tanking. Goldrigger health was fine. Steric shield means he's always going to be okay there. And yeah, when those fights look good, he just has Xiaohu's number in these fights.
Yeah, also, fight took so long, he knocked up multiple people with his EQ combo. Still hasn't even had to blow his stopwatch either. HLE now going to siege on the bottom side. Cryan is backing. He does have ultimate, so RNG once again maybe going to try and look for the Hail Mary. But HLE definitely having an advantage. Just going to back off. Looks like HLE now going to be the ones to take a more steady approach. I think you should have someone pushing out mid lane, which it looks like they're finally sending Chovy to do. You have a global, I guess RNG do as well, but you have the destiny to be able to see where everyone is on the map.
You have a proactive one.
Yeah, I think you should be looking to make the more, I think proactive is a perfect word, more proactive, aggressive picks into RNG's blue side jungle.
Yep. That said, for what it's worth, it's working, right? Their gold lead now 6,000. They're keeping the dragon score closer and closer. Obviously, Willer grabbed the smite on the last one, so okay, they can kind of guarantee that there's not going to be a Dragon Soul kind of comeback condition. Sad miss in the cannon, but just going to make sure they can get all their farm. Mid lane lead 89. Bot lane, you know, credit to Gala, he's farming really well. Just he needs that damage uptime, and obviously if Vista is always going to snipe with the cask, make it hard for MF to open up.
Yeah, there's just so much backline threat for RNG you have to worry about. They have to worry about the cast, they have to worry about the EQ coming out from Morgan. Willer as well has done a really nice job of utilizing his Shroud, utilizing his ultimate as well to be able to traverse distance and threaten on multiple angles. RNG now are going to be split. Morgan trying to, I once again assume he's trying to mark the flank rather than necessarily look for a flank himself.
That said, the Blast Cone is down, and Shahu doesn't have flash that was burned in the last fight. So he doesn't really have to hold this angle very much. The ward is going to do it for him. But still, just to make sure it's not going to happen, okay, we just know the front line is all we care about. Vista can explosive cast, and there's the ulti, there's the spot, and here comes the attempted play. A flash out for Chovy, but that means Ming can be locked down. On the other side, this Dragon's at 900, smited again by Willer. And just like that, you burn a flash, that's fine, you claimed the Dragon. You don't need to re-engage, it's okay.
HLE just keep playing it slow, especially in that fight where Def does have the Calibrum and the Crescendum, so a lot of poke able to come out.
I like this.
He's going to do Baron so fast.
Credible threat. Now, the vision is known, right? You're seeing the aggressive TPs. They're kind of beelining out of the map. It's all Fog of War. Shahu can TP maps once someone wards, they can get there. Now, the ultis are almost all up for RNG. A fight is possible, but they have to figure out where everyone is, because some are in the brush, but some are actually hitting Baron. Ward is down. They know it's down to about 5K. Wei has got to get there. Morgan buying a bit of time. The taunt comes in. Wei can get the vision. Wei can get the smite, and that means they've got to wait this one out. 2K left. The E is going to go nowhere. Xiaohu has to burn the Zhonya's. Good bullet time, and Baron gets reset. Well done by RNG to keep themselves in this game.
Yeah, RNG buy themselves time, not able to find anything for themselves, but all they needed to do was push HLE off the Baron. Now, both sides gonna have to reset once again. HLE, though, they don't care about if they have any standing gold in their pockets. They just say, hey, we're just gonna force you right back out onto the map. We just took your teleports.
Yep.
So this time it's gonna be all about if RNG can make it in time.
Yeah, they know he has to walk all the way back. He was brought too low on health. They have got the vision. Gala's got no ulti. Kennen and Galio can still do it, and Rel's almost back, just without flash to make it easy. And realistically, yeah, Jarvan can't keep Xin Zhao out of the pit. As long as he W's, Ming goes in, can't find it, but Wei wants to join the fight. Down goes one, but Kennen's here to answer. Is this the fight? RNG get a single kill. Stopwatch is burned, but Xiaohu is too low. Def burns the stopwatch to buy some time, and Chovy's here to hit. Chovy's here to kill, but can't get it yet. Baron not here to do battle. Vista with a great body slam. The taunt's gonna land, and RNG go 3 for 2. It's not pretty, but it keeps them in.
Yeah, RNG, they find the AoE damage they need with Xiaohu able to go in. Ming is just like, guys, I can hear free casting. He keeps saying we just need to go in to find the engage. He might get instantly deleted, but it sets up for the Galio to follow in. They have all the damage needed. And, you know, I'm actually a bit surprised HLE didn't win out, as we're going to see here. Vista just completely separated Gala from the fight with his barrel. But look, Main just knows we need to go in. We just cannot keep looking at them. Galio immediately brought on his heroic entrance, Wei following forward. Really nice ultimate coming out from Xiaohu, getting a ton of damage down. And then Gala just aggressively flashing forward, trying to not only get away from Chovy, but also knowing he could play towards the upper side of the fight with the rest of his teammates. And like you said, it might not be beautiful, but it got the job done.
They had Chovy zoned out at the start of that fight. He was down towards the bottom side, towards Wolves. He was zoned out by the positioning of RNG. His rest of the team was in the pit, had nowhere else to be. And it was a 4-man Galio and a 4-man Kennen ultimate. And Chovy had to ult about 1,000 units to get into range. I'm not saying he made a mistake. I'm just saying that's how the team fight played out. So he wasn't hitting when the first engage came through, and it meant they got just enough kills. So RNG showing they can team fight. They just have to get into range. 3 out of Misfortune. Gala can be huge.
Almost on death cap for the Kennen as well. Right now, though, both teams just playing towards the Baron. Dragon not up for another minute and a half. With the fact that both teams are about to be on soul point, we know this is going to pivot down. I don't expect HLE to want to force this once again, because we have summoners down on both sides, but I definitely think for RNG, it's better that they've gotten Han with summoners, right? Because when you have these types of like wombo combos where you need to go and lock people down, the fact that Def can't just like, okay, well, I'm going to flash out from the Ming engage and the Crying follow-up. It's like, cool. RNG have their win condition, but Hanwha have still just been playing around like rotations and wave states and kiting out these initial engages so well. So still definitely favoring Hanwha. They still have a 4K gold lead as well.
nearly 4K. Almost the entire gold lead, though, is specifically Twisted Fate. I think he was like 11-3-9, or sorry, 13-9 against like a flat 10K. So that is the gold lead. You know, back and forth a little bit on jungle, back and forth a little bit on top lane, back and forth a little bit on bot lane. But the 4K gold lead is pretty much Chovy. Now,
120
fine player to have that gold lead on. He'll make use of it for sure. But it means that we have to see what Chovy's doing. He is the focal point of this game. All 10 players need to know what Chovy's up to.
Also, Xiaohu did finally just pick up his death cap. Also, Guardian Angel coming out for Wei, so some critical items for RNG to be able to not only burst people down, but extend these team fights. HLE, once again, though, nice setup, pushing through bot lane, putting pressure on RNG to have to answer the play.
Bot lane tier 2, Willer cannot stay for that one, even though he has a bit of ward control, a bit of vision. He needs to join the team to play for the Dragon. Chovy will ult into this fight. He's playing on the far left, trying to play for the mini waves when it spawns. RNG not willing to play it too slowly. Most of the team is in fog of war. Kennen, oh, Ming is on the flank. Ming is spotted though. Here comes the TF ulti. They find that first knockup. Willer dashing a little bit away, but they've got Ming coming in. They've got Kennen over the top. Explosive cask is huge, but not big enough. Deft is down. Vista finds a slow, but a 5v4 is what RNG wants. Vista's dead. Vista cannot possibly survive here, and it took him half an hour, but RNG found the team fights. 2 in a row they have won, and now they're a dragon away from Seoul.
This is why it's so crucial for Hanwha Life to have those summoner spells up. Ophelia Snow Flash, Ming finds his way perfectly on top of him. They're almost able to get away from the engage, but in the end they don't. You're right. They're running straight towards the Baron. A lot of key ultimates are down, but I don't think it matters.
Meaningful damage. Gala's, yeah, he's going to cleanse. He wasn't going to get hit by another gold card from Chovy, but didn't know if Willer was going to be in range to like flash ult and kill him. So he's going to walk out, and this is just a little bit too much. I think they're like, it's going to take too long. We know the bot lane's going to respawn soon. They'll home guard over. So instead, they'll play for minion waves. They'll give Gala a red buff, let him lifesteal off the minions.
Yeah, I think the critical thing as well, right? HLE might not really have any poke to push him off, but if Willer can find one reset onto something like the low misfortune, HLE definitely would be able to just turn that fight even if it was a 3v5. And HLE saying, hey, you're needed to go for resets. We're going to go straight onto the Baron. We're going to try to pull you out of your base or try and bait out more TPs.
Vision gain, though. Wei can just W this constantly to get the vision. Goes in on a Chovy, more hit, will knock up. Rooted by the Everfrost, ult comes in, and Wei! No, he's got reinforcements. They cannot walk into melee range. This team is too squishy. They let him get out, but TF is in for a bit more. He's gonna flank Gala, gold card, auto attacks, Lichbane, but not a kill. Chovy's got no way to live, but Ming is down. Will the chase work? A cleanse gets rid of the slow. Xiaohu has ulti, but Xiaohu doesn't take the fight. Bullet time pushes down Vista, forces the stopwatch. The damage is in. Cryan finds that kill, but Cryan has Zigzonia's.
Oh, the flash!
That is huge. Xiaohu shows up, finds a couple of kills. Only 2 alive. Willer and Chovy, summonerless, forced to run away in a 2v4.
And RNG somehow find a way to turn it back. The flash coming up from Xiaohu in the end. They have the damage. Now RNG going on to the Baron. I don't know if HLE feel like they can look to stop this or if they just want to go, hey, we'll trade this up. We're going to get some minions and we'll try to fight you later on.
Wow, what a comeback, but RNG are making it happen. Xiaohu chose not to flash follow TF, but saved for the team fight, and he was right.
Yeah, we're going to see this initiated by Chovy, just getting a bit of damage down, and really nice cast by Vista. I thought Wei was going to get chunked out, but like you pointed out, Freak, the other members of RNG are here. Instantly, Morgan will jump in, but Ming has an angle to try to kind of soft zone off the other members. Morgan instantly deleted on one side, and we get a bit of 2 fights going on. Ming instantly taken out. Chovy doing a nice job of pulling numerous members of RNG away, but the bullet time from Gala is so crucial to make sure that Def can't keep walking forward. And keep your eyes on members like Xiaohu right now. It instantly goes through the flash. They delete Deft out of nowhere. That's the full damage cannon that we were hitting on, and RNG just able to walk this one out.
The battle for first seed has heated up, and RNG are about to boil over. The gold difference now only 1,000. And that means if you're not counting Chovy, everyone else in RNG is richer than their counterpart. TF has to carry, and he's not quite that champion. We saw him ult flank Gala, who has built 0 defensive items, and he's like, well, I gold card auto-queued, and then I ran away.
Yeah.
And that means, if that's not your target, who is?
I mean, it just sucks, right? Because, again, Chovy had this massive lead. Amazing play this game in laning phase. You are on a TF, though, right? So your job is just by definition, more utility coming in. You just look for those gold cards. You look to set up your teammates. It's still not over for them. RNG making use of the Baron, looking to push in RNG's composition as well. Much more of this 5-man group up, play through one lane. Right now, Shahu answering those side waves just to set up for where RNG can look for a fight. Because in 1 minute, 20 seconds, RNG can go
they're trying.
Soul.
They know the recall came in, so 5v4 take the battle. Is this going to happen? And it will not give them a dragon. The respawn's coming in time, but it would have been huge to stop the Baron. Ultimately, still a 3,000 Red Bull Baron power play. Royal never give up. Have really caught up in this game. The gold is now tied.
I was hoping Shahu maybe would think about looping around. I guess they don't really know where HLE has vision, right? Because they haven't made their own aggressive push into HLE's bot side jungle. And if you haven't made your own aggressive push, you can assume since HLE is playing through mid and bot that they do have their own vision there right now. Ming will walk in though. He has to be a little bit careful.
A little bit of supportal combat, fighting for the wards as well. RNG now running out of vision, but they are still walking up to take this one. They want to own this side of the map. They would love a bot lane tier 2. But how much can you get done? Vista can always go for that explosive cast, and suddenly Gala would be dead or forced to flash. But forced back enough. Credible threat of a dive means out they go. Kennen waiting with the team. Kennen no flash, but has a rocket belt. And that can be enough. So, Baron's still on. 14 seconds left of this. A quick stun away. That is decent poke, obviously. Gold card, Lichbane, Rapid Fire Cannon is a lot. It's front-loaded, but it's meaningful damage. Recalls come out. At the end of the power play, 4,000 gold, though. The entire lead was swung back. RNG have a Dragon Soul to claim as well. And Cryan can TP flank. There's a couple of wards in this jungle.
Oh.
And that means Hanwha Life, no, they can't step up. RNG grab Ocean Soul in the fight for first place out of Group C.
I do think Hanwha not contesting is the right choice, right? When we've talked about how a lot of this comes down to, well, does Deft have flash? What impact can Chovy have? I feel like at this point in time, you're like, hey, we're 40 minutes in. This game will probably be decided by one fight to where we can look to push, look to end the game, wait for that flash to come back up. The GA now picked up as well. Yep. If Deft can have the big impact, you're gonna win, you're gonna be able to push down the Nexus. So HLE saying, hey, we don't really care about Ocean Soul. This shouldn't be the kind of fight where we're chunking you down, then you back off, like, this is one big engage, especially with the kind of comp that RNG has picked up.
Yeah, I'd say 80-20. A climactic fight is, you know, one of RNG one-shots the team with ulti combos.
Yes.
Ocean Soul's not part of that. Or Hanwha Life getting really good pickups by Chovy getting a flank ult or whatever, right? Like, that's how most of these games are going to go. Of course, there can be those crappy fights. Like, yes, it's possible, but I agree with you completely that odds are this is not going to be a highly important Dragon Soul. Dragon, 5 minutes away. Baron, 140. And RNG have fully taken control of this game. They're the ones with deep wards. They're the ones now pushing mid first. Now Cryan is allowed to go side lane, finally, to take some waves prematurely or proactively without feeling like his team's going to die to a Chovy ult.
Yeah, it must be a nice feeling so far in this game that he hasn't gotten to experience once. And now, I mean, I wonder to see how confident and aggressive RNG are willing to be, right? With the fact that they are the ones who can push out. RNG definitely can't push out past River as soul laners. It is going to be grouping up, I think, and walking through mid, then walking into the enemy jungle, trying to set up vision, looking for these picks yourself of maybe baiting HLE out of their base. But HLE don't need to walk out of their base until Baron spawns.
True, so they're just catching farm. And right now, some members are done buying items. Gala's full build, so Gala should not take CS from his team if he can help it. Unless you really, really want a red elixir. You know, let Wei get a Randuin's Omen. Or play for the mid lane turret, right? If they're playing for tempo, okay then, sure enough. Let's knock that one down. Morgan is top lane. That means mid lane is going to drop. That one is dead. Baron's in 30 seconds. RNG have won back-to-back-to-back team fights. Mid lane just dead. No Baron, no Elder Dragon, just pushing down mid, and Wei pushed in. Ulti in, Willer waiting on the backside, but marked. Inhibitor will not drop. Chovy is now here, looking for his gold card play. Gonna find a stun, they're gonna trade Everfrosts, no real damage. Baron is alive in 5 seconds. RNG own every bit of vision in that walk.
Oh, HLE gotta be careful.
Surprised they walked up onto that one, instead of, you know, actually making the rest of the walk towards Baron and making it scarier towards him, but no. They're gonna sit in mid lane, go for the wave yet again. RNG not willing to play the vision game, not just yet. They want this wave first, they can try again afterwards. Of course, we know Chovial. I believe that was actually burned, is why they walked out. I think that is what happened. Because no, he had ulted to get the mid lane. Yeah,
he ulted earlier. Cask is down. That's why I'm a bit surprised that RNG, like you're saying, aren't committing.
There's the blue trinket. There's the vision. They know what's going on. Here we go. Flashes up for literally everyone on RNG. The same for Hanwha Life. This is the fight that will determine who wins the group. The smite is going to go through. The Baron will be claimed. Hanwha Life do not take the battle. They walked up to watch the Baron die instead of anything else they could have done with their time.
Yeah, Hanwha not feeling confident in walking into RNG's composition. Hanwha's plan at this point is like, hold until we have to. Until RNG are like pushing down an inhibitor where we can get a good position or pushing down our Nexus, we're gonna wait till when they're walking into us. That's typically where the Aphelios thrives. Wait for some of these ultimates back up. But Freak, I feel like we're gonna get that fight right now.
2 open inhibitors. One of them has now fallen. Will they play for mid? Will they play for top? It is top lane. Chovy is leaving his team alone to die. He's recalling now, but a zone has already been popped. A bullet time separates them. The top laner's already dead. Only now has Chovy arrived, choosing to farm instead of defend his team. And Royal Never Give Up will take the top seed out of the group. 3 for 3. The LCK have dominated Worlds.
It might have been a rough day for RNG so far, but the fact that they're able to pick up this tiebreaker game, man, it was rough, Freak. Watching that early game, seeing how things were going, I mean, your comment about when was the last time we saw the MF bullet time?
Yeah.
It stung, it hit home. But in the end, RNG finally did make the decisive play.
They did.
It came from Ming flashing in at the top of Baron, setting up for Crying to follow in, and man, nice to see for RNG being able to pull this off for our most recent MSI champions, LPL Spring champions. Freak, I'm just happy.
It's what this is the one team you called. RNG is the one team you called, is one you had the most faith in for the LPL. I blame 2 hours sleep for somehow thinking Hanwha Life won at the Nexus call by saying 3 for 3, the LCK are dominating. I am sorry for getting that wrong. I blame the jet lag. Regardless, Hanwha Life, 2nd place out of the group. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, still, before this, they were 3-0, right? Hanwha was a team that some of us were thinking wouldn't even make it out of the group, with the fact that PSG were above them coming into the day. So, you know, LCK fans, you got another team out. You didn't need another team going out first.
Yeah.
I think LPL did. But yeah, overall, I think Hanwha's shown a tremendous amount of growth throughout so far. Like this is a scary team who I think a lot of first seeds will have to be scary. The problem is they could potentially have to face 2 first seeds who they've played before.
Yeah, I mean, Hanwha Life T1 and EDG RNG is a very realistic set of quarterfinals. Now, on the other sides of the bracket, you know, maybe we see them meet each other later on, but that is a very realistic possibility based on how the quarterfinal brackets can be seeded. But it is RNG taking the top spot out of the group. They are dodging T1. They are dodging Damwon Kia, which is the scariest team so far at Worlds, and they will dodge whoever gets first seed out of Group D tomorrow. Now, coming up next, we will have Worlds Cooldown with Raz and Dracos for a look back at today's event, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome everybody to Worlds Cool Down as you see triumphant final moments from this absolute banger of a tiebreaker game. Kept us awake, kept us going. So many crazy back and forth team fights in what was an incredibly long day of League of Legends, and it does end with RNG securing first seed. Finally an LPL team out as a first seed. I don't know about you, but I was starting to wonder, like, oh my God, are they collapsing in groups? Is it going to happen? Do we have to, like, the sandbagging memes from forever ago? Like, how much copium do we need to pump into our veins heading into quarters?
Bringing that nightmare back from 2015. Yeah, I was, while we were in the back, I was just going through a lot of the history. I was like, 2019, last time that LCK just clean swept first seed in groups. And I was concerned, especially at the beginning of the game. Hanwha Life is legitimately scaled throughout this tournament. Willer and Morgan looking strong, and of course Chovy is straight up smurfing. But it came to the team fights, and Galio Xinjiao was a real threat. I didn't feel like Aphelios could actually ever create enough distance, which was becoming a major problem. And so, you know, a lot of props to RNG being able to bring it back.
And we talked a lot about adaptability coming to this game and how significant that would be both for the best of fives and in the context of this game and securing first seed. Again, it feels like the only thing that's really important about a first seed is you don't play down one. Like the rest of the first seed, you're like, okay, fine, we'll figure it out. But just nobody wants to play down one in quarters and just risk being knocked out.
Yeah, because Group B is a little weird knowing that both EDG and T1, I feel like with the amount of time going into quarterfinals, you wouldn't, both of them are just equally as scary.
Yeah.
So that's true. And so getting that first seed, I'm pretty damn happy because, yeah, based off that likelihood, there's that opportunity where you get to go up against Cloud9. So that should be pretty good for RNG, and they're going to be looking towards Group D to see all the options.
Yeah, have to find out. Of course, you can see the steep cliff with which the game fell away as RNG took absolute control in some of those late game team fights. Kennen got scary eventually. It did take a little while, but we don't really complain if it's a little bit sloppy, if it's the final game of the day, and it's the only game you need to win. A win is a win at the end of the day. We can, the earlier games, you know, we can be a little bit more critical of. They can examine it heading into the best of fives. We'll see, of course, though, looking back at our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, PSG versus HLE, which became really the deciding game in the battle for quarterfinals. This was the one that kicked off the whole day, the one that really kept the dream alive for Fnatic for a little bit longer, and ultimately the start of kind of HLE's very rapid rise in performance over the course of the day.
Yeah, and so I remember us having that conversation of who we thought was going to look the better of the two teams. It was a tough one for me because of just how good the team looked, especially around Hanabi. Hanabi was a consistent performer. Maple was able to go topside pretty regularly and work around River. But the difference maker in my mind was just simply the supporting group on Hanwha Life. Because we already knew that Chovy was going to be great.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
That was not a concern whatsoever. But like for me, Willer being a sturdy jungler, working pretty closely with Vista, and I felt like they became a great pair by the end of it, made Chovy's life 10 times more easier. And Morgan had a great day too.
Morgan did have a great day, and I think that is so crucial because I think most people, when they think back to Morgan's performance, they go right to the SKT HLE series where he died over and over again. So the fact that they picked Renekton for him, left him on an island, and then he built his own advantages, got ahead of Hanabi, where we expected that to be the big weak point on the map, was massive for this team. And of course, it did get better throughout the rest of the day. You still had strong individual performance from multiple members. Def really stood up, and you still got the Chovy show in a couple of those games, whether it was the Silas or the LeBlanc. Absolutely fantastic to see. Of course, now, however, we're at 6 out of 8, Raz. We're starting to learn what top 8 is going to look like at this tournament. We are dangerously close to quarterfinals. We got one group left in front of us. We take a look here now. T1, Edward Gaming, Dan1, Kia, Cloud9, Royal Never Give Up, Hanwha Life Esports. 2 more to join later. It's it feels like Worlds is flying by.
It is, and this was kind of the fear everybody had when you knew that 4 LPL teams, 4 LCK teams were going to make it to Worlds. So you're seeing those dominant squads coming through. Of course, Dan1 Kia, T1 taking first seed in both those groups. Of course, FPX being able to falling out in the way they did. They'll be getting memed for the entire offseason, I'm sure, for that performance. So it's nice to see Cloud9 going through, and that puts our eyes to next group, where what's the next team, the next Western representative? I'm looking at Mad Lions. I know a lot of people are.
Certainly. And I think it was expected as we came into these groups that A was the most clear, and that's already been an upset. B also felt pretty decided and was. Obviously, 100 Thieves did play a little bit of upset to shift the seeding, but at the end of the day, felt very clear-cut. This group felt even more uncertain. Group D, the most uncertain by far. We can look ahead towards tomorrow. We can take a look at that schedule. I think it's It's wild to see how close these teams are currently in the standing. And I don't know about you. It's not that I have faith in everyone and I have faith in nobody. If you can list any 2 teams in this group that'll make it out, and I go, okay, yeah, I would believe you. Like, I don't even need to hear your whole argument. You just list 2 teams, I'm like, yeah, it's probably plausible. It's so incredibly close.
Every team has their strength, and I know everyone's already going to be singing the praises of LNG and Gen.G just based off the initial success that they had in the group. But then even if when you look at Mad Lions, the win that they were able to have over Gen.G, and also just like, you already know what skill level they are. LEC champions, and of course, teams that, coming from the LCS, knowing that a lot of the teams will look towards Mad Lions and how they play their mid game, what they're really most known for, strong team fighting. Those are the type of things that I look at and I'm like, okay, makes sense. But they haven't been able to show that, and there should be faith from the European fans, especially that they can bring that out in week 2. I'm looking at TL.
I know you're looking at TL, Rez.
Do you?
Who else were you going to say? We're going to be like, screw TL? You're just going to sell your own region out and be like, I'm back on the LPL train. It's too late, buddy. You worked LCS. You can't go back now.
On Twitter today, I had a little bit of a break because on Group A, I was having the C9 banner and everything. Changed my profile pic for that one. Did the same in Group B.
Got to go back to the LPL roots for a day.
Of course. And then going to Group D, now I'm looking to represent the horse.
But I think at the end of the day, the thing that's so crazy to me is that every single week 2 has not really gone as clearly as we expected. There have been wild games, Cloud9 making it through again, monumental upset, and we could have just been 4 LCK teams, 4 LPL teams if it wasn't for that result. Well, of course, we will see tomorrow, but we could be in a situation where Cloud9 is the only Western team that makes it out of groups.
Yeah, that's why, quickly talking about the past, because it is a good look into the future. I remember having that conversation just yesterday about, like, is that Group A like the biggest moment in North American international success? Because obviously people are going to have that conversation. People will think about, well, Cloud9 went to semis, right?
Sure.
Taking down a Freak of Freaks, and also Team Liquid going to MSI finals and all that. But like, I came into this group thinking that Group A was the deadliest group of death with 2 champions, 2 former world champions, and Cloud9. Being able to come up clutch really changed for me my vision of like what the week 2 could look like. And so now I look at tomorrow, and anything is possible. It certainly inspired a lot of the Western teams. So Mad Lions, and especially Team Liquid, are going to, I think, take inspiration based off Group A and really put it in their all.
I'm excited to see it. Give me your 2 to make it out. The final thing here before we close out tonight, we got one more day of groups ahead of us. Who are your 2 to make it through? In order. You got to give them in order. I don't want no lazy
You asking my heart, you asking my head?
I mean, give me I want to know what your head thinks.
My head definitely thinks Mad Lions and Gen.G.
Mad Lions, Gen.G.
Yeah.
I agree. That's also what my heart says, conveniently.
God damn you.
I'm an EU pundit. If you're going to say, like, if it's any consolation, my head says don't. It's like the Memento meme, don't trust these teams. Yeah. And it's just any Western team. I'm so scared
my heart, though, is just not going to want it to say, shut the hell up, break the door down, and say Team Liquid's going to get out. But, if they do, that's, for me, a surprising moment. That is, like, a moment that people should respect, not, in my opinion, expect.
Yeah.
So definitely Mad Lions, I think, will show the consistency that they weren't able to show in week 1.
Absolutely can hope for that. Ultimately, all I want is the most competitive group. That's what we're expecting coming out of Group D, but that's going to be all from us tonight. We're going to be back tomorrow for the final day of World's Group Stage. 8 teams are all that will be remaining at the end of the day tomorrow. That's going to do it for us here.
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2021. We're fast paced. We have to jump right back into the action. Here we go into the draft. Lucian, Irelia, Lee Sin, Graves, Zinzao, and Zoe Banda alongside a Yumi first pick, and there's the Jarvan coming out from RNG. Guys, take it away.
Dash Dracos and Raz, otherwise known as Dance Dance Revolution.
Oh! Everfrost misses as well. The Soul of Flare will connect, and they're going to try and kill off Morgan before the stopwatch comes in. But the stopwatch has been used, and TP's now coming in from PSG. And immediately Unified is dead, and Morgan, he's just too damn tanky, man. Gore Drinker, Sterak, stopwatch. Now, we'll see Hanwha Life continuing to push forward. Destiny in, Kaiwing shut down. Gala was hit with the hook, but Wibber just cannot chase him down. Gala's still alive. Wibber puts the stopwatch in the turn. Comes in! Adam redeems moves himself from 1 and 8 to perhaps winning the game for Fnatic. Beam with the stopwatch for himself. Everfrost short. The root comes out. Beam will forward with the Realm Warp now. Fnatic won this fight, but they're in a 3v4. Adam will still there, but he gets the flank once again. Fnatic find the fight.
They're gonna do
Adam gets the triple. Ability, Moonlight Vigil still available. No flashes really burnt on either side. Beam burns the heal, but there's the shutdown.
And Fnatic avenge their Belgian.
Yeah, Fnatic doing a nice job. We did see Adam. Oh, they get another one. Woo! And Willer is just gone.
Coming out, wait. Should be able to walk out of this one. Still only level 5, crying on the flank here. So a heartbreaker for him, and Puffer's so low already, and crying with the burst damage. Wayne now at 6, has the Dragon's Rage. Niski's going to try and walk away, but the Sonic Wave connects, and it's a double for Wayne. Hanabi trying to survive here, but with the exhaust going down, Gala will have the bullet time available as well. Hanabi tries to turn it around. Gala dies to the needlework. Oh, Hanabi! Oh, my name is Gwen! I am immune to death!
Bruh. Dude, you're a rap god, man. What the hell happened?
That was a rap god. That was like Auctioneer.
Yeah, that was much more of a...
You we go once, you we go twice, you we go 3 times, you we sold.
Whose cat is that?
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is waiting.